The garlic toad croaks in the pond, while the water turtle occupies the community fountain, and the fire lizard has become the new assistant at the barbecue stall. As Pokémon suddenly integrate into reality, human society descends into chaos. A youth fights over a male Shenado, an elderly man dancing in the square treats Squirtle as his grandson, and a group of cauliflower monkeys assaults a fierce land shark. Some even boldly declare, Misty is my ideal type. Yi Qing gazes at this absurd world, pondering, is this an invasion of sprites, or has humanity gone mad? As Pokémon skills become a part of daily life, who truly sits at the pinnacle of the food chain? An adventure that will overturn all perceptions is about to unfold. Chapter 1, The World of Sprites. As the morning sunlight streamed into the senior high classroom, a piece of chalk soared through the air, heading straight for the back corner of the room. The students suppressed their laughter, their eyes following the trajectory of the chalk. Crack! Yi Qing felt a sharp pain on his forehead as the chalk rebounded, and his initially blurred vision gradually cleared, waking his muddled consciousness. A voice filled with disappointment echoed from the podium. Yi Qing, stand up and answer this question. Ha! Yi Qing reflexively stood and looked at the blackboard. What are the characteristics of Bulbasaur? Garlic Toad. Without much thought, the affectionate nickname slipped from his lips. Ha ha ha! The classroom fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter. Many students applauded, some even shedding tears of mirth. Yi Qing felt bewildered. How could the homeroom teacher pose such a question that seemed only suitable for anime? Surely, at his age, he wouldn't be watching cartoons. Am I not dreaming? How could everything change overnight? Yi Qing sat in his chair, his eyes vacant, bemused by the situation. Yi Qing, did I tell you to sit down? How do you manage to treat the teacher's words as mere nonsense? And Garlic Toad? You look more like a toad yourself. Ha ha ha! The classroom erupted again, all eyes focused on Yi Qing in the last row. Ha ha ha, I've crossed over to the world of sprites. Ignoring the teacher's outburst, Yi Qing seemed to have an epiphany, flipping through the textbooks on his desk, his excitement growing as he beheld the vibrant illustrations of Pokémon. No laughing. How dare you smile, Yi Qing, when you ranked last in the class? Clearing his mind, Yi Qing confidently addressed the question on the blackboard. Bulbasaur has two characteristics, Overgrow and Chlorophyll, with Chlorophyll being the hidden ability. Overgrow increases the power of grass-type moves by 50 when the Pokémon's health is at its limit. Chlorophyll doubles the Pokémon's speed in sunny weather. The classroom fell silent. Although this was basic knowledge, for Yi Qing, who consistently scored single digits on tests, such confidence was astonishing. Even Lu Jianluo, the teacher, was taken aback. Everyone knew Yi Qing had long occupied the last seat in the class. Lu Jianluo, rapping the desk with an eraser, asked with evident delight, what can Whipping Bell evolve into? What conditions are required? Yi Qing glanced at his classmates' focused gazes. Using a Sunstone, it can evolve into Vileplume. With a Leaf Stone, it evolves into Victory Bell. Despite its unappealing appearance, Whipping Bell produces excellent nectar. The class stared in shock, some dropping their pens in disbelief. Suppressing his astonishment, Lu Jianluo decided to increase the challenge. What fighting-type moves can Dragonite learn? Yi Qing frowned slightly, meeting the eyes of the class beauty before smiling. Dragon Claw and Cross Chop. The class beauty covered her mouth, for even she did not know the answer. Given Dragonite's rarity as a quasi-legendary Pokémon, most only heard snippets about it online. The students' gaze shifted from mere curiosity to admiration, transitioning from seriousness to reverence as the questions clearly exceeded the syllabus, and even they were unaware of the answers. Lu Jianluo took a sip of tea, gestured for Yi Qing to sit down, suppressing his curiosity to continue teaching, vowing to interrogate this student thoroughly after class. Yi Qing returned to his seat, the effects of his unexpected journey slowly fading. Outside, flocks of Bidoof flew by, while students raised on Ponitas in the playground, and a caterpie perched on the windowsill, its glimmering eyes seemingly asking, young man, do you wish to train me into a Charizard? Looking around the classroom, Yi Qing marveled at his unexpected arrival in the world of sprites, yet thankfully, his parents remained the same, and his classmates were familiar faces. The lesson soon came to a close, and as he attempted to quell his excitement, he wished to search for the historical trajectory of this world online. No phone. Yi Qing patted his pocket, perplexed, and then recalled that his phone had been confiscated by the teacher just yesterday. Wang Yao, lend me your phone, he whispered to his friend diagonally across the aisle. Wang Yao, handsome and popular with the ladies, had earned the nickname Soft Rice King at school due to his charm. Startled, he glanced at the teacher correcting assignments at the front. Seeing he was distracted, Wang Yao whispered back, stop messing around, I can't use a phone without pictures. Here, you can borrow mine. At that moment, the class beauty approached, offering her phone as she passed by. Ah, thank you. Yi Qing took it, marveling at her warm smile. shaking his head in disbelief at how many good people there were. What a wealthy person, he mused, playing with the latest iPhone 11 as he began to browse for information. An alluring wallpaper of Squirtle caught his eye, and he pondered why the class beauty had suddenly lent him her phone. Slap! Yi-Qing smacked his forehead, scolding himself for losing focus while gazing at Squirtle. The emergence of sprites had drastically altered the historical timeline of this world compared to his previous life. In ancient times, prehistoric Pokémon appeared, and their varieties gradually increased. Hundreds of millions of years ago, the predecessors of Kabuto and Jynx emerged. 100 million years ago, the extinction of Tentacle occurred, with the emergence of Dunsparce and Archeops. The terrifying Tyranitar reigned supreme, while the ancient Chintan fish has remained unchanged to this day. Thousands of years ago, Kabuto and Ammonite became extinct. The subsequent historical eras remained consistent, only with Pokémon existing as a species. Elbu rode the Flame Horse, sweeping through all adversaries, while Manhu rode the Ivory Boar, unstoppable, and Zhaoziong bravely saved a doe from the battlefield riding his Thunder Zebra. Until a century ago, a master craftsman hollowed out berries, placing them in special nets to capture Pokémon, marking the first appearance of Pokémon trainers on the world stage. The presence of Pokémon ignited the spark that led to the outbreak of World War I. As Pokeballs were continuously improved, the number of initial trainers increased, leading to the onset of World War II. After the war, the Pokémon League rapidly emerged, with members worldwide holding absolute leadership. Meanwhile, technology advanced swiftly, fueled by the power of Pokémon. It was not until the early 1990s that the modern red and white Pokeball truly came into existence, as countries worldwide prioritized cultivating outstanding trainers to seize resources. Chapter 2, The Chronicle of Sprites. Yi-Qing set down the phone, gradually organizing his thoughts. Let's go eat. Hey, where did you get that phone? Wang Yao, intending to call Yi-Qing for lunch, noticed the pink-cased phone in Yi-Qing's hand. Yi-Qing shook his head, refraining from explanation, reflecting on how fortunate he was that these familiar faces remained unchanged, with family and friends still the same. Although some events had diverged slightly, the overall narrative remained consistent. Thank you. Yi-Qing casually returned the phone to the class floor as he passed by. The cafeteria was bustling with a myriad of voices, laughter intertwining in a chaotic symphony, with students' innocent smiles illuminating the scene. Finding a vacant seat, Wang Yao cheerfully declared, "What shall we eat? Today, it's my treat." In such situations, it is customary for two individuals to take turns treating one another, so there was no need for competition. Yi-Qing naturally replied, "How about a bowl of fish-flavored shredded pork over rice?" "All right, wait here while I fetch the food." Wang Yao snapped his fingers. "Hold on. What kind of meat is used for fish-flavored shredded pork? Is it carp? Or perhaps some exotic breed of pig? Surely, the duck isn't a green onion duck. After all, this is a culinary delight with its own seasoning." Fortunately, Wang Yao returned swiftly. Yi-Qing took his phone and discovered that ordinary animals do exist in this world, though they have been domesticated for consumption due to the significant threat posed by the spirits. Wang Yao picked up a piece of braised pork and asked, "What's up with you today? Not only are you pondering such rare questions, but you also seem quite startled." Yi-Qing waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, just a lack of sleep from reading too much lately." Wang Yao, undeterred, continued, "By the way, in a few days, we will acquire our very first spirit. Have you thought about which one you'd like to buy?" Yi-Qing pondered for a moment and understood Wang Yao's meaning. He was enrolled in the prestigious First Spirit Academy of Shanghai City, a school unlike ordinary institutions, dedicated to training trainers, breeders, and all matters pertaining to spirits. Attending such an academy requires not only talent but also substantial tuition fees, amounting to over 100,000 yuan each year for 3 years of high school. The benefit, however, is that upon successful graduation, one receives a trainer's certificate issued by the Alliance. The Spirit Academy omits many unnecessary cultural courses, allowing students to graduate and obtain their trainer's certificate at the end of their senior year. If one ultimately finds themselves ill-suited for a career as a trainer, they may transfer to a conventional university to continue their studies. Of course, there are alternative paths to becoming a professional trainer, yet this is undoubtedly the most effective and straightforward route. As Yi-Qing had just begun his senior year, he was required to obtain his first spirit by the 1st of next month. With only a few days remaining, the school would issue spirit breeding certificates today, enabling students to legally nurture their beloved spirits. Noticing Wang Yao's inquisitive gaze, Yi-Qing contemplated briefly before responding, "I haven't decided yet, you'll see when the time comes." Wang Yao waved his hand, "Since you haven't made up your mind, I have a suggestion. Currently, grass-type spirits are the easiest to care for. While not the strongest in combat, they are economical." Yi Qing realized the truth in this statement. When it comes to ease of care, grass-type spirits could claim second place, with no one daring to rank above them. If funds are scarce, one can simply provide sunlight and water daily. The downside, however, is that such care may lead to underdevelopment and inferior combat capabilities. After a hasty meal, Yi Qing spent the afternoon browsing information on Wang Yao's phone. Through this exploration, he discovered that applying his knowledge in this realm would be quite challenging. This world is not one where spirits and humans coexist in a recent fusion, rather, they have coexisted since ancient times. Thus, the classification of spirits is comprehensive, with even EV's evolutionary forms meticulously documented, leaving only the method for the fairy-type EV yet to be organized. Unfortunately, due to the short history of Pokeball development and the high mortality rate among trainers, there remains a limited understanding of divine beasts and the full potential of spirit abilities. The afternoon swiftly passed, and the school bell rang. At the teacher's command, students rushed out in a frenzy, having just received their spirit breeding certificates, signifying that they could now raise spirits. Yi Qing kissed his breeding certificate, akin to a driver's license, and walked out with Wang Yao, their shoulders linked. Yi Qing, wait a moment, called their homeroom teacher, Lu Jianluo, just as they were about to exit the classroom. Wang Yao gestured for a rendezvous outside. What's the matter, teacher? Yi Qing suppressed his yearning for spirits and stood before Lu Jianluo. Observing the eager Yi Qing, Lu Jianluo took a sip of tea and smiled. It's nothing serious. I merely noticed your impressive responses today and wanted to inquire if you've been studying diligently. Yes, that's correct, Yi Qing replied. Although his academic performance was lacking, he was adept at appeasing teachers with ease, deftly navigating the conversation. Outside the campus, a Porsche Cayenne was parked by the roadside. Wang Yao, seated in the passenger seat, glanced outside, where a young lady with sunglasses sat in the driver's seat. Her slightly youthful visage indicated she was likely a student at the academy as well. After waiting for a while for Yi Qing to emerge, Wang Yao turned back to the affluent young lady and curiously asked, how many boys have sat in the passenger seat of this car? Removing her sunglasses, she shot him a glance and retorted, and how many girls have you had in your passenger seat? Wang Yao bristled at her response, indignantly retorting, I didn't ask for your answers, I just wanted to know. Humph, I'll replace you sooner or later. Just then, Yi Qing opened the car door, witnessing this exchange and shaking his head, realizing that Wang Yao's knack for softening up to wealthy girls was undeniable. Noticing Yi Qing getting into the car, Wang Yao put on a smile and said, Hey, my buddy is back. First, take me home. Oh, the young lady responded, a hint of disappointment in her voice, but she smiled and skillfully drove toward Yi Qing's residence. Thank you, see you tomorrow, Yi Qing said as he exited the car, waving his hand before darting towards home. Is my son back? Come see what delicious meal Mom has prepared for you. Upon entering, Yi Qing was warmly welcomed by his mother. Looking at her, he suddenly felt a pang of emotion, wondering how she would cope if he truly found himself in a foreign world. His mother gently ruffled his hair. Silly child, why are you on the verge of tears? Are you worried about the spirits? Don't fret, even if we have to sell everything we own. We will get you an excellent spirit. Yi Qing shook his head, feeling a sudden wave of melancholy. According to the information he had gathered, ordinary spirits like Pidgey, Meowth, and Tadbulb would cost several thousand yuan, let alone more powerful spirits like Vulpix, Electrak, and Sandrew. As for starter Pokémon, those are the standard for the affluent, the second generation rich, and offspring of military families.
Chapter 3. This golden finger is extraordinary, by the way. Where's my little sister? Wasn't she supposed to be back today? Yi Qing scanned the surroundings, but did not spot his whimsical sister. Yi Ma, glancing at her phone, replied, Isn't she preparing for the upcoming high school entrance examination? Your sister said she would focus on her studies and wouldn't be running back and forth. Yi Qing nodded. His sister, 3 years his junior, was currently in the 3rd year of junior high in the neighboring city and had less than a month before the crucial exam. However, it was highly likely she would attend a regular high school, as the tuition for an academy specializing in elves was beyond their family's financial means. Even his own tuition had been cobbled together by his parents through various means. Thinking of his considerate and elf-loving sister, Yi Qing felt a pang of sadness. Unlike his previous life, the high school entrance examination was a pivotal moment that could shape one's future, yet, given their family's circumstances, they had to temporarily forsake his sister's prospects. Yi Ma, sensing her son's turmoil, shared in his bittersweet emotions. She removed Yi Qing's school uniform and comforted him, saying, Come. Eat quickly. As long as you work hard, everything will improve. Looking at the table laden with his favorite dishes, Yi Qing asked, What about Dad? Isn't he coming home? Yi Ma shook her head as she picked up her chopsticks. No, he's busy at the company. Yiqing nodded and continued to eat while surveying the modest three-bedroom apartment. His mother had once cared for elves, but since he enrolled in the Elf Academy, she had to release her own elf to save on household expenses. It is worth noting that maintaining an elf was no trivial matter. The annual cost could reach 20 to 30,000 elf coins, often exceeding the expenses of owning a car in his former life. As for capturing wild elves, it was not only perilous, but also prohibited by the League for those who were not professional trainers. Furthermore, wild elves were often aggressive and could not be subdued by domesticated ones, leading to potentially fatal encounters. The family did have one domesticated elf, a Machoke, which accompanied his father to work. His sister had previously lived in a rather cramped study. The parents, adhering to traditional values, might have displayed a slight preference for sons over daughters, but this was a necessity born from circumstance. After all, who wouldn't want to give their children the best? Unfortunately, their financial situation only allowed them to concentrate their resources on one child's education. After finishing the meal, Yiqing helped his mother wash the dishes, observing her smile and the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. And he silently resolved to earn a substantial income in the future to repay his parents and sister. Not long after dinner, the security door swung open, and a weary Yiutian, briefcase in hand, stood at the entrance exclaiming, "Wife, son, hurry up and get ready to go out. On my way back, I saw that everyone was buying elves. If we wait too long, there might be nothing left." Yiqing peeked out and noticed his father's serious expression. The quality of an elf, aside from its species, was vital. Each elf possessed unique attributes akin to humans with varying intelligence and emotional quotients. For instance, two Bulbasaur might differ significantly in physical prowess and skill comprehension. The highest grading for an elf's quality was S, while the lowest was F-. Assessing an elf's quality required expensive machinery, which was typically only available to companies or certain league organizations due to the machine's size, cost, and time consumption. As Yiqing gazed at the shelves lined with meticulously selected elf eggs, he could not help but swallow hard. However, he noticed a concerning trend. According to the tags, most of the elves had grades of E and D, with very few above D. Nonetheless, the prices for these eggs soared into the hundreds of thousands. Yidad glanced at the prices, pondered for a moment, and inquired, "Are there any other elf eggs available?" The sales assistant instantly understood the implication of his question, smiled, and led them further inside, pointing to the shelves behind her while stating, "These have all undergone rigorous inspection, ensuring that each elf is in excellent health." They perused the selections: Oddish, Sunflora, Caterpie, Magikarp, and Tylo. Yiqing scanned the offerings and confirmed that, compared to the previous selections, these were indeed more affordable, ranging from several thousand to tens of thousands. However, among these elf eggs, only the Magikarp held any promise, but without the requisite evolution capabilities. It would likely struggle to evolve successfully. System, Golden Finger, at least grant me one. Just as Yiqing resigned himself to fate, a transparent attribute interface materialized before him. Elf, Magikarp, Level 0, Quality. FF, due to numerous variables during incubation. Quality will be confirmed post-hatching. Status, a healthy egg. Gender, male type. Water ability, swift swim, during rain or heavy rain. Speed doubles. Held item, none inherited skills, none basic skills, none skill transfer, none skill discs, none remarks. Although Magikarp is quite weak, it possesses remarkable reproductive capabilities and resilience. Able to survive in even the most polluted waters, and can endure for an extended time on land without water. Wow, this is truly a golden finger. Indeed, the numerous predecessors who have traversed realms did not deceive me. Chapter 4. The Gamble of Eggs. Yiqing was brimming with excitement. Previously uncertain about his future, he now felt a sense of assurance. For just the ability to perceive potential meant he could secure an invincible position. Suppressing his exhilaration, Yiqing tugged at his father, who was eager to select a Pokémon egg, and whispered in his ear, "Dad, let us head to the egg gambling venue. I consulted my teacher a few days ago and have gleaned some insights on identifying Pokémon eggs." "Really?" Yidad replied, somewhat skeptical. The gambling venue differed significantly from the breeding house. The eggs there lacked any guarantees. Not only were the species and potential unverified, but even the viability of the eggs was uncertain. Everything relied on one's keen eye. However, this venue had its advantages. The prices were remarkably low. The adage "one glance can lead to fortune or folly" held true, as one might stumble upon an exceptional Pokémon or leave empty-handed. The most successful gamble in the nation involved someone acquiring a quasi-divine egg, transforming their life overnight into one adorned with yachts, beauties, and aircraft. Observing his son's confidence, Yidad nodded, albeit with hesitation. After some time, the family arrived at the tallest building in the city, the Shanghai Tower. This edifice not only housed the highest offices of the Shanghai Trainer Association, but also boasted the largest Pokémon market and gambling venue in the city. The gambling arena was reminiscent of stone gambling in a previous life. Its low prices and potential for sudden wealth attracted throngs of people. Yima expressed her concerns, clutching Yi Dad's arm and whispering, "Is this wise, dear? We lack the discernment for this." Yi Dad, observing Yi Qing walking with a straight back ahead of them, reassured her, "Do not worry, it's merely this amount of money. This is his life. Since our son possesses such confidence, and we offered all necessary advice, it is best not to interfere further." Yuma sighed. "It's not easy to borrow money, is it?" Yi Dad shook his head. "No worries. As long as our son succeeds in the future, these matters become trivial." Yuma furrowed her brow. "Had I known, I would have borrowed some from my family, so as not to delay our son." At her remark, Yi Dad raised an eyebrow. "No need for that. I'd rather not see their smug faces." Standing before the largest marketplace, Yi Qing halted and declared, "This is the one, Mom and Dad." At that moment, a portly middle-aged man approached them, exclaiming, "Ah, are you three here to select Pokémon eggs? We have everything from quasi-divine to the starter trio. Feel free to browse." The proprietor offered no elaborate introductions, simply allowing the trio to wander freely. Those in his line of work could not provide guidance, lest they be accused of selling a cater pie at a premium price. Yi Qing reassured his parents to wait for him, then ventured into the marketplace, scanning the Pokémon eggs displayed on the stands. These eggs appeared far less appealing than those in the breeding house. Most were caked with dirt and grime, possibly pilfered from nests. Cater pie, Pidgey, Rattata. Yi Qing felt disheartened, realizing that 80% of the eggs were those of Rattata and Cater pie. Purchasing these would surely lead to a loss. While experienced individuals could initially assess the eggs' quality by their shell's patterns, the mud covering them rendered such evaluations futile. Hence, the physical impediment proved most detrimental. It was no wonder the phrase 9 losses out of 10 bets held its truth. Yi Qing navigated away from the crowd, seeking less populated areas to continue his selection. He examined various eggs: Ponyta, Wooper, Piku, Zubat, Diglett, Machop, and Mewtwo. Though some Pokémon appeared promising, their potential was disappointingly low. Even with diligent training, their achievements would be limited. After circling for a considerable time, Yi Qing's eyes brightened. Amidst a cluster of dark eggs, one stood out remarkably. Pokémon, Gloomy, Level 0, Potential, C, Status, Egg Gender, Female Type, Normal Ability, Timid, increases speed when hit by Dark, Ghost, or Bug-type moves. Note, typically, Gloomy emits soft sounds, akin to whispers. Yet, when provoked, it can unleash a scream akin to a jet engine. A C-level potential was no ordinary feat. S-level potential was typically only seen in quasi-divine Pokémon. A quasi-divine with this level of potential could, at the very least, engage lower-tier gods for several rounds. Most wild Pokémon possessed F and E-level potential. Without careful nurturing, their innate gifts would be squandered. The starter trio, monopolized and meticulously nurtured by the League, generally achieved D-level potential, with only a select few reaching CB levels. For an ordinary family like his, owning a Pokémon with a decent base value and D-level potential would be akin to striking gold. If nurtured properly, it would not only facilitate the pursuit of a spouse but also make impressing the in-laws a breeze. In essence, a C-level potential Pokémon with considerable base stats could easily become the main combatant for a gym trainer, an esteemed figure in the community. Based on Yi Qing's knowledge, professional Pokémon trainers were categorized into 8 levels: ordinary trainers, novices, recent graduates, common professionals, professional trainers active in various competitions or coaching, elite trainers, Pokémon hunters, professional bodyguards, etc., gym trainers, local champions, quasi-champions, champions, and masters. Thus, if Gloomy were nurtured well, combined with a few competent Pokémon, Yi Qing could very well aspire to the title of gym trainer. Achieving such a status would open the doors to a higher social echelon, allowing him to marry a wealthy and beautiful partner, thus realizing the dream of a pinnacle life. However, Yi Qing did not rush to a decision. He cradled the egg, roughly the size of a rugby ball, in his arms and continued to browse for other eggs. The crowd at the egg selection was considerable, with many wielding magnifying glasses and flashlights, while Yi Qing, empty-handed, appeared somewhat out of place. Ignoring the bemused glances of others, Yi Qing directed his attention to the last section. Here, the eggs were even more affordable, their appearances dismal, often caked in filth, priced around a few thousand to 10,000. Due to the proprietor's prohibition on cleaning the eggs, few dared to inspect them closely. Yet, Yi Qing felt no such trepidation. He activated his keen perception and began his search. Caterpie, Diglett, 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 Caterpie, Meowth, Cacturne, Beedrill, Charmander. just as disappointment began to creep in. His gaze fell upon a particularly grimy egg. Approaching it, Yi Qing noticed that this egg was slightly larger than the usual Pokémon eggs. Chapter 5, It's decided. It's you, young man. You ought not to linger. That egg bears cracks, and the spirit within is unlikely to survive long. Yi Qing snapped back to reality, following the direction of the voice to find an elderly gentleman clad in a black suit, exuding an air of professionalism. He was bent over, intently examining the surrounding eggs with a magnifying glass and a powerful flashlight. Thank you for the warning. Regardless of the circumstances, the man meant well. And Yi Qing expressed his gratitude before continuing to scrutinize the egg. The old man observed him lingering over it, and couldn't he help but shake his head slightly, feeling that his kindness was being taken for granted. Spirit, little fire monkey, level 0, potential, B status, weak gender, male type, fire characteristic, blaze item held, none inherited skills, flame punch, try again, clap ambush. Quick defense-based skills, none skill transfer, none skill discs, none combination skills, not developed remarks. The little fire monkey is mischievous and curious, yet it possesses a fierce fighting spirit and unwavering determination. A B-grade potential. Yi Qing's heart soared with joy. Not only was it one of the starter trio, but its talent was astonishing. With proper training, it could easily become a formidable mainstay in battles. However, what was the cause of its weakness? Could the cracks on the egg be the reason? Yet, perhaps it was fortunate. Otherwise, this noticeably larger egg would have undoubtedly been snatched away long ago. As Yi Qing gently touched the cracks on the eggshell, he suddenly felt an exceedingly faint force within, persistently striking against the shell, as if resisting its impending fate. Moved by the sight, he set down the other egg and carefully cradled this one, turning away to the checkout counter under the astonished gaze of the elderly man. Outside, Yi's mother paced anxiously, while Yi's father remained calm, leaning against the railing with his eyes closed. Upon seeing Yi Qing approach, his mother hurried over. Is this the egg? Why does it have cracks? She exclaimed, taken aback, unable to fathom how her son had chosen a defective item. Yi's father also approached for a closer inspection, then turned his gaze toward Yi Qing, seemingly demanding an explanation. Yi Qing collected his thoughts and, meeting his parents' eyes with resolve, stated firmly, this egg is extraordinary. Trust me. This is your choice, so you must be cautious, Yi's father emphasized, somewhat uncertain. I have made my decision. Yi Qing did not hesitate. Once this opportunity was gone, it would be lost forever. Although the egg had flaws, with current technology, it was not a significant issue. The shopkeeper, well aware of the egg's imperfections, approached Yi Qing with a smile, saying, to be fair, I want to take advantage of you. This egg is priced at 30,000. Typically, I do not negotiate. But if you purchase a spirit incubator and hatching fluid from me, I will offer you a wholesale price of 20,000. Yi's father's expression shifted as he exchanged glances with his wife, then nodded gravely at his son, affirming his determination. Cradling the soiled egg, Yi Qing suppressed his inner elation and began selecting the incubator and hatching fluid on the tablet the shopkeeper provided. Upon opening the hatching page, 3 different levels of incubators and hatching fluids were listed. Basic incubator description, equipped with an automatic temperature sensing and adjusting system that adapts to the egg's hatching progress. Price, 1,000. Intermediate incubator description, standard temperature regulation, plus a simulated sunlight exposure system that facilitates photosynthesis, providing energy to the egg. Price, 5,000. Advanced incubator description, comes with temperature and radiation systems, plus a natural lung respiratory system that enhances ventilation, increases oxygen and beneficial gas absorption, and possesses shock absorption capabilities to protect the egg from minor falls. Price, 10,000. Basic hatching fluid description, provides essential nutrients. Price, 500. Intermediate hatching fluid description, rich in nutrients, reduces the hatching time of the egg. Price, 2,000. Advanced hatching fluid description, eliminates harmful metal ions produced during the egg's metabolic process, mitigating detrimental factors in early development. Price, 5,000. Special hatching fluid description, in addition to the above features, it can partially repair damaged eggs. Price, 50,000. Noticing Yi Qing's gaze lingering on the special hatching fluid, the shopkeeper aptly added, this is a new product from our company. Quite rare on the market and currently only circulated within the league. Yi Qing glanced up, wondering if the shopkeeper had set a trap for him. Did he somehow know that this egg belonged to a little fire monkey? If so, anyone with keen eyes would have to purchase the hatching fluid if they bought this egg. Nonetheless, even if he knew it was a little fire monkey's egg, he could not possibly be aware of its exceptional talent. Dad, I want this advanced incubator and the special hatching fluid, Yi Qing said, turning to his father. All right. Yes, father, an amateur trainer, understood that his son needed these items to save the egg. His only concern was whether the spirit inside was rare enough. Yi's mother patted Yi Qing's head, noting how she had rarely seen him so confident over the years. The shopkeeper placed the spirit egg in front of everyone, cleaning it meticulously. Shortly after, an orange egg with cracks appeared before the onlookers. After placing the egg in the incubator filled with hatching fluid, the shopkeeper presented a complimentary high-grade ball worth 1,000 spirit coins to the customer who spent 70,000 in one go. This generation of spirit balls differs from the usual. The high-grade ball contains a one-time use spray that can heal a spirit from severe injuries and various abnormal conditions. Moreover, these sprays can be replenished at the spirit center. This feature greatly enhances a trainer's survival ability in the wild, eliminating the necessity to rush back to the city after a spirit is injured. As Yi Qing strolled down the bustling street, his spirits soared, holding the transparent incubator tightly, within which the little fire monkey's egg was bobbing in the viscous hatching fluid. Once the little fire monkey hatches, he would become a true spirit trainer. Spirits, with their resilient vitality, are unlike ordinary animals, with the aid of the hatching fluid and incubator. The cracks on the little fire monkey's egg were unlikely to pose a serious threat. Hey, Yi Qing! Just as he was lost in visions of the future, he suddenly heard a soft exclamation. Turning around, he found his close friend Wang Yao. Although Shanghai City was a burgeoning metropolis, it housed only 3 spirit academies. With many senior students coming to purchase spirit eggs or newly hatched spirits this weekend, encountering classmates on the street was not unusual. Hello, Uncle Wang, Auntie. Upon the chance meeting, Yi Qing naturally approached to greet them. Wang Yao's parents, though dressed casually, exuded an air of authority. Oh, Yi Qing, good to see you. Wang Yao's family, familiar with Yu's mother from their childhood, engaged in warm conversation. Chapter 6. The Gift of Happening. As far as Yi Qing knew, Wang Yao's parents were not ordinary individuals. One was the director of the Alliance Security Bureau, while the other served as the head of the Elf Center, wielding considerable influence and power. Brother, is this the Pokémon egg you selected? Wang Yao inquired, scrutinizing the incubator in Yi Qing's arms. Yi Qing grinned widely. Yes. I just picked it. The egg's color and pattern were somewhat indiscernible. It appeared to be a fire-type egg, yet it also seemed reminiscent of rock or ground types. Oh, what is this crack doing here? Wang Yao furrowed his brow, pointing to a corner of the egg. A crack? Let me take a look. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wang perked up, retrieving a magnifying glass to closely examine the egg beside Yi Qing. Yes. Mom, could you please check if it's serious? Wang Yu quickly stepped aside to allow his mother a better view. Indeed, Xiao Shuang, please help us out. Yi Qing's mother chimed in. Having been worried about this issue for some time, please examine this happening. Aunt Wang gestured for her sister to remain calm. She opened a Pokeball, and a pink, plump Pokemon materialized from the light. Pokemon, happening, level 39, potential, D, status, healthy gender, female type, normal ability, natural recovery held item, none inherited skills, heal bell. Aromatherapy-based skills, round, pound, double slap, tackle, healing pulse skill teaching, water pulse, icy wind skill discs, hidden power, ice beam, shadow clone, rock tomb. Echoed voice combination skills, not developed remarks. Happeny's egg possesses miraculous effects. It not only heals Pokémon but is said to be filled with happiness. It is rumored that a single bite can transform even the most ferocious Pokémon into gentle creatures. As Happiny made its entrance, it immediately captured the attention of passers-by on the street, with some even pulling out cameras to capture the moment. Happiny emitted a soft call, hurrying towards the Pokémon egg. This egg is already at level 39, Yi Qing thought uneasily, glancing at Aunt Wang. In reality, a Pokémon's level is not represented merely by numbers, but is akin to the trainer's level. Yi Qing speculated that a master-level trainer's primary Pokémon would be at least around level 90, suggesting that Aunt Wang must be a seasoned trainer. However, this was to be expected, as the head of the Elf Center would indeed be part of the elite in society. Please, Happiny. Yi Qing gently bent down, placing the incubator into Happany's hands. Happiny nodded, its gaze softening as it caressed the crack on the egg, as if sensing the indomitable spirit of the little Chimchar within. After a moment of contemplation, Happiny resolutely broke off a piece of its own egg and, to the astonishment of the onlookers, placed it into the incubator. With a soft gasp, Happiny closed its eyes, its hands glowing as it enveloped the incubator in light. A refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, and moments later, it opened its eyes, smiling and shaking its head at Yi Qing. Now, you can rest easy, Aunt Wang assured, gently patting Happany's head. Thank you all. Yi Qing bowed lightly to Happiny and Uncle Hu's family, joyfully accepting the incubator from Happiny. He was at a loss for words, never expecting Happiny to use its precious egg to heal Chimchar. Aunt Wang chuckled softly. No need to be so polite. Happiny willingly did it. Besides, your mother and I are good friends, so this is nothing. After Yi Qing's family expressed their gratitude multiple times, the Wang family bid farewell. inviting them for a meal another day. Ye's mother sighed internally, watching the Wang family walk further away. Thanks to Happeny's healing, Yiqing no longer needed to check the Pokémon egg's health at the Elf Center. After all, no ordinary examination could match the accuracy of a healing master like Happeny. Upon returning home, Yiqing cradled the incubator and entered his room. Sitting at his desk, he gazed out the window at the night scene, where Pidgeys rested on branches while the elderly neighbor called his pet back home for dinner. Yiqing smiled, gently flipping open the incubator's manual and adjusting the various indices as instructed. It stated that the Pokémon must soak in the hatching liquid for a week, after which the liquid would be drained, and the Pokémon would emerge from its shell within 1 to 3 days. After studying for a while, Yiqing opened his computer to research Chimchar's recommended diet and care methods. Chimchar was known for its mischievous nature, insatiable curiosity, and jealousy, so if you had a girlfriend, you had to be cautious. If Chimchar disapproved of her, it might engage in various antics to meddle in your relationship. Most importantly, Chimchar disliked solitude. Thus, to foster a bond, it was advisable not to leave it alone in its Pokeball during its early growth stages, but rather to keep it close. In terms of food, besides regularly feeding it fire-type Pokémon food and energy cubes, nuts and grains could also be offered as treats. Yiqing was also aware that the evolution levels and the levels required to learn skills differed from the previous world's Pokédex or games. It relied entirely on the trainer's nurturing and the Pokémon's innate qualities and physical attributes. Moreover, the Pokémon's height was also unlike the Pokédex descriptions. Upon realizing this, Yiqing let out a sigh of relief. Could one imagine a creature capable of cataclysmic destruction, like Groudon, only standing at 3.5 meters tall? Just as Yiqing was engrossed in his research, a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. Is your son asleep? Without turning around, Yiqing replied, Not yet. What's up, Mom? His mother entered, sitting beside him and placing a bank card on the desk with a serious tone. There is still 30,000 yuan left here. Today, I'm giving you this money. In half a month, you will be staying at the accommodation for closed management, right? If you need to purchase anything for your Pokémon later, just go ahead and buy it. Gazing at the bank card on the desk, Yiqing nodded earnestly. Don't worry, Mom. I want to let you down. All right, sleep early. His mother ruffled his hair before turning to leave. Time flew by, and before long, a week had passed. During these days, aside from attending classes, Yiqing spent every moment nurturing his bond with the incubator and Chimchar. Some classmates had already begun teaching their young Pokémon skills, while Yiqing admired Wang Yao and his girlfriend with the wood gecko he had received. He felt a deep sense of respect. After all, he had to go through so much trouble to acquire a starter Pokémon, while others had them offered freely without parental assistance. Chapter 7. Hatching. In contrast to Wang Yao's wood gecko, Yiqing was somewhat surprised by Huoming Yao's Pokémon, which turned out to be an adorably clumsy puppy Pokémon. However, acquiring such a creature was not an arduous task for her family, as it was rumored that a relative of hers held a position in the Public Security Bureau. Gazing at the now empty incubator, Yiqing gently murmured, Little fire monkey, please hatch quickly for your father. That night, Yiqing sat on the sofa with the incubator in his arms, tuning the television to the Pokémon competition. After watching several matches, he noted that the current battle tactics were rather rudimentary. Concepts like substitute guarding and sun teams were far from reality. In the real world, weather abilities were exceedingly rare, and those with mediocre talent often found them incomprehensible. One could say they were a rarity indeed. Nonetheless, this was understandable, as skill discs had only been developed for a little over a decade, and many abilities remained underexplored. Son, call your sister and ask where she is. I'm about to finish dinner. Ye's mother urged from the kitchen, her hands busy with preparations. Yiqing rolled his eyes, replying, Mom, this is the 5th time you've reminded me. Just as he was about to grab his phone to inquire about his sister's whereabouts, a series of knocks sounded at the door. Yiqing hurried over, knowing his sister would never open the door herself if someone was home. Upon opening the door, a little girl with pigtails stood cheerfully outside. Wow, brother, I missed you so much. The little girl exclaimed, throwing her arms around Yiqing. Hey, where's your Pokémon? Show me. Just as Yiqing was about to bond with his sister, she suddenly pushed him aside. After changing her shoes, Huoming Yao glanced around and was immediately captivated by the incubator on the sofa. Huan is back. Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner, Ye's mother said, breathing a sigh of relief upon seeing her daughter return safely. Okay, Huoming Yao replied quickly, yet her body remained stationary as she swayed her long legs, her sparkling eyes fixed on the incubator. Study well, and I'll fund your attendance at the Pokémon Academy, Yiqing said, ruffling his sister's hair with determination. Huoming Yao absent-mindedly stroked the incubator, responding without lifting her gaze. It's not that important, brother. Yiqing chuckled. You'll see in a few months when your exams come around. She nodded, though she didn't take it to heart, aware that their family's finances were directed towards her brother's education, leaving little for herself. Nevertheless, she bore no resentment towards her parents, believing that Yiqing would surely compensate her in the future. Days passed, and during breakfast one morning, Yiqing suddenly noticed the Pokémon egg in the incubator shaking vigorously. With a crisp crack, numerous fissures appeared on the orange egg, and a brilliant light burst forth from within. The little fire monkey is about to hatch. Yiqing's heart raced as he fixed his gaze on the incubator, anxiety bubbling in his throat. The alarm on the incubator flashed, and with a loud pop, it disassembled, releasing a burst of white light that revealed a 30-centimeter little fire monkey on the table. Its fur was predominantly orange, with a small flame flickering on its rear. Said to be fueled by gas from within, impervious to water. This type of Pokémon could also regulate the temperature of the flames on its body, so that even if its owner touched it, they would feel no heat. "Hello, little fire monkey," Yiqing said, suppressing his excitement as he extended his right hand, striving to appear warm and inviting. "Wah." The little fire monkey blinked its large, watery eyes, staring motionlessly at Yiqing, sensing that he was the one who had kept it company recently. Species: little fire monkey, level 1. Potential: B status, healthy gender, male type, fire ability, blaze held item, none inherited skills, fire punch, try again, quick attack, quick guard base skill, scratch skill inheritance, none skill disc, none remarks. Little fire monkey is mischievous, curious, and possesses a strong fighting spirit along with unwavering determination. "Hello, little fire monkey," Yiqing said, trying to contain his exhilaration. Suddenly, the little creature turned its back on him and made a funny face. "Wow, so cheeky. You already recognize me as your father? You didn't act like this earlier." Yiqing reached out to embrace it, but the little creature effortlessly jumped back. The excited little fire monkey began to bounce around the room, and Yiqing thought to himself how fortunate it was that his family was at work or school. Otherwise, he would have been in for quite the mess. Observing the energetic little creature, Yiqing retrieved a pre-prepared fire-type energy cube. The cherry-sized cube emitted a unique aroma that immediately captivated the little fire monkey, who was currently frolicking on the cabinet. The little fire monkey twitched its nose, its big eyes darting towards the energy cube in Yiqing's hand. "Wah!" It turned its body and leaped towards Yiqing with its mouth wide open, attempting to snatch the cube. Fortunately, Yiqing reacted quickly, closing his hand and causing the little fire monkey to miss its target. The little creature, now in a flurry, anxiously circled around, trying to pry open Yiqing's hand, yet hesitating out of fear. It could only look up at Yiqing, whimpering. Watching the little fire monkey scratching its head in frustration on the table, Yiqing decided to impart some of his gathered knowledge, explaining that if it wanted to eat, it must obey. Pokémon are unlike other animals. They possess high intelligence and can easily understand the various languages of their own species, as well as any human language. The little fire monkey nodded eagerly, its eyes focused on Yiqing's palm, even drooling slightly at the sight of the energy cube. Unable to resist its eager expression, Yiqing opened his hand, revealing the cube. "Wah!" The little fire monkey's eyes shone with joy as it swiftly grabbed the energy cube with both hands, shoving it into its mouth. Covering its mouth with tiny hands, it watched Yiqing with a wary gaze, as if fearing he would snatch the cube away. Finding its adorable demeanor irresistible, Yiqing chuckled and gently ruffled its head, thinking of the surprise he would reveal to his parents later that evening. The gentle patting made the little fire monkey feel quite comfortable. It squinted its eyes, continuously rubbing its cheek against Yiqing's arm. As the saying goes, one should relish youth. Yiqing walked to school with the little fire monkey in his arms, and he couldn't help but notice the envious glances he received along the way. Upon entering the classroom, Yiqing's little fire monkey immediately attracted everyone's attention. In a class of 50, only 3 students possessed the prestigious starter Pokémon, making Yiqing's ownership of a little fire monkey a remarkable surprise to all. Chapter 8. The terrifying talent. Perhaps it was the sheer number of people present, or perhaps it was the first time little fire monkey had been gazed upon by so many, but perched on Yiqing's shoulder, it appeared somewhat frightened. Wrapping one hand around Yiqing's neck while gently sucking on a finger, the bespectacled sports committee member rushed over, thinking to himself that the eggs of the 3 starter Pokémon were worth at least 300,000. With Yiqing's ordinary family background, he could hardly afford to spend such a hefty sum. "Goodness, where did you get this little fire monkey?" Observing the astonishment in his eyes, Yiqing gently reassured the timid little fire monkey, saying, "I acquired it with my discerning eye." "Don't boast. You and your discerning eye. Just make sure you can afford to keep it." The bespectacled boy playfully slapped Yiqing on the back, realizing that the latter did not wish to divulge more and chose not to press further. Amidst the envious gazes of their classmates, Yi Qing retrieved Little Fire Monkey and made his way to his dedicated seat at the back of the classroom. Wang Yao had seen Little Fire Monkey before, so he simply gave a thumbs up from his seat. Yi Qing winked at him, as Pokémon were not allowed to be released in class. He had no choice but to return Little Fire Monkey to its Pokeball, regardless of its reluctance. Huaming Yao, the class flower, cast glances between the two and wondered if there was some hidden transaction between Yi Qing and Wang Yao. Aside from Yi Qing's Little Fire Monkey and Wang Yao's Wood Gecko, the other two starter Pokémon were the class monitor's Fire Dragon and the sports committee member's Crocodile. Huaming Yao also had a formidable Houndoom in her hands. The situation was similar in other classes, with the starter Pokémon or even rarer creatures being limited to just a handful. This lesson was taught by the homeroom teacher. Upon entering the classroom, he learned that Yi Qing's Pokémon was a Little Fire Monkey and pondered whether the boy had somehow been possessed. Recently, Yi Qing had made a strong impression on him, becoming not only remarkably knowledgeable but also possessing such an impressive Pokémon. Lu Jiangwo cleared his throat, interrupting his train of thought, and addressed the class. Since the last of our class's Pokémon has hatched, I will apply to the school for a practical class in the forest surrounding the city next month. During this time, I hope you will nurture your Pokémon diligently. The day passed swiftly, and after school, Yi Qing hurried to the Pokémon shop to purchase a month's supply of food and energy cubes for Little Fire Monkey. The food was not expensive, but the energy cubes cost him 5,000 coins, and that was just for the basic level. Mom, Dad, I'm back, Yi Qing exclaimed excitedly upon entering his home. Wow! Little Fire Monkey, perched on Yi Qing's shoulder, waved enthusiastically at his parents, who were sitting on the sofa watching television. Little Fire Monkey. Yi Dad's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected his son to have chosen a Little Fire Monkey egg. Yi Mom gasped in astonishment, realizing that owning a starter Pokémon was akin to holding a ticket to the elite of society. Trainers possessing starter Pokémon rarely found themselves struggling, provided they were not foolish. Come here and let me see. After a moment of surprise, Yi Mom joyfully stood up to embrace Little Fire Monkey. Woo! Little Fire Monkey, unafraid, leaped into Yi Mom's arms without hesitation. Good, good, Yi Dad exclaimed twice, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as the long-held pressure lifted. That evening, the family enjoyed a lavish feast. Even Yi Dad, who seldom drank, indulged in several glasses. Observing his parents' joyful expressions, Yi Qing glanced around their modest home and vowed to provide them with a better quality of life. As he lay in bed, Yi Qing took a photograph of Little Fire Monkey and shared it on social media. Don't forget to feed it, Yi Dad commented. Look how mischievous it is. So energetic. Much cuter than you were as a child, Yi Mom added. Wow, it's a Little Fire Monkey. Brother, I want one too, Yi Minghan exclaimed. Yi Qing felt a wave of frustration. Ever since Little Fire Monkey had joined the family, his standing had plummeted. After spending a few days playing with Little Fire Monkey, the little creature was brimming with excitement and curiosity about everything. Once it had adapted to its new body, Yi Qing began its training. After listening to the instructor's lengthy lecture, the 50 students quickly dispersed with their Pokémon. Use Spark, Yi Qing directed, pointing at a large tree. Woo! Little Fire Monkey furrowed its brow, contemplating for a moment before taking a deep breath and forcefully exhaling. Yet all that emerged was a cloud of black smoke without a spark in sight. Is this how training works? Yi Qing scratched his head in confusion and decided to start with something simpler. Despite Little Fire Monkey's high potential, it was essential to walk before running. Yi Qing commanded. You scratch, pointing at a tree roughly the size of his arm. Little Fire Monkey nodded, sprang into action, and its claws extended with a flash of white light before swiftly climbing the tree. Watching leaves cascade down, Yi Qing approached to inspect the tree closely. The trunk bore 2 shallow claw marks, about 2 millimeters deep. For a Pokémon using a skill for the first time, this was already commendable. After practicing for over an hour and taking a brief break, Yi Qing pulled out his phone to show Little Fire Monkey a tutorial on the Spark skill. Such foundational skills had instructional videos available on the League's official website. Little Fire Monkey watched intently for a while, then took a deep breath and, tilting its head while placing its hands on its hips, handed the phone back to Yi Qing. Yi Qing accepted the phone, amused by Little Fire Monkey's seemingly understanding demeanor, thinking it was improbable that it could grasp the skill after just a few viewings of the video. After all, Huamingyao's Houndoom had spent days trying and failed to learn Spark. As if on cue, Huamingyao jogged by with her Houndoom. Yi Qing, aren't you a bit too eager? After all, Little Fire Monkey has only just hatched. The bespectacled boy, who was following Huamingyao, chimed in, right? It took my Crocodile 3 days to learn Water Gun. You should take it easy. Just as Yi Qing was about to retort, he saw Little Fire Monkey take a deep breath and, with its mouth wide open, unleashed a cloud of black smoke laced with sparks. Woof! Houndoom jumped in surprise, but, ever loyal and brave, immediately leaped in front of Huamingyao, shielding her. Is that its inherited skill? The bespectacled boy exclaimed, nearly losing his glasses. Recalling that just days ago, little fire monkey had still been an egg, Huo Mingyao could barely contain her laughter at his words. Inherited spark? Really? Noticing Houndoom's fierce stance, little fire monkey's fighting spirit ignited as it clenched its fists and glared at Houndoom. Huo Mingyao and Yi Qing exchanged glances, a surge of inexplicable emotions rising within them. Just as the moment was about to culminate, she was interrupted by Yi Qing. Chapter 9. The Golden Stream Forest today. I will have my little fire monkey practice in preparation for the class assessment scheduled for a week later. What a jest. The Cardi dog has been trained for several days, while my little fire monkey has only recently begun its training. Nevertheless, it will suffice. Huo Mingyao, understanding Yi Qing's thoughts, smiled and greeted the fire monkey before continuing her run with the Cardi dog. The bespectacled boy, wishing to maintain his dignity as the sports committee member, offered a few casual tips to Yi Qing before sheepishly following Huo Mingyao. With commendable spirit, continue utilizing Ember. Yi Qing disregarded the boy's ill-informed remarks, as he had yet to allow the fire monkey to use its inherited skills. He wanted to observe how such high potential would manifest when learning new techniques. After several unsuccessful attempts, the fire monkey was panting heavily. Just as Yi Qing was about to let it rest, he noticed it suddenly inhaling deeply, puffing out its cheeks. And a rapid succession of flames erupted from its mouth. Well, the fire monkey seemed to be venting its exuberance, howling to the sky as flames continuously shot forth from its mouth. The surrounding classmates were astounded, pondering how this newly hatched fire monkey had already mastered Ember while their own Pokémon had yet to learn it. Huo Mingyao and the Cardi dog paused, realizing that even the Cardi dog had only recently grasped Ember. The teacher nearby was somewhat taken aback, though such occurrences were not entirely uncommon in his extensive teaching career. He merely made a mental note of Yi Qing. Huffing and puffing, the fire monkey bent over, clearly exhausted from such an extended use of Ember. You did wonderfully. Yi Qing patted its head and offered it an energy cube as a reward. With the energy cube consumed, the fire monkey was invigorated, pumping its fists in pride. Flames soaring from behind. Yi Qing pointed to a tree trunk that had been scratched to shreds and declared, "All right, let us practice flame punch next." The fire monkey's eyes sparkled with determination as it thrust its right fist forward, producing a whooshing sound as it struck the trunk. However, no flames accompanied this punch, and the fire monkey scratched its head in confusion. Yi Qing was not surprised. Although flame punch was an inherited move, it did not guarantee immediate execution. The technique demanded considerable muscular strength, which the fire monkey had yet to attain. A week passed swiftly, and the Pokémon grew rapidly. Through relentless training, the fire monkey's physique became increasingly robust. That night, after dinner, Yi Qing trained with his fire monkey in the garden beneath their home. Use flame punch, he commanded. The fire monkey's eyes widened, its right fist igniting in fierce flames, akin to a blazing comet as it struck a rock with all its might. Bam! The soccer-sized rock shattered into pieces, scattering debris in all directions. Excellent work, fire monkey. Yi Qing rewarded it with another energy cube. The fire monkey beamed with pride, striking a heroic pose with its hands on its hips. Pokémon, little fire monkey, level 7, potential, B status, healthy gender, male type, fire ability, blaze held item, none inherited skills, flame punch, try again, striking claps. Quick defense basic skills, scratch, ember skill transfer, none skill CD, none notes. The little fire monkey possesses a mischievous nature and a curious disposition, yet it also boasts a fierce spirit and unwavering determination. After more than a week of training, the fire monkey reached level 7, having proficiently mastered its inherited skills, including Ember, which it could now execute effortlessly. Noticing his phone vibrating, Yi Qing checked to find a call from Wang Yao. Hey, is there something urgent at this late hour? The fire monkey, having finished its energy cube, swiftly climbed onto Yi Qing's shoulder, tilting its head to eavesdrop on the phone call. Good news. No one seeks you out this late for trivial matters. Wang Yao's boisterous voice reached Yi Qing and the fire monkey's ears. Isn't Monday the start of our dorm stay? My girlfriend and I plan to camp in the Golden Stream Forest, battling wild Pokémon and enjoying one last hurrah before the managed dorms begin. Although Yi Qing could not see Wang Yao's face, the pride in his tone was palpable. I won't be a third wheel. Yi Qing declined. However, Wang Yao, undeterred, replied leisurely, Am I that kind of person? There will be a girl accompanying us. My girlfriend's best friend, she's quite beautiful. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing exchanged glances with his fire monkey, which radiated determination. Reluctantly, Yi Qing agreed. Fine, it's a good opportunity for the fire monkey to challenge itself through practice. The fire monkey. Wang Yao exclaimed excitedly. All right then, I'll meet you at your place tomorrow at 8. You don't need to bring anything except for the fire monkey. After hanging up, Yiqing affectionately ruffled the fire monkey's head as they headed home, reassuring himself that his agreement had nothing to do with the presence of lovely ladies. In this world inhabited by Pokémon, the natural environment was well preserved, with lush vegetation and countless towering trees. The Golden Stream Forest, located on the outskirts of Shanghai City, connected to a pristine forest behind the mountains. However, due to regular cleanups by the forest rangers, powerful Pokémon were scarce, making it a popular weekend destination for families. Be cautious in the Golden Stream Forest. You're about to start dorm living. Why not spend more time at home? Although Yiqing's mother expressed some concern, she acknowledged that gaining experience outdoors would benefit both the fire monkey and her son. I've packed all the essentials for your dorm stay. If you need anything else, just give us a call. By the way, where's Dad? Yiqing quickly diverted the topic amidst his mother's chatter. Your father has been sent out of town for work-related research, she replied, turning on the television indifferently. The following morning, with a clear blue sky devoid of any impurities, Yiqing awaited outside his apartment with the fire monkey, greeting passers-by warmly. An elderly man in a tank top, fanning himself, approached and remarked, Yiqing, your fire monkey is impressive. I didn't expect your parents to be so generous. Yiqing smiled and nodded, patting the fire monkey, which was nibbling on a nut. A Mercedes-Benz G-Class pulled up at the entrance of the complex, and Wang Yao leaned out the window, calling excitedly, Yiqing, get in. Yiqing took out a high-grade Pokeball, and in a flash of red light, the fire monkey was drawn inside, leaving only a half-eaten nut suspended in midair. Chapter 10. Ambushed in the Wild Greetings. Yiqing placed his luggage into the trunk and settled into the back seat, only to discover that a young lady of similar age was already seated beside him. With her delicate skin and chestnut-colored long hair, she appeared particularly charming, albeit with a somewhat dazed demeanor. Wang Yao turned to introduce, this is my good friend Yiqing. This is my girlfriend Sun Xiaowei. And this is her close friend Su Yiqing. Hello, Yiqing said, directing his gaze towards the driver's seat where Sun Xiaowei, wearing sunglasses, exuded elegance. Her shoulder-length hair and denim attire presented a stark contrast to the naturally endearing Su Yiqing. After exchanging pleasantries, Yiqing and Wang Yao shared a knowing glance that conveyed unspoken understanding. Wang Yao smiled, fully aware that Yiqing admired his swift change of girlfriends. As they sped along the road, within a few hours, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. Given that it was the weekend, the area was bustling with visitors. Sun Xiaowei, excitedly carrying a backpack, suggested to the group, shall we explore the back mountain? The front has already been developed and lacks excitement. Su Yiqing, adjusting her sun hat, hesitated, saying, isn't that a bit risky? Our Pokémon are rather weak. And what if something dangerous happens? Wang Yao interrupted with a chuckle. Oh, what danger could there possibly be? Don't worry, we won't venture too far. Right? Yiqing? Yiqing took a backpack and, observing the flirtatious exchange between Wang Yao and Sun Xiaowei, understood their intentions. Indeed, the front mountain was crowded, making it difficult to find a wild Pokémon for battle. Weighing the options, he reluctantly agreed, if we don't stray too far, it should be fine. All right then. Su Yiqing pondered for a moment and, seeing the consensus among the three, chose not to voice further objections. Wang Yao led the way, cheerfully waving, follow me. I know a shortcut to the back mountain. Avoiding the crowds, they traversed a rugged path and arrived at the back mountain, in stark contrast to the developed front. This area was adorned with towering ancient trees, their branches intertwining in a dense canopy that shielded them from the scorching sun. Faced with such a breathtaking scene, the adventurers' spirits were ignited, and disregarding the warning signs forbidding entry, the four released their Pokémon and ventured into the forest. Little fire monkey, I entrust you with my protection, Yiqing called as he released the small fire monkey, affectionately ruffling its head. At this moment, the others also unleashed their Pokémon. Compared to the recently hatched little fire monkey, Wang Yao's Trico had already reached level 9, Sun Xiaowei had a level 10 Torchic, and Su Yiqing had an 8-level Swablu. Your Swablu is simply adorable, Sun Xiaowei exclaimed, gently stroking the fluffy wings of the Swablu, unable to contain her affection. A traitor of the Dragon Clan? Yiqing mused quietly, observing the charming Swablu. What did you say? Wang Yao inquired, leaning closer, intrigued by Yiqing's comment. Nothing, let us move, Yiqing responded, shaking his head as he stepped into the forest. Little Blue, keep an eye on the sky, Su Yiqing instructed, patting the Swablu's head. Chapter 11. The ferocious Spearow standing to the side, Su Yiqing inquired with a hint of confusion. Yiqing, your little fire monkey must have just been born. How has it learned Ember so quickly? Wang Yao, eager to matchmake Su Yiqing with his friend, immediately chimed in. What else could it be? It's simply due to its exceptional aptitude. Oh, Su Yiqing nodded, somewhat bewildered, acknowledging that indeed, high-aptitude Pokémon defy logic. Sun Xiaowei, feeling a bit anxious. glanced around and said, "All right, let's hurry along. I remember that Rattata is a social Pokémon." Yi Qing nodded. This was not an animated world, and he did not possess the extraordinary resilience of Ash Ketchum. Facing a Pokémon-S attack could indeed be fatal. In this realm, the presence of Pokémon had led to the gradual evolution of various plants over thousands of years, resulting in a unique resin. This resin would autonomously secrete itself when exposed to flames or damage, serving to extinguish fires and heal itself. Without this capability, survival under the relentless bombardment of Pokémon would be impossible. After walking for a while and finishing lunch, the group ventured deeper into the forest. In the meantime, aside from Rattata, the fire monkey also triumphed over several caterpies and oddish, its spirits soaring high. Observing the surrounding woods, Yi Qing remarked, "I believe we've gone far enough. Venturing further may lead to danger." The two girls, already weary, quickly agreed. Su Yiqing said, "I'll have Qing check if there are any rivers nearby. We can set up camp there." Chirp. Qing Mian bird responded happily, flapping its wings in an attempt to fly higher. "Don't go," Yi Qing urgently interjected. He knew that this was not the city. The wild Pokémon in the forest were numerous, each often possessing their territories. Qing Mian bird's reckless ascent could easily provoke other flying-type Pokémon. "Oh, it's fine." Sun Xiaowei waved her hand dismissively, unconcerned. "The sky is so vast. What are the odds of colliding with something?" Su Yiqing frowned, realizing that Yi Qing had a point. Just as she intended to call Qing Mian bird back, a sudden gust of wind swept through. Chirp, chirp. The group was startled as a massive shadow darted overhead, followed by the anguished cry of Qing Mian bird. "Little Qing." Su Yiqing gasped, hastily retrieving the fallen bird into its Pokeball. "A Spearow?" Gazing up at the furious Spearow hovering above them, Yi Qing quickly checked its information. Pokémon, Spearow, level 17, potential, E, status, severely injured, exhausted, gender, male type, normal ability, keen eye, fortunately. Its accuracy will not be reduced. Held item, none inherited skills, quick attack basic skills, peck, fury attack, aerial ace, mimic. Bite skill transfer, none TM, none note, a Pokémon that has overdrawn its potential and evolved forcefully. It will attack any intruders in its territory with ferocity. Level 17? Yi Qing furrowed his brow. Such a powerful Pokémon could not be handled by just one of his Pokémon alone. Fortunately, it was severely injured, so overwhelming it with numbers might still yield a chance of victory. Wang Yao, nearly frightened to the point of wetting himself by the aggressive Spearow, shouted to his girlfriend, "We might be in its territory. Let us make a run for it." Yi Qing stepped forward and shouted, "With our speed, we definitely can outrun it. This area is densely vegetated, leaving it little room to maneuver. Instead, let us take a gamble. We might just secure a glimmer of hope." Without granting the intruders time to contemplate, the Spearow, enduring its pain, transformed into a white flash and charged towards them. Yi Qing pulled Su Yiqing behind a tree and pointed at the Spearow, commanding, "Fire Monkey, unleash your most powerful ember." Sun Xiaowei realized Yi Qing had a valid point. Moreover, having been sheltered at home, she had never experienced such exhilarating thrills. She broke free from Wang Yao's grasp and commanded her Torchic, "Torchic, let us use Ember too." Seeing his girlfriend's eyes gleaming with excitement, Wang Yao gritted his teeth and yelled, "Let us do this." Trico used Seed Bomb. Torchic and Trico unleashed their attacks simultaneously, creating a torrent of energy that surged toward the descending Spearow. Boom. The collision erupted in a cloud of dust, sending shockwaves radiating outward. Yi Qing shielded his eyes from the flying debris and continued to instruct the fire monkey, "Wait for the right moment and leap onto its back." Ow wow. The clever fire monkey swiftly ascended a tree, inching closer to the Spearow. With the dense foliage surrounding, the Spearow had little room to evade. Sun Xiaowei's latent aggression surged forth, and she excitedly shouted, "Cover it. Continue using Ember." Torchic inhaled deeply and unleashed a torrent of scorching embers at the recovering Spearow. "We'll use Quick Attack." Wang Yao, now less fearful, noted that the Spearow's strength wasn't as overwhelming as he had presumed. Trico propelled itself off the trunk, transforming into a green flash racing toward the Spearow. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yiqing released the injured Qing Mian bird, allowing it to recover its strength swiftly. Enraged, the Spearow bellowed. Had it not been for its injuries, it would not allow such insolence. Its elongated beak morphed into a steel spear, thrusting into Trico's abdomen and dealing significant damage. Meanwhile, Torchic's ember struck the Spearow's face with crackling intensity. Quack! The Spearow, furious, flared its comb, appearing as if it could bleed crimson. Its enraged gaze fixated on Torchic, and it unleashed a barrage of embers from its beak, though it was mimicked from others. The embers it spewed forth were as large as grapes, exponentially increasing their power, resembling a machine gun as they rained down upon Torchic. Yuqing clenched his fist and shouted, "Now is the moment. Use Fire Punch." As the Spearow was distracted, the fire monkey leapt from a tree behind it, landing firmly on its back. With a fist ablaze, it delivered a powerful blow to the Spearow's head. Bang! The strike caused the Spearow to stagger, its old and new injuries flaring up simultaneously, interrupting the embers it was about to unleash. Yet, this blow was not enough to take it down. Furious, the Spearow turned its focus on the fire monkey, inhaling deeply as it prepared to unleash another fiery attack. Yuqing, anxious, shouted, "Don't stop. Continue using Fire Punch." He thought to himself that as long as the fire monkey could withstand the embers, it would have the advantage with its blaze ability. And a single fire punch could decisively defeat the wounded Spearow. Use Peck. At that moment, Su Yiqing urgently commanded, pointing at the Spearow. Chirp. The now rejuvenated Qing-Mion bird let out a triumphant cry, transforming into a blur that collided fiercely with the Spearow's face. Though this attack lacked power, its sheer humiliation provoked the enraged Spearow, which abandoned its pursuit of the fire monkey and began pecking relentlessly at the Qing-Mion bird in front of it. Chapter 12. Crisis. The little fire monkey seized this fortuitous opportunity, its entire being ablaze with determination. Flames erupted from its rear, and its right fist enveloped in a fierce inferno. It struck down upon the behemoth Spearow with a resounding thud. The explosion echoed like thunder, the flames bursting forth. And the once mighty behemoth Spearow let out a sorrowful cry, its eyes rolling back as it plummeted to the ground. Splendid, Wang Yao exclaimed, raising his arms in exhilaration, astonished that this ferocious behemoth Spearow had been bested by his novice companions. Panting heavily, the little fire monkey stood atop the behemoth Spearow's back, the exertion from its fiery punches taking a toll on its stamina. Yiqing swiftly examined the little fire monkey's status and, as expected, its power had rapidly surged, elevating it to level 8 after such a lopsided battle. Su Yiqing recalled her injured cotton bird, glancing at Yiqing, who stood before her as a shield, and whispered her gratitude. "Thank you." But before Yiqing could respond, he was abruptly startled by the sound of hundreds of wings flapping. "This is bad. It's a horde of fiery sparrows. Run." Yiqing's expression changed dramatically, recalling the harrowing tales of how he had once been relentlessly pursued, though the other three were unaware of the terror that a fiery sparrow horde could unleash. They could see the pallor on Yiqing's face and grasped the gravity of the situation. Hundreds of fiery sparrows burst forth from the thicket, attacking the four with reckless abandon. "Run, run." Yiqing recalled the little fire monkey, seizing Su Yiqing, who remained in a daze, and sprinted towards the dense jungle. "Quickly, my dear, run." Wang Yao and Sun Xiaowei were equally terrified, their sheltered lives having never prepared them for such chaos. Their minds went blank as they fled in a panic, with her right hand clasped over her ears and her left hand firmly held by Yiqing. Su Yiqing sprinted in the opposite direction. The horde of fiery sparrows split into two, their ferocity promising to shred the four if they did not escape. After several minutes of frantic flight, Yiqing felt the fabric of his clothing tearing, while Su Yiqing, lagging behind, was visibly exhausted, her breaths coming in labored gasps. "I can't go on," Su Yiqing exclaimed, her heart racing as if it would burst, her lungs ablaze. Yiqing glanced back at the relentless horde of fiery sparrows, his mind racing for a solution. Suddenly, the sound of rushing water echoed ahead. Is there hope? Due to Su Yiqing's hindrance, both had sustained numerous pecks from the fiery sparrows. Pushing through a thicket, a river, approximately 3 meters wide and flowing relentlessly, appeared before them. Without a second thought, Yiqing wrapped his arm around Su Yiqing's waist and leaped into the water. With a splash, the two were swept away by the furious current. Yet Yiqing underestimated the nature of the fiery sparrows. They shot into the water like arrows, creating splashes all around them. And then, silence fell. The fiery sparrows, incapable of swimming, choked and fled in disarray after a brief search. Yiqing sputtered, choking on the water, realizing with dread that he could not swim, holding her breath. Su Yiqing swiftly kicked her long legs in the water, pulling the nearly breathless Yiqing upwards. As they surfaced, they noticed a precipice ahead, a waterfall. They exchanged glances, and before they could think further, the current pulled them over the edge. Fortunately, the drop was only 2 or 3 meters high. Yiqing, upon being thrust into the pool below, inhaled a few mouthfuls of water but managed to drag the motionless Su Yiqing to the shore with all his strength. Gasping for breath, Yiqing lay sprawled on the ground, his heart racing at the thought of what might have happened had Su Yiqing also been unable to swim. Su Yiqing was in no better state, her clothing torn in several places, and having fallen behind Yiqing, she bore more injuries from the fiery sparrow's relentless pecking. "Come forth, little fire monkey." After a moment of gathering himself, Yiqing produced the Pokeball and released the little fire monkey. Mew. Immediately, the little fire monkey supported Yuqing, allowing him to rest against it. As dusk settled, the forest echoed with the growls of beasts. Surveying their surroundings, Yuqing recognized they were in a basin. Beside a pool of water, where various Pokémon like the horned goldfish and mosquito tadpoles peeked above the surface, cautiously observing them. These timid creatures, sensing the two were not leaving, reluctantly vanished into the depths of the water. The river continued to snake into the forest, flanked by dense foliage. Observing Yuqing lying still beside him, Yuqing urged the little fire monkey to assist him in approaching her. Yuqing, wake up. He gently patted her damp face. Checking for a pulse, and sighed in relief, she had merely lost consciousness. Ugh. The little fire monkey tugged at Yuqing's sleeve, its little belly grumbling in discontent. Are you hungry? Just a moment. Yuqing, dismissing the little fire monkey's speech quirks, patted its head, instructing it to wait. After the fierce battle, the little fire monkey was in dire need of nourishment. Thankfully, his backpack had not been lost. He rummaged through the bag, discovering supplies prepared by Wang Yao and the others. Aside from the little fire monkey's food, he found only a flashlight, a blanket, and some food and medicine. He handed the little fire monkey some food to tide it over and decided to start a fire to dry off himself and Yuqing. Her drenched clothing clung to her form, accentuating her graceful figure. Yuqing, having never even held a girl's hand before, found it difficult to resist the allure of her vulnerability. Snap! What was he thinking? He could not betray Shinai Duo. Giving himself a reprimanding slap, he shook his head, casting aside those errant thoughts, and carefully lifted Yuqing, placing her beneath a tree. Little fire monkey, go fetch some twigs for me. Each Pokeball was equipped with biometric fingerprint locks, leaving Yuqing unable to access Yuqing's ball. Reluctantly, he turned to the little fire monkey once again. Of course, if the Pokémon inside the ball were excessively hungry or possessed a strong will to escape, they could exit on their own. Mew. The little fire monkey quickly grabbed some food, stuffing its cheeks before reluctantly departing for the forest to collect branches. Arranging the twigs into a pile, the little fire monkey breathed fire, igniting the dry wood instantly. Yuqing, stripped down to his underpants, tore the fabric of Yuqing's back and sprayed the pre-prepared medicine onto her bruised back. Chapter 13. The hidden enemy in the shadows. As the sun descended and night deepened, ominous black clouds loomed over the forest, casting a shadowy veil across the sky. The flickering flames of the campfire dispelled the darkness, crackling as dry twigs ignited. Yuqing and the little fire monkey feasted heartily by the fire. After satisfying their hunger, Yuqing cast a worried glance at the pitch-black forest. With a curious blink, the little fire monkey offered a handful of its food to Yuqing, as if to inquire why he seemed troubled or if the food was unpalatable. Yuqing chuckled, ruffled the monkey's head, and took an energy cube from his pack to feed him. The aroma of the energy cube sent the little fire monkey into a frenzy, mistaking Yuqing's gesture for a trade. With one hand he stuffed food into Yuqing's mouth, while with the other he snatched the energy cube. Coughing, Yuqing struggled to keep up with the monkey's speed. The elven food filling his mouth tasted horridly akin to excrement. Discreetly, he expelled the contents of his mouth and observed the little fire monkey, its big eyes filled with curiosity, pondering what malicious intent it could possibly harbor. He playfully flicked the monkey's forehead, encouraging it to play while not overly concerned about the safety of Wang Yao and Sun Xiaowei. Their escape route was precisely the path they had come from. If they continued running, they would soon exit the forest. Moreover, their backpacks contained a spray to disperse elves, providing a tactical advantage should they encounter more threats. Yuqing gazed up at the sky, while the restless little fire monkey leapt playfully among the treetops, occasionally emitting excited chirps. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby bushes. The little fire monkey quickly descended from the tree, crouching before Yuqing, its eyes fixed intently on the source of the disturbance. Yuqing grasped 2 burning torches for protection, cautiously moving to crouch beside Yuqing, remaining vigilant. The hyperactive little fire monkey could hardly tolerate the tense standoff, scratching its ear and baring its teeth at the bushes. Yet, the challenge went unanswered, and an icy gaze seemed to linger upon them from the depths of the dark forest. Moments ticked by, and the rustling grew louder, as if something dreadful were about to emerge. Sweat began to bead on Yuqing's forehead. The little fire monkey was still too young, and many elves lurking in the shadows posed a real threat. Just as the atmosphere reached a breaking point, Yuqing, lying on the ground, softly murmured and slowly opened her eyes. Did I just faint? Seeing her awake, Yuqing nodded excitedly, urging her to release her Qianmen bird, sensing an unseen presence watching them from the darkness. As they conversed, the eerie stillness shattered. The hidden elves no longer waited, suddenly lunging towards Yuqing and Yuqing. A surprise attack. Although engaged in conversation with Yuqing's gaze remained fixed on the bushes, promptly issuing a command to the little fire monkey. In an instant, the little fire monkey darted forward, intercepting the shadow, striking it with a powerful blow. The muffled sound echoed as the purple silhouette was sent flying, landing on the ground, momentarily instilling fear in its gaze. Elf, Arbok, level 12, quality, E-gender, female type, poison ability, intimidate. Upon entering, it intimidates opponents, lowering their attack. Inherited skills, poison tail. Basic skills, poison sting, bind, mist, bite. Notes, habitually coils up while resting, prefers to lurk in the shadows, and swallows the eggs of Pidgey or Spearow whole. The little fire monkey unleashed a spark. Seizing the opportunity while Arbok appeared daunted, Yiching decided to press the advantage. Although he had commanded the attack, the little fire monkey hesitated, cowering before Arbok. Oh no, intimidate. Yiching encouraged. Be brave, it's just a crooked snake. Realizing the source of its fear, Yiching could only offer words of encouragement. Hearing Yiching's support and recalling its promise to protect him, the little fire monkey gradually regained its confidence. Qing, go. During the standoff, Su Yiching swiftly released her Qianmin bird. Arbok, having recovered from the surprise attack, coiled its body. Its raised head and slitted eyes fixated on the little fire monkey and Qianmin bird. Yiching emphasized his command, use spark. With a fierce cry, the little fire monkey unleashed a stream of intense flames. Arbok swiftly dodged, but as the sparks intensified, it had no choice but to retaliate with a barrage of purple poison needles, clashing mid-air with the sparks. Boom! The skills collided, creating a violent shockwave that sent the diminutive fire monkey tumbling backward, while Arbok merely leaned back slightly. Qing, use Peck. Su Yiching recognized the disadvantage of the Qianmin bird and understood that a surprise attack was the only way to assist the little fire monkey. With a rapid flutter of its cotton-like wings, the Qianmin bird transformed into a blur, its beak striking Arbok's vulnerable neck. Hiss. The critical hit caused Arbok to writhe in pain. Mystical Guard. Without hesitation, Su Yiching commanded, just as Arbok's eyes glinted with malice. It swiftly lashed out its tail, imbued with flickering purple poison, striking the Qianmin bird that had just used Mystical Guard. Yiching seized the opportunity, whispering to the little fire monkey, surprise attack, fire punch. With a fierce cry, the little fire monkey transformed into a blur, rapidly closing the distance to Arbok, and delivered a powerful slap to its face. Keep attacking. Yiching clenched his fists, channeling his energy as if he himself were in the fray. The fiery blaze enveloped the little fire monkey's right fist, delivering a brutal punch to Arbok's tail. Hiss. Arbok writhed in agony as the flames spread from its tail, igniting it in a searing blaze. However, this only fueled its ferocity as it coiled tightly around the little fire monkey, attempting to strangle it. This was its usual tactic, to constrict its prey before delivering the fatal bite. Watching the little fire monkey struggle for breath, with only its head visible, Yiching felt a surge of urgency. Don't give up. Use your most powerful spark. The little fire monkey opened its mouth wide, but the constricting sensation rendered it unable to concentrate. Chapter 14. The eerie roar of beasts. Su Yiching hastily exclaimed, utilized the rampage. The Qianmin bird, battered and bruised, valiantly pecked at the head of the abo snake with its sharp beak. It sensed multiple ominous presences lurking within the underbrush. At the forefront of Jinxie Forest, a man and woman, disheveled and breathless, emerged from the dense thicket. I am utterly exhausted. I can run no more. Sun Xiaowei, clutching a small chick, collapsed onto the concrete ground, gasping for air. Wang Yao, equally fatigued, glanced back at the foreboding forest and, after bending over to catch his breath, immediately retrieved his phone in search of a signal. Damn it, there's still no signal here. Wang Yao grumbled, squeezing his phone tightly. Although he and Sun Xiaowei had managed to escape, the fates of Yiching and Su Yiching remained uncertain. Sun Xiaowei, puzzled, remarked, it can't be. How could there be no signal here? Wang Yao, suppressing his exhaustion, urged Sun Xiaowei, get up quickly. We need to find a place with signal to call for help. All right. Sun Xiaowei, equally concerned for her friend's safety, gritted her teeth against the pain in her legs and continued to run down the mountain. After more than half an hour, the two finally reached the foot of the mountain, where their phones finally received a signal. Who are you? Why are you still here at this late hour? Just as they felt overwhelming relief, a stern voice boomed from the security booth. Sir, we got lost in the mountains. We're leaving immediately. Wang Yu signaled to his girlfriend to quickly make a call for help, while he stepped forward to intercept the security guard. The guard, visibly annoyed, reprimanded them. Haven't you seen the news? Don't you know there are members of an organization active in the mountains? You young ones only know how to create trouble for the adults. Chapter 15, A Life and Death Crisis. Their organization? Wang Yao was taken aback. No wonder there had been no signal in the mountains. It was likely being jammed by them. After all, they were a world-renowned high-tech criminal organization. The elder puffing on a cigarette, nodded sagely. Indeed, however, do not worry. The Alliance's personnel have already infiltrated, and I believe they will apprehend them soon. Sun Xiaowei had finished her call and rushed to Wang Yao's side, saying, I have contacted my family. Someone will come to assist us shortly. As night deepened, the forest in the darkness appeared particularly menacing. The wind rustled through the treetops, and distant cries reminiscent of beasts echoed from the hills. Yi Qing listened for a moment. Puzzled, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. It seems there is a large-scale hunt for fairies occurring nearby. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many anguished cries. It is indeed strange. Su Yiqi nodded, recalling her previous camping trips with her family, yet she had never heard such a cacophony of beastly roars at night. As the only combat-capable fairy present, the little fire monkey took on the responsibility, keeping its large eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings throughout the night. Yi Qing and Su Yiqing gathered numerous branches, instructing the little fire monkey to dig a trench around the base of the great tree, leaving only one gap towards the river, into which they tossed the branches and other flammable materials. Moments later, the branches ignited, forming a protective ring of flames. Watching the flames leap up to several inches, Yi Qing and Su Yiqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Without the little fire monkey, they would not have survived the night. Observing their handiwork, Yi Qing dusted off his hands and remarked, if Wang Yao and the others return, they will surely find someone to rescue us, thereby reducing the difficulty of the search. Su Yiqing softly agreed, and as she gazed at Yi Qing's confidence, her own fear began to dissipate. With the fire encircling them, the little fire monkey reveled in the abundance of fire elements in the air, dancing with excitement. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the sky, followed by a resounding cry that echoed through the clouds. A massive beedrill descended from above, its wings creating such force that it extinguished the flames. Chin. Upon the back of the beedrill appeared three figures, Wang Yao and Sun Xiaowei, accompanied by a serious-looking middle-aged man. Sun Xiaowei anxiously patted the man's shoulder. Brother Su, quickly land the beedrill. Understood. The man, referred to as Brother Su, lightly tapped the beedrill's back, and the colossal creature obediently folded its wings, descending slowly into the circle of fire. Why? Upon seeing her best friend, Su Yiqing was overjoyed, shaking Sun Xiaowei's hand vigorously. Brother Su's expression was somewhat uneasy as he scanned the distant forest and called out, hurry up. This area is not safe. Nodding in agreement, the group quickly climbed onto the beedrill's back. Although the beedrill was large, the space was clearly insufficient for 5 passengers. And Yi Qing, seated at the edge, felt as if he might tumble off at any moment. The beedrill flew swiftly, taking care to accommodate its passengers. And in mere moments, they soared into the skies. Brother Su maintained a steady gaze ahead, urging the beedrill to increase its speed towards the city. Sun Xiaowei, her hair tousled by the wind, voiced her discontent. Brother Su, could you slow down a bit? There is no need to be so tense. Brother Su patiently explained, Miss, you may not be aware, but there have been sightings of our organization activities around our city recently. It is best we enter the city as swiftly as possible. Our organization? Yi Qing froze at the mention of the familiar name. Indeed. Wang Yao nodded, beginning to explain to Yi Qing the deeds of the our organization. After hearing this, Yi Qing felt a pang of emotion. Although the name differed from the rocket team of his previous life, their activities were astonishingly similar. Their organization was obsessed with live fairy research and had conducted gene engineering multiple times. Besides these 2 heinous experiments, their crimes included stealing and trafficking rare fairies, rendering them truly despicable. The ultimate goals of this organization were twofold: to amass wealth and to control the world. Cold sweat trickled down Yi Qing's back. Did this mean that one day this organization might create Mutuo? Or had Mutuo already been created in this timeline? If the art organization sought breakthroughs in genetics, then the pursuit of Mew was an inevitable path. After all, Mew was the ancestor of all fairies, containing the DNA of every species. Airblade. Brother Su's pupils constricted as he promptly issued a command to the beedrill. The beedrill reacted swiftly, its wings slicing through the air, sending 2 compressed air blades hurtling towards the left front. Destructive light. Just as the group was puzzled, a loud shout echoed from afar, followed by an orange beam of destruction illuminating the night sky, shattering the air blades, and continuing towards the beedrill with a menacing force. Dodge. Brother Su did not attempt to take the hit directly, instead directing the beedrill to veer deeper into the forest. The group was left in shock. They were delicate flowers raised in a greenhouse, unaccustomed to such turmoil. Thanks to the beedrill's impressive speed, they quickly shook off their pursuers. But just as they exhaled in relief, they were met with another attack ahead. Hold on tight. Use high-speed movement. Brother Su's expression changed slightly. Realizing they had fallen into the enemy's encirclement, continuing in this manner would be futile, and they could only rely on the beedrill's speed to escape. Yi Qing and the others clung tightly to the Beedrill's feathers, feeling an overwhelming inertia hit them, leaving only the sound of the rushing wind in their ears. Yi Qing held his breath, struggling to open his eyes to assess the situation around him. What he saw sent chills down his spine. A 2-meter-long wind blade surged towards him from the distance. Macamp, use Protect. Fortunately, Brother Su had been vigilant, and upon sensing the impending danger, he released a robust Macamp. Macamp gripped the Beedrill's feathers with 2 of its forearms to stabilize itself, while the other 2 swiftly erected a green barrier. Boom. Although the Protect shielded them from harm, Macamp was still knocked off balance by the force, colliding into Yi Qing, who was at the edge of the Beedrill's back. Yi Qing felt an overwhelming force slam into him, so powerful that it tore the Beedrill's feathers from his grasp. Staring at the feather he had inadvertently yanked out, his mind went blank, only to be replaced by the sound of the wind as he plummeted. Yi Qing. At that moment, the others on the Beedrill's back noticed what was happening. Wang Yao even released one hand in an attempt to catch Yi Qing as he fell. But Macamp held him firmly down, and with the benefit of high-speed movement, the Beedrill vanished into the horizon in mere moments. Chapter 16. The suspicious individual helped me. The sensation of weightlessness intensified as the majestic Pidgeot soared away, the rush of wind roaring in Yi Qing's ears. His hands grasped at nothing. The word "save me" perched on his lips, yet unable to escape. Was this how his life would end? He was not ready to die. Think. This thought consumed his mind as his peripheral vision caught sight of a Pokeball. Monkey brother, save me. Clinging to his last shred of hope, Yi Qing released the fire monkey. Yuwu. The fire monkey screeched upon emerging, startled but quick to react. Grasping Yi Qing's arm with one hand, it frantically clawed at the air with the other, attempting to slow their descent. They had not fallen from a great height, just over 10 meters. And Yi Qing soon realized they had landed atop the tree canopy, their survival hinging upon these branches. Now, the fire monkey unleashed its fury. Yi Qing curled into himself, shielding his vital areas as best he could. With a firm grip on Yi Qing's arm, the fire monkey's other hand and feet created multiple afterimages, continuously grasping at the branches to mitigate their fall. The towering tree, standing 6 to 7 meters high, erupted into chaos as leaves and broken branches scattered about. Yuwu. Seizing an opportunity, the fire monkey clenched its fist, flames enveloping it before it struck the trunk with all its might. The powerful fire punch penetrated the tree, leaving a scorch trail as it slid down the bark. Yuwu. Flames erupted from the fire monkey's eyes and behind, its fiery arms rubbing against the trunk, the intense pain sending jolts through its nerves. Yet, with the fire punch slowing their descent, Yi Qing finally crashed onto a branch as thick as a thigh. The fire monkey withdrew its arm from the charred trunk, attempting to move but faltered, its eyes rolling back as it fainted. Boom. During the time Yi Qing and the fire monkey lay unconscious, battles erupted throughout the forest, the fierce sounds of explosions and blazing flames illuminating the darkened woods. Yi Qing's eyelashes fluttered as he began to awaken, feeling the heat of flames wash over his face, the acrid scent of charred filling the air. Coughing violently, Yi Qing groggily came to. Fire monkey. He patted the unconscious creature beside him, realizing he could not rouse it for the moment. So he returned it to its Pokeball. Peering down from the branch, he noted he was still over 3 meters above ground. A large hole blasted into the tree's roots below, flames raging up the trunk. Despite the tree's efforts to secrete resin to quell the fire, it was no match for the ferocity of the blaze. With a push from the trunk, Yi Qing leaped down, rolling upon landing to absorb the impact. Though such a maneuver was challenging, it was not beyond Yi Qing's capabilities. In the first 2 years of high school, aside from studying Pokémon theory, he had devoted his time to mastering various survival skills. After all, one could not become an exceptional trainer solely by commanding Pokémon in battle. Had the Alliance engaged in conflict with Team R? Listening to the distant explosions and roars, Yi Qing furrowed his brow. Never mind, I should escape first. Which way did Pidgeot fly? I suppose I should head this way. Suppressing his worries, he took a branch and sketched a rough path in the dirt before cautiously making his way out. In a villa within the affluent district of Shanghai City, a heated argument ensued between an elderly man and a younger one in the living room. Wang Yao, cradling his head in desperation, pleaded, "Dad, you are a minister. You must help me. After all, Yi Qing's predicament is my fault." Opposite him, a middle-aged man, resembling Wang Yao by 3 or 4 points and exuding authority, retorted angrily. "I've told you countless times, the Alliance and Team are in conflict, and a ban has been issued. No one is to enter Jinxin Forest. Moreover, Yi Qing's mother is an acquaintance of your mother. I would help if I could." At that moment, a woman emerged from the kitchen, her discontent evident. "You Gang. Can't you speak to our son without raising your voice?" Wang Gang ignored his wife, casting a stern gaze upon Wang Yao, who was in tears. "How old are you to still be crying? Can you not be more mature and independent?" Wang Yao wiped his tears, defending himself. I am independent enough. Wang Yugang chuckled dryly at his son's words. I don't see how you define independence. Spending my money and repeatedly defying me? If one day you can manage without my financial support, only then can you discuss independence and maturity with me. Wang Yao clenched his fists and stood up, demanding, will you help or not? It's not that I won't help, it's that I can't. I've already made arrangements for them to keep an eye on Yi Qing during their mission. Wang Yugang finished, shaking a newspaper dismissively, turning his back on his son. Fine. I will rescue him myself. Wang Yao huffed angrily, turning to rush outside. Stop. Lock him in the room. Just as Wang Yogong's words fell, a woman with enchanting lips at the door glimmered with sudden intent, and in the next moment, Wang Yu collapsed, unconscious. Is someone there? Yi Qing pushed through the underbrush, using the flickering flames to survey a clearing several dozen meters away. The ground appeared to have been plowed, with grass and broken branches strewn about. Is this infighting? Yi Qing pondered, observing two individuals in team are uniforms facing each other. One person leaned weakly against a magnezone, muttering, I never imagined you were an undercover agent for the Alliance. The other, clad in a bat mask and mounted on a furfrou, struggled to laugh despite the blood soaking his chest wound. I thought I had concealed my identity well, but you discovered me. Don't forget. I was the one who recruited you. Is your aim not to capture Mutuo? My aim. You'll find out once you're dead. Perhaps it is you who will perish. Their voices were loud enough for Yi Qing to hear clearly despite the distance of over 20 meters. Unable to resist, he checked their Pokémon's information. Pokémon, Magnezone, level 33, potential, D, status, severely injured gender, none type, electric steel ability, sturdy held item, none inherited skills, none base skills, tackle, thunder shock, magnet bomb, electromagnetic wave, light screen, flash cannon skill transfer, electroweb skill disc, thunderbolt, shadow clone, explosion note. A large number of magnezones gathered together can trigger an electromagnetic storm, and the 3 magnemite forming its body can briefly separate to evade attacks. Chapter 17. Difficult choice is the side of this ability, and the man's resolute tone stirred unease within Yi Qing. Glancing at the deep crater created nearby, he pondered for a moment before deciding to step closer, just in case. The man patted the neck of the speedy dog, and after a brief moment of gathering strength, the creature regained some of its vitality, ready to eliminate the man before him. Indeed, only the dead are truly obedient. The member of organization are smirked wickedly, while his 3-in-1 magnetic creature radiated a dazzling brilliance, an exceedingly unstable magnetic field emanating from it. This is a big bang. Release the flames to obliterate it. The man's expression shifted dramatically. He had believed the situation was under control, yet he was taken aback by the rare move of the 3-in-1 magnetic creature preparing for self-destruction. However, the activation of this technique was slightly slow, providing a window of opportunity to interrupt it. The speedy dog's demeanor turned grave as it unleashed a torrent of searing flames from its mouth. It's futile. Prepare to meet your end. The man showed no intention of evading, standing beside the 3-in-1 magnetic creature, quietly observing the traitor from the Alliance. Let the traitor I recruited be dealt with by me. The fiery torrent, radiating intense heat, distorted the air around it, and in the next moment, the flame struck the 3-in-1 magnetic creature and its trainer with explosive force. How could this be? How could the activation of the Big Bang be so swift? Gazing into the flames, the speedy dog's trainer was engulfed in despair. Boom! Just as Yi Qing crouched into the deep pit, a tremendous sound erupted after the blinding light. Under the violent tremors, a terrifying shockwave expanded outward, the immense energy causing rocks to shatter and dust along with debris to fill the air, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Yi Qing felt a ringing in his ears, his mind momentarily muddled. After some time, he patted his ears and gradually began to hear the crackling of burning trees following the explosion. Climbing out of the pit and surveying the surroundings, he found charred earth for hundreds of meters, towering trees uprooted, and the air thick with the scent of charred remains. Observing the two who had perished, Yi Qing hastily made his way past them. Wait, hold on. At that moment, a faint voice emerged from not far beside him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the source of the voice was indeed an Alliance member, lying next to an immobile speedy dog. It seemed that the speedy dog had shielded him from a significant portion of the explosive damage. Yet even so, he was not far from death, with not a single intact part of his body. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qing decided to check on him first. Individuals capable of infiltrating such organizations typically possess commendable character. Perhaps he might leave behind some relics or words to take back. Furthermore, Yi Qing calculated that floundering about here aimlessly could lead to his own demise. Gathering more clues could only be beneficial. The man looked at Yi Qing weakly and said laboriously, I have a vial of medicine in my clothes. Please feed it to me. Yi Qing hesitated, having only heard one side of the story. What if his words were false, or if he were a double agent? However, seeing the man's severely injured state, Yiqing pondered for a moment before kicking open the pokeballs at his waist and reaching into his clothing to search for the medicine. After retrieving the medicine contained within a metal box, he cautiously fed it to the man while keeping a close watch on his charred face. I am Li Ziyang. You may call me brotherly. The medicine has only a 3-minute restorative effect, so I advise you to listen without interruption. Without waiting for Yiqing to nod, Li Ziyang continued, I'm an undercover agent sent by the Alliance to infiltrate Organization R. This operation is codenamed Jynx, aimed at uncovering the God creation project of Organization R. Taking a breath, Li Ziyang hastened his speech, by your appearance. You must be a student who has inadvertently wandered into this place. I assure you that it is nearly impossible for you to escape alone. Encountering members of Organization R will lead to certain death. I possess a specially crafted magnetic card from the Alliance in my pocket. It can help you disguise yourself as a member of Organization R. The reset code is 3213. It contains records of my undercover activities. I am offering you a path forward. Help me obtain information regarding Muwo and return it to the Alliance, and not only will you survive, but you will also be rewarded. Sensing his life force waning, Li Ziyang's gaze turned pleading as he reached out with a charred hand, gripping Yiqing's collar tightly, urging him, your family is also under the Alliance's protection. Aiding me is also helping yourself. Yiqing was unsure whether it was the first sentence or the last that moved him, but staring into Li Ziyang's gradually dimming eyes, he resolutely replied, I will do my best. Good, good. Tears welled in Li Ziyang's eyes as he loosened his grip on Yiqing, checking for his breath. Yiqing gently closed his eyes, pondering what to do next. Truth be told, this was Yiqing's first encounter with death, yet oddly, he felt no significant reaction within himself. The sounds of battle continued in the distance, explosions ringing out incessantly, trees crashing down, flames engulfing the forest. Reaching into Li Ziyang's clothing, he pulled out a magnetic card the size of a bus pass. Yiqing lightly tapped the screen, and indeed, a 4-digit password lock appeared. Following the code Li Ziyang had mentioned, he entered it, and the screen flickered as a torrent of data refreshed rapidly, followed by a blue light imprinting Yiqing's fingerprint and likeness. The backup system has been activated. Organization R's third team members, under the direct leadership of Bloodhand. Identity information has been replaced. Code name, Bloodbat. Undercover personality, taciturn, ruthless. The Bat Mask possesses voice simulation functionality. Recommendation, destroy all original items. Upon reviewing the information displayed on the small card, Yiqing quickly noted it down. The Alliance had indeed prepared thoroughly, even devising a plan for what to do if their undercover agent was eliminated. Observing the flames rising 100 meters away, Yiqing felt he had no choice but to masquerade for now. Looking at his still non-functional phone, Yiqing set a text message to be sent after a day, hoping it would convey his safety to his parents and friends. He released the fire monkey. Fire monkey, help me carve a hole in the tree to place it inside. The fire monkey, having regained much of its strength and injuries under the healing of the Pokeball, swiftly climbed to the tree. Yiqing, not idle himself, donned Li Ziyang's tattered clothing. Surprisingly, their physiques were quite similar. Shaking his head, he donned the bat mask from Li Ziyang's face onto his own. Having completed these preparations, Yiqing took the 3 Pokeballs from Li Ziyang's waist. Although he couldn't utilize the biometric locks on them, they could serve to confuse others in critical moments. Clearing his throat to test his voice, Yiqing found it indeed matched Li Ziyang's. Now, the only distinction between them was his hair, resigned. Yiqing picked up a burning branch to give his hair a natural curl. Chapter 18. Infiltrating the organization. A sudden whiff of scorched odor wafted through the air, prompting Yiqing to hastily extinguish the flames that had inadvertently ruined his Pokeball. He could always procure a new one later. However, the only regret lingered in the loss of the last item left by Li Ziyang for his Rapidash. Wow. The little fire monkey cautiously brushed its hand against the fur of Rapidash. Noticing no signs of discontent, it immediately began frolicking joyfully on its back. Rapidash sniffed the air, its keen eyes fixated on the southeast as it waved its paw. Yiqing, glancing in that direction, speculated. Are you indicating that the people from your organization are located that way? Woof. Rapidash nodded and suddenly turned to bark ferociously at something behind them. Is someone there? Following the gaze of Rapidash, Yiqing spotted a figure clad in Alliance uniform, accompanied by a Meowth, stealthily approaching from 100 meters away. Don't linger. Let us leave. Yiqing urged Rapidash, not wishing to engage in conflict with the Alliance. Rapidash nodded and, in a flash, vanished from sight. The man, witnessing Rapidash's escape, immediately grabbed his walkie-talkie and shouted, Damn it, I've spotted the enemy, and they are currently fleeing towards the southeast. Just moments after relaying his message, a water cannon struck a tree nearby, narrowly missing him and Meowth. The forest erupted into chaos as battles raged around them. With its nimble physique and acute sense of smell, Rapidash skillfully evaded detection by enemies. Yi Qing, seated upon Rapidash, reflected on how fortunate he was not to have fled without caution. Otherwise, he might have met his demise here. Rock slide. A thunderous voice emerged from the side. And suddenly, a dozen boulders the size of tires cascaded down, blocking Rapidash's path. Our organization, prepare to face your doom. The man bellowed as his Nidoking charged forward with heavy steps, barreling towards Rapidash. Pokémon, Nidoking, level 30, potential, E-status, slightly injured gender, male type, ground poison ability, poison point, 30 chance to poison if hit by a contact move, held item, none inherited skills, tackle-based skills, peck, double kick, poison sting, horn attack skill transfer, rage skill disc, poison jab, volt tackle, shadow clone, rock slide notes. Nidoking possesses a robust tail, powerful forelimbs, and fearsome poisonous horns, all serving as weapons against foes. Flamethrower. Yi Qing, with a serious expression, commanded Rapidash not to flee but to launch an attack instead. Rapidash let out a mighty roar, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that enveloped Nidoking. Block it with Rock Slide. In a critical moment, Nidoking swiftly conjured several massive boulders before it, forming a colossal shield that effectively warded off the incoming flames. Ugh! The little fire monkey, feeling indignant, was about to join the fray when Yi Qing intervened just in time. Mystical Shield. Aware of Rapidash's limited long-range capabilities and their minimal effect on Nidoking, Yi Qing reluctantly prepared for a close-quarters battle. Avoid the front and use Flame Charge. Rapidash enveloped itself in a shimmering, multicolored aura before nimbly leaping to Nidoking's flank, letting out a low growl as flames engulfed its body, charging fiercely towards the oncoming Nidoking. In dedication to the patrons, updates will henceforth occur daily between 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock. Chapter 19. The arrival of Mewo. Although the flames of the flare blitz surged over Yi Qing, who was mounted on the back of the Arcanine, the extreme heat still caused a slight sting against his skin. This is bad, Thunderbolt. The trainer of Nidoking's expression shifted. As the signature Pokémon of the organization, he was acutely aware of the Arcanine's astonishing speed, prompting him to command Nidoking to execute its swiftest move. However, it was too late. With the aid of its high-speed movement, the Arcanine struck with Flare Blitz, an assault that Nidoking, being rather cumbersome, could not hope to evade. Boom! The Arcanine collided fiercely with Nidoking's chest, unleashing a tempest of flames that erupted around them, the immense force propelling Nidoking into a shattered tree. Woof! The Arcanine let out a low growl before continuing its forward charge. Yi Qing rubbed his chest. The impact had sent him sprawling onto the Arcanine's back, and now, the overwhelming inertia left a dull ache in his chest. Observing Yi Qing's discomfort, the Chimchar hurried to his side, using its tiny hands to massage Yi Qing's torso. Seeing the worried expression of the Chimchar, Yi Qing chuckled and gently shook his head. He realized that such recklessness could not be repeated. Playing games in a past life and commanding Pokémon in real battles were entirely different matters. Certain moves could inadvertently harm both the enemy and the trainer. After skillfully dodging several battle zones, the Arcanine finally decelerated. Upon traversing a dense forest, Yi Qing surmised that he had entered the stronghold of the organization, which was teeming with members. After running a bit further, Yi Qing and the Arcanine arrived at an open area filled with injured individuals and researchers clad in white lab coats, where 5 enormous transport helicopters were stationed. Bloodbats. You're back. Suddenly, a voice broke through Yi Qing's contemplation. He felt a surge of anxiety, although he possessed the identity of Li Shiyong. He lacked his memories and knew nothing of the person behind him or their connection. Murmuring in response, Yi Qing remembered the magnetic card had indicated a taciturn demeanor. So he quietly urged the Arcanine toward a less crowded area. What's with you? The individual spat disdainfully, nursing an injured arm as he continued his watch at the entrance. Finding a tree to sit beneath, Yi Qing observed the bustling crowd with curiosity, pondering the purpose of their mission. Surely, there was nothing of value here for them to scavenge. You there? Yes, you. Put your Pokémon away. After a short while, another voice called out. And Yi Qing looked up to see a young man in a lab coat pointing at him. My Pokéball is broken and cannot be stored temporarily, Yi Qing replied, lowering his head slightly to keep his tone calm. Woof. The Arcanine growled menacingly beside Yi Qing, baring its teeth as a warning to the intruder. Oof. The Chimchar perched atop the Arcanine's head also joined in to issue a warning. If it's broken, go swap it out. There's a supply machine over there. Dealing with Mewo is already a headache. Why are these grunts so troublesome? Have they lost their minds? The young man pointed at one of the helicopters, muttering in dissatisfaction. Yi Qing shot him a glare but chose not to engage further, leading the Arcanine toward the supply machine, curious about its contents. After swiping his identity card at the machine, a variety of categories appeared on the display: Pokeballs, potions, miscellaneous items, berries. First, he checked Li Xiong's points. 1001. Remarkable. What can one do with such points? Yiqing shook his head and spent 500 points on a great ball, using the remainder to purchase 2 healing potions. As he completed the transaction, a notification icon lit up on the corner of his card. Just as he was about to check it, an explosive sound erupted from above. Boom. A flash of golden lightning flickered across the night sky, followed by the reverberating roar of dragons. Yiqing and the others in the camp instinctively looked up to witness a fierce battle between 2 Pokémon, one dark and one yellow, raining destruction with their formidable moves. Thunder rumbled. A massive bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, obliterating one of the helicopters into a shower of debris. The Arcanine swiftly positioned itself in front of Yiqing and the Chimchar, its gaze intent on the aerial conflict. Is that a Dragonite and a Hydreigon? Yiqing murmured, realizing it was his first encounter with semi-divine Pokémon since arriving in this world. Due to the distance, he was unable to scan their information. Amidst the chaos, the situation escalated, and the camp descended into pandemonium as a multitude of members were driven back, while Alliance forces began to encircle them. Tension mounted as their organization members rallied in defense, pinning their hopes on the largest transport helicopter. Just then, after a brief clash, the Hydreigon was ultimately overpowered by the Dragonite and was struck down by a devastating beam of energy. Roar. The wounded Hydreigon plummeted to the camp, and the man on its back shouted toward the largest transport helicopter, "Quickly release Lord Mutwo." Yiqing froze at the sound of those words. While the researchers hastily manipulated the machinery, the remaining organization members were filled with elation, collectively focusing their attention on the colossal transport helicopter. At that moment, the Dragonite, recovering from the side effects of its beam attack, prepared to unleash another thunderous strike toward the helicopter. Hydreigon, intercept it. Roar. The central head of the Hydreigon bellowed as it rapidly gathered white light in its maw. In the next instant, a powerful beam shot forth to clash with the lightning. However, the Hydreigon was now at its limits. As the Dragonite continued to exert its strength, the massive bolt of lightning surged through the cannon beam, hurtling toward the transport helicopter. Yiqing held the Chimchar tightly, his eyes fixed on the largest helicopter. With a faint sound, a rush of cold air expelled from the helicopter, and in the next moment, a Pokémon materialized above. Standing at around 1.9 meters, the creature was entirely silver, with a robust neural bundle extending to the back of its head, and a thick tail swaying as if in a breeze. "Welcome, Lord Mutwo." As Mutwo descended, all personnel in the camp knelt on one knee, fervently shouting in adoration. To avoid arousing suspicion, Yiqing also quickly knelt, unable to resist the urge to check Mutwo's information. Just as Yiqing's thoughts shifted, Mutwo's gaze subtly altered, its eyes narrowing as it regarded Yiqing with a hint of curiosity amidst the throng. Chapter 20. Terrifying reality. Alas. Could it truly be that I have been discovered by Mutwo? The piercing gaze sent chills down Yiqing's spine, and in the next moment, he recalled that his ability to inspect Pokémon information might also be a form of psychic energy, as it was a command issued by his own brain. Realizing this, a cold sweat broke out across his back. How audacious it was to flaunt his prowess before the progenitor of psychic powers. Yiqing lowered his head deeply, afraid to meet Mutwo's eyes, fearing that any hint of suspicion could lead to his immediate demise. Yet, curiously, Mutwo was bound by a set of shackles connecting to its brain and central nervous system, which were nearly imperceptible upon a cursory glance. Yiqing furrowed his brow. Could it be that these individuals had been controlling Mutwo with such devices all along? Who am I? What is the meaning of my existence? Can anyone enlighten me? Mutwo withdrew its gaze, and suddenly, a thunderous voice resonated in the minds of all present. Yiqing felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and to his dismay, the majority of the surrounding alliance members collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. What manner of being is this? The sheer power of Mutwo was so formidable that even those who remained standing had lost their will to fight, petrified and slumped to the ground. Curse this trickery, Dragonite, unleash Dragon Dive. The man in the sky shouted, his voice a mix of rage and determination. Dragonite summoned its full strength, forming a colossal dragon made of energy around itself, and charged toward Mutwo below. Such folly. With one hand resting behind its back, Mutwo nonchalantly waved the other at the unstoppable Dragonite. In an instant, the once mighty Dragonite was pinned in midair, and before the astonished gazes of many, it was hurled to the ground. Boom. Dust erupted as the massive Dragonite crashed into the earth, creating a vast crater, while its trainer lay unconscious, bloodied. Clear the battlefield. Retreat quickly, commanded the trainer of the three-headed dragon, as he anticipated the imminent arrival of reinforcements from the Alliance. even with Mutuo present. It could not face the full might of the entire alliance. Mutuo's expression turned serious, and it turned to the trainer, stating calmly, "Did I say I was leaving?" However, as soon as the words left its mouth, the shackles surged with blinding electric light, and in the next moment, the once divine Mutuo fell into unconsciousness. The man retracted the three-headed dragon and commanded an elder, eradicate the recent memories and induce a state of dormancy. "Yes, Lord Yinlang." The elder bowed slightly and hurriedly set to work with his subordinates. Yinlang turned to his subordinates at the camp, raising his arm decisively. "All captains, account for your numbers. Everyone on board within 1 minute." "Yes." For officers clad in red uniforms nodded in agreement, each gathering their subordinates at a transport aircraft. Yiqing exchanged glances with his fire monkey and Fast Dog. "Woof." Understanding his cue, Fast Dog growled toward the leftmost transport aircraft. Yinlang pointed at the unconscious Dragonite and its trainer, instructing, "Take him and Dragonite down." Yiqing recalled Fast Dog and, with his head lowered, quickly followed the line into the transport aircraft. Thankfully, in the tense atmosphere, no one paid attention to his unusual behavior. Soon, the transport aircraft took off, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. Yiqing stole a glance. His team consisted of 10 members, including the captain. Before he could observe further, the captain commanded, "Quickly return to your quarters and await instructions. Medical personnel will attend to the injured." "Oh no, I have no idea which room I'm assigned to." Yiqing felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, and as the number of people dwindled around him, his anxiety intensified. When only 2 others remained, an idea sparked in Yiqing's mind, and in the next moment, he allowed his body to go limp and fell to the ground. "Bloodbat, what is wrong with you?" The captain rushed over, noticing Yiqing lying motionless, and gently slapped his face. Yiqing carefully controlled his breathing. He knew that those who had fainted breathed very lightly, but lacking experience, he struggled to manage the pressure. If the captain checked his pulse, his ruse would be discovered. Feeling the captain's presence beside him, Yiqing's heart raced uncontrollably, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The captain frowned, genuinely concerned for his capable subordinate. Just as he was about to reach for Yiqing's carotid artery, the last remaining person spoke up. "Captain, when I returned, I saw Bloodbat just escaping from Nidoking. He might have sustained some injuries. Let us return him to his room for now." The captain glanced at Yiqing's still rising chest and nodded gently, retracting his hand and giving orders. Upon hearing this, Yiqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling himself lifted and shortly thereafter placed into a room. Yiqing remained still, and not long after, the door swung open. He sensed someone stripping him of his clothes and hastily tending to his wounds before hastily departing. After a long while, assured that the room was empty, Yiqing quietly opened his eyes. It was a modest room, with little more than a single bed and no extra space to spare. Releasing his fire monkey, the creature immediately yearned to climb onto Yiqing's head. "This is preposterous." Yiqing yanked him down and gave him a few swats on the backside. Oh. Though the slaps were not painful, they were highly humiliating, and with teary eyes, the fire monkey pointed an accusatory finger at Yiqing, berating him. "You're the son." "No, you're the son." Yiqing, already irked by the day's events, retorted. "Oh." The fire monkey, unyielding, puffed up its eyes and continued to scold Yiqing. "You little rascal, if I don't discipline you, you want to know who is your father." A premier ball released a beam of red light, instantly sucking in the still ranting fire monkey. Silence returned. Yiqing sighed in relief, leaning against the head of the bed, feeling lost about his future. He pondered how he could have stumbled into such a series of unfortunate events while camping. Being chased by a flock of fiery sparrows was one thing, but now he had been coerced into a criminal organization as an undercover operative. Now, the Alliance had likely confirmed Mutuo's existence, leaving him with but one remaining task, to acquire detailed information about Mutuo. But could he, alongside Fast Dog, truly succeed? Yiqing tossed and turned, unable to sleep. If Mutuo's data were akin to that in the games, couldn't he simply transcribe it from memory and achieve his objective? Shaking his head, he dismissed this unrealistic notion and retrieved his magnetic card, hoping to uncover something more useful. Chapter 21. The crater. Yiqing vaguely recalled that after swiping her card, an email icon had appeared in the lower right corner of the screen. However, due to the tense situation at the time, she had not taken the opportunity to check it. After unlocking her card and focusing her gaze, she indeed discovered the email. She refrained from opening it immediately, first conducting a thorough inspection of her surroundings. Only after confirming that there were no surveillance systems in the room did she dare to open it. Was this information about members of our organization? As she slowly scrolled down, she realized that the members' profiles consisted of 2 parts, personal photographs and positions, along with their respective Pokémon information, presumably intelligence gathered by Li Jiong previously. At the top of the list was the trainer who commanded the three-headed dragon. It was only now that Yi Qing learned his codename. Yin Lang, senior executive of the R organization, represented Pokémon. Three-headed dragon Dr. Mad, senior scientist of the R organization, represented Pokémon. Self-destruct Magneton Bloodhand, leader of the Special Operations Unit, represented Pokémon. Houndoom, Fiero, Ursaring. Yi Qing scrutinized the details and noted that besides these three individuals, the remaining members were relatively insignificant, some even lacking codenames. In addition to these personnel details, she stumbled upon other information but discovered that it required a password to access. They certainly did not consider her one of their own. Yi Qing shook her head, carefully memorizing the details of these individuals. She lay on her bed, lost in thought for a long while before gradually drifting off to sleep. After an indeterminate period, the transport aircraft trembled gently, and various background noises quickly diminished, indicating they had landed somewhere. Who am I? Why was I created? Who granted you the right? Am I human or Pokémon? In a spacious room of the transport aircraft, Mutwo sat majestically in a throne, murmuring to itself. All personnel, assemble! A commanding shout echoed from the communicator within the room. Yi Qing's expression turned serious as she hastily gathered her belongings and rushed outside. Upon reaching the cabin door, she discovered the captain standing there with arms crossed, and the other 9 team members had already assembled. The captain glanced at Yi Qing, but said nothing more. Once everyone was present, he raised his voice and declared, "Our mission this time is to prevent wild Pokémon from entering the experimental area. Our team is fortunate to be stationed at the camp. Remember to adhere strictly to your positions." "Yes," the team replied in unison. The captain nodded in satisfaction and led the team outside. As Yi Qing stepped out of the transport aircraft, she was immediately enveloped by a wave of scorching heat. The dry air and high temperatures were quite unbearable. A volcano? Yi Qing surveyed her surroundings and realized she was atop a towering volcano. Everywhere she looked, there were rock and fire-type Pokémon, all curiously observing the massive machines. In the distance lay an island formed by the volcano, surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean. The Organization S transport aircraft was stationed at the edge of the crater, with a steep, treacherous slope behind it and the steaming crater ahead, leaving only a narrow circular passage of less than 10 meters between the two. The organization personnel swiftly disembarked from the transport aircraft. Except for Yi Qing's team, who remained stationed, the others released their Pokémon and began driving the surrounding wild Pokémon down the mountain. "Come forth, Fast Wind Dog." Observing the actions of others, Yi Qing also released her majestic Fast Wind Dog from its Pokeball. After several hours of rest and treatment from the Pokeball, Fast Wind Dog had nearly recovered from its injuries and was now gazing intently at the group with bright, piercing eyes. In its heart, it felt that the trainer's death was intertwined with their actions. Had it not been for them, it would have been living happily alongside its trainer. But now they were separated by death. Noticing Fast Wind Dog's unusual demeanor, Yi Qing reached out to gently stroke its side. "Just endure for now. These people will eventually face their reckoning." "Woof." Fast Wind Dog slightly nodded, suppressing the murderous intent within. Yi Qing breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from her brow, and, along with the others, focused her attention on the largest transport aircraft. Fast Wind Dog shook its fur slightly, and a rush of hot air surged toward it, providing Yi Qing with a momentary sense of coolness. Gratefully glancing at Fast Wind Dog, Yi Qing stepped forward to peer into the crater. The interior of the crater resembled an endless abyss, its depths filled with bubbling lava, and flames occasionally leaped from the surface. Before long, the transport aircraft's hatch opened, and Yi Qing hurriedly looked over. The first to descend was the high-ranking officer known as Yin Lang, followed closely by a group of researchers, with the infamous Dr. Mad at the forefront. Behind them, 6 or 7 organization soldiers lugged various instruments. After placing the equipment on the ground, Dr. Mad approached a slightly smaller red machine, his hands moving swiftly in a flurry of operations. What are they planning to do? Yi Qing found herself perplexed by their actions. Surely, they could not be intending to use Mutwo to capture Pokémon from within the volcano? Yet, what kind of Pokémon would warrant such an elaborate operation? Ones that could reside in the volcano, or even within lava. Could it be Squirtle, Volcanion, or perhaps Moltres and Reshiram? The thought of Mutwo aboard the transport aircraft sent a chill down Yi Qing's spine, and she grimaced slightly, hoping it wasn't Ho or Groudon. Yin Lang stood at the edge of the crater, hands clasped behind his back, and without turning, inquired, "How is Mutwo faring?" A researcher beside Dr. Mad immediately stepped forward to report, "The memories have been wiped. As it stands, there appear to be no issues, but what?" Yin Lang's voice remained devoid of emotion, akin to a tranquil lake. Despite this, the researcher was drenched in sweat, having rehearsed his words in his mind, but finding himself unable to voice them. The remaining researchers trembled in trepidation. This leader was known in the organization as the Smiling Yama, and the more calm and smiling he appeared, the more terrifying he became. One could only imagine the fate awaiting his unfortunate companion. Because Yi Qing was positioned not far from them, she could clearly hear every exchange, unable to withstand the pressure. The researcher fell to his knees, trembling. Mutwo's psychic power is too strong. Despite our best efforts, we could not avoid leaving some traces. This might be the last opportunity to cleanse its memories. Do you have any other means? Yen Lang asked softly, a slight smile gracing his lips. And no, none. Is that so? Then what use are you? Yen Lang grasped the researcher by the collar and forcefully shoved him into the crater. Ah! The researcher's screams echoed in Yi Qing's ears, and she found herself unable to bear the sight, yet she also grasped the fragility and value of life. Yen Lang gazed down into the molten lava of the crater, retrieving a Pokeball as he commanded, Three-Headed Dragon, use Dragon Starfall. Chapter 22, The Fiery Bird Appears Roar. 3 ferocious dragons materialized in midair, their 3 menacing heads paired with formidable wings, exuding an overwhelming aura. A yellow sphere, brimming with destructive energy, erupted from the central head of the tri-headed dragon, bursting with a resounding boom and scattering into hundreds of meteors that plummeted into the molten lava below. As the dragon meteors descended, the previously tranquil lava was violently disrupted, yet this level of assault was evidently insufficient. For the slumbering spirit at the bottom of the magma remained utterly unperturbed. A triumphant smile spread across Yanlong's face. Excellent. Release Mutwo. Upon receiving the command, the researchers operating the machinery simultaneously pressed a button, and shortly thereafter, the sound of mechanisms clicking echoed from the transport machine. Moments later, a somewhat bewildered Mutwo materialized beside Yanlang. Who am I? Yi Qing observed that this Mutwo appeared even more dazed than before, floating in the air and gazing blankly at its own hands. Was Mutwo beginning to question its own existence? Although this was not the Pokémon world, the process of Mutwo's creation likely differed from that depicted in the anime of the past, yet the essence remained unchanged. Thus, Yi Qing understood Mutwo's current sentiments and recognized the answers it sought. If feasible, perhaps it was not out of the question to persuade Mutwo to join him. Yi Qing mused, momentarily startled by his own audacious thought. With Mutwo's emergence, the unique aura of divine beasts enveloped the surroundings, and at last, a shift occurred within the molten lava. A mystical sound resonated from the depths of the magma in an eerie manner, and in the next moment, the lava began to swirl into a colossal vortex, with searing currents rising upwards, causing the entire volcano to tremble slightly. Witnessing this scene, Yanlong's expression grew increasingly sinister, and he fervently commanded the 3-headed dragon to continue their assault. The transformation persisted, as the viscous lava gradually formed a gigantic bubble. And then a massive crimson shadow leaped forth from within. This shadow surged into the sky in an instant, the powerful gust of wind sending the onlookers tumbling. Had it not been for the swift action of the wind speed dog, which clamped down on Yi Qing, he would have certainly been swept away by the force of the winds. The other members of the organization fared no better, with some unfortunate souls tumbling down the mountainside, suffering injuries. Yi Qing looked up to see a magnificent spirit, its head ablaze with roaring flames, its beak long and pointed, adorned with a streamlined crest and a tail that undulated like fire. Was this a second-tier firebird? Upon recognizing the spirit, Yi Qing could not help but utter softly. With Mutwo and the firebird now present, all the spirits in the vicinity felt an overwhelming pressure. Even the wind speed dog hesitated to lift its head to face them directly. Gazing at this strikingly powerful spirit, Yi Qing felt a pang of regret. The distance was too great to glean any information about the firebird. The firebird's eyes burned with fiery intensity, glaring at the intruders who had disturbed its slumber, eager to incinerate them into ashes with a single breath of flame. Mutwo, please defeat it. Yanlang bowed slightly, speaking to Mutwo with utmost respect. Are you ordering me? Mutwo retorted with a cold laugh, fixing its gaze on the firebird without turning back. How could I dare? Yanlong's expression shifted, vehemently denying the accusation. What a joke. While he could restrain Mutwo, the latter could eliminate him in an instant. Not to mention the additional threat looming above him, a sword hanging over his head. The firebird roared in anger, incensed not only by the interruption of its rest, but also by the audacity of these intruders who dared to disturb it. In the past, it had always been revered wherever it went. What was happening now? How dare anyone disrupt its peace? Fueled by growing rage, the firebird conjured a fireball before it, unleashing it towards Mutwo, whom it perceived as the greatest threat. Child's play. With a casual flick of its right hand, Mutwo effortlessly detonated the fireball in midair. The crowd gasped in astonishment at Mutwo's effortless display of power. Though they had witnessed its ability to vanquish formidable foes along their journey, they had yet to observe its clash with a divine beast. The nonchalant manner in which Mutwo had neutralized the attack was utterly shocking. After all, this was a divine beast they were dealing with. Unbelievably powerful. Dr. Fengzi scratched his nest-like hair, his face flushed with excitement as his fingers danced across the keyboard, producing a flurry of movements. The monitor before him displayed the energy levels and physiological responses of Mutwo, relaying them meticulously to the computer. Yi Qing, too, was rendered speechless with excitement. This was a confrontation between divine beasts. Such occurrences were rare, even in the original narrative of the past. If this were to be shared online, it would certainly create a sensation. Although the Firebird was merely a second-tier divine beast, it was clear that Mutwo had only recently emerged and had yet to master its powers fully. Otherwise, a divine beast of the Firebird's caliber would not last long against Mutwo. The Firebird fixed its gaze on the distant Mutwo, feeling an unusual sense of trepidation towards this unfamiliar adversary. You are not worthy to battle me. Mutwo maintained its cool demeanor, hands clasped behind its back, clearly disregarding the Firebird hovering above. The Firebird, having never endured such an affront since its inception, was incensed by Mutwo's contempt. It unleashed a torrent of flames that rapidly surged towards Mutwo, causing the temperature around the volcano's mouth to soar, the air visibly distorting from the intense heat. The wind speed dog struggled to breathe under the oppressive presence of the two divine beasts, glancing at Yi Qing, whose hair was nearly ignited. Yet it endeavored to utilize its fire resistance to mitigate the surrounding heat. Drenched in sweat, Yi Qing scanned the area, noticing that the others had prepared for the onslaught, clutching their water or ice-type spirits to cool themselves frantically. Bloodhand, while blowing the icy winds produced by his frost spirit, observed his subordinates. When his gaze fell upon Yi Qing, he felt a twinge of confusion. As far as he knew, Bloodbat possessed a frost bear. Why had it not been summoned in such dire circumstances? Furthermore, he had detected something amiss with Yi Qing since his return from the last mission, though he could not pinpoint exactly what was troubling him. Shaking off his concerns, Bloodhand reassured himself, "This is my trusted ally. Surely, there can be no issue." Ever since losing another trusted confidant in the Golden Stream Forest, this remaining companion had become his right-hand man. Chapter 23, A Cataclysmic Duel Boom. At that moment, a ferocious explosion shattered his thoughts. Mutwo's eyes glimmered, and a tangible wave of psychic energy surged forth, violently crashing down upon the inferno before him, sending a powerful shockwave radiating outward. Yi Qing's expression shifted dramatically. "Use Protect, Rapidash." Just as he uttered the command, the shockwave surged closer. Fortunately, Rapidash had been in a heightened state of focus, activating Protect almost instantaneously upon receiving Yi Qing's directive. Despite the protective barrier, the formidable shockwave still propelled both man and Pokémon, causing them to slide perilously close to the edge. The rest of the team fared little better. The other elites from the organization and Captain Bloodhand instinctively shielded the researchers, while those lacking strength, along with their Pokémon, were ruthlessly toppled. Yi Qing cast a glance at the dwindling members at the volcano's rim, pondering how they could possibly defend against wild Pokémon under such circumstances. Surviving this ordeal was already a monumental challenge. Captain Bloodhand's face twitched in distress. These were his prized companions, and if they were lost, how would he continue to thrive? Yet, upon spotting the unscathed Yi Qing and Rapidash, he felt a flicker of solace, relieved that his most capable ally remained unharmed. Caw, the fiery bird, frustrated that its powerful attack had been thwarted yet again, realized a critical truth. This adversary was not to be underestimated. Mutwo, growing increasingly irked, gazed at the fiery bird and declared, "Unleash your true power, or face your demise." How arrogant! The fiery bird nearly lost its composure, its elegance threatened by the audacity of its opponent. If it could speak human language, it would have vociferously berated this pretentious foe. Nevertheless, it acknowledged the strength of its adversary. Failure to fully unleash its power might lead to its immediate defeat. The fiery bird let out a thunderous screech, its immense wings flapping wildly as it unleashed a torrent of flames. Simultaneously, the fiery bird's transformation seemed to awaken the dormant volcano, unleashing a cataclysmic eruption of energy. The ground trembled violently, and numerous fissures appeared, glowing with a crimson light, as if the volcano were on the verge of eruption. The sky darkened, clouds swiftly converging, and plumes of smoke billowed from the crater, reaching towards the heavens. Mutwo, undeterred, raised one hand skyward, summoning dark clouds, as thunder rumbled and torrential rain began to pour. "Everyone, disperse." Captain Yanlong bellowed, swiftly relocating the mad scientist and his vital apparatus to the back of his three-headed dragon, then soaring away. The others, not foolish, had already scattered before the command was issued. Yi Qing mounted Rapidash, who raced downward like a gale, embodying the very essence of speed. Mutwo's eyes glimmered with intrigue. This development had piqued its interest. Amidst the cacophony of thunderous sounds, a torrent of molten lava erupted from the depths, catapulting skyward. The fiery bird, now fully exerting itself, found itself amid the surging lava, as countless incandescent rocks were thrust into the air, plummeting back down and leaving fiery trails in the sky. Yiqing turned back to witness the lava gushing forth, consuming vast tracts of land. Black smoke and volcanic ash filled the atmosphere, creating an apocalyptic tableau. In this cataclysmic scene, two radiant forms, one yellow, one pink, hovered high above, locked in a gaze. Yiqing, unwilling to miss this monumental clash, urged Rapidash to shelter behind a massive boulder, peeking back at the two Pokémon. Facing the fiery bird, empowered by the favorable conditions, Mewtwo clasped its hands together and slowly drew them apart, conjuring a 2-meter-long spoon from thin air. The fiery bird, amidst the molten torrent, frantically flapped its wings, generating violent gusts that enveloped Mewtwo in a tempest of flames and lava. As the flames swept through, the fabric of space warped, and the very air was incinerated. Mewtwo enveloped itself in psychic energy, deftly wielding the spoon to deflect the flames, emerging unscathed. As the battle wore on, Mewtwo grew somewhat bored, treating the fiery bird as a mere test of its abilities, familiarizing itself with its burgeoning power. With increased psychic output, the spoon whirled swiftly, keeping the flames and lava at bay. Excellent, splendid. From afar, Captain Yanlong, perched upon the back of his three-headed dragon, clapped in excitement. This marked Mewtwo's third battle. It appeared the organization had indeed birthed an extraordinary being. Mewtwo had yet to fully master its power, but once the opportune moment arrived, world domination would be within reach. Is this all you can offer? Then let us conclude this. Mewtwo spread its arms wide, forming a pink spherical barrier that enveloped it, and in the next instant, it transformed into a pink comet, hurtling towards the fiery bird with unstoppable momentum. Caw! The fiery bird's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that its most formidable attack had failed to vanquish its opponent. It seemed the adversary had merely expended some energy. Who was this being? How had it evaded notice throughout its long existence? Faced with the onslaught of Mewtwo, the fiery bird had no time for contemplation. Its flames surged, drawing upon the surrounding lava, harnessing the forces of nature, and with the added ferocity of its fiery onslaught, it charged towards Mewtwo with all its might. Boom! The collision of these two legendary beings was akin to a comet striking the earth. An intense flash of white light erupted, dust swirling as the heavens seemed to close in. The explosion sent molten rock flying through the air, and the volcano erupted violently, flames bursting forth like blossoms. As the rain was instantaneously vaporized, and countless rocks rained down like fiery arrows. Transport helicopters at the mountaintop hastily took to the skies, fleeing from this apocalyptic scene. A deluge of lava cascaded down the volcano, the searing heat obliterating the forest, leaving desolation in its wake. The remaining members of the organization either fled or perished. Even Captain Yanlong could not have anticipated the cataclysmic scale of this battle between divine beasts. Yiqing and Rapidash dared not linger, compelled to escape to a more distant location. Lava rained down like arrows, yet Rapidash, agile and swift, evaded the fiery onslaught, ensuring Yiqing remained untouched. However, as the lava continued to fall in greater volumes, capture seemed inevitable. Suddenly, a thunderous shout echoed from above. Yiqing glanced up to see his captain, Blood Hand, riding a fierce Fearow, an encounter reminiscent of the one mentioned in Li Zhiyong's dossier. With a mighty leap, Rapidash soared parallel to Fearow, eyeing the approaching creature from a distance of nearly 1 meter. Yiqing's face reflected uncertainty. Both Pokémon were renowned for their speed, easily exceeding 100. If he leapt now, he risked a fatal fall. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the opportunity slipped away. Rapidash, alas, could not fly, and upon landing, Yiqing was left to seek another chance. Chapter 24, The Feasibility of Evasive Tactics. Bloodbat, what on earth are you doing? Bloodhand shouted anxiously. In this critical situation, he was bewildered by the hesitation of his trusted aide. If it weren't for the presence of the swift Houndoom, he would have suspected that his confidant had been swapped out. Oh no. Yiqing regained his composure and, observing the expression on Bloodhand's face, realized that his previous actions had undoubtedly aroused suspicion. If he failed to leap onto the target again, he might very well be exposed. Once more, Houndoom, resolute. Yiqing patted the creature's back. Woof. Houndoom deftly evaded a torrent of lava and once again leaped towards the mouth of the giant bird. Now is the moment. Yiqing narrowed his eyes. Whether it led to success or failure mattered little. With a powerful push off Houndoom's back, he soared toward the giant bird's back. Bloodhand grasped Yiqing's garment and swiftly pushed him down onto the back of the giant bird. Croak. Catching Yiqing, the giant bird flapped its wings and descended rapidly. One hand clutched the bird's feathers while the other quickly retrieved Houndoom's Pokeball, returning it to safety. Are you still injured? Bloodhand asked, tapping Yuqing's head. Yuqing nodded, refraining from further comment. At that moment, the battle atop the volcano underwent another shift. The Firebird was struck down, crashing onto the summit, and, in a disheveled state, it took to the skies again, glancing at the surrounding crowd. It dared not engage with Mutuo any longer and, nursing its wounds, swiftly departed. Sir, stop him. What nonsense. Yin Lang has been fixated on this legendary creature. This is the perfect opportunity to capture it while it's gravely injured. We cannot allow such a prize to slip through our fingers. Begone. Mutuo cast a disdainful glance at him, speaking coolly. Its skin shimmered, and in an instant, all wounds were miraculously healed. Yin Lang had never been spoken to in such a manner. His clenched fists momentarily relaxed. Just who was this being before him? The Firebird was no match for it. Was he merely offering himself as a sacrifice? Absolutely magnificent, absolutely magnificent. The mad scientist behind him appeared ecstatic, regarding Mutuo as a flawless work of art. In the face of such an opponent, Mutuo exhibited no desire to pursue. It fixed its gaze upon Yin Lang and declared, I am weary. It is time for me to return. Very well. Yin Lang gritted his teeth, commanding the three-headed dragon towards the transport plane. The volcanic eruption continued. The clouds in the sky a brilliant crimson, as if the entire world was ablaze. The Firebird has escaped? Yuqing murmured, gazing at the distant sky. Of course. Lord Mutuo is invincible. Bloodhand spoke of Mutuo with utmost reverence. A moment later, the remaining members of team are hurried towards their respective transport planes. Yuqing noticed that Bloodhand was not heading towards the previous transport plane and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, Captain, isn't that the transport plane for the leaders? Bloodhand nodded, stating, Indeed. I just received word that the casualties among the other squads were too severe. Our team is now tasked with safeguarding Lord Mutuo. What an opportunity. Yuqing clenched his fists. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. To acquire information on Mutuo, he must first approach him. Only by getting close could he proceed with his next steps. Ideally, he would even manage to take Mutuo away. After all, he had endured this ordeal, and he wanted to see their reactions when they realized what he had done. Inside the transport plane, Yin Lang and the mad scientist swiftly entered a sealed laboratory to relay the data from Mutuo's battle back to headquarters. Bloodhand looked sternly at the 8 individuals before him, admonishing, You must adhere strictly to your posts. We cannot rule out the possibility of infiltrators sent by the Alliance among us, to prevent them from coming into contact with Mutuo. I have arranged for pairs of you to share a post, each with a key, to monitor each other continuously, 24 hours a day. Understood. They responded in unison. Satisfied. Bloodhand nodded and turned to Yuqing, assigning, Bloodbat and the Fatty will stand guard at the first post. After delegating the responsibilities, Bloodhand strode away. Brother Bat, let us go. A portly individual lamented with a mournful expression. Yuqing, intrigued by his woeful demeanor, asked, What is the matter? The hefty man clutched his head and replied, You don't know? You're unaware of why our team has been assigned to guard this location? I truly don't know, or else why would I ask you? Yuqing rolled his eyes. The portly man sighed. Lord Mutuo requires sustenance, and his temper is notoriously poor. If you deliver food and inadvertently upset him, he could very well crush you on the spot. This, he explained, was why teams rotated guard duty. Observing Yuqing standing in stunned silence, the portly man continued. The number of people who have died along the way likely pales in comparison to those who have been crushed by him. The man's expression suggested sincerity, leaving Yuqing puzzled. Logically, while Mutuo might disdain humanity, he wouldn't resort to indiscriminate slaughter. However, recalling the heinous actions of Team R and the Rocket Team in his past life, it seemed quite plausible that angering Mutuo could lead to dire consequences, thus explaining their lack of cordiality. With this thought, Yuqing feigned indifference, saying, If you're unwilling, I shall simply deliver the meal myself. All right, but don't you dare backtrack. The portly man, initially troubled, suddenly found himself pleasantly surprised. Together with the portly man, Yuqing approached the door to Mutuo's chamber. Standing guard on either side, Yuqing regarded the surveillance camera overhead, contemplating how to engage Mutuo in conversation. Mutuo had evidently begun to question the meaning of his existence. Although the organization had created Mutuo in this world, the process might not differ significantly from the events of his previous life. Might this not be an avenue to gain Mutuo's trust? As Yuqing pondered, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Food. Upon hearing the cold, unfeeling voice, Yuqing and the portly man exchanged glances. One moment, my lord. The portly man quickly gestured and rushed off to retrieve the food. You know me? Despite the barrier of the door, Mutuo's ability to perceive the hearts of others was extraordinary. Yuqing felt a surge of tension at this question, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Just then, the portly man returned with a tray of food. Without hesitation, Yiqing took the meal, united his key with the portly man's, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. Brother. The portly man discreetly gave a thumbs up, relieved to avoid delivering food himself. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed around Yiqing as he entered, immediately sensing something was amiss. This place felt less like a room and more like an endless expanse. Shrouded in darkness, devoid of anything but his own footsteps. Mutuo? Yiqing recognized this as Mutuo's trick and chose to stand still, awaiting what would come next. Chapter 25. Your past life, are you not afraid of me? The ethereal voice echoed in the air. Strangely, Yiqing found himself surprisingly calm, feeling an unusual tranquility. We are kindred spirits. Why should I fear you? Kindred? I have no kindred. It seemed that the Pokémon, known as Mutuo, had stumbled upon a realization, its tone unusually melancholic. Yiqing asserted confidently, no, in this world, you and I are indeed kindred. Mutuo, puzzled, inquired why. I am a Pokémon, and you are human. Yiqing smiled, having successfully stirred Mutuo's emotions, convinced that it would not harm him. Thus, he spoke with newfound boldness. You are a Pokémon? Which mother gave birth to you? Born? Parents? Mutuo fell into contemplation, grappling with a question it had long pondered. If I am neither Pokémon nor human, why do I share kinship with you? Mutuo's incisive questioning prompted Yiqing to regard it with newfound respect. After all, as a psychic type, its intellect surpassed that of ordinary Pokémon. Yiqing remained silent, merely surveying his surroundings. Mutuo, perceiving Yiqing's unease without the need for telepathy, materialized before him and stated calmly, this place is utterly secure. Apart from that entity in the universe, no one can observe us here. Startled by Mutuo's sudden appearance, Yiqing retreated a few steps, contemplating for a moment before declaring, we are not beings of this realm. We originate from the same place. Mutuo furrowed its brow. Not? I certainly am not. Why are you not as well? Yiqing did not respond but smiled at it, saying, I know your past life, all your unanswered questions, and I can elucidate them one by one. Really? Mutuo's eyes sparkled with curiosity. It had harbored numerous doubts along its journey, with no one to provide answers. Not even the one who created it. Yiqing spread his hands earnestly. You may access my memories, but you must promise only to delve into those related to your origin. Very well, if what you say is true, then I shall reward you. Mutuo, filled with anticipation, felt its emotions surge for the first time. Taking a deep breath, it reflected on its existence, which had been shrouded in confusion, unaware of its identity or purpose. The prospect of Yiqing guiding it towards self-discovery ignited a fervor within. As Mutuo's psychic energy enveloped Yiqing's mind, darkness suddenly engulfed its vision. It found itself in an infinite expanse, devoid of anything but an all-consuming darkness. Just as it pondered the situation, images began to materialize. Before it lay a pristine forest, brimming with carefree Pokémon. Just as Mutuo became engrossed in the scene, the images shifted to reveal four armed humans intruding upon the forest, each bearing an emblem resembling the letter R on their chests. The leader, scrutinizing documents in hand, murmured, the illusionary Pokémon, the ancestor of all Pokémon, Mew. Mew? Mutuo furrowed its brow, perplexed by the significance of this name. An accompanying team member chimed in. Its powers are limitless, capable of causing floods, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and reshaping the very earth. Legends of its existence have persisted throughout history. The leader sighed. Alas, it is likely extinct. The subordinate shook his head, uncertain. Though no one has witnessed it, rumors of Mew's recent sightings have proliferated. The leader scoffed. Ridiculous. We are dispatched here merely based on a rumor. Mutuo continued to absorb Yiqing's memories, patiently observing the unfolding narrative. The scene shifted again, revealing that after countless days, the four individuals had finally unearthed an ancient relic. Discovering a mural depicting Mew on a wall, Mutuo murmured, is this Mew? Why do I feel such an impulse upon seeing it? The image blurred, and when clarity returned, Mutuo found the group inside a tent. On a table lay a fossil imprinted with eyelashes, while scientists in lab coats busily attended to their work. Moments later, the leader entered, prompting the researchers to respectfully report, Sir, behold, this is our discovery, a fossilized eyelash from Mew. The leader beamed, excellent. Expedite its return to headquarters. With this discovery, our god-making project can finally commence. The scene transitioned once more to a vast laboratory filled with countless instruments, where numerous individuals toiled with urgency. Data on computer screens continuously updated, all pointing to a singular eyelash. Within a tank filled with liquid, Mutuo beheld a figure resembling itself. A being the size of an infant, alongside many other tanks containing Pokémon like Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Charmander. Was I born here? Or was I merely a product of replication? Mutuo pondered, determined to uncover the truth. The imagery shifted again, plunging back into darkness. Is this it? Mutuo clenched its fist, unable to bear the impending revelation. Ugh! Yiqing collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by Mutuo's emotional shift, which was enough to send him reeling. Noticing Yiqing's distress, Mutuo hurriedly tempered its emotional turbulence. After a prolonged silence, the images reappeared, allowing Mutuo to exhale in relief. This time, the scene depicted a youthful version of itself. However, Mutuo realized that it possessed no memories of its own birth. As doubts about the authenticity of Yiqing's memories crept in, Mutuo witnessed its younger self slowly opening its eyes. The voices of the researchers filled the air, echoing in the lab. Who am I? Where am I? It seems they are discussing me, but what are they saying? Upon hearing its younger self express these queries, Mutuo felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. Realizing for the first time that the child in Yiqing's memories was indeed itself, Mutuo observed as a luminous orb appeared beside its younger self, followed by a clear voice. Those are human words. As the voice resonated, a small girl with blue hair and striking eyes, seemingly 3 or 4 years old, emerged beside the young Mutuo. Mutuo gazed at the unfolding scene, straining to recall the identity of this girl, yet her name eluded its memory. Chapter 26. Companions. The little girl gazed at the young Mutuo with a smile, saying, I am human. You may call me Xiao AI. We are quite similar beings. Human? Am I human too? The young Mutuo inquired, alongside the one observing the scene. Xiao AI leaned in playfully and replied, if you can speak the language of humans. Perhaps you are one, or maybe you are my Pokémon. The young Mutuo furrowed his brow in confusion. Human, Pokémon, what exactly am I? Hearing his younger self ask this, the observing Mutuo murmured, indeed, what am I? Xiao AI was momentarily taken aback by this question. After a brief contemplation, she cheerfully declared, it doesn't matter which. You and I are the same. Here, we are all equal. With her words, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, and Charmander appeared in this realm of consciousness. As Mutuo watched with growing interest, the scene shifted back to the laboratory, where a group of researchers excitedly stared at the monitors, exclaiming, is this Mutuo conversing with Xiao AI number 2? Even the other clones seemed to respond. This appears to be telepathy. While we cannot be certain, it is highly probable. The researchers buzzed with animated discussions. Just as Mutuo began to feel impatient, the scene transitioned once more to the young Mutuo as consciousness space. Xiao AI explained, we are all clones, and thus, I'm not number 1 but number 2. I am Xiao AI number 2. The young Mutuo questioned. So am I also a number 2? Xiao AI laughed. Only I am Xiao AI number 2. The true me is simply Xiao AI. Mutuo understood that the younger version of himself might not grasp this statement, yet he comprehended their shared identity as clones. The scene changed again, showcasing Xiao AI soaring above a city with a group of Pokémon, introducing them. Look, this is the place where the Xiao AI in my memories was born and grew. The young Mutuo pointed at a luminous orb in the sky, asking, what is that? With a beaming smile, Xiao AI explained, that is the sun, and over there is the forest. The wind that blows is at times fierce, at times gentle. As they glided over the city from dawn until dusk, Xiao AI patiently clarified everything they did not understand. Thus, they accompanied each other day and night, never parting ways. One night, the young Mutuo pointed at the night sky and asked, what are those? Xiao AI, like a caring sister, explained, that is the moon, surrounded by stars. They remind us that we are not truly alone, just as we accompany one another. Companions. Mutuo felt a surge of warmth at the sight of it all. Realizing he had not always been alone, he had once had companions. He silently vowed to find them, to seek out Xiao AI. At that moment, however, a sudden turn of events unfolded in the scene. The Charmander surrounding Xiao AI began to fade, its body becoming increasingly transparent before transforming into countless specks of light and vanishing peacefully. Squirtle, Bulbasaur. Following Charmander, Squirtle and Bulbasaur sensed their own forms dissipating, gazing at Xiao AI and the young Mutuo with eyes filled with reluctance and fear. Yet, this could not halt their fate, and they too transformed into twinkling starlight, disappearing from view. The young Mutuo, filled with confusion, asked Xiao AI, where has everyone gone? Xiao AI did not respond, staring blankly ahead as if sensing something. Xiao AI? Upon witnessing Xiao AI's form fading, the young Mutuo finally felt fear. Xiao AI, what is happening? What is wrong? Faced with Mutuo's incessant inquiries, Xiao AI's eyes brimmed with sorrow, tears trickling down her cheeks as she whispered, I don't know. I just feel like I must say goodbye too. In the days to come, you must take good care of yourself. Mutuo, watching from outside the scene, suddenly felt his heart constrict, as if something vital had been forgotten. Inside the image, the young Mutuo gazed at the gradually disappearing Xiao AI. His eyes welled with tears as he asked his final question, what is this? Struggling against the fading, Xiao AI gently explained, these are tears, Only humans cry when they are sad. In the final moments before her complete dissolution, Xiao AI managed a faint smile, gazing longingly at the young Mutuo. Thank you for your tears. Please, do not cry. You are still alive. Promise me, you will live on, you must always live. With those words, Xiao AI's form completely transformed into starlight. The young Mutuo wept silently, helplessly watching it all unfold. Xiao AI, my tears won't stop. What should I do? Teach me. What followed was an extended slumber, a long time during which Xiao AI and those Pokémon, along with all events, faded into oblivion. The author reminds you to update the latest chapters in a timely manner. Where's this? Who am I? Why am I trapped in this world devoid of memories, endlessly dreaming? I cannot forget that world where I soared alongside them. Listening to the young Mutuo's final declaration, all memories in Yi Qing's mind came to an end. Mutuo chose not to delve further, for he had already discovered the answers he sought. As Yi Qing's consciousness gradually awakened, he opened his eyes to find himself in a cabin, food in hand, and Mutuo seated not far from him. After a long pause, Mutuo asked, "How do you know all this?" Facing one of the top-tier beings, the first-level god Mutuo, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no anxiety. Swallowing hard, Yi Qing continued, "Because we hail from the same world." Is that so? Xiao AI, where is she? Mutuo, rather than fixating on the question of which world, excitedly pressed Yi Qing. Upon hearing this critical question, Yi Qing's mind filled with dark thoughts. Xiao AI was the beloved daughter of the creator of Team Rocket's Mutuo, yet there was no Team Rocket or Giovanni here. It was highly likely that Xiao AI did not exist in this realm, leaving him unsure of how to find her. As Yi Qing grappled with this dilemma, a sudden idea struck him. Do not lie. At that moment, Mutuo said calmly. Confronted with Mutuo's subtle threat, Yi Qing quickly adopted a more honest demeanor. Attempting to analyze, Xiao AI could possibly be within your organization, though I cannot be certain. Mutuo regarded Yi Qing with a nod. Is that so? I understand. Do you believe me? Yi Qing cautiously inquired, aware that if Mutuo accessed his other memories, things could become complicated. I only know that you are not lying, Mutuo replied, raising his gaze as if capable of peering into the void. Chapter 27. The escape plan. Yi Qing nodded gently, uncertain whether his actions were right or wrong. After all, as an outsider, he had wept profusely while watching the reversal of fate in the movie featuring Mutuo. How much more emotional must the actual participants feel? This is for you, as a token of my gratitude, Mutuo declared, extending his palm. A silver-white spoon, measuring 5 centimeters, materialized from thin air and floated gracefully before Yi Qing. With this, should you require my assistance, merely look back. I shall be there to help you overcome any obstacle. Listening to Mutuo's commanding proclamation filled Yi Qing with exhilaration. The prospect of having Mutuo as his ally suggested a future where he could command both wind and rain. However, Yi Qing remained grounded. His relationship with Mutuo was not yet solidified, and it was likely that Mutuo would only intervene on his behalf a single time. As his fingers brushed against the spoon, it transformed into a radiant white light, branding itself like a tattoo on his right wrist. After this, Mutuo calmly inquired, "You are not affiliated with the R organization, are you?" "No, certainly not," Yi Qing replied, nodding. Lying to Mutuo was out of the question. It was better to be forthright. Meanwhile, Yi Qing contemplated a pressing concern. Li Xiong's mission had been to gather intelligence on Mutuo. If he were to hand over that information to the Alliance, would he not be betraying Mutuo's trust? Moreover, the Alliance had previously been infiltrated by Team Rocket. If Sakaki could ascend to the rank of an officially recognized gym leader, it was plausible that the Alliance here had also been compromised by the R organization. Even if not directly infiltrated, there was a possibility of undercover agents lurking within. Upon returning to the Alliance as an undercover agent, would he risk being discovered and retaliated against by our organization's spies? While the probability of such an event occurring was minimal, it was not entirely improbable. Ultimately, his initial objective had never been to seek accolades from the Alliance. It was merely a quest for self-preservation. Having pondered these thoughts, Yi Qing looked up at Mutuo, his heart racing as he asked, "Are we friends?" "Friends?" "Perhaps," Mutuo replied after a brief moment of contemplation. Yi Qing's eyes sparkled with hope. "Then can you use teleportation to help me escape?" "That may be unlikely," Mutuo said, glancing at the restraints binding him and shaking his head. Yi Qing furrowed his brow. "What must I do to assist you?" Mutuo explained, "These restraints inhibit my teleportation abilities. You would need to either destroy the control device or move me at least 10 kilometers away from it." 10 kilometers? Yi Qing found the condition daunting. The control terminal that restrained Mutuo was likely the same device that the Mad Doctor had carried. Yet, escaping to a distance of 10 kilometers without the R organization's notice seemed nearly impossible. Even with the speedster, the Boltund, Achieving such a feat would be a monumental challenge. He recalled having learned in school that Boltund could barely maintain a speed of 500 kilometers per hour using its special ability, allowing it to cover approximately 140 meters in a second. Thus, traversing 10 kilometers at full speed would take around 72 seconds. Of course, it was unrealistic to expect Boltund to sustain that speed for the entire duration. Once the effect of its ability faded, it would take nearly 3 minutes to cover the distance. Would the organization's personnel grant him that much time? The control device could incapacitate Mutwo within 3 seconds of activation, couldn't it? Yi Qing's mind raced with calculations, but he could not devise a suitable plan. Mutwo seemed to sense his thoughts and gazed at him, saying, I can resist the power of the restraints and remain conscious. But I can hold out for only 3 minutes at most. 3 minutes is sufficient, but Mutwo appeared indifferent. When the time comes, you should leave first. Understood. Yi Qing realized he had already spent too long inside. To avoid raising suspicions, he needed to exit promptly. As he emerged, he immediately spotted the anxious figure of the portly friend pacing by the door. Brother, you finally made it out. I was starting to worry something had gone awry. The portly friend exclaimed, his face lighting up with relief at the sight of Yi Qing, who had emerged unscathed. All is well, Yi Qing waved dismissively, feigning a headache. Thank goodness, his friend said, patting Yi Qing's shoulder. You're quite lucky, brother. Others emerged as raving lunatics. Seeing the earnestness in his friend's eyes, Yi Qing believed him. For Mutwo's temper was indeed notorious. Glancing out the porthole, he beheld the endless expanse of ocean, uncertain of the organization's next destination. If it were an island, they would encounter significant difficulties, for Boltund would not be able to traverse the sea without leaving a trace. With this thought in mind, Yi Qing tentatively inquired, Do you know our destination, friend? The portly friend shrugged innocently. Destination? Come on, you're the favored companion of Captain Bloodhand. If you don't know, do you think I would? Yi Qing realized his question was foolish. Ever since meeting Mutwo, he had felt somewhat out of sorts. 6 hours swiftly passed in contemplation, and after a shift change, Yi Qing continued to ponder in his quarters. The transport aircraft boasted ample space, providing each individual with a spacious cabin, allowing for the release of both his Boltund and his Cyndaquil to play. Come forth, Boltund and Cyndaquil. However, Yi Qing had no intention of letting them frolic just yet. While Boltund was present, he aimed to instruct Cyndaquil in mastering the Flame Wool technique. Woof. Cinda. The 2 Pokémon materialized on the ground, and Yi Qing halted Cyndaquil's attempt to climb onto him, articulating his plan to Boltund. Woof. Boltund eagerly agreed without hesitation. As he observed the 2 Pokémon diligently teaching and learning, Yi Qing leaned back against his single bed, continuing to contemplate the earlier dilemma. Destroying the control terminal was out of the question. He was well aware of his own limitations. Thus, the only viable option remained aiding Mutwo's escape. With the helicopter flying at an altitude exceeding 6,000 meters, jumping down directly was impractical. The plan could only be executed on solid ground. Additionally, Mutwo's chamber was uniquely fortified. Standard attacks could not breach it, necessitating their relocation outside. This particular transport aircraft seemed to fly for an exceptionally long time. Throughout the journey, Yi Qing remained vigilant, observing the surroundings through the porthole. After approximately a dozen hours, the team finally soared over land, coming to a halt above a base nestled within a dense forest. However, Yi Qing received no orders, leading him to believe the team was merely stopping for resupply before continuing their journey. Chapter 28. A critical moment. Glancing at the clock, it was now 2 in the morning. The dim light and the late hour rendered this the most exhausting time for any individual. Implementing the plan at this moment would undoubtedly enhance its chances of success. Let us pause the training for now, Yi Qing called out to the still practicing little fire monkey. Although the skill of the Flame Wool had not yet been mastered within this short time frame, Yi Qing was confident that the teachings of the swift dog would significantly accelerate the little fire monkey's learning process. Yua. The little fire monkey rubbed its eyes, staring at Yi Qing in confusion, unsure why it had been called to halt its practice so abruptly. Leaning down, Yi Qing whispered his plan into the little fire monkey's ear, confirming several times that it understood before allowing it to nestle onto his back. Donning a jacket to conceal the little fire monkey, Yi Qing took a deep breath and stepped outside. The first step of the plan was straightforward. Eliminating the 2 guards stationed outside the dream door would enable them to escape with the dream Pokémon. Upon reaching the door of the dream Pokémon's chamber, he found 2 individuals nervously on duty. Bloodbat, what brings you here? The bespectacled man on the left inquired as soon as he spotted Yi Qing. Nothing much. The Bloodhand leader asked me to deliver a message to Lord Dream. Yi Qing fabricated a reason. The bespectacled man appeared troubled, but the leader specified that no one is allowed inside during mealtime, except for this individual. Feigning dissatisfaction, Yi Qing retorted, What? Do you want me to summon the leader? Immediately, the bespectacled man's demeanor shifted to a conciliatory smile. My apologies, Bloodbat. What you say is true. Please, go on in. With a cold huff, Yi Qing strode forward. As he passed the guards, he abruptly yanked off his jacket, swiftly silencing the bespectacled man. Simultaneously, the little fire monkey leapt from Yi Qing's back, delivering a powerful punch to the neck of the other guard. The bespectacled man, filled with shock, attempted to struggle, but was swiftly knocked unconscious by another punch from the little fire monkey. Observing the two fallen guards, Yi Qing retrieved their keys and swiftly unlocked the Dream Pokémon's door. You're here, the Dream Pokémon stated nonchalantly as Yi Qing entered. Nodding quickly, Yi Qing urged. We must leave at once. If the monitoring room detects anything amiss, it will all be over. The Dream Pokémon did not linger with unnecessary words and followed Yi Qing out of the room with haste. Outside, Yi Qing anxiously scanned for any signs of detection before quickly summoning the Swift Dog. Blast this place open. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the Swift Dog unleashed a torrent of flames, creating a large hole on one side of the helicopter. Suddenly, alarms blared, the shrill sound echoing throughout the transport aircraft. Let us go. Yi Qing exchanged a glance with the Dream Pokémon, swiftly mounting the back of the Swift Dog as they charged forward. The Swift Dog leapt several meters, its limbs moving with remarkable speed as both the skills of agility and high speed were activated. Yi Qing felt the rush of wind around him, his vision obscured by the blur of motion. 1 second, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 50 seconds. As Yi Qing mentally calculated their escape, the shackles on the Dream Pokémon flickered with blinding electricity, and it grimaced in pain, warning, they are coming. At that moment, the effect of agility faded, and the Swift Dog's speed diminished. Hearing the Dream Pokémon's alert, Yi Qing turned to see the three-headed dragon had entered his line of sight, and it wouldn't be long before they were caught. Although the Swift Dog ranked among the fastest of Pokémon, the disparity in strength with the three-headed dragon was insurmountable. Being caught was merely a matter of time. Increase your speed, Yi Qing shouted. Knowing that the Dream Pokémon could not fight, they relied on the Swift Dog alone. 2 minutes. After a brief respite, the Swift Dog activated agility once more. Having already used the skill twice in quick succession, it was at its limit, now relying solely on high-speed movement to maintain velocity. Threefold attack. A roar erupted from behind, followed by a blue energy beam swiftly racing toward them. Yi Qing's expression shifted as he urgently commanded, do not stop. Use guard. Boom. The three-headed dragon's attack was powerful, yet insufficient to breach the limits of the guard's skill. Instead, the Swift Dog used the force to widen the distance. Seeing its attack thwarted, the dragon's handler cursed vehemently. Damn it. You dare betray the organization? I'll make sure you pay for this. His frustration was understandable. The Dream Pokémon was the organization's most lethal weapon, and if it were lost on his watch, the consequences would be dire. Yi Qing did not waste words, continually encouraging the panting Swift Dog. Woof. The Swift Dog ignited in flames, straining forward with all its might. We're almost there. We're almost there. Yi Qing's heart raced with anxiety. If they were caught within 1,000 meters, death was inevitable. As time slipped away, the three-headed dragon closed in once more, its handler pointing towards the path ahead. Destruction Ray. With a furious roar, the three-headed dragon unleashed a devastating energy beam, targeting the path before the Swift Dog. Faced with an enemy that could both fly and attack, compounded by the destruction of the road ahead, the Swift Dog's speed suffered greatly. The handler glared fiercely at Yi Qing, gritting his teeth. Let us see where you can run now. Annihilate him with Destruction Ray. Roaring, the three-headed dragon concentrated its power. A massive energy beam erupting forth, radiating with destructive force toward Yi Qing. Wherever the Destruction Ray passed, rocks shattered, trees toppled, and everything in its path was obliterated. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. At that moment, Yi Qing could feel the terrifying energy contained in the Destruction Ray. The intense light illuminating the surroundings as if it were midday. Boom. The Destruction Ray collided with Yi Qing, the explosive energy erupting violently. Yi Qing felt as though he were a blade of grass caught in a tempest, utterly powerless to resist. I did my best. Yi Qing's ears rang, his mind blank as he gazed helplessly at a spot 10 meters away. It was so close to success. Internally, Yi Qing screamed, suddenly realizing something was amiss. Why am I not dead? How am I still conscious? Turning back in confusion, he discovered the Dream Pokémon shielding him and the Swift Dog from harm. The cataclysmic strike from the three-headed dragon, which would have meant doom for them, had merely inflicted superficial wounds on the Dream Pokémon. Thud. Although the Dream Pokémon had absorbed the impact of the Destruction Ray, the immense force sent them all soaring into the air before crashing down to the ground. Prepare to perish. In the blink of an eye, the three-headed dragon had caught up, unleashing a simultaneous threefold attack toward the swift dog and Yi Qing. Chapter 29. My dear brother, Mutuo the swift dog immediately rose, intending to shield Yi Qing, only to realize that the three-headed dragon's assault had been effortlessly thwarted. Floating before Yi Qing, Mutuo extended a hand, casually deflecting the ferocious attack. Get lost. A silent roar echoed in Yin Lang's mind. Moments later, he wiped the blood from his lips and fled into the distance without a backward glance. Yin Lang understood that Mutuo had no intention of ending his life at that moment. It was utterly foolish to think he could restrain the one who had liberated Mutuo. His primary objective was simply to survive and relay this extraordinary tale to his master. With a mere shake of its arms, the shackles binding Mutuo disintegrated into fragments. Casting a glance back at Yi Qing and the swift dog, Mutuo's eyes glimmered, and in an instant, they vanished from their location. Yi Qing felt a fleeting blur before the surroundings transformed dramatically. Under the night sky, the expansive, umbrella-like canopy and countless intertwining vines enveloped the valley. A gentle stream meandered through, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blooms of nature, where wild Pokémon frolicked in delightful play. Brother, you've returned. Upon witnessing this, Yi Qing comprehended that Mutuo had utilized teleportation to relocate them thousands of meters away. Brother? Mutuo furrowed its brow, pondering the meaning of the term. Yi Qing hastily explained, brother is a term of friendship. Are we not friends? Mutuo, reflecting thoughtfully, inquired. Yes, you have assisted me, so we are friends. But what then is my relationship with Xiao AI? Family? Yi Qing exhaled, casting a tentative glance at Mutuo. Family, perhaps? Family? Mutuo contemplated for a moment, then turned to Yi Qing and the swift dog. I have matters to attend to. Where are you headed now? I can escort you part of the way. Overjoyed, Yi Qing exclaimed, brother, I wish to return home, to where we first met. Woof. The swift dog nodded in agreement. Though its trainer had passed, it longed to reunite with its offspring and mate back at the police station. Very well. Mutuo extended a hand, its eyes shimmering with a pink glow. In the next moment, Yi Qing and the swift dog found themselves enveloped in darkness, and when their vision cleared, they were at the edge of Jynx Forest. Recognizing the familiar surroundings, Yi Qing eagerly hopped onto the swift dog's back. Swift dog, fetch my phone. Oh, never mind. He abruptly remembered that the location of his phone was also where Li Zhiyong had met his end. The thought stirred an unwelcome nostalgia, prompting Yi Qing to dismount. He affectionately patted the swift dog's large head, gently probing. Would you like to become my Pokémon? Woof. The swift dog hesitated, lowering its head slightly in refusal. Yi Qing was not surprised. His desire to capture the swift dog was not particularly strong, as Pokémon with deep bonds to their trainers rarely switched allegiance. All right, I won't pressure you, but could you help me conceal my identity and act as though we've never met, so you can return to the league? Woof. This time, the swift dog nodded earnestly, assuring that it would not divulge any information about Yi Qing. Thank you. Yi Qing removed his clothing and belongings, allowing the swift dog to incinerate them with a blaze. Woof. After completing the task, the swift dog tilted its head in inquiry. No need. I can walk back myself. Yi Qing understood its intent and declined the offer, aware that the city was rife with cameras, making it unwise to be seen together. Watching the swift dog's graceful departure, Yi Qing released his fiery monkey. Ugh. The fiery monkey still harbored resentment towards Yi Qing, offering no warmth even after being freed from its Pokeball. Yi Qing, in high spirits, chose not to dwell on the monkey's sulkiness and resolved to implement rigorous training upon returning home. Mutuo is my brother now, ha ha ha. He laughed heartily as he made his way home. The fiery monkey perched on Yi Qing's shoulder, bewildered, pondering if its trainer had lost his mind. Dressed in shorts, Yi Qing ambled along the desolate streets, contemplating the predicament of being stranded in the outskirts at such a late hour. How could he possibly return on foot? Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he spotted a security booth still illuminated, a glimmer of hope igniting within him as he hurried over. Is anyone there? Yi Qing knocked on the door, apologetically inquiring. Who dares disturb my dreams at such an hour? A gruff voice erupted from within the booth, followed by the door swinging open, revealing a grizzled man in his 60s. Bleary-eyed and irate. What's the matter with you? Out here at this hour, prancing around in your shorts like a fool? A chill ran down Yi Qing's spine. But recognizing his own trespass, he could only respond amiably. Sir, could I borrow your phone? My belongings have been stolen. The old man squinted at Yi Qing, clearly unimpressed, yet reluctantly handed over his phone. Take it, but make sure you keep it on speaker while you're at it. Ugh. The fiery monkey blinked, its stomach grumbling insistently, urging Yi Qing to hurry. To Yi Qing's surprise, despite the old man's age, he exhibited a keen sense of caution against scams. After dialing, Yi Qing switched the phone to speaker mode. Hey, Wang Yao, don't sleep yet. Come pick me up at the entrance of Jinsey Forest. What? Qingzi? You're alive? That is fantastic. Do you know I haven't slept in 2 days? Wang Yao exclaimed, animatedly gesturing. As the horrifying images of the dismembered bodies extracted from Jinsey Forest earlier that morning haunted him. Realizing Wang Yao was about to continue lamenting, Yiqing rolled his eyes and urged, hurry up, bring some clothes. I'm freezing. After hanging up, Yiqing smiled as he returned the phone to the old man. Wang Yao, brimming with excitement, jumped on his bed, glancing at the phone's remaining 10% battery, contemplating it should suffice. I can always charge it later. The old man took back his phone, noticing the spoon tattoo on Yiqing's wrist, and exclaimed, young man, that is quite an intriguing tattoo you have. It even glows. Oh, this? It's a new style, Yiqing replied with a smile, casually brushing off the inquiry. Reflecting on his journey, Yiqing realized he had unwittingly forged a connection with the legendary Mutuo. Who is Mutuo? It is a being capable of matching Arceus in prowess, a notion that others wouldn't dare to entertain. Chapter 30. The School Bully. Old man, are you not going to sleep? After indulging in delightful daydreams, Yiqing noticed the old man at the door, who questioned him with a puzzled look. Sleep? How could I possibly sleep with tourists here at midnight? Tell me, why are you children always so troublesome? As the old man spoke, his frustration escalated, and he lit a cigarette, grumbling further. Yes, you're absolutely right. Yiqing paid no heed to the old man's complaints. It was a relief to have someone to chat with while waiting alone. In contrast, Xiaohuaho covered his ears, unable to endure the old man's incessant chatter. Just as Yiqing was getting into the conversation, he suddenly noticed a line of fire at the foot of the mountain, which rapidly approached. Amidst the blazing flames, a magnificent fiery steed galloped forth, and on its back, Yiqing could vaguely discern Wang Yao's figure. With a swift motion, Wang Yao tightened his legs around the fiery steed's waist, slowing it down until it halted before Yiqing and the old man. Yiqing. Upon seeing that Yiqing was unharmed, Wang Yao's face lit up with joy, and he leaped down from the horse, enveloping Yiqing in a warm embrace. Well, faced with Wang Yao's overly enthusiastic greeting, Xiaohuaho quickly hopped down from Yiqing's shoulder, feeling a chill at the sight of the two in an embrace. All right. Yiqing patted the tearful Wang Yao, attempting to extricate himself from his embrace. Wang Yao, his voice choked with emotion, exclaimed, it's so good to see you. You have no idea how much pressure I've been under these past few days. So it was you, huh? You're certainly not one to be underestimated. The old man wiped his eyes, recognizing Wang Yao as the mischievous boy from a couple of days ago. Thank you, sir. Wang Yao hardly paid attention to the old man's words, pulling Yiqing and Xiaohuaho onto the fiery steed, and they sped away. Shall we head to my place? Wang Yao inquired, glancing back at Yiqing. Yiqing, cradling Xiaohuaho, pondered briefly and replied, no. I think I'll just go home for a bit. Wang Yao disagreed, steering the fiery steed toward his own home. Home? Brother, what time is it? The sun will be up soon. Besides, you're just wearing shorts. Look at your face. It's a patchwork of bruises. Don't you think your parents will worry? All right then. Yiqing contemplated Wang Yao's reasoning, realizing he had a point. Moreover, dawn would soon break, and it was better to avoid complications. Wang Yao's family, while not excessively wealthy, was certainly well off, residing in a 2-story villa with a yard that housed numerous Pokémon. Upon entering the yard, Wang Yao instructed the fiery steed to play nearby, and he quietly opened the door for Yiqing. Come in quickly, wash up. This is a new outfit I just bought. Let us see if it fits. Yiqing peered curiously into the darkened building and inquired, are your parents home? Wang Yao shook his head. My dad is busy and not at home, and my mom doesn't sleep well, so let us keep it down. Understood. Yiqing signaled with an okay gesture, recalled the mischievous Xiaohuaho into his Pokeball, and hurried into the bathroom to freshen up. With dawn still far off, Yiqing had little to occupy his time. After feeding Xiaohuaho, he allowed him to practice his flame wheel in the front yard. Eventually, the sun rose above the horizon. Since Wang Yao's home was not far from the academy, they leisurely strolled while enjoying freshly made pancakes. Fatigue washed over Yiqing, and he yawned repeatedly. He had scarcely slept these past few days, especially not the night before. Help! As they traversed a narrow alley, a sudden cry for help pierced the air. Wang Yao halted abruptly, pondering that voice. It sounds like one of our classmates. Should we check it out? Let us go, and remember to record it. Though Yiqing was overly altruistic, he felt compelled to intervene if a classmate was being bullied. Of course. Wang Yao reached for his phone, only to find it had died. Just as he was about to inform Yiqing, he noticed that Yiqing had already dashed ahead. Not paying back? Mahoke, tear her clothes off. In the alley, a trio of thugs and a Mahoke surrounded a bespectacled boy and girl, with the girl's jacket already torn away. Please, let us go. The interest you're asking for is too high. Zhang Xiaoqiang chuckled mockingly. Let you go? Who will pay me back then? Mahoke, Keep going. As the menacing Mac Hoke approached, one of the thugs landed a punch on the boy, knocking him to the ground, and continued toward the terrified girl. Haha. Zhang Xiao and his companions laughed heartily. They had done this many times, relying on their connections without a care for consequences. Don't come any closer. The girl collapsed in fear, helpless tears streaming down her face as she faced the advancing Mac Hoke. Hey, how about breakfast? Zhang Xiao turned upon hearing the unexpected words, only to have a plastic bag suddenly smack against his face. The shattered pancake burst open, splattering golden oil and potato shreds all over him. Damn it. Zhang Xiao wiped his face, seething with anger as he glared toward the alley entrance. Help us, Wang Yao. Yu Qing. The girl on the ground seemed to see a glimmer of hope and shouted for help. Mac Hoke, shut her up, Zhang Xiao commanded. Mac Hoke. The Pokémon responded, delivering a harsh slap to the girl's face, causing it to swell visibly. Wang Yao rolled up his sleeves, furious. Zhang Xiaoqiang. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because your father is the vice principal. Yu Qing, with a cold expression, added. Do you not realize that using Pokémon to attack people is illegal? In truth, Yi Qing was reluctant to get involved upon seeing Zhang Xiao, who had always been at odds with him and frequently bullied the weak. Yet, his girlfriend was a good person. She had helped him study during her free time and defended him when classmates mocked his academic performance. Zhang Xiaoqiang burst into laughter. Huh? Look everyone, the fool who ranks at the bottom of the class is trying to lecture me on the law. Exactly, Yi Qing, what are you trying to act like? Just hurry up and scram. As 3 beams of light flashed, 3 more Pokémon appeared in the alley, glaring at Yu Qing and Wang Yao. Well, undeterred by the trio of accomplices, the justice-filled Xiaohua hosted fiercely on Yu Qing's shoulder, roaring defiantly. Chapter 31. Grudges. Ah. How peculiar it is that you managed to acquire a small fire monkey. I wonder if it was pilfered from somewhere. Zhang Xiaoqiang's 3 lackeys looked disdainfully at the two, utterly disregarding Yu Qing and Wang Yao. Yu Qing, please help us. At that moment, the sports committee member, Wang Shuang, approached, kneeling on the ground with tears streaming down his face, pleading for assistance. Yu Qing assessed the combat capabilities of both parties and found it necessary to alter his strategy. Let me make this clear, we have recorded everything. Zhang Xiaoqiang, if you wish to avoid escalating this matter, you ought to leave at once. Upon hearing Yu Qing's resolute words, Wang Yao felt a shiver run down his spine. However, given the circumstances, he could only produce his already powered-off phone to intimidate the opposition, knowing full well that the distance made it impossible for them to discern the truth. This tactic proved effective. Zhang Xiaoqiang sneered and, filled with rage, declared, Fine, Yu Qing, you have guts. We're leaving. With that, he led his 3 henchmen away toward the other end of the alley, kicking Wang Shuang as he passed. Once Zhang Xiaoqiang had departed, Wang Shuang helped his girlfriend to her feet and hurriedly said, Thank you both for your help today. I need to take her to the hospital. Let us go? Yu Qing said, patting Wang Yao on the shoulder. He held no fondness for Wang Shuang, who often mocked him, but felt compelled to intervene due to their mistreatment of women. Did you manage to record everything? As they exited the alley, Yi Qing cast an uneasy glance at Wang Yao. My phone was off. Wang Yao shrugged, looking innocently at Yi Qing. Are you kidding me? Yi Qing's forehead throbbed with veins. He wanted nothing more than to smack Wang Yao on the head. You could have informed me earlier, brother. Whoa. The small fire monkey joined in, hands on its hips, glaring at Wang Yao. Wang Yao raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. This isn't my fault. I rushed to pick you up last night and forgot to charge my phone. Never mind, never mind. Zhang Xiaoqiang is in the wrong here. And he likely doesn't know we lack evidence against him. He probably won't dare to retaliate for the time being. Let's wait for Wang Shuang and the others to return from the hospital to discuss this further. As Zhang Xiaoqiang and his lackeys emerged from the alley, one particularly burly henchman expressed concern. Zhang Xiao, do you think anything will come of this? Zhang Xiaoqiang furrowed his brow. What do you think, strategist? The one referred to as strategist was somewhat frail, wearing thick glasses. He adjusted them and replied expressionlessly. Ordering the elves to attack humans is indeed unlawful. I advised against it, but you did not heed my warning. I believe the likelihood of Yi Qing and his companions having recorded evidence is substantial. We should prepare for contingencies. First, send someone to appease Wang Shuang with some money, and then intimidate them. A combination of soft and hard tactics should suffice. After a moment of contemplation, the strategist added, Zhang Xiao, perhaps you could arrange for those 2 to transfer to our class. That would provide some security. Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered for a moment, then clenched his fist. Let us proceed with that plan. This Yu Qing is truly infuriating. How dare he meddle in my affairs? Since you obstruct my path to wealth, do not blame me for what follows. Yi Qing and Wang Yao walked side by side into the academy, borrowing a power bank from a shop. At that moment, the playground was sparsely populated, with most students dragging their luggage, leaving Yi Qing and Wang Yao empty-handed. Feeling somewhat out of place, Wang Yao nudged Yi Qing on the shoulder and whispered, "Have you heard? We're moving to the new campus on the back mountain today. Their essay test in the morning and dormitories will be assigned based on the results." Yi Qing frowned slightly. "Is it really that complicated? Aren't all the dorms the same?" Wang Yao shot him a look of disbelief. "The differences are significant. Our school adheres to the principles of survival of the fittest and collective honor. Naturally, we must nurture capable individuals." Yi Qing, intrigued, inquired, "What distinctions exist among the dormitories?" Wang Yao adjusted his collar and explained, "Our cohort consists of 6 classes, and due to limited dormitory space and conditions, they have been divided into 6 areas. The first area boasts the best conditions, with the most spacious rooms and even independent training rooms for elves. In stark contrast, the 6th area is rather dismal, lacking training rooms and requiring students to share sleeping quarters." Yi Qing stroked his chin, realizing he would have been oblivious to these details had Wang Yao not informed him. Wang Yao grinned smugly. "So what do you think? Aren't I thorough with my information? However, our class has no chance of coming in first with the 2 of us dragging behind. Securing 3rd place would be quite an accomplishment." Yi Qing playfully slapped Wang Yao on the chest, somewhat displeased. "What are you talking about? My current knowledge reserve is vastly superior to before, you know?" Wang Yao laughed heartily. "Don't flatter yourself. I know you well. Just because you guessed a few questions correctly last time doesn't mean you've transformed." Yi Qing rolled his eyes, unwilling to explain further. After a while, more and more students filled the playground. After waiting for over half an hour, nearly the entire grade had gathered and divided into 6 formations, quietly awaiting the assembly. Yi Qing turned to glance around. The homeroom teachers from other classes had arrived. Yet their own, old Lu, was nowhere to be seen. Where could the homeroom teacher be? Why haven't we seen him? Wang Yao scratched his head. "I'm not sure, but I heard he has been ill lately." Buzz. Wang Yao's phone vibrated, and upon checking, he found a message from sports committee member Wang Xuan. "Wang Xuan, thank you for today's assistance. We do not intend to pursue the matter further." Yi Qing. "Take a look. If this guy is doing this, doesn't that mean we help them for nothing?" Wang Yao, slightly dazed, quickly showed the message to Yi Qing. After reading it, Yi Qing furrowed his brow slightly. "Let it go. They already owe Zhang Xiaoqiang money. We were merely pretending to record. They must be prepared. Although Wang Xuan has put us in a predicament, it is understandable." Wang Yao sighed. "So what should we do now? Haven't we made enemies for no reason?" Yi Qing raised an eyebrow. "What is there to fear? If I cannot stand up for justice, what kind of elf trainer would I be?" "Yi Qing, Wang Yao. What are you 2 discussing?" Yi Qing's voice had been rather loud, drawing the attention of the class flower, Huang Yao, nearby. "Nothing, nothing." Wang Yu hastily waved his hands. "Well said." Just then, the sound of high heels echoed as Yi Qing turned to see a stunning woman in her 20s. With voluminous waves, standing before their class. The woman cast an appreciative glance at Yi Qing, clapping her hands to capture the attention of the entire class, and announced in a loud voice, "Due to Teacher Lu's health issues, I will temporarily take over as your homeroom teacher. My name is Zhao Xinran." Chapter 32. The Examination. "Oh my, our beautiful teacher." Upon hearing this, Wang Yao was instantly filled with exuberance, recalling how often he had been reprimanded by Teacher Lu for his poor grades. Clap, clap, clap. The entire class erupted in applause at this remark, with a few male classmates even whistling in delight. Zhao Xinran raised her hand to signal for silence, and, holding a document, announced, "In a moment, I will distribute the exam room and seat numbers to each of you. Please proceed to your designated areas accordingly. Furthermore, this examination is pivotal for your dormitory arrangements, and I hope you will all give your utmost effort." After delivering her message, Zhao Xinran cast a deliberate glance at Yi Qing and Wang Yao, raising an eyebrow as she remarked, "I have heard from Teacher Lu about your academic performances. My expectations for you are modest. Simply perform to your usual standards." Wang Yao immediately declared, "I promise not to disappoint you, teacher." "Very well," Zhao Xinran responded with a nod of satisfaction, before systematically distributing the seat numbers. Exam Room 3. Number 17, Wang Yao read from his slip of paper. Yi Qing chuckled and shook his own slip, stating, "I am also in Exam Room 3. "Me too," added Huang Yao, raising her hands in surprise at being assigned to the same examination room as these 2 notable figures in the class. Wang Yao laughed, teasingly saying, "Class flower, you must lend me your answers during the exam." At this, someone in the back shouted, "With your grades, do you even need to copy? Just compare your answers with Yi Qing's, and whatever remains is bound to be correct." Wang Yao, embarrassed and annoyed, retorted, "Get lost. What business is it of yours?" Zhao Xinran smiled gently, clapping her hands to regain order. "All right, enough laughter. Let us head into the examination room." Yi Qing's seat was by the window in the 3rd row, a position that could be viewed as advantageous or disadvantageous. Zhang Xiaoqiang. Noticing the last student entering, Yiqing furrowed his brow slightly. Ah, we meet again, academic underachiever. Zhang Xiaoqiang made a dismissive gesture and casually took his seat. Yiqing scoffed silently, ignoring him. Despite his lack of diligence, Zhang's academic performance was surprisingly commendable. As Yiqing encountered a question regarding the characteristics and roles of the Nido species, he frowned slightly. Recalling that Nidoqueen and Nidoking lacked reproductive organs, thus rendering them incapable of mating. As he progressed through the exam, none of the questions posed a challenge until he reached the final bonus question worth 10 points, which prompted him to pause. Identify the Nido species capable of mating. Intriguing. Yiqing smiled to himself, surprised by the unique taste of the question setter, who had chosen such an unconventional bonus question. In his previous life, the topic of Nidoqueen's supposed affinity for younger partners had become a popular subject of discussion. The reason being that only Nidoran, the adorable counterpart, could reproduce. While Nidoqueen and Nidoking were not particularly difficult to comprehend, the image of them mating with Nidoran was indeed a curious one. This question was clearly beyond the standard curriculum and would likely confound all but those who specialized in the study of Pokémon. Completing the exam, Yiqing meticulously reviewed his answers to ensure nothing was overlooked before slightly sliding his paper outward. He was not concerned about others copying from him, and even the invigilator seemed to share his sentiment. Given Yiqing's relatively slow writing speed, a few top students had already completed their papers. Hu Mingyao, seated just ahead of Yiqing, glanced back at his filled exam sheet, surprised by the abundance of his work. Noticing her gaze, Yiqing smiled back at her. Wang Yao, deep in thought with his pen in mouth, looked at the upright Yiqing and then at his own paper, which remained largely blank. After deliberating, he decided to copy, thinking, let us just do this. Chapter 33, A Shocking Scene. Time's up. Shortly after, the invigilator commanded, swiftly collecting all the examination papers. The hour-long examination had concluded, and students hurriedly rushed out of the examination hall, eager to search for answers online. Brother, you better not be deceiving me, Wang Yao said with a furrowed brow, patting Yiqing on the shoulder as he watched Zhang Xiaoqiang swagger out of the examination hall. Rest assured, I am confident, Yiqing replied, choosing not to elaborate, for in matters such as these, only tangible results could dispel doubt. On the playground, 6 classes stood in orderly formations, patiently awaiting the announcement of the exam results. This outcome not only influenced the students' accommodation arrangements but also impacted the performance and remuneration of each teacher. Zhao Xinran intertwined her fingers and glanced at her watch, noting that there were still over 10 minutes until the results were revealed. She had heard whispers about the examination situation involving Yiqing, but refrained from commenting, assuming that their exchange was merely a moment of frustration. For academic improvement is seldom achieved overnight. Yiqing, you are being overly impulsive. How could you wager against Zhang Xiaoqiang? The news of Yiqing and Zhang Xiaoqiang's bet spread quickly among the students, and all unanimously agreed that Yiqing had no chance of winning. Yiqing looked up at the sun. The results have yet to be announced, and you all are so sure I will lose? With your scores, do we even need to guess? You are being rather presumptuous. The crowd shook their heads. Although Yiqing had previously performed poorly, he had never been so arrogant, leaving everyone puzzled about what had sparked this change. Shut your mouths. Wang Yao felt a pang of injustice for Yiqing, but hesitated to retort. Considering his own subpar results, Yiqing remained unfazed. Given his and Wang Yao's previous dismal scores, they had undoubtedly been a burden to their class. Now, with the stakes concerning everyone's future learning and living conditions, it was only natural to endure a few barbs from others. In a neighboring formation, Zhang Xiaoqiang smirked disdainfully at Yiqing, having never regarded him as a worthy rival due to their contrasting family backgrounds and academic standings. Noticing Yiqing's gaze, Zhang Xiaoqiang's followers raised their middle fingers, eagerly anticipating Yiqing's embarrassment. The wait was not long. A group of officials ascended the platform and took their seats. Among them was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, who Yiqing recognized as Zhang Xiaoqiang's father, Vice Principal Zhang Jihong. He approached the front of the stage, microphone in hand, and began with a lengthy preamble of formalities before finally retrieving a remote control. Now, please direct your attention to the big screen, where the examination results will be displayed in reverse order. As his words echoed, a large screen rose behind him, visible to the 300 attendees, with names and scores clearly displayed. Rank, name, score 300, Zhang Zichuan, 6299, Ma Tianyu, 13298, Zhao Zilai, 36. Goodness, Yiqing, we aren't even in the bottom 10, Wang Yao exclaimed excitedly, gripping Yiqing's sleeve. His exuberance was understandable. Historically, whenever significant exams occurred, Their names were always found among the lowest ranks. Zhao Xinran, glancing at the list, was equally surprised, recalling how Teacher Lu had emphasized their academic issues during their handover. My word, we're not even in the bottom 100. Wang Yao was jubilant, practically dancing with joy. This was the first time he had been so pleased about his academic performance. The other classmates whispered among themselves, puzzled as to why they hadn't seen the names of the two boys when they had already seen their own rankings. Ahem. Zhao Xinran coughed lightly to draw attention to the commotion below. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the composed Yi Qing and the exuberant Wang Yao. 153rd. My heavens. Wang Yao was nearly dizzy with excitement, never expecting to achieve the title of an average student in his lifetime. Simultaneously, he pondered. If his score was derived from copying Yu Qing's answers, then what could Yu Qing's score possibly be? Hu Mingyao, flicking her ponytail, regarded the calm Yu Qing with intrigue. It seemed that ever since that fateful day, her classmate had transformed. Brother, something's off. How did Wang Yu score 153rd? Zhang Xiaoqiang frowned at his underling's query, but remained silent. Good grief, the top 50 results have been announced, and Yi Qing's name is still absent. Wang Yu thought he must be hallucinating, wondering if the examiners had overlooked Yu Qing's paper. Zhao Xinran twirled a strand of hair, increasingly convinced that something was amiss with Yu Qing. Why are you looking at me, teacher? Yu Qing noticed Zhao Xinran's gaze. Anyone would feel uneasy under the scrutiny of a beautiful girl. It's nothing, Zhao Xinran replied with a smile, redirecting her attention to the big screen. Vice Principal Zhang Jihong announced loudly. Now, please observe the list of the top 10. Rank, name, score 10. Zhang Yuan, 94.9. Ma Huiding, 95.8. Zhao Peikai, 96. The rankings from 4th to 10th were as expected, familiar to everyone as the top scholars of their grade. However, a keen observer noted that Sun Xiao, who usually occupied the 10th position, had slipped to 11th. 3rd, Hu Mingyao, 101.2nd. Zhang Xiaoqiang, 103. 5 points first. Yi Qing, 110 points. As the names of the top 3 were revealed, the entire playground erupted in astonishment. My heavens, what am I seeing? How could Yi Qing's name appear here? Isn't that cheating? He couldn't possibly score full marks, could he? He must have completed the extra questions. I must be seeing things. Rather than telling me Yi Qing could score full marks, I'd prefer to believe that pigs could fly. If Yi Qing truly achieved first place through his own merit, I swear I will eat my own hat. Wang Yao felt as if he might faint. Yi Qing's score as the highest in the grade was nothing short of a cosmic joke. While others may not have understood, he, who spent every day with Yi Qing, could not ignore the significant changes in him. Their once shared fate of being academically challenged had persisted for 2 whole years. Yi Qing slapped Wang Yao lightly. Exasperated by his absurd thought process, Hu Mingyao covered her mouth in astonishment, rendered speechless. Zhang Xiaoqiang was shaken to his core, having frequently secured the top position. He never anticipated being surpassed by someone who had regularly occupied the last place. This is impossible. He must have cheated. With that thought, Zhang Xiaoqiang swiftly turned to instruct his followers in hushed tones. He cheated. Just as the crowd was engulfed in shock, a loud shout erupted from a nearby class formation. Chapter 34 Confrontation? Cheating? It is indeed plausible. Only through deceit could one explain how Yu Qing managed to secure the top position. No wonder. I always wondered how this fellow could achieve such a feat. Yu Qing turned his gaze towards the direction of the voice and noticed Zhang Xiaoqiang looking at him with a feigned innocence. Of course, it was not he who shouted cheating, but rather one of his lackeys standing behind him. Observing his insufferable demeanor, Yi Qing chose to ignore him, as resorting to such antics only proved that he was nothing more than a petty clown. Nonetheless, Yi Qing understood the skepticism of these individuals. After all, who would believe that a perennial bottom performer could achieve a remarkable turnaround? This clearly defies logic. Plagiarism? Cheating? Such allegations also caught the attention of the leaders on the podium. The vice principal signaled for silence in the hall, having heard of Yi Qing's remarkable results. After a moment of contemplation, he looked down at Yi Qing and inquired, "Did you cheat? If so, confess now, and leniency may be afforded." Zhao Xinran furrowed her brows. Disliking the unfounded accusations against her student, yet being newly appointed, she was not fully acquainted with them. "No, I did not," Yi Qing replied resolutely. Gazing straight ahead, without a moment's hesitation, the vice principal nodded and turned to the gathered teachers and school officials, asking, "Who was the invigilator for Yi Qing's examination? Please come forward and provide an analysis. Additionally, review the examination room surveillance footage promptly." Upon hearing the vice principal's words, the invigilator approached the podium. He first reflected on Yi Qing's conduct during the exam and noted that aside from the suspicious placement of his answer sheet at the end, there were no apparent issues. However, Upon seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang signaling to him and considering the latter's status, along with his own potential promotion to head of department this year, he stated, "While I have no concrete evidence of Yiqing cheating, there were indeed irregularities." This pronouncement ignited a fervor among the crowd, resulting in a cacophony of dissent. How could this be? Although Yiqing's classmates also doubted his ability to achieve the top score, the stakes were high concerning dormitory selection. If Yiqing and Wang Yao's scores were genuine, their class could potentially rank first in average scores. At that moment, the surveillance analysis also reached a conclusion. During the exam, Yiqing made eye contact with Wang Yao and Huaming Yao, thus raising the possibility of collusion. After hearing the analyses from the two teachers, Zhang Xiaoqiang smirked triumphantly and gave Yiqing the middle finger. With these two affirmative responses, the atmosphere in the playground became overwhelmingly hostile. Should Yiqing fail to vindicate himself, it was easy to foresee the scorn he would endure in the days to come. Unfazed by Zhang Xiaoqiang's provocation, Yiqing remained resolute. If given another chance, he would still refuse to turn a blind eye to such bullying. If he had not encountered it before, that was one thing, but if it were to happen now, he would certainly not allow it to continue. Zhao Xinran sensed that the situation was escalating, and she approached Yiqing, locking eyes with him as she softly asked, "Tell me the truth. Did you earn this score through your own merit?" Inhaling the fragrance emanating from her, Yiqing gazed back with certainty, affirming, "Yes, teacher." "Good." Zhao Xinran nodded, comprehending her next course of action. The vice principal, after a moment of thought, quelled the uproar, stating, "Yiqing, after discussion, the school has decided to conduct a retest. I hope you understand the teacher's good intentions." Wait. Before Yiqing could respond, Zhao Xinran stepped forward, countering the assembly of school leaders. "Since the school has not found concrete evidence of Yiqing's cheating, on what grounds do you require him to undergo a retest? Do you already presume his guilt? Or is it his previous poor performance that has led you to erroneous judgments?" She continued, "This not only insults Yiqing's character but also undermines my ability as an educator alongside Teacher Liu." Listening to Zhao Xinran's impassioned defense, Yiqing couldn't help but regard this principled new homeroom teacher with admiration. "Indeed, we believe in Yiqing," Wang Yao chimed in, rallying the class to support Zhao Xinran's stance. "Yes, why can't we underperforming students achieve full marks? This is discrimination. Discrimination. Does poor performance strip us of our rights?" The vice principal, witnessing the unruly scene, quickly attempted to pacify the crowd. "Everyone is misunderstanding. Misunderstanding." Meanwhile, he thought to himself that Zhao Xinran was indeed formidable, after all. Her parents were prominent figures in the education sector, and he, as a minor principal, could not afford to offend her. Just as he grappled with the situation, his son, Zhang Xiaoqiang, stepped forward and declared loudly, "If Yiqing truly possesses the ability, then I urge the principal to pose a few questions. And I shall answer them alongside Yiqing. This will clarify whether cheating occurred." How impressive. Look at Zhang Xiaoqiang, despite being human. How does he manage to stand out so starkly from Yiqing? Relishing the flattery directed at him, Zhang Xiaoqiang held his head high with a confident smirk. At that moment, his classmates quickly echoed, "Yes, Zhang Xiaoqiang is right. Since there's no cheating, let us have a live competition. If Yiqing triumphs over Zhang Xiaoqiang, we shall have nothing to say." The vice principal glanced at his son, pondering before deciding, "Very well. I will pose 3 questions on the spot for both of you to answer together. Yiqing, do you agree?" Noticing that all eyes were fixed upon him, Yiqing understood that this was Zhang Xiaoqiang's way of seeking revenge, yet he felt no fear. Who could possibly know the subject better than he? He had the confidence to declare himself second, as no one dared to claim first. "I disagree." At that moment, Wang Yao, who had been silent for a while, raised his voice, red-faced and indignant. "Everyone knows that Zhang Xiaoqiang and the vice principal are father and son. You might pose questions only Zhang Xiaoqiang knows. This is manifestly unfair. I propose that the newly appointed teacher, Zhao Xinran, set the questions. First, she does not know Yiqing or Zhang Xiaoqiang, and therefore, she will not be biased in assessing their knowledge levels. This, I believe, is the fairest approach." After Wang Yao's declaration, the crowd considered his words. Recognizing the inherent unfairness of the vice principal drafting questions for his own son, Wang Yao is right. "We agree." With the approval of the assembly, Zhao Xinran raised her delicate face and stated, "I am willing to be the questioner." Yiqing couldn't help but glance appreciatively at Wang Yao, surprised by his timely support. The vice principal cleared his throat awkwardly, drawing the focus of the room back to him as he said, "Then let us invite teacher Zhao Xinran to present the questions." Wiping the sweat from his brow, he thought to himself how fortunate it was that the principal was not at home lately. These students were truly relentless, leaving him feeling cornered. "This teacher is quite lovely, isn't she? With such a homeroom teacher, I too could attain the top score." As Zhao Xinran took the stage, The students began to murmur amongst themselves. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Xinran addressed the throng below, directing her question to Yi Qing and Zhang Xiaoqiang. Are you both ready? The questions I will pose are exceedingly challenging. If both of you answer correctly, the one who responds more swiftly will be declared the victor. We are ready. Both Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yi Qing replied in unison, exchanging glances. Chapter 35. A stupefying scene reflecting on her research project from a few years ago. Zhao Xinran suddenly posed a question. What are the three dragons of Dao, and what do they each represent? Upon hearing this, the attendees were left bewildered, collectively pondering the meaning of the three dragons of Dao. Are they divine beasts? The leaders on the stage appeared equally perplexed, struggling to comprehend Zhao Xinran's inquiry. Only an elderly teacher with a head of white hair seemed to grasp the vague answer, having stumbled upon it during a previous academic discussion. The concept of the three dragons of Dao was new even to Zhang Xiaoqiang, who found himself at a loss. Wang Yao glanced nervously at Yi Qing, wondering if he could possibly answer such a question. Yi Qing met his gaze with a reassuring look, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, the three dragons of Dao are Reshiram, Zekrom, and Kiram. They respectively embody Yin, Yang, and the infinite. Reshiram, a fire-type dragon, represents the Yang extreme. Kiram, an ice and dragon type, signifies the infinite, and Zekrom, an electric-type dragon, embodies the Yin extreme. Yi Qing's explanation was succinct and did not delve deeper. He felt a twinge of anxiety, knowing that such information was monopolized by the upper echelons of society and was not commonly accessible to children from ordinary families. Nevertheless, he had some confidence. While his father's family was indeed humble, his mother's lineage was far from ordinary, affording her access to such knowledge. After all, she was childhood friends with Wang Yao's mother, a member of the social elite. The audience collectively gasped. The concepts, though novel, instilled a sense of awe. Zhang Xiaoqiang was rendered speechless, grappling with the realization that Yi Qing possessed knowledge of something he had never encountered before. Even Zhao Xinran, who had posed the question, was taken aback. She had not anticipated anyone would answer correctly. Her intent was merely to impress the other teachers and school leaders, to ensure they did not underestimate her capabilities due to her youth. Although the concept had been introduced by the Research Institute some years prior, it was not something the average person would know. How could Yi Qing possibly be aware of it? Did he have connections within the institute? Observing Yi Qing's composed demeanor, Zhao Xinran suspected he might hold even more insights regarding the three dragons of Dao. After a moment of astonishment, she regained her composure and continued with the questioning. For the second question, what is the Pokémon with wings that possesses the fastest flight speed? Dragonite. Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed. Dragonite. Yi Qing echoed. Zhao Xinran nodded, acknowledging both answers as correct, but declared Zhang Xiaoqiang the winner due to his quicker response. The other students, puzzled, wondered why the fastest flying Pokémon wasn't Pidgeot. However, Zhao Xinran refrained from providing an explanation, indicating a temporary pause in the competition. Amidst cheers from his peers, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt no elation. Instead, he sensed an unsettling pressure from the self-assured Yi Qing. Noticing the confused expressions of Wang Yao and Huoming Yao, Yi Qing seized the opportunity to clarify. Dragonite has been recorded to circumnavigate the planet in 16 hours, which translates to a speed of 2,500 kilometers per hour. Pidgeot, while noted to reach speeds of Mach 2, equates to approximately 2,455 kilometers per hour. Therefore, the undisputed fastest flying Pokémon is indeed Dragonite. Understanding dawned on Wang Yao. Even if he was unaware of the data sources Yi Qing cited, it did not diminish his admiration for his friend's prowess. After a brief respite, Zhao Xinran posed the third question. What are the genders of Sinead and Electros? Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes lit up as he answered quickly. Sinead is female, and Electros is male. Yi Qing confidently interjected. Sinead can be both female and male, whereas Electros is exclusively male. Zhao Xinran cast an appreciative glance at Yi Qing and announced. Yi Qing answered correctly. Congratulations, Yi Qing, for winning with 2 out of 3 correct answers. Impossible. Sinead can't possibly be male. Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed, his face reflecting disbelief as he grappled with the shocking revelation. Many students shared his confusion. Yet Zhao Xinran took the opportunity to educate them. Sinead has a 50 chance of being either gender, underscoring the importance of knowledge. I hope everyone dedicates themselves to learning. Lest, she raised an eyebrow, her meaning clear. Wang Yao's complexion paled as he recalled his earlier interactions with Sinead's image. Zhao Xinran turned to the somewhat pale vice principal and smiled. Would you like to say a few words, principal? Certainly, the vice principal replied, stepping onto the stage with a hearty laugh. I would like to thank Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yi Qing for their engaging responses. I am confident in Yi Qing's results. Now, let us review the average scores of each class. Zhang Xiaoqiang's lips turned white, his previous bravado dissipating as he struggled to comprehend being outperformed in his area of expertise by someone he had underestimated. As the average scores were revealed, tension gripped the crowd, each person anxiously watching the large screen, aware of the stakes involved. Wang Yao tugged at Yiqing's sleeve, anxiously inquiring, "What do you think our class's rank will be?" Yiqing squinted thoughtfully before responding, "I'm uncertain, but I imagine that with the absence of our two laggards, we should see an improvement. 6th place, Class 5. 5th place, Class 2. Each class's rank elicited gasps from the audience, particularly in the lower ranks where celebrations were decidedly not from their own class. 1st place, Classes 1 and 3. Tied for first? Surprise rippled through not only the other classes but also the leaders on stage, as ties for first place were a rarity. All eyes turned to Yiqing and Wang Yao. Without their unexpected brilliance, how could such an outcome have occurred? The vice principal cleared his throat, conferred with the leaders for a brief moment, and then announced, due to the tie for first place, the school has decided to hold a tiebreaker. The competition rules stipulate that the top 3 students from each class will use one Pokémon to battle. The side whose Pokémon is rendered unable to battle will lose, and substitutions are not permitted. The victorious class will claim the title of first place. A tiebreaker? Students from both classes exchanged glances, and an air of tension filled the room. Chapter 36. The showdown. The vice principal cleared his throat and inquired, "Do the homeroom teachers of both classes have any objections?" Zhao Xinran returned to the front of the classroom, gesturing with her hands to indicate that there were no issues. The homeroom teacher of Class 3 nodded in agreement. "Excellent. The dormitory area at the back mountain has a ready-made arena. Please proceed there," the vice principal announced decisively. Upon finishing his statement, the leaders released their respective flying-type Pokémon and soared gracefully into the air amidst a cloud of dust. Yiqing took a moment to glance at Zhang Xiaoqiang's father, whose mount was a magnificent Charizard, fitting for his vice principal status. Yiqing turned to Wang Yao and asked, "Have you ever been to the back mountain?" Wang Yao shook his head. "No, I have no reason to go there, and besides, it's usually off limits." Zhao Xinran clapped her hands, saying, "All right, everyone, let's not lag behind. Please line up and walk together." The first Pokémon Academy of Shanghai City spanned an immense area. After walking for over 20 minutes and crossing a small hill, they finally glimpsed the practical training area hidden within the forest. This area featured 3 tall buildings and a vast plaza. 2 buildings served as dormitories, while one functioned as a teaching block. Aside from these 3 structures and the plaza equipped with basic facilities, the remaining space comprised various training fields. Artificial mountains, rivers, deserts, grasslands, volcanoes, and icebergs were all present, making this training ground a veritable paradise for Pokémon training. "How beautiful!" someone exclaimed, immediately garnering widespread agreement. Leading the group at the front, Zhao Xinran reminded, "Everyone be careful not to trip over branches or weeds." After another 5 or 6 minutes, the 6 teams finally arrived at a massive battle arena in the center of the plaza. The attendees settled into the surrounding seats. While the school officials had long been waiting, Zhao Xinran called Yiqing and Huomengyao to the front and pondered aloud, "Who is our class's 3rd-ranked student?" "It's me," a timid voice responded. Yiqing turned to see it was the class representative, a girl of unremarkable appearance and somewhat timid demeanor. Honestly, he didn't hold much hope for her in practical battles. Zhao Xinran waved her hand and smiled. "You're Zhang Na, right? Come here. I will devise a plan for you." Looking at the 3 of them, Zhao Xinran tapped her head and said, "I apologize, as I'm new and not yet familiar with you all. What Pokémon do you 3 have? Do you know the Pokémon of your opponents?" Yiqing decisively shook his head. He hadn't even memorized the Pokémon of his own classmates, let alone those from other classes. Huomengyao reported, "Yiqing has a Chimchar, I have a Herdier, and Zhang Na has a Stereo." Class 3's Zhang Xiaoqiang's Pokémon was a Charmander, while the other 2 were a Bulbasaur and a Kingler. "I see." Zhao Xinran contemplated for a moment before declaring, "If the opposing team is not foolish, they will likely deduce that we will send out a Fire-type Pokémon as our first choice. Therefore, we should reserve Stereo as a backup. Given this, they will probably send out Charmander and Bulbasaur. However, from my observations, Zhang Xiaoqiang is an extremely vain and arrogant individual. Thus, he will surely want to appear last to satisfy his vanity. Besides him, Bulbasaur will not be the first to enter the fray, so it can be assumed that Kingler will lead off. In that case, even if we do not send out a Fire-type Pokémon, they will not be at a disadvantage." Yiqing nodded, acknowledging the validity of Zhao Xinran's analysis. Ultimately, sending out Kingler first would not be a loss for their opponents. Zhao Xinran made her decision. In that case, Zhang Na will lead, followed by Huomengyao, and Yiqing will take the final position. The 3 exchanged glances, all in agreement with Zhao Xinran's plan. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced over at Yiqing, sneering and shaking his head. In terms of academics, He conceded that he was not as proficient as Yu Qing, but in practical battles and Pokémon, he was confident of his victory. After a brief wait, the vice principal stood in the referee area and announced, "Since both teams are prepared, let us begin." Given that his own son was competing, the vice principal resolutely took on the role of referee, declaring, "Let the first combatants from each class step forward." A resounding roar echoed as both sides prepared to enter the arena. Suddenly, a long howl reverberated from the horizon, and a dark figure rapidly expanded, transforming into a powerful salamence that appeared above the arena. The principal had returned. All the students recognized this quasi-divine Pokémon, which belonged to the principal of the first Pokémon Academy of Shanghai City, a trainer firmly established among the top 3 in the city's competitive rankings. The majestic salamence descended, generating a strong gust that swept through the area, causing many to squint their eyes against the wind. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes, assessing salamence and noting that its aura was on par with the Dragonite and the 3-headed dragon he had encountered in the Jinxia forest. He withdrew his envious gaze, silently vowing to acquire a few quasi-divine Pokémon for himself in the future. Am I really witnessing a battle? A middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance, yet possessing a strong sense of approachability, leaped down from Salamance's back. The elderly professor with graying hair stood up excitedly, exclaiming, "Principal Jiang, you have finally returned." Principal Jiang quickly waved his hand. "Yes, I'm back." "Haha, Professor Yuan, no need to worry. I've brought back the materials you requested." Handing the documents to others, Principal Jiang turned to Yi Qing, who was preparing in the contestant area, and asked someone nearby, "Isn't Yu Qing usually ranked last in the class? How did he get selected for such a competition?" The director, surprised, replied, "You remember this student, Principal?" Principal Jiang smiled. "Well, I might not recognize others, but I certainly keep an eye on the student ranked last." He added, "Yu Qing is quite the dark horse." The director became animated as he recounted Yu Qing's recent performances in detail. Principal Jiang, an astute figure, quickly deduced that Yu Qing's background must be quite remarkable, as he could answer questions posed by even researchers like Zhao Xinran. Contemplating this, Principal Jiang discreetly announced, "I am delighted to see such outstanding students in this year's cohort. I have decided to award a mysterious prize to the individual who performs the best in this battle." He continued, "Not only for this competition, but for all major contests organized by the school in the future, there will be prizes in addition to monetary rewards. Mark my words." A mysterious gift? Yi Qing, Zhang Xiaoqiang, and the others' eyes lit up, pondering what the principal's gift could be, but they were certain that it would be something extraordinary. Chapter 37 Disadvantage. The surrounding students watched with envious eyes, secretly vowing to strive diligently in cultivating their own Pokémon. The vice principal, invigorated, stood tall and called out, "Let the contestants take the stage and release their Pokémon." With the principal in attendance, everyone was energized, eager to leave a good impression on this formidable figure, hoping to be chosen as an apprentice. Zhang Na produced a Pokeball and proclaimed, "Come forth, Stereo." The contestant from Class 3, a boy with a face covered in acne, leered at Huamingyo before releasing an imposing Kingler. The battle commenced. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Na commanded, "Stereo, use water gun." Kingler swiftly dodged and charged forward to clamp down. The boy, showing no restraint, issued his command without hesitation. Confronted with the surging speed of Kingler, Stereo's water guns failed to hit their mark, ultimately succumbing to the crushing claws. The immense force caused Stereo to emit a pained groan. It was over. Yi Qing had reviewed Kingler's data. Although its level was not significantly higher than that of Stereo, its skills were undeniably superior. Once ensnared, Stereo's already lackluster physical defense would surely falter against Kingler's high physical attack. Despite her anxiety, Zhang Na quickly commanded, "Hurry. Use rapid spin." Stereo spun rapidly within Kingler's grasp, its 5 points relentlessly battering against Kingler's claws. With a fierce glare, Kingler swung its painful claw, slamming Stereo onto the ground with a resounding thud. Observing the unconscious Stereo, the vice principal declared, "Stereo is unable to battle. Kingler is victorious." With a heavy heart, Zhang Na recalled her Pokémon, sulking as she descended the platform. "I'm sorry," she murmured to Yi Qing and Huamingyo. Principal Jiang, expressionless as he sipped mineral water, felt disappointed by the battle. If this was the caliber of the first tier of students, it boded poorly for the future. Huamingyo embraced Zhang Na and smiled. "Why apologize? You performed admirably. Leave the rest to us." "Hello there, Mingyao," greeted the acne-ridden boy as Huamingyo stepped onto the stage, but his expression struck a distinctly unpleasant chord. Ignoring him, Huamingyo directed, "It's your turn, Houndour." Woof. Houndour barked energetically, fixating on Kingler. Pokémon. Houndour, level 7, potential, D status, healthy gender, male type, fire ability, flash fire when hit by a fire type attack. It absorbs the flames, preventing damage and enhancing its own fire-type moves. Held item, none inherited skills, bite, flame charge-based skills, ember. Fire spin skill transfer, none skill disc, none remarks. Houndour possesses an acute sense of smell, with olfactory capabilities 5,000 times superior to that of humans. Once it has encountered a scent, it never forgets. Huamingao pointed at Kingler. Don't give it a moment's respite. Use ember. The acne-ridden boy retorted defiantly. We will use bubble. Houndour and Kingler launched simultaneous attacks, a flurry of embers and bubbles colliding fiercely in midair. Realizing that bubble alone could not secure victory, the boy hastily decided to take a risk. Use quick attack to charge in. Huamingao smiled subtly, just as I hoped. Houndour, be ready. Woof. Houndour's eyes locked onto the advancing Kingler, its body coiled in readiness. The boy shouted excitedly, now clamped down with maximum force. At the moment Kingler's claws lunged for Houndour, Huamingao shouted, use bite. Crunch. Houndour felt a sharp pain in its flank, yet Kingler was not unscathed, bearing 2 deep fang marks on its hard shell. Slamming. Flame charge. The commands were issued simultaneously. As Kingler raised its claws, Houndour ignited in flames, propelling itself forward with all its might into Kingler. With a dull thud, Kingler was sent sprawling several meters away, frothing at the mouth and lying on its back. The vice principal announced, Kingler is unable to battle. Houndour is victorious. Yay. Huamingao, elated by her triumph, glowed with joy, her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple. Woof. Houndour, thrilled to have secured victory for its trainer, felt a twinge of pain in its flank, compounded by previous fatigue. The second contestant emerged. A bespectacled boy whom Yiqing recognized as Sun Zhiliang, the class representative from Class 3. Typically, he was rather dull and lacked presence. Feeling a gaze upon him, Yiqing turned to see Zhang Shaoqiang casting a scornful look his way. Yiqing chose to ignore him, knowing that the best way to shatter his ego was to defeat him fair and square in battle. Sun Zhiliang steadied himself and called out, come forth, Bulbasaur. Pokémon. Bulbasaur, level 10, potential, E-status, healthy gender, male type, grass poison ability, chlorophyll, and sunny weather. Its speed increases. Held item, none inherited skills, leech seed-based skills, tackle, vine whip, poison powder skill transfer, none skill disc, none remarks. Bulbasaur often sleeps under the sun, with the seed on its back growing and blossoming as it absorbs sunlight. Despite facing a type disadvantage against Bulbasaur, Yiqing remained skeptical about Houndour's chances, considering its considerable fatigue and the injury to its flank that would hinder its agility. From his observations, it seemed Sun Zhiliang had acquired a young Bulbasaur, for its level had surged in a remarkably short time. The battle commenced. At the vice principal's command, both sides issued their orders simultaneously. Avoid it. Use leech seed. We'll use ember. Houndour barked loudly, unleashing a barrage of embers like a machine gun. The gentle sunlight bathed Bulbasaur, enhancing its speed thanks to its chlorophyll ability, causing only a few of Houndour's embers to detonate harmlessly against it. After evading the embers, Bulbasaur thrust several tendrils into the ground, drawing forth green energy from the earth to replenish its strength. Huamingao bit her lip in determination. Leech seed? We'll use flame charge. With leech seed, Bulbasaur was effectively invulnerable in a war of attrition. Huamingao had no choice but to take a risk and strive to knock it out in one go. Yiqing sighed, sensing the unfortunate turn of events. Bulbasaur had learned poison powder, waiting for Houndour to engage in close combat. If Houndour continued to rely on ember for attrition, while it might not defeat Bulbasaur, it could at least wear down its stamina. Chapter 38. A dominant challenge indeed. As Yiqing had anticipated, Sun Zhiliang was waiting for this moment. The vine whip evaded. The Bulbasaur extended 2 thick tendrils from its side, and in the next instant, it propelled itself off the ground, leaping directly above the Arcanine. Huamingao pointed at the Bulbasaur suspended in midair and shouted, now's your chance, use ember. However, the Arcanine, having expended substantial energy with 2 consecutive flame charges, struggled to muster the flames despite hearing Huamingao's command. After all, they were still fledgling Pokémon, unable to endure such exhaustive demands. With a collision, Bulbasaur declared, you are quite confident. But let me give you a precautionary warning. Mere type advantage will not suffice to defeat me. The small fire monkey beckoned towards Bulbasaur, dismissing this level of opponent after having witnessed the likes of Mutwo and Aerodactyl. Sun Zhiliang, not wishing to linger on words, commanded, Bulbasaur, use leech seed. Yiqing smiled faintly, choosing not to intervene. In truth, the damage inflicted by the Arcanine was minimal. Even if the fire monkey interrupted, it would not significantly impact the outcome. Although Bulbasaur had recovered from its injuries, its energy consumption could not be replenished through leech seed. Hence, every additional skill used by the opponent equated to further draining Bulbasaur's stamina. Observing Yiqing and the fire monkey's unwavering composure, Sun Zhiliang could no longer remain calm. As Yiqing surmised, Bulbasaur was still young and had already expended considerable energy under these circumstances. Thus, each additional skill would further deplete its strength. Seeing Bulbasaur firmly rooted to the ground, Yi Qing calmly instructed, Ember. The fire monkey puffed out its chest and unleashed a torrent of searing flames towards Bulbasaur. Sun Zhiliang's expression grew serious. Dodge, and use Vine Whip to throw it into the air. Bulbasaur severed its roots and dodged to the side, extending its two tendrils to ensnare the fire monkey tightly. Excellent, Sun Zhiliang thought to himself, relishing the prospect of seeing how the opponent would respond. Fire Punch. Yi Qing had been anticipating this moment, his eyes glinting as he swiftly issued the command. The fire monkey's right fist ignited in flames, quickly grasping the Vine Whip, causing the flames to spread rapidly along the tendril towards Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, alarmed, shouted in desperation as it attempted to retract the burning Vine Whip. But the fire monkey would not allow such a reprieve, pulling the tendril and unleashing another ember towards Bulbasaur. How could this be? Sun Zhiliang exclaimed in shock as he hurriedly commanded Bulbasaur to evade, but with the Vine Whip firmly clenched in the fire monkey's grasp. Bulbasaur absorbed the brunt of the ember's damage. How could this fire monkey utilize Fire Punch? Was it inherited? A torrent of unanswered questions filled Sun Zhiliang's mind as he helplessly watched Bulbasaur collapse to the ground. Bulbasaur, charred and defeated, lay on the ground, emitting pained cries. Charge in and use Scratch, Yi Qing commanded without glancing at Bulbasaur's condition. Countless instances in history had shown that hesitation could lead to fatal consequences. And Yi Qing had no intention of making such a rudimentary mistake. The fire monkey propelled itself forward, claws poised to strike at Bulbasaur. I concede. Witnessing Yi Qing's unyielding determination, Sun Zhiliang cursed inwardly, realizing he had no choice but to concede instantly to spare Bulbasaur further suffering. The vice principal raised a flag and announced, the fire monkey wins. Now, may the last participant from Class 3 step forward. Zhang Xiaoqiang exchanged glances with his father, rubbing his nose as he calmly approached the arena. He rarely witnessed such a look from his father, affirming that Principal Zhang's promised reward must be extraordinary. Observing the composed Yi Qing across from him, Zhang Xiaoqiang retracted his initial intention to provoke with words. Although he intended to unsettle Yi Qing, he reconsidered. Recognizing that such underhanded tactics could invoke Principal Zhang's displeasure, potentially jeopardizing the promised prize. Their gazes clashed in the air, an invisible spark igniting between them. Charmeleon. Take him down. Zhang Xiaoqiang forcefully hurled Charmeleon's Pokeball into the sky, summoning an orange-skinned lizard that materialized from the crimson light. The falling Pokeball did not hit the ground but was swiftly retracted by a yellow belt around Zhang Xiaoqiang's waist. Wow, so cool. That's impressive. The students below cheered in excitement. Such a belt was not only costly, but also rare, often owned by the affluent. The fire monkey, brimming with determination, fixed its gaze on Charmeleon's fiery tail, which instantly flared with intensity. Charmeleon, not to be outdone, doubled the flames at the tip of its tail. Chapter 39. The characteristics of a turnaround. Neither trainer spoke, yet the two Pokémon appeared determined to fight until the end. The flames on the rear of the small monkey Pokémon surged higher, while the opposing little fire dragon showed no signs of backing down, its tail flames doubling in size. The two continued to exchange blows, gradually enveloping themselves within the expanding flames. The spectators below watched with a mix of amusement and concern, anxious that these two stubborn creatures might exhaust their stamina in such a relentless brawl. Pokémon, Little Fire Dragon, Level 9, Potential, C, Status, Healthy Gender, Male Type, Fire Ability, Blaze. The power of Fire type moves significantly increases when health drops below a certain threshold. Held item, none inherited moves, Dragon Pulse. Air Slash, Dragon Dance basic moves, Scratch, Ember. Smokescreen move tutor, none TM, none remarks. The fire on the tail of a little fire dragon has been burning since its birth. Its extinguishment signifies the end of its life. Yi Qing smiled slightly, noting that the opponent had inherited Dragon Dance. Encountering me, it seems, is merely a stroke of bad luck for you. The match commenced. Zhang Xiaoqiang sneered, Dragon Dance. Use Quick Attack. Yi Qing and Zhang Xiaoqiang spoke in unison. The little fire dragon let out a fierce roar, preparing to unleash its move when suddenly it was struck and sent flying by a palm strike from the small monkey Pokémon. Zhang Xiaoqiang, witnessing the interruption of his little fire dragon's move, could hardly believe it. What? How could it have used Quick Attack, such an overpowered move? Quick Attack is indeed formidable, nearly instantaneous and among the fastest moves available. However, it has its limitations, as it cannot be used repeatedly in quick succession. Resolving himself, Zhang Xiaoqiang gritted his teeth and commanded, use Smokescreen. The little fire dragon, upon receiving the order, quickly rose from the ground and expelled a thick cloud of black smoke from its mouth. Smokescreen? Huh? Yiqing frowned slightly. The fact that the opponent dared to employ this move indicated that the little fire dragon had undergone specialized training to improve its auditory and spatial awareness. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaoqiang had not ordered a close-range attack. Otherwise, the small monkey Pokémon would have had a quick defense prepared. Yiqing had also researched this move, noting that its effect in reality differs from that in the game. Quick defense can only block close-range attacks, and even then, it has its limits. If there is too great a disparity in strength between the two Pokémon, it may fail. Now use Dragon Dance. As the majority of the arena became shrouded in smoke, Zhang Xiaoqiang issued the command loudly. That's a clever idea. Use Ember to counter the smoke. Yiqing retorted coldly. In the game, this might not have much effect, but in reality, the smoke emitted by the little fire dragon is indeed flammable. This concept is well documented. Few Pokémon possess the smokescreen move. Water-type Pokémon release a white mist composed of water molecules, while fire-type Pokémon emit thick, combustible black smoke. Only a select few, such as the Inky, use this move to expel ink produced within their bodies. After all, the energy generated within a Pokémon correlates with its type. For instance, a Greninja cannot produce black smoke with its smokescreen ability, as it lacks that attribute. Are you insane? Zhang Xiaoqiang knew full well that the little fire dragon's smokescreen was flammable, but now the small monkey Pokémon was also engulfed in the smoke. If it used Ember at this moment, both Pokémon would sustain damage. The intense Ember shot forth from the small monkey Pokémon, igniting the dense smoke instantaneously, followed by a tremendous explosion. The audience witnessed a massive fireball erupt before both Pokémon were blasted away from the center. Go, small monkey Pokémon. Oh. The small monkey Pokémon, gritting its teeth against the pain, struggled to rise and quickly approached the little fire dragon, though it occasionally considered curling into a ball to roll forward. Fire wheel. Yiqing keenly observed this detail and was about to suggest it when the small monkey Pokémon found itself already in front of the little fire dragon. You scratch. Again, both commands rang out simultaneously, yet upon hearing the name of the move, Zhang Xiaoqiang panicked. The move again is notoriously overpowered, forcing the little fire dragon to use Scratch for the next few seconds. We shall use Fury Swipes. Yiqing opted for the less powerful, yet more efficient move, as the first fire-type move would deal only half damage to the little fire dragon, and the second, Fire Punch, would consume too much stamina. The little fire dragon swiped at the small monkey Pokémon's face, but the small monkey Pokémon retaliated fiercely, its claws moving in a blur, landing several hits upon the little fire dragon in an instant. Bound by the again move, the little fire dragon had no choice but to endure the pain and continue scratching at the small monkey Pokémon. Yiqing hesitated at the little fire dragon's blaze ability, but ultimately commanded, continue using Fury Swipes. Thus, a comical scene unfolded on the stage as the two Pokémon embraced, clawing at each other like brawling children. Huo Mingyao raised her brow slightly. If the little fire dragon's ability is Blaze, that could spell trouble. Zhao Xinran nodded in agreement, but said nothing further, confident that Yiqing had a plan. Wang Yao, having procured a bag of chips from somewhere, remarked, "Why is Yiqing using Fire Punch? This looks more like a brawl." Principal Jiang, observing the spectacle, inquired, "What do you think, Director?" "I'm watching with my eyes," Principal Jiang replied with a smile. "Currently, the small monkey Pokémon seems to have a higher chance of winning, but we cannot underestimate the potential of Blaze." Roar. Just as the Fury Swipes concluded, the battered little fire dragon suddenly erupted with astonishing energy, a wave of heat surging forth that pushed the small monkey Pokémon back several meters. Blaze had been triggered. All eyes in the arena were fixed upon the little fire dragon, and the students from both Class 1 and Class 3 felt their hearts race. Fully aware of the stakes involved in this battle, Zhang Xiaoqiang regained his confidence. "Well done. Use Ember with all your might. Dodge, small monkey Pokémon." Now that the little fire dragon was at its last gasp, the moment Blaze faded would mark its demise. Swish, swish, swish. With the enhancement of Blaze, Ember's speed and power surged dramatically. Despite the small monkey Pokémon's evasive maneuvers, it was still struck by several Embers. Continue using Ember. Zhang Xiaoqiang saw a glimmer of victory and was determined to defeat the small monkey Pokémon before Blaze expired. Go, little fire dragon. Defeat him. As the battle reached a critical juncture, all the students from Class 3 stood up, cheering fervently. Though the little fire dragon was panting heavily, it summoned all its strength to unleash Ember once more. Chapter 40. The mysterious prize. Yiqing realized that he could not continue in this manner. Otherwise, the little fire monkey would undoubtedly lose its fighting capability. With determination, he dashed to evade the attacks, and when unable to dodge, he resorted to using his claws to block. Roar. The little fire monkey was ignited with fervor, swiftly changing its position and running, directly countering the unavoidable fire lines with its flailing defense. Though sporadic sparks erupted on its body, this was preferable to taking the full brunt of the attacks. Moreover, Yi Qing was waiting for an opportunity to turn the tide. He aimed to finish it in one breath. Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. An unsettling premonition creeping in. Fierce fire. The entire Class 1 erupted in excitement. As the sparks continued to burst from the little fire monkey's body, its eyes ignited with flames, and a surge of fiery energy erupted from its rear, rapidly engulfing its entire being. Now is the moment. Use the flame wheel. Yi Qing waved his hand, resolved to attempt this unmastered skill during the fiery onslaught. Wow! The little fire monkey leaped, curling into a spherical shape as it rolled rapidly towards the little fire dragon. With the acceleration, it became enveloped in a blazing flame, transforming into a searing fireball. Success! Yi Qing was ecstatic, astonished that he was able to employ the flame wheel despite not having fully mastered it yet. Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes widened in disbelief, his frustration boiling over as he shouted, "How is that possible? You spark again." The little fire dragon, panting heavily, heard the command and could only close its eyes tightly, desperately unleashing a torrent of fire. Bang! 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 A series of sparks erupted on the flame wheel, but this merely reduced its speed. It could not interrupt the skill. Boom! The flame wheel collided violently with the little fire dragon, sending it crashing out of the battle area. Zhang Xiaoqiang glared at Yi Qing, unable to comprehend how he had suffered defeat at the hands of this obscure newcomer. Fantastic! We won! Yi Qing! The entire Class 1 erupted in jubilation, their shouts echoing as they expressed their elation. You. So. Good. Zhang Xiaoqiang pointed an unsteady finger at the triumphant Yi Qing, intending to hurl insults. But the presence of school officials compelled him to swallow his words. Yi Qing affectionately patted the little fire monkey's head before recalling it into its pockball, casting a glance at Zhang Xiaoqiang and remarking, "Of course, I'm great. Some people just need to learn how to bark. Do you want to die?" Zhang Xiaoqiang could no longer contain himself in the face of Yi Qing's provocation. Principal Jiang rose to applaud, exclaiming, "What a splendid match. Yi Qing, is it? Stand down." Noticing his son's outburst, the vice principal quickly whispered a reprimand. "We shall see." Zhang Xiaoqiang moved his lips, slowly stepping down from the arena, confident that Yi Qing understood the underlying message. Watching his despondent figure, Yi Qing felt a wave of relief. Even if enmity had been forged, it was no great matter. The rivals he surpassed would only drift further away. Principal Jiang was well aware of Zhang Xiaoqiang's true nature. Any prior leniency was merely due to his achievements and his father's influence. The school nurse, who had been waiting nearby, promptly summoned a Chansey to treat the injured Pokémon. Yi Qing had checked the little fire monkey's information earlier and discovered that, although it had reached level 10, it had yet to grasp the flame wheel skill. It was clear that more practice would be required for complete mastery. Approaching Yi Qing, Principal Jiang laughed heartily. "I didn't expect you to be such a dark horse. You've truly surprised me over the years. Here, this is your reward." Yi Qing accepted the box with a smile. "Thank you, Principal." Shaking Yi Qing's hand, Principal Jiang lowered his voice. "I put in considerable effort for this gift. Make sure you don't transfer schools." "All right," Yi Qing readily agreed, his curiosity piqued about the contents of the box. "First, we are first." The entire Class 1 embraced one another in excitement, while the other classes appeared unenthusiastic. It was worth noting that the first place secured independent dormitories, each student having their own room, while those in the lower ranks did not enjoy such luxury. The last place dormitory housed 4 students. Upon returning to the group, Yi Qing greeted Huang Mingyao and others, but before he could say much, he was swept up by a throng, with Wang Yu being the most enthusiastic, leaving crumbs of potato chips all over Yi Qing. Principal Jiang clapped his hands and announced, "All right, since the dormitory assignments are complete, I asked the teachers to guide the students to their accommodations." Zhao Xinran halted the still chattering students and led them toward the dormitory area. As they walked, Zhao Xinran elaborated on the facilities available, including a Pokémon hospital and supermarket, noting that virtually everything offered outside was also available here. The dormitory area was not far from the square. Within minutes, 2 blue and white striped dormitory buildings came into view. Zhao Xinran pointed at one building, saying, "Floors 5 and 6 are our class dormitories. Please collect your corresponding number tags and keys from me. We will regroup in front of the teaching building at 1 o'clock this afternoon." Yi Qing casually selected room 606, which had a nice ring to it. Wang Yu exchanged for room 605 and walked up the stairs with Yi Qing, arms linked. Yi Qing jingled the key and inquired, "What about our luggage?" Wang Yu, upon hearing this, feigned indifference, saying, "I'll let it go. There's a supermarket here, so if you need anything, just let me know." Noticing Wang Yu's hesitation, Yi Qing was taken aback. "Wait, you didn't break up with Sun Xiaowei again, did you?" Well, we did break up," Wang Yao confessed reluctantly, unable to hide the truth any longer. Yi Qing slapped his shoulder. What is wrong with you? You've only been dating a few days and already split again. You've gone through 3 this month? Haven't you? Wang Yu retorted confidently. Just think about it. Her family watched you fall from the bee drill, and didn't he even help you? Why should I stay with someone like that? I don't need a woman like her. Yi Qing shook his head helplessly. As the victim, he found it difficult to comment. Wang Yao pushed Yi Qing to the door of room 606. All right, let us check out the room. As Yi Qing opened the door with the palm-sized box in hand, he was taken aback by the dormitory's environment. Before him lay a spacious living room, fully furnished with European-style sofas and tables. At the end of the living room was a sliding glass door leading to a generous balcony adorned with a plethora of flowers and plants. Upon entering, apart from a bathroom, the living room had 2 doors on either side. The left door led to a master bedroom, complete with a double bed, wardrobe, desk, and all essential furnishings. However, when he opened the right door, Yi Qing was utterly astonished. It was an expansive room, with only a window and a single sand table adorning the walls. Is this the environmental simulation system? Yi Qing approached the sand table curiously, having heard it was a new addition to the school, and thus, no one had yet seen what it truly entailed. Chapter 41. The beautiful scale. Following the steps outlined in the adjacent manual, Yi Qing activated the switch. Volcanoes, grasslands, deserts, rivers. The array of landscapes was truly comprehensive. Considering the attributes of the little fire monkey, Yi Qing opted for the volcanic environment. A faint click echoed, and then a scene that astonished Yi Qing unfolded before his eyes. The ground and walls in the center of the room folded open, revealing a miniature artificial volcano and a swiftly emerging lava landscape. As the temperature in the room began to rise steadily, Yi Qing was rendered speechless by the volcanic terrain that materialized in mere seconds. Come forth, little fire monkey. Let us practice the flame wheel here diligently. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yi Qing retrieved a Pokeball and called out, "Whoa!" The little fire monkey, upon emerging, joyfully dashed about, reveling in the abundance of fire elements that made it feel exceedingly comfortable. This room was specifically designed for Pokémon, capable of withstanding various attacks. Observing his little fire monkey, who seemed indifferent to him, Yi Qing could only shrug in resignation. Closing the door, he settled onto the spacious sofa and took out the small box gifted by the principal, pondering its contents. What could it be? After some time contemplating, Yi Qing decided to open it and find out. As the box opened, a scale the size of a coin appeared before him, illuminated by the sunlight streaming in, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. Is this the beautiful scale? Yi Qing was taken aback, astonished that the principal would bestow such a precious gift upon him. What is the beautiful scale? It is an item that can assist the Phoebe in its leap to evolve into Milotic. The beauty of Milotic is beyond words, and crucially, this Pokémon possesses formidable strength, making it a rare treasure. Yi Qing carefully closed the lid. With the beautiful scale in his possession, he had a new goal for his second Pokémon. Knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted Yi Qing's thoughts, prompting him to rise and open the door. Wang Yao's handsome face squeezed through the opening. What are you up to, brother? Yi Qing shrugged. Waiting for you. Waiting for me. This time it was Wang Yao's turn to be curious, wondering what Yi Qing was waiting for. To buy a phone, Yi Qing replied, throwing up his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Wang Yao slapped his forehead. Oh right, I almost forgot about that. After a quick lunch in the cafeteria, Yi Qing and Wang Yu headed to the supermarket to purchase what they needed. They bought a phone identical to the previous one and also replaced the SIM card. What are you looking at? Yi Qing asked as he downloaded the necessary applications, noticing Wang Yao lost in thought. Wang Yao wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Those legs are so fair. No, that cabinet is incredibly white. Yi Qing shot him a glare, following his gaze. The first thing he noticed was a pair of long, fair legs. And just as he intended to look up, the girl unexpectedly turned a corner. Let us go? Let us go. Realizing there was nothing left to see, Yi Qing nudged Wang Yu towards the Pokémon section to buy food, pushing a shopping cart filled with snacks. Wang Yao inquired, by the way, what was the prize the principal gave you? It sounds so mysterious. With a bag of dried fruits that the little fire monkey adored in hand, Yi Qing shook his head with a smile. If I told you, it might scare you. Better left unsaid. Wang Yao rolled his eyes. Really, do you think I want to know? That's good, Yi Qing replied, making the purchase, popping a lollipop in his mouth as he and Wang Yao returned to the dormitory. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Xinran stood on the podium in her black professional attire, gazing at the students below as she announced, "Today marks my first day in office. The positions in the class will remain unchanged for the time being. Adjustments will be made once I become familiar with everyone. Additionally, in a month, the entire grade will organize a wilderness survival challenge with abundant rewards awaiting you all. I hope you can use this time wisely to train your Pokémon." The afternoon passed with Zhao Xinran's incessant chatter while Yi Qing busied himself. Having obtained the beautiful scale, he naturally needed to prioritize his plan for Milotic. Unfortunately, despite perusing all the textbooks, he could not locate the fixed habitat of Phoeba. Even extensive hunting grounds like the wild frontier lacked specific documentation. After class, Yiqing declined Wang Yao's invitation to observe short skirts by the roadside, planning instead to head to the library for further research on Phoeba. Zhao Xinran, packing up the teaching materials, noticed Yiqing's troubled expression and asked, "Yiqing, where are you headed?" Snapped back to reality, Yiqing replied, Teacher, I'm planning to go to the library to look for some information." Zhao Xinran, intrigued by Yiqing's research, responded, "The library? What information are you seeking? Perhaps I can help you save some time." Yiqing pondered for a moment and answered truthfully, "I want to look up the habitat of Phoeba." Seeing the determination in Yiqing's eyes, Zhao Xinran tossed her hair back. "Phoeba? What do you want with such a Pokémon? Although its evolved form is indeed powerful and beautiful, evolving it is no simple task." Yiqing chuckled and shook his head. "I just really like this Pokémon and want to learn more." He refrained from revealing that the principal's gift was the beautiful scale, wanting to keep it as a trump card and avoid attracting unwanted attention. After all, such a treasure could easily fetch a house if traded. Zhao Xinran blinked, contemplating for a moment before suggesting, "In that case, you should head to the third floor of the library. You might find what you're looking for." "All right, thank you, teacher." Yiqing expressed his gratitude before making his way to the library, all the while contemplating the initial formation of his team. Phoeba would certainly take time before it could evolve, and to ensure its combat effectiveness, he would need to capture another Pokémon to fill the gap. As for how to earn money to support the Pokémon, Yiqing was not concerned. The Academy offered numerous bounty tasks, such as gathering fruit or hunting wild Pokémon. Naturally, excelling in events hosted by the Academy was the most effective way to earn rewards. It was said that past champions of major competitions received prizes in the hundreds of thousands. Upon reaching the third floor, Yiqing found that, as this was the first day of the academic year, the library was devoid of students apart from the administrator. He scanned the rows of bookshelves and located the volume titled Detailed Exploration of Water-type Pokémon Habitats. Habitat: Phoeba can thrive in both oceans and rivers, frequently dwelling in water-rich areas abundant with aquatic vegetation. Yiqing furrowed his brows at the content, feeling a sense of helplessness as he muttered, "Water-rich areas abundant with vegetation? Isn't that tantamount to saying nothing at all?" Chapter 42. Ideals are abundant. Reality is stark. The Cho-Cho fish possesses an astonishing vitality, thriving even in murky waters. Embodying a resilient spirit, typically residing in pools rich with aquatic vegetation, its unfortunate appearance renders it quite unappealing, leading to disdain from both humans and other creatures. As its self-esteem is frequently wounded, it seldom ventures into areas populated by others. Continuing to read, Yiqing's gaze lingered upon two specific pieces of information. The salient points were sparsely populated, murky water, and abundant water plants. He silently committed these details to memory, convinced that if he could locate a water source that met these criteria, he would likely uncover something noteworthy. However, his current abilities were insufficient for venturing into the wild, so it was prudent to first bolster his strength. As time passed, the sun's waning rays began to dip below the mountains. The golden glow of dusk streamed through the library windows, casting a gilded hue upon Yiqing. Closing the book, he acknowledged that since obtaining a Milotic was not feasible for now, he would need to devise alternative plans. His strategy for nurturing the fire monkey was already meticulously outlined. As long as he adhered to the plan, he anticipated no significant issues. It was now time to ponder the general direction for his next Pokémon. The fire monkey's final evolution was of the fire and fighting types, while Milotic belonged to the water type. Therefore, it would be wise to exclude these three attributes for his next companion. Additionally, considering more elusive types such as dragon, fairy, and psychic, as well as the perilous ghost type, Yiqing began jotting down these attributes, systematically eliminating them, realizing he should focus on cultivating a mount. Yiqing nodded thoughtfully, contemplating which of the remaining types would be suitable for this purpose. Firstly, the flying type, exemplified by Pidgey, which evolves into Pidgeot, boasts not only remarkable speed but also commendable strength. The ground, steel, and rock types could be dismissed, as these Pokémon tend to be heavyweights. Relying on them for swift travel or escape would likely spell disaster. Although bug-type Pokémon can develop combat prowess quickly, their diminutive size and short lifespans deterred Yiqing from considering them for now. The electric-type Zebstrika seemed promising, yet its combat effectiveness was not particularly outstanding, making it a less favorable choice. Pidgeot, Zebstrika. Yiqing rubbed his forehead, sensing that he was overlooking a Pokémon that perfectly matched his needs, always just out of reach of his memory. At that moment, two classmates strolled by in the corridor, engaged in hushed conversation. The male student sighed wistfully. Xiaomei, have you heard? The neighboring county was attacked by wild Pokémon again, and there were significant casualties. He lamented. I wish I could become a Pokémon trainer quickly to protect my family. Xiaomei nodded, reflecting. Yes, with more strength comes a greater chance of survival. Natural disasters have been frequent in recent years. I wonder if it's the doing of legendary Pokémon. Disasters? The word suddenly sparked an epiphany in Yiqing. As he recalled that elusive Pokémon he had been struggling to remember. The disaster Pokémon, Absol. With excitement, he slapped his palm down on the table, startling those studying in the library. My apologies, he quickly apologized, noticing the curious gazes directed at him. As the library quieted, Yiqing gradually composed himself. Absol often appears in areas rife with calamity. In earlier, less technologically advanced times, it was widely regarded as a harbinger of disaster, with superstition suggesting that those who approached it would invite misfortune. Consequently, whenever Absol appeared, it was typically driven away. Though recent experts have posited that Absol may possess the ability to predict disasters, the long-standing impression it has left on society is deeply entrenched. Coupled with the waning reputation of experts in recent years, altering public perception remains a daunting task. Reflecting on this, Yiqing felt a pang of regret as he tugged at his hair, realizing that while he yearned for a favored Pokémon, the formidable Absol was far beyond his grasp as a novice trainer. Perhaps it's best to set that thought aside for now. He patted his forehead, momentarily dismissing this unrealistic aspiration. After all, he was a part of a grand adventure. Who knows, a divine Pokémon might just fall from the sky tomorrow. With a plan in place, Yiqing glanced at the time and departed from the library. The following 5 days yielded little change. The sole piece of good news was that after intensive training, his fire monkey had finally reached level 11 and had mastered the skill Flame Wheel. This newfound ability allowed the fire monkey to compensate for its previous inability to swiftly approach foes. On Friday afternoon, Yiqing and Wang Yao leisurely traversed the hills behind their school, arms slung around each other's shoulders as they strolled toward the school gate. Wang Yao, brimming with pride, inquired, have you seen the latest issue of Shinai Duo? Yiqing rolled his eyes. What is the point of that? Capturing a Pokémon is far more thrilling. Wang Yao laughed heartily. Oh please, as if you could capture a Larvitar. If you manage that, I'll eat my hat upside down. Yiqing shrugged. Just wait and see. Look who it is, young Master Wang. Why no luxury car or beautiful girl to pick you up today? As they reached the school gate, their peers teased Wang Yao as he attempted to hail a taxi. He shot back a glare. Enough with the jokes. After a week of closed management, we only have 2 days off. Who has time for dating? Yiqing shook his head as he and Wang Yao each caught a taxi home. Upon exiting, he gazed at the familiar yet dilapidated apartment building, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. Observing the spoon mark on his wrist, he reflected on how close he had come to not returning from this journey with the organization. Knocking on his home door, Yiqing waited quietly outside. The creaking of the old security door announced the arrival of his younger sister, a twin-tailed girl who peeked out. Brother! Yi Minghan exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Yiqing. Ruffling her hair, he stepped inside and called out, Where's Mom? I'm starving. Finally expressing his most heartfelt sentiment, Yiqing felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Throughout his journey, he had tread carefully, fearing that a single misstep could cost him his life. Only at home could he truly let his guard down. From the master bedroom, his mother's voice resonated. Is my son back? Wait a moment, I'll go buy some groceries. Thank you, Mom. Yiqing replied with a smile, stealthily following his sister back into the room. Watching her diligently work on her homework at the desk, he quietly observed. Chapter 43. The Shield of Retaliation. After observing for a while, Yiqing furrowed his brow and said, Han Han, did I not instruct you to prepare for the Elven Academy? Why are you still working on questions unrelated to elves? Yi Minghan did not lift her head. She was aware that her brother was upset, merely pouting and remaining silent with her head bowed. Seeing his taciturn sister, Yiqing suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon. He sighed, closed the door, and sat beside Yi Minghan, gently turning her little head to face him. He gazed into her bright eyes and asked, Will you tell your brother if you wish to become an elf trainer? Yi Minghan averted her gaze from Yiqing and shook her head, still silent. Yiqing understood her concerns. The family's savings had been primarily used for his education, leaving no resources for his sister to attend the Elven Academy. He turned her head back to him and said resolutely, How about this? I promise that in a month, I will present you with 100,000 yuan in cash. Will that make you trust me? Yi Minghan's bright eyes brimmed with tears. Initially, she wanted to shake her head. But after contemplating her brother's determined gaze for a long while, she gently nodded. Yiqing breathed a sigh of relief and collected all the papers on her desk, declaring, Good, then let us agree to reconvene on this day next month. After leaving his sister's room, Yiqing felt a pang of sadness. reflecting that this might be the plight of impoverished families. However, he was grateful that in this life, he had the ability to alter such circumstances. Returning to his own room, Yuqing sat in a chair and released the little monkey that had been confined within its pop ball for far too long. Ooh-ah. The little monkey sat quietly on the desk, cradling its chin, appearing quite dejected. Observing its demeanor, Yuqing felt it necessary to offer some guidance. Little monkey, tell me truthfully, isn't it exceedingly dull to remain in the pop ball all day? Ugh, the little monkey nodded vigorously, its large eyes blinking rapidly. For such a lively and energetic creature, being confined within the closed confines of a Pokeball was nothing short of torture. Yet, there was no alternative. School regulations explicitly prohibited the release of Pokémon during class, for otherwise, would not Pokémon like Stinky Flower and Stinky Mud wreak havoc? And if someone were to bring forth a Ralts, who could focus on lessons then? Yuqing comforted the little monkey. I understand your desire to play outside, but I hope you can comprehend my position. Just think, if everyone released their Pokémon, wouldn't the classroom descend into chaos? The little monkey pondered for a moment, displaying a look of frustration. Noticing its downcast expression, Yuqing switched gears and said, however, there is a way. If you promise me that once released, you will diligently train, I can allow you to be out of the Pokeball during my classes, and I shall retrieve you after class. Ugh. The little monkey initially felt excited, but the moment Yuqing mentioned training, its enthusiasm waned. Watching Yuqing ramble on, painting grandiose plans, the little monkey drooped its head in exasperation, contemplating how to avoid being confined while also evading training. Suddenly, its expression brightened with a hint of mischief. If it trained outside, how could Yuqing monitor its every move in class? Perhaps it would be wiser to feign agreement and deceive him, thereby enjoying freedom later. Pleased with its cleverness, the little monkey raised its head and nodded emphatically at Yuqing. Are you agreeing? Yuqing was taken aback, unable to fathom how the little monkey, previously reluctant, had suddenly acquiesced. Nevertheless, he did not press the matter further and cheerfully patted the little monkey's forehead, thinking this arrangement was mutually beneficial, resolving the monkey's discontent while also encouraging its training. After sending the little monkey off to play with his sister, Yuqing opened his computer and began contemplating the skills the little monkey needed to acquire. Currently, its skill set was rather inadequate, making it challenging to turn the tide against formidable foes. He browsed the Pokémon shop online, scrolling through various skill discs. The disc for the skill Shadow Clone was inexpensive and seemingly in stock. Spending 8,000 yuan, he continued to peruse other skill discs. After several attempts, he found that either the other skills were too costly or the little monkey was unable to learn them for the time being, leading him to reluctantly close the computer. Rubbing his forehead, he listened to the sounds of his sister and the little monkey playing next door while deep in thought. What other skills could be learned? The Shield of Retaliation. Yuqing's eyes lit up, excitedly striking his fist into his palm. This move was a signature skill of Ash, and he vaguely recalled that it had been developed in the Diamond and Pearl series. The Shield of Retaliation is both offensive and defensive, making it an exceptional skill. Reflecting on the execution of the Shield of Retaliation, he took out a piece of paper and began to calculate. The essence of this skill lies in rotation. It utilizes the Pokémon's rapid spinning while executing the move, allowing the attack to spread over a vast area instead of concentrating on a single point, thus transforming it into a versatile maneuver. Although this skill might not exhibit its full effect in wild battles, it would undoubtedly pose a challenge in expansive combat arenas. If the little monkey could master the Shield of Retaliation based on its Spark move, it would surely soar to new heights in future competitions, proving effective even against flying-type Pokémon or those with remarkable speed. Determined to act, Yuqing decided that this secret weapon could not be practiced in the monitored environment of school. Now was the perfect opportunity at home. Little monkey, let us go out for a bit. Yuqing dressed quickly and called out to the little monkey as he headed for the door. Be careful, you too. His sister chimed, releasing the little monkey from her embrace and peeking her head out of the room to greet him. Yuqing smiled as the little monkey jumped onto his shoulder. Yes, you focus on your studies. Hearing the commotion, Yuqing's mother emerged from the kitchen, her tone disapproving. Son, where are you off to? Dinner will be ready soon. Without turning back, Yuqing replied, I have something to verify. You all can eat without waiting for me. His mother sighed. Honestly, with such a hurried pace, how will you ever find a girlfriend? Rushing downstairs with the little monkey, Yuqing noticed several elderly residents strolling leisurely in the neighborhood. He made his way toward a construction site of abandoned buildings just outside the community. The area was surrounded by tall iron barriers, remnants of an unfinished project left behind by a defunct developer, littered with debris and incomplete structures. Chapter 44. Thrills as dusk descended, casting shadows that rendered the towering buildings akin to black holes. Yuqing felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Treading upon the debris of shattered bricks, he sought a relatively flat spot for himself and his little fire monkey. The little creature, glancing around curiously, pondered Yuqing's intentions in bringing him to such a place. Was he to engage in something clandestine? Yuqing instructed the fire monkey to leap to the ground, saying, "Let us practice here. Try rotating a few times for me." The fire monkey, scratching its head in confusion, quickly placed its limbs on the ground and spun a few times. "No, not like that," Yuqing corrected, disregarding the dust as he lay down to demonstrate the Thomas spin. Although he had learned this maneuver previously, he was not particularly adept at it. One miscalculation led him to tumble awkwardly, landing in a rather undignified manner. The fire monkey clapped joyfully at Yuqing's fumble, exclaiming, "Wow," spitting out the dirt that had lodged in his mouth. Yuqing shot him an annoyed glare before pulling out his phone to show the fire monkey a video of the Thomas spin. "Oh." The fire monkey's eyes sparkled with excitement as it watched the impressive display, soon eager to attempt it himself. Yuqing put away his phone, encouraging the little creature with a gesture to try on his own. The fire monkey, attempting to elevate its body using both hands, aimed to spin like in the video but soon lost balance and fell to the ground. Suppressing his laughter, Yuqing advised him to pause and patiently explain the key aspects of executing the move. To succeed, one must control the descent of their center of gravity while swinging their legs apart in opposite directions and utilizing their shoulders to generate horizontal rotational force. This would allow for proper adjustment of body weight, ensuring that as the legs move in, the body and shoulders tilt slightly to the left, facilitating a smoother execution of the Thomas spin. After several rounds of patient instruction, Yuqing let the fire monkey try alone. The little creature pondered for a moment while squatting on the ground, then began to break down the Thomas spin into manageable steps. Observing closely, Yuqing couldn't help but marvel at the fire monkey's remarkable agility. Even with one hand, it could effortlessly support its own weight. As the fire monkey grew more adept with each motion, it gradually increased its speed. Dust swirled around as the little creature spun, creating a cloud that danced in the air. Yuqing retreated behind a pile of debris, and when the fire monkey reached its peak velocity, he shouted, "Now, unleash the sparks." At his command, the fire monkey opened its mouth, sending forth clusters of flames that shot out like bullets. The continuous rotation altered the position of its mouth, causing the flames to whip around like a fiery whip. Just as Yuqing was reveling in the spectacle, he suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck. Turning, he witnessed the fiery whip abruptly snap, sending the fire monkey hurtling through the air due to the immense inertia. "Wow." The fire monkey lay disoriented on the ground, struggling to rise. Yuqing rushed over, noticing burn marks on its legs. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that with more practice, the fire monkey would avoid such mishaps. He applied a healing spray to its wounds and cradled it as they made their way home. With nightfall upon them and their stomachs growling, it was no longer suitable for practice. Yet, deep down, Yuqing knew that his reluctance stemmed from an unsettling sensation at the back of his neck, reminiscent of someone breathing down his collar. He forced himself to think of something else and quickened his pace. Suddenly, a peculiar laughter echoed from behind. "Who is there?" Yuqing's heart raced, his hair standing on end as he turned around, only to find nothing but emptiness. The eerie laughter resounded again, growing closer, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. "Damn it, this is harassment," Yuqing shouted, though he suspected it might be the mischief of a ghostly spirit. Anxiety gnawed at him. The exit from the construction site was less than 100 meters away, but he refrained from bolting, knowing that doing so would leave him vulnerable to an attack. At that moment, the fire monkey, having regained its senses, leapt to the ground and shouted defiantly into the darkness. How could there be ghostly wild spirits here? The authorities should not allow them near residential areas. Yuqing, observing the ominous buildings surrounding them, called the fire monkey back to his shoulder. It was possible that the entities lurking were merely trying to frighten him. Yet if the fire monkey acted impulsively, it could lead to a confrontation. Furthermore, the vast area suggested that there might be more than one spirit, and angering them could result in dire consequences for both him and the fire monkey. The fire monkey obediently returned to Yuqing's shoulder, its eyes ablaze with determination as it glared around. Suddenly, flames erupted from its rear, nearly singeing Yuqing's hair. After a brief silence, when the laughter ceased, Yuqing urged the fire monkey to keep watch behind them while he feigned terror and dashed towards the construction site's exit. Yuqing understood that most ghostly spirits relished in pranks rather than malicious intent. If they witnessed him terrified, their vanity would surely be satisfied. Upon reaching the site's exit without incident, he exhaled a sigh of relief, pondering if their penchant for mischief was the reason the understaffed authorities had yet to intervene. Navigating past the bustling traffic, Yuqing hurried home, shaken by the realization of the dangers present in a world teeming with spirits. especially since he did not possess the extraordinary capabilities of a being like Jira. Not long after Yi Qing and the fire monkey departed, several ghastly revealed themselves within the construction site, erupting into laughter at the memory of Yi Qing's startled expression. Meanwhile, Ye's mother sat on the couch watching television. Spotting the flustered Yi Qing and the fire monkey, she called out, "You're back? Hurry, dinner is ready before it gets cold. I'll take a quick shower." Yi Qing hastily replied, ushering the fire monkey inside. Leaning against the desk, he still bore the remnants of his fright, realizing he had effectively encountered a ghost. The fire monkey, perched on Yi Qing's shoulder, seemed unfazed, merely viewing the spirits as a minor threat. "What is that smell?" Yi Qing sniffed the air, detecting a pungent odor wafting toward him. "Oh?" The fire monkey noticed Yi Qing's gaze and quickly waved its hands dismissively, signaling that the smell was not its doing. Chapter 45. The intricacies of the city. Yi Qing could no longer tolerate the unpleasant odor and waved his hand in front of his nose, exclaiming with irritation, "Hurry up and come take a bath." Upon hearing the word bath, the little fire monkey immediately protested. Just as it attempted to leap to the ground, Yi Qing, who had already prepared for this, swiftly caught it. Dragging the squirming little fire monkey, Yi Qing changed out of its soiled clothes and carried it into the bathroom. Hearing the commotion, Yi Ma expressed her concern. "Son, be gentle, don't hurt it." "Ah, don't worry, Mom. What kind of breed do you think I am that could hurt it?" Yi Qing teased, glaring at the puffed-up little fire monkey. He threatened, "If you refuse to bathe, don't expect me to buy you energy cubes in the future." The little fire monkey, though still somewhat defiant, showed less resistance in its body. "Hee, effective." Yi Qing sighed in relief. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss on how to wash this energetic creature. "Brother, go eat. I'll help you wash." At that moment, Yi Menghan's melodious voice rang from outside the bathroom. "All right, I leave it to you," Yi Qing replied, pleased to have a moment of leisure, pointing at the little fire monkey with a stern look to ensure it behaved. Yi Menghan opened the door and gently took the little fire monkey from Yi Qing's hands. Strangely, once in the little girl's grasp, the mischievous creature instantly quieted down, behaving almost like a perfect pet. After a sumptuous dinner, just as Yi Qing set down his chopsticks, the once filthy little fire monkey emerged from the bath, now spotless. A dreamless night passed. Knock, knock. The next morning, the sunlight streamed onto Yi Qing's face, rousing him from slumber with a series of knocks at the door. Still drowsy, Yi Qing was reluctant to rise. He groggily nudged the little fire monkey, which was nestled beside him, mumbling, "Little fire monkey, go open the door." "Ugh." The little fire monkey, still in deep sleep, ignored Yi Qing and kicked his head, urging him to open the door himself. Realizing that he couldn't command this little creature, Yi Qing yawned and trudged to the door, thinking he must tame a more obedient spirit next time. "Thank you." Upon opening the door, he discovered his package had arrived, likely containing the skill disc for the shadow clone technique. After a bit of fuss, Yi Qing's sleepiness dissipated. He washed up, enjoyed a breakfast prepared by his mother, and prepared to wake the little fire monkey to head downstairs for training. Enhancing the little fire monkey's strength now would bolster his confidence. Otherwise, it would be a tragedy to encounter a favored spirit and find himself unable to compete. He retrieved the Pokeball, capturing the still slumbering little fire monkey within. Yi Qing carefully placed the skill disc's circular aperture onto the protruding part of the Pokeball. Having completed these preparations, Yi Qing suddenly felt curious about how spirits absorb the skills inscribed on the skill discs while inside the Pokeball. Did they, as speculated in his previous life, merely lounge on a sofa watching skill demonstrations on a screen? As the green light of the Pokeball illuminated, the once smooth skill disc shattered into several pieces. "This should suffice," Yi Qing murmured to himself, for it was indeed his first time using a skill disc, and he was uncertain of its effectiveness. Dressing quickly, he hurried downstairs, seeking an open area within the community to release the little fire monkey. Woo! The little fire monkey, feeling somewhat disoriented from the sudden influx of new knowledge, expressed its confusion. Yi Qing attempted to issue a command, "Use shadow clone." The little fire monkey looked puzzled. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Yi Qing awkwardly repeated, "I said, use shadow clone." The little fire monkey blinked, squatting down and exerting itself, observing its comical movements. Yi Qing burst into laughter. "Are you trying to relieve yourself?" The little fire monkey felt a bit frustrated. Although the method for using shadow clone was imprinted in its mind, it sensed it was missing something vital. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qing decided to change his approach. "All right, start by running quickly." The little fire monkey nodded and dashed around the open space. "Not fast enough. Go faster. Faster." As Yi Qing raised his voice, the little fire monkey strained itself to run at full speed. At the peak of the little fire monkey's velocity, Yi Qing shouted, "Use shadow clone." The little fire monkey cried out, swiftly generating 2 afterimages. Though they dissipated almost immediately, indicating that the skill required further training. That day, aside from meals, Yi Qing devoted his time to training the little fire monkey. Fortunately, despite its mischievous nature, the creature was diligent when it came to training and combat. Early Monday morning, Yi Qing found himself unexpectedly summoned to the head teacher's office. As he stepped inside, surrounded by a group of teachers, he felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Yi Qing is here. Please wait a moment, Zhao Xinran said, setting down her lesson plan and leading Yi Qing outside. Stopping in a corner, Yi Qing curiously asked, Teacher, did you need to see me? Zhao Xinran smiled. Indeed. I wanted to inquire about the questions regarding the 3 dragons of the way. The last time I saw you respond so confidently, I suspect there are many details you have yet to share. Yi Qing shook his head, stating plainly, I only know this little. Really? Zhao Xinran leaned closer, her bright eyes fixated on him. Indeed, Yi Qing replied, noticing the pleasant fragrance surrounding Zhao Xinran as he touched his nose. In a secret base transformed from a cave, a middle-aged man with slick-back hair sat in a chair, asking without turning, What have you found out? Blood Hand, holding a large wolf dog, replied, Report, boss. I have dispatched the wolf dog and the Black Lujia squad to investigate. Based on the scent left at the scene, we have eliminated numerous locations. Yin Wolf growled. So you have pinpointed his location? Why have you not taken action? Do you not realize the time given to us by the leader is running short? Blood Hand trembled slightly. Currently, we can only confirm the target is within Huagua, but the exact location remains unclear. Because of our last operation, Huagua has heightened their defenses, and any rash action could lead us into a trap. Disappointment washed over Yin Wolf as he calmly responded, Is that so? Have you not considered any strategies? It appears your trusted ally is a traitor. Perhaps you should take a good rest. Bloodhand's legs quaked as he stammered. I do have a plan. I have arranged for 3 death warriors who have entered Huagua with the wolf dog that has sniffed the target's scent. They should be able to resolve the matter shortly. Boom. Just then, a tremendous explosion erupted, startling Yin Wolf. He looked up to see a massive hole blasted in the mountainside, through which floated Muo, observing them coldly. Chapter 46. The coming storm. Yin Lang gritted his teeth, locking gazes with the Pokémon. Mutuo coldly remarked, Even when death is imminent, you still seek to trouble others. As Yi Qing calmed himself and met the enchanting visage of Teacher Zhao, he noted the close proximity. Zhao Xinran, overwhelmed by Yi Qing's unabashed gaze, straightened up and chuckled. All right, since you're unwilling to speak, I shall not press you. Yi Qing nodded hurriedly. Humph. Do not be late for class in the future. Zhao Xinran playfully tapped Yi Qing on the forehead before gracefully striding towards the office. Recalling his promise to the little fire monkey, Yi Qing glanced at the clock. Noting he had 15 minutes until class began, he swiftly crossed the plaza and made his way to the volcanic area of the playground. The temperature here was noticeably higher than elsewhere, and before long, beads of sweat began to form on Yi Qing's forehead. Upon spotting the artificial lava pool nearby, he halted. Little fire monkey, make sure to train diligently here. Yi Qing released the small fire monkey from its Pokeball, imparting his instructions. Whoa! The little fire monkey leaped with joy, reveling in the comfortable environment. After rolling on the ground, it waved a hand at Yi Qing, signaling its understanding, urging him to hurry off to class. It thought, once you leave, how will you monitor my training? Noticing the excited little fire monkey, Yi Qing smirked cunningly. All right, I shall leave my phone here to record your training as a means of supervision. This way, I can keep an eye on your progress. The little fire monkey's mind short-circuited upon hearing this, secretly thinking how devious humans could be, employing such tactics against it. Realizing it couldn't afford to slack off, the little fire monkey put its hands on its hips, glaring at Yi Qing with a look that screamed distrust. Yi Qing scratched his head, surprised by the little fire monkey's intense reaction, considering that the current cultural classes were limited, only 2 sessions each morning, with the remainder dedicated to outdoor training. He concluded that a bit of leniency wouldn't be a problem. After all, it was essential to balance work with rest. He pondered. If the little fire monkey happened to encounter a female monkey, wouldn't it be inconvenient for him to spy? Yi Qing affectionately ruffled the little fire monkey's head, saying, Very well, I shall not leave my phone behind. I will return to fetch you after class. Should you dare to slack off, beware. What? The little fire monkey stood upright, thumping its chest to assure Yi Qing it would never resort to such deceitful antics. Yi Qing nodded, glancing at the time before turning to head towards the classroom. In the following days, the little fire monkey proved quite obedient. During breaks, Yi Qing would sneak glances and found that the creature was indeed training earnestly. It had not only reached level 13, but had also mastered both Shadow Clone and Counter Shield with remarkable proficiency. After observing for several days, Yi Qing felt reassured. routinely allowing it to train on the playground and returning to cultivate their combat synergy during the afternoon training sessions. Have you heard? A monkey has appeared in the volcanic area of our playground. We don't even know whose it is. So unruly. Indeed, just the other day, it injured my little fire horse. Who else could it belong to? There are hardly any monkeys in the entire grade. Listening to their chatter, Yi Qing felt puzzled, whose unfortunate Pokémon had stirred up trouble. From their discussion, it seemed this monkey was not only mischievous, but also remarkably strong, dominating the volcanic area. Could it possibly be his own unfortunate little monkey? Surely not, as it trained diligently every day. Class, Zhao Xinran announced as she approached the podium, raising her voice over the chaotic classroom. Teacher, I need to go to the restroom. Yi Qing's unease grew, prompting him to take advantage of the class time to launch a surprise check on the little fire monkey and uncover the truth. All right, hurry back. Zhao Xinran, sipping water, paid little mind as she opened her textbook to begin the lesson. Teacher, I want to go to the restroom too. Wang Yao, having observed Yi Qing's sneaky demeanor, sensed mischief and decided to follow suit. Zhao Xinran raised an eyebrow. Why must you go to the restroom just because someone else is? Hold it in. Wang Yao immediately protested. Teacher, that's not fair. What if I can't hold it and end up in trouble? Wouldn't that mean the Wang family line ends with me? Being young, Zhao Xinran had never encountered such antics. Although she suspected Wang Yao's intentions were dubious, she ultimately relented, allowing him to go as long as he returned promptly. All right. Wang Yao sprang up, chasing after Yi Qing as they dashed outside. As Yi Qing scampered across the plaza, he heard someone calling after him. Halting, he turned to see Wang Yao and asked, What are you following me for? Wang Yao, not wanting to reveal his curiosity, feigned concern. I was just worried you might need help with something urgent. Is that so? Yi Qing, well aware of his friend's true intentions, realized he could actually use his assistance. He had surmised that Wang Yao's ability to know his whereabouts was likely due to his acute sense of smell, allowing him to detect Yi Qing's scent in advance. If I let Wang Yao help me, he might indeed uncover something. Wait, scent. Yi Qing pondered the term, suddenly feeling he was on the verge of grasping something he had overlooked. Wang Yao, puzzled, inquired, What's wrong? Yi Qing? Yi Qing waved his hand dismissively. Nothing. Just go help me check on what the little fire monkey is up to. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Sure, you rest here. Noticing Yi Qing's distressed expression, Wang Yao wisely departed. Seated on the steps of the plaza fountain, Yi Qing finally clarified his earlier confusion. It was indeed the scent. Though he had never revealed himself in the organization, he had escaped thanks to Mutuo's teleportation. It seemed flawless, yet within the transport vehicle, he had undoubtedly left a significant amount of his scent behind. If they were to track his path using their Pokémon's acute sense of smell, they would eventually discover his hiding place. Realizing this, Yi Qing slapped his thigh in alarm, an intense sense of crisis washing over him. What should he do? The sudden threat left Yi Qing feeling flustered. His current strength was insufficient for self-preservation. Therefore, he would have to rely on external forces to protect himself and his family. The various evolutions of EV had been thoroughly researched, yet information regarding legendary Pokémon remained scant. Chapter 47. The Method of Unraveling by the Way. Isn't Teacher Zhao quite intrigued by the matter of the 3 dragons of Dao? Could I perhaps leverage this information to make my entrance into the academic realm and enhance my social influence? If I can publish a few impactful papers to increase my visibility, I could become a public figure, which might render the organization hesitant to act against me. Yi Qing, come and see what I've discovered. Just as Yi Qing was deep in thought, Wang Yu dashed back with a mischievous expression. What is going on? Yi Qing momentarily set aside his thoughts and looked up. Wang Yu hurried to Yi Qing's side, dramatically presenting his phone. What else? Did you know your little fire monkey is about to become the king of the fire mountain? King of the mountain? Yi Qing was momentarily taken aback. But as he gazed at the video on Wang Yao's phone, a smile broke across his face. From the footage, it was evident that the little fire monkey had gathered most of the spirits in the fire mountain area. These spirits not only provided him with massages but also offered him snacks and energy cubes given by their trainers. This rascal. Although Yi Qing felt a surge of frustration, he was somewhat gratified to see his spirit thriving in such a manner. At least he hadn't disgraced himself. Let us go. However, the primary task for the little fire monkey remained training, especially now that it had just realized the potential dangers that lurked. Yi Qing decided it was time to impart a serious lesson to the little fire monkey. Upon arriving in the volcanic region with Wang Yao, Yi Qing found that they had already prepared for his arrival, each engrossed in their own activities. The little fire monkey was diligently hammering a rock with its flame fist, and upon closer inspection, one could see beads of sweat rolling down its face. Watching their realistic performance, Yi Qing would have truly believed he had misjudged the little fire monkey if not for Wang Yao's recorded evidence. Little fire monkey, come here. Yi Qing called out. Yua? The little fire monkey halted its actions, bouncing over to Yi Qing, deliberately wiping the sweat from its forehead with its arm. Look at this. Yi Qing, thoroughly impressed by its acting skills, handed Wang Yao's phone to it. At the sight of Yi Qing's stern expression, the little fire monkey initially held onto a glimmer of hope, but as it viewed the video of its own antics, that last shred of hope shattered. Ooh. The little fire monkey turned to Wang Yao, baring its teeth in indignation. It had sensed Wang Yao's presence earlier but had dismissed it, never expecting to be outwitted by this fellow. Today, you shall reflect on your actions within the confines of your Pokeball, Yi Qing declared, ignoring the little fire monkey's protests as he returned it to its ball. Back in class, Yi Qing found it difficult to concentrate on the lecture, his mind continually replaying the information regarding the 3 dragons of Tao. In the evening, within the library, Yi Qing settled in by the window, utilizing the moonlight and lamplight to organize the information he had gathered. As for the potential skepticism that might arise from publishing this article, Yi Qing had already devised a strategy to address it. Yi Qing. Just as Yi Qing was lost in thought, a fragrant breeze wafted by. He turned to find his homeroom teacher, Zhao Xinran, standing beside him. Noticing Yi Qing's distracted demeanor during class, Zhao Xinran had followed him to the library, suspecting her earlier conversation might have affected him. Has our previous discussion impacted your focus? If so, I apologize. Yi Qing shook his head in response. Zhao Xinran breathed a sigh of relief and casually inquired, Oh, is there anything I can assist you with? You seem somewhat perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qing met her bright gaze and said, Actually, I do. I wish to publish an article concerning the 3 dragons of Tao and was wondering if you might have any suggestions. The 3 dragons of Tao? Zhao Xinran's initial delight quickly turned to caution. You mustn't. Discussions regarding mythical beasts are strictly prohibited from circulating among the public, so even if you manage to publish it, it won't be accepted. Yi Qing paused, reflecting on her words. It appeared she was indeed correct. He had previously approached this issue from the perspective of his former life, but such considerations were no longer applicable in this world. As far as Yi Qing was aware, much information regarding mythical beasts was monopolized by the Alliance, leaving the general populace in ignorance. Zhao Xinran continued, Did you not mention this to me earlier? Yi Qing did not conceal his thoughts. I've encountered some troubles and wish to create a formidable presence for my own protection. Troubles? Zhao Xinran expressed surprise, unable to fathom what kind of difficulties someone of Yi Qing's age might face. After all, the people he interacted with were likely only peers. Yi Qing nodded, Yes. But it's not convenient for me to elaborate. Zhao Xinran hesitated, her gaze seemingly piercing through Yi Qing's thoughts. Yi Qing avoided her gaze, instead focusing on her feet, which were accentuated by pointed high heels, hoping she wouldn't inadvertently step on him. After a moment, Zhao Xinran regained her composure and weighed the pros and cons. I can assist you with this. You must know that I previously worked at the Pokémon Research Institute. I am qualified to submit your article for consideration. And if its content is credible and holds significant value, you will receive the appropriate recognition. However, it is virtually impossible for your article to be publicly disseminated. If the Alliance deems you of high value, they may arrange for your protection. Yi Qing remained silent, aware that his article could provoke considerable repercussions. Handing the manuscript to Zhao Xinran posed the risk of her potentially exploiting it for her own gain. After a prolonged silence, Yi Qing finally spoke. How can I trust you? Zhao Xinran was taken aback, not having anticipated his wariness. My aunt and I work together at the same research institute. If you are uncomfortable with me, you may first give it to her, and she can then pass it on to me. Yi Qing ignored her further comments and frowned in dissatisfaction. You've investigated me? Zhao Xinran replied apologetically. You are my student, and I have a responsibility towards you. Your response to my question previously surprised me, igniting my curiosity to keep an eye on you. Yi Qing remained skeptical, maintaining a neutral tone. Please wait a moment. He then took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to his mother. Mom, how has my aunt been lately? You two have quite a good relationship, right? Dear son, that's my biological sister. Of course, we have a good relationship. Please refrain from asking such silly questions in the future. Is something wrong? Do you need money? I've written an important paper that I wish to submit. Our homeroom teacher mentioned knowing my aunt, so I wanted to confirm with you. Just a moment. As Yi Qing awaited his mother's response, he set his phone down. Chapter 48. The pitiful Zhao Xinran, surprisingly, was no longer anxious. She sat calmly across from Yi Qing, her delicate fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Ding dong. Hearing a message notification on her phone, Yi Qing quickly opened it to check. Mom, your aunt wants you to submit the article directly to her. She said Zhao Xinran's background is quite impressive, and befriending her will bring only benefits, not drawbacks. After reading the message, Yi Qing finally understood the source of Zhao Xinran's confidence. She was indeed the so-called second-generation elite, the offspring of a prominent family. Zhao Xinran leaned closer to Yi Qing, her red lips parting in a triumphant smile as she said, "So, do you trust me now?" "Yes, I do." Faced with this class supervisor, who was only slightly older than herself, Yi Qing felt entirely convinced. As night deepened, the library grew increasingly desolate. With her mother's assurance, Yi Qing felt a sense of security and quickly organized the information regarding the 3 dragons of Dao on paper. To avoid disrupting Yi Qing's train of thought, Zhao Xinran silenced her phone, sitting across from him and quietly flipping through a book. Yi Qing knew he could not disclose the true legends of the 3 dragons of Dao, so he concocted a similar narrative to introduce them. Reshiram represented truth, while Zekrom embodied ideals. Reshiram believed in truth, guiding the world with benevolent spirits, willing to assist those brave enough to pursue authenticity. However, should one disregard truth and indulge in desire, it would unleash flames to incinerate everything. Zekrom could create an anti-gravity field to soar through the skies, unaffected by air resistance or the pull of gravity, and its appearance was often accompanied by thunderstorms. After introducing these 2 legendary beings, Yi Qing proceeded to describe their overdrive mode. He intentionally omitted details about fusion and genetic wedges, planning to keep this information as a trump card for later, which would enhance his value. Despite the lightheartedness of his writing, Yi Qing's article was sufficient for the Alliance, which had limited knowledge of these 3 divine beasts. Based on what he knew, having 1 or 2 secondary divine beings as guardians was already commendable for countries worldwide, let alone the first-tier deities, which were practically unattainable. No first-tier deity had publicly declared allegiance to any nation thus far. After handing the completed document to Zhao Xinran, Yi Qing shook his slightly sore hands. Overdrive mode. Zhao Xinran questioned, puzzled by this key term before promptly asking, "Are you implying that our usual understanding of Reshiram and Zekrom doesn't reflect their ultimate potential?" Yi Qing nodded and inquired, "You're familiar with Mega Evolution, right?" Zhao Xinran puffed her chest, feigning composure as she replied, "Of course." Yi Qing shrugged, "Then why ask?" Overdrive mode is akin to the significant power enhancement seen in Pokémon after Mega Evolution. Just think of it that way. Humph. Who do you think you're looking down upon? Zhao Xinran muttered under her breath. Although she recognized the term, her understanding was minimal, and her inquiries to her family had often been met with refusals. However, observing this young man, she sensed he possessed a deeper comprehension of Mega Evolution. What a curious anomaly. Was her family planning to cultivate him toward becoming a senior researcher? Shaking her head, Zhao Xinran decided to dismiss such thoughts for the moment. Glancing at her watch, she stood up and smiled at Yi Qing, saying, "Well then, it's getting late. I will likely reply to you around Friday. And perhaps there will even be unexpected rewards." Yi Qing nodded in agreement, feeling secure within the academy's walls. Upon returning to his dormitory, Yi Qing changed into his pajamas, deliberately not releasing his fire monkey, intending to temper its temperament. Otherwise, it might give him a hard time once it evolved. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Yi Qing intensified the training regimen for his fire monkey, pushing it to the brink of exhaustion, resulting in a noticeable weight loss of nearly 2 pounds over the week. Wang Yao tossed a branch for his wood turtle to retrieve with a quick electric flash, observing Yi Qing and commenting, "The monkey's life is fraught with challenges." On Friday afternoon, Yi Qing received a notification from Zhao Xinran, instructing him to visit the conference room. Knock, knock, knock. After 3 knocks, Yi Qing took a deep breath and entered. The scene in the conference room was as Yi Qing had anticipated. Besides the principal and vice principal, Zhao Xinran was present, along with a bespectacled middle-aged man. Principal Jiang set down his teacup and introduced, "This is our school S. Yi Qing. Yi Qing, this is Professor Qian, a researcher from the Alliance." Judging by the man's appearance, perhaps in his 40s or 50s, Yi Qing thought to himself that he was not old at all. Professor Qian regarded Yi Qing with a serious expression, stating, "Hello, Yi Qing. I have read your article, and to be frank, it has been immensely helpful to us. However, I have one question that I hope you can clarify for me." As he spoke, Yi Qing felt the atmosphere around him grow increasingly tense, an invisible pressure weighing down upon him. Cough, cough. Seeing the treatment of her student, Zhao Xinran coughed a few times in discontent. Principal Jiang took a sip of tea, signaling Zhao Xinran to refrain from speaking. "Please, go ahead." Yi Qing met Professor Qian's gaze, unperturbed. After all, he had encountered Mutwo. Why would he be intimidated by their presence? Professor Qian asked sternly, "I would like to know how you came by this knowledge. Where did you obtain this information?" "As far as I know, you were recently just an unremarkable student." Yi Qing smiled slightly, "Indeed, but I must clarify that I was not unremarkable. Rather, I simply had not chosen to engage earnestly in classes or exams, as I had already mastered the material being taught. As for how I acquired this information, I encountered a divine beast, and we hit it off immediately. I pledged my allegiance to it, and it shared all this knowledge with me. leaning back in his chair. Yi Qing did not expect them to believe him. Unable to contain himself, Principal Jiang sprayed his tea across the table upon hearing this. Absurd. We are not here to indulge in your fantasies. Please watch your words. The vice principal scoffed, believing Yi Qing was merely jesting and that his words were nonsensical. Even Zhao Xinran felt a chill. What kind of existence was it to pledge allegiance to a divine beast? How could he even think of such a thing? Professor Qian, however, maintained a stoic expression, fixing his gaze on Yi Qing. Can you provide evidence that would convince me? Upon hearing this, the others in the room straightened in their seats, genuinely curious to see how Yi Qing would substantiate his claim. Yi Qing shrugged and glanced at the vice principal. There seemed to be quite a few people in the room. Noticing Professor Qian's gaze, Principal Jiang quickly understood and instructed Vice Principal Zhang to step outside for a moment. All right. Vice Principal Zhang, not foolish, recognized this was also Professor Qian's intention and promptly rose to leave. As Vice Principal Zhang exited, Professor Qian turned his unyielding expression back to Yi Qing. Are there any others you wish to dismiss? Feel free to say. Yi Qing smiled, recognizing that the vice principal had to establish authority while also seeking to win the favor of those present. No need. These two are both trusted elders of mine. Upon hearing this, Principal Zhang's face lit up with a smile, increasingly pleased with Yi Qing, thinking to himself that his efforts had indeed been worthwhile. Zhao Xinran rolled her eyes. While Yi Qing's words brought her some comfort, she was hardly old enough to be considered his elder. Professor Qian nodded. Then please proceed. Yi Qing raised his right arm and addressed the crowd, stating, Here lingers the aura of that divine beast. If you harbor any doubts, you may allow a psychic-type Pokémon to sense it, though I must caution you that I shall not bear any adverse consequences. Dressed in long sleeves, those present were unaware of what lay beneath. Professor Qian, without further ado, produced a Pokeball and released a Hypno. As the Hypno floated gracefully in midair, Yi Qing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The rarity of psychic-type Pokémon is well known, and he was astonished that this individual possessed one of its finest specimens. Pokémon. Hypno, level 50, potential. C. Condition. Healthy gender. Male type. Psychic ability. Inner focus held item. Curve spoon inherited skills. Power trick. Barrier. Guard swap basic skills. Teleport. Spoon bend. Psychic. Disable. Hypnosis. Miracle Eye. Psyshock. Self-restoration. Psychic surge skill teaching. Telekinesis. Ice punch skill discs. Psychic impact. Light screen. Shadow clone. Shadow Ball note. Hypno possesses relatively weak power. Though it shuns violence, it can utilize psychic abilities for both offense and defense. A level 50 Hypno. This is akin to the strength of a gym leader's primary Pokémon. How formidable is this old professor? Yi Qing was taken aback. Realizing the true extent of this person's power and recognizing that the league indeed holds him in high regard. However, Yi Qing soon discerned a peculiar issue. Despite the formidable prowess of these Pokémon, few exhibited weather-altering abilities. Could it be that only those with extraordinary talent possess such skills? Professor Qian pointed to Yi Qing's wrist and instructed, Hypno, examine that area for me. Hypno conjured 2 silver spoons with its hands, gradually enveloping the area with its psychic energy. Upon the moment Hypno's psychic energy made contact with the mark left by Mutwell, it suddenly shrieked in agony, its eyes rolling back as it fainted instantly. Witnessing this spectacle, Principal Jiang spat out his tea in shock. He was well aware of his friend Professor Qian's Hypno's capabilities. Though it may not rival his own powerful Salamence, it was no trivial opponent. Yet, the one most astonished was undoubtedly Professor Qian himself. He knew his Pokémon best. What kind of entity could leave behind such a terrifying aura? A mere touch was sufficient to send a Pokémon with high psychic prowess into unconsciousness. Zhao Xinran's gaze towards Yi Qing shifted. Initially, she had perceived him merely as an erudite individual, but now he appeared to be an enigma, a true prodigy. Observing Hypno's sudden fainting spell, Yi Qing was momentarily stunned, hastily adding, Please do not hold me accountable. I did forewarn you. Chapter 49. Generous rewards. Professor Qian retracted his earlier stern demeanor, a smile gracing his face for the first time. It's quite all right. My previous attitude may have seemed harsh due to my commitment to professionalism. I now fully trust what you, Yi Qing, have conveyed. He retrieved 2 slender envelopes from his briefcase and graciously pushed them towards Yi Qing. This is the compensation granted to you by the Alliance. Please accept it. Yi Qing refrained from accepting the envelopes immediately and turned to Zhao Xinran beside him, inquiring, Professor, the initial request was for protection, correct? Without waiting for Zhao Xinran's response, Professor Qian preemptively explained, I understand your concern. For a talent like you, Yi Qing, the Alliance will undoubtedly provide protection. However, our resources are limited. As you will inevitably travel the world, it will be impractical for our personnel to accompany you everywhere. I trust you won't want someone shadowing you at all times. Therefore, we can only offer support from a fixed location in Shanghai City. Upon hearing this, Yiqi accepted the rewards, comprehending the underlying message. This was precisely aligned with his intentions, as long as his family was safeguarded. He would only need to operate within the vicinity of Shanghai City for now. Eventually, he would no longer require the Alliance's protection. Moreover, this was merely a precaution. It was possible that the organization had not dispatched anyone to assassinate him at all. Professor Qian remarked, "The information you provided is exceedingly valuable to us. I wonder if you possess any further insights." Yi Qing had anticipated this query, but knew that only a fool would divulge more information. Revealing everything would significantly diminish his worth. Not at the moment. Who knows, maybe one day that individual will share more with me, he replied, then fell silent. Regardless of the temptations presented by his interlocutors, gathering his belongings, Professor Qian stood up and said, "Very well, I will take care of the security arrangements." Seated in the chair, Yi Qing felt reassured by the Alliance's guarantee regarding his family's safety. He harbored numerous secrets that were not suited for anyone to follow him closely. A lack of privacy would hinder his endeavors. Principal Jiang stood up, pulling Professor Qian aside with a smile. "Old Qian, it's rare for you to visit our school. Allow me to show you around and let you see our teaching environment." Zhao Xinran, aware of the underlying motives, rolled her eyes. She understood that their principal was not merely interested in showcasing the school, but was likely attempting to solicit sponsorship. Yi Qing glanced at the two envelopes in his hands, pondering the amount they contained. Based on their thickness, it likely did not exceed 500. Zhao Xinran approached Yi Qing, leaning against the edge of the table. She lowered her head and asked, "So, the professor didn't deceive you, did he?" Yi Qing looked up, shaking the envelopes with a smile. "Thank you, Professor. If it turns out to be a substantial amount, I'll treat you to dinner." Zhao Xinran initially intended to decline but reconsidered, realizing she might extract more information from Yi Qing. "All right, but let us make sure that S understood." Stretching her body, she showcased her perfect form. "All right, let us head home. I'll check on what the principal and others are discussing." "Sure." The alluring scenery prompted Yi Qing to steal a few glances as he responded, then made his way towards the exit. With the two envelopes in hand, Yi Qing felt a sense of conflict. The thrill of anticipation was almost unbearable, compelling him to open them immediately. He glanced around, noticing the multiple surveillance cameras in the conference room, and reluctantly decided to suppress his curiosity until he was home. "Mom, I'm back," Yi Qing announced as he opened the door. "Wow." Little Fire Monkey mimicked a greeting, albeit somewhat clumsily. "Is anyone home?" Yi Qing called out, wandering through the house only to find it completely empty. After sending a brief message to his mother, he eagerly retreated to his room to open the envelopes. A bank card and a golden membership card for the Wild Wilderness Zone? Excellent. Excitement surged through him as he examined the two items. 100,000 spirit coins, with a password of 6 zeros. After jotting down the details on a piece of paper, Yi Qing tucked the bank card away. This sum was neither too substantial nor too meager, indicating that the Alliance's cash rewards were merely symbolic. The real incentives lay in their verbal promises. Holding the golden Wild Wilderness Zone membership card, Yi Qing quickly checked its details on his phone. This was a customized membership card for the Wild Wilderness Zone in Shanghai City. There were 3 tiers of membership: Standard, Silver, and Gold. The Standard card allowed entry once a year to the outer region and permitted the capture of 1 Pokémon, priced at 5,000. The Silver card allowed 3 entries per year into the central area and permitted capturing 2 Pokémon, priced at 10,000. In contrast, the benefits of the Gold card were vastly superior. Firstly, there were no restrictions on entries, allowing the capture of up to 4 Pokémon. Additionally, it granted access to the VIP core area of the Wilderness Zone, located at its center, where only the finest Pokémon, carefully selected by the Alliance, resided. However, the Gold card was not available for public sale. To obtain one had to possess relevant assets and identification, as well as contribute to the Alliance. In essence, those who could acquire it were typically among the affluent elite. Could there really be a Magikarp in there? Yi Qing pondered, considering the possibility. The rarity of Milotic stemmed from the impossibility of artificially creating its beautiful scales, rather than the sheer scarcity of Magikarp. The beautiful scales were naturally shed by adult Milotic after enduring the elements, with tales suggesting that a Milotic might not shed even a single scale throughout its lifetime. As for the alternate evolution method for Milotic in the game, Yi Qing was uncertain whether it could be replicated in reality. After all, Magikarp was notoriously unattractive, making it implausible for it to possess a fixed beauty metric. Furthermore, convincing a Magikarp of its own beauty seemed utterly unrealistic. After researching the information regarding the Wild Wilderness Zone, Yi Qing learned that this area was situated within a forest on the outskirts of the city. Since its establishment, countless Pokémon had been released into it. They bred and intermingled, with wild Pokémon occasionally entering, resulting in a diverse array of species that even the administrators could not precisely account for. To capture a second Pokémon, Yuqing would need to obtain certification from the school, as he was not yet a certified Pokémon trainer and could not freely capture wild Pokémon. Clutching the golden card, Yuqing felt an irresistible urge, akin to having a newly acquired gaming console that his mother forbade him from using. He was determined to find a way to indulge in it, even if just for a moment. Though Little Fire Monkey's abilities were not yet sufficient to stand alone, it was on the brink of evolution, and with the right opportunity, it could transform into a Monferno. The thought of the charming Pokémon within the wild wilderness zone stirred a sense of restlessness within Yuqing as he tossed and turned in bed. Chapter 50. The Wild Wilderness Area. Oh dear. The little fire monkey nearly dropped the nut it was holding, casting a discontented glance at the restless Yuqing on the bed. Smack. The little fire monkey raised its palm and playfully slapped Yuqing's backside, seemingly inquiring about the commotion. Didn't he notice that it was busy eating? Yuqing turned around, fixing his gaze upon the little fire monkey, and asked, "Did you mention wanting to go to the wild wilderness area?" The fire monkey, bewildered, thought, "Did I say that? I didn't utter a word, did I? Well then, prepare yourself. We shall depart next week." The mere thought of potentially capturing a Milotic filled Yuqing with impatience. "Brother, we're back." Just as Yuqing and the little fire monkey exchanged glances, the sound of the door opening echoed from outside. With a swift motion, Yuqing sprang from the bed, exclaiming, "All right, I'll help you wash the vegetables." The little fire monkey, still clutching its nut, stared after Yuqing's retreating figure, momentarily bewildered. Had it just agreed to something? In the living room, Yuqing pulled the little girl into his room. "What's wrong, brother?" Yu Mingon inquired, puzzled by her brother's secretive demeanor. "Look at this." Yuqing checked the balance of his newly bound card on his phone. 100,000? Yi Menghan's eyes widened in surprise, her little hand covering her mouth as she gazed at Yuqing. Yuqing ruffled her hair and whispered, "I'm not deceiving you. If you study well, this amount will only grow." The little girl hesitated, "But this money." Yuqing, understanding her concern, reassured her, "Do not worry. The source is legitimate." Early Monday morning, Yuqing submitted his application to capture a second Pokémon to his homeroom teacher, Zhao Xinran, without any unexpected incidents. Naturally, she was aware of the rewards the League would bestow upon Yuqing, but she cautioned him to remain vigilant since the wild wilderness area was not devoid of risks. "What are you up to, buddy?" Wang Yu queried, hastily catching up to Yuqing, who emerged from the teacher's office wearing a smile. "Top secret." Since Yuqing intended to keep Milotic as his trump card, he could not allow anyone to learn about his plan to capture the ugly fish. Thus, it was imperative that Wang Yao, renowned as the school's biggest gossip, remained oblivious. Otherwise, by the next day, the entire school would be aware of his intentions. Seeing Yuqing's smug demeanor, Wang Yao scoffed, "Keeping secrets? Please, I've worn your childhood underpants. You think you can keep that from me?" In a corner behind the two, Zhang Xiaoqiang stood with a sullen expression fixated on them. "Boss, should we wait until Friday to ambush him?" One of his companions suggested. "Yes, just give the word, and I could break one of his legs." Another chimed in. Frowning, Zhang Xiaoqiang retorted, "Are you all fools? Everyone knows I have a conflict with him. If he gets into trouble, I'll be the prime suspect." That's a fair point. Strategist. Why don't you devise a plan? As long as it helps the boss feel vindicated, we will follow it to the letter. The strategist adjusted his glasses and analyzed. Currently, Yuqing is favored by Principal Jiang and has close ties with various teachers. I propose we stir up conflict between him and others, allowing us to reap the benefits. Intrigued, Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, "Do you have a plan?" Nodding, the strategist continued, "I just thought of it. We have a new transfer student in our class. After observing him for a few days, I've concluded he is brash but lacks intelligence. Most importantly, he is a lecher. It said that Yuqing has a younger sister who is quite attractive." Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded, but then hesitated, furrowing his brow. "Wait. Let me check with my dad about Yuqing's background. Our investigation might not be accurate, and we cannot afford to trip up." After enduring a grueling week, Yuqing trained intensively with the little fire monkey, sparring with anyone in sight. The little fire monkey had bullied Wang Yao's Trico more than 10 times. Through this rigorous training, the little fire monkey reached level 14. Yuqing sent a message to his mother, informing her that he would not be returning home this week. He then purchased a week's supply of beginner fire-type energy cubes and a mixed-type energy cube at the mall. Without further ado, these two items alone cost him a hefty sum of 1,000 coins, causing him considerable distress. However, they were essential for the journey, as he was uncertain what types of Pokémon he might encounter, and it was better to be well prepared. Fortunately, The little fire monkey was not yet capable of absorbing the nutrients and energy from intermediate or advanced energy cubes. Otherwise, Yiqing's modest savings would not suffice to satisfy its needs. After also acquiring 2 high-grade Pokeballs equipped with healing spray and some Pokemon feed, Yiqing completed his purchases at the Pokemon shop. He then bought a set of outdoor survival gear from a nearby department store. After ensuring he hadn't overlooked anything, he set off for the wild wilderness area. As he walked down the bustling street, the little fire monkey perched on Yiqing's shoulder, incessantly pointing at posters on the wall. Are not all milk cows called Big Milk Can? The sight of the poster made Yiqing's heart twitch. Big Milk Can's milk was a favorite among Pokemon, renowned for its flavor and nutrition. Yet, he had never introduced such a luxury to the little fire monkey. How did it know about it? Seeing that Yiqing was unresponsive, the little fire monkey tugged at his head with both hands, displaying its teary eyes. Yiqing felt conflicted. After all, this wasn't just any cheap product. A 500 milliliter can of Big Milk Can milk could fetch a staggering price of 500 Pokemon coins. After a moment of contemplation, Yiqing resolutely declared, "If you perform well in the wild wilderness area, I shall reward you with a can." The little fire monkey's eyes sparkled with hope, questioning if he truly meant it. Yiqing chuckled as he patted its head. "When have I ever deceived you? Hailing a cab?" Yiqing gazed at the trainers riding on their Pokemon and the flying-type Pokemon soaring in the sky, wishing he could gallop alongside them one day. After more than half an hour of travel, the taxi finally halted outside the entrance of the wild wilderness area. The structure was shell-shaped, behind which lay an expansive forest. To prevent the wild Pokemon from escaping, this wilderness area was enveloped by a specially crafted net. Luxury cars adorned the area outside the wild wilderness area, and several thunder zebras were tethered nearby. Truly, this place was filled with the affluent. Yiqing stood in the plaza, attracting curious glances. Though many visited the wild wilderness area daily, it was rare to see someone arriving by taxi. Chapter 51. An unexpected acquaintance. The parking attendant cast a condescending glance at Yiqing, showing no intention of offering guidance, thinking to himself that this was yet another visitor. Yiqing ignored the peculiar stares and strode directly into the grand hall. As the automatic doors slowly opened, the interior of the hall revealed itself in resplendent glory. Adorned with colossal crystal chandeliers, reflective floors, and exquisite elven statues of significant value. "Welcome. How may I assist you?" Just as Yiqing was momentarily lost in thought, a melodious voice chimed from beside him. This voice. Yiqing turned to find Yiqing, the very companion he had camped with in the Golden Stream Forest. "Yiqing? You're not dead," Yiqing exclaimed, startled by his presence. Yiqing shot her a glance. "Of course I'm not dead. Otherwise, you would be seeing a ghost." "Apologies, I was just a bit overwhelmed," Yiqing replied, retracting her neck sheepishly. "By the way, what brings you here? Are you heading to the wilderness zone? And how did you survive?" Yiqing transformed into a whirlwind of inquiries, tugging at Yiqing's sleeve incessantly. Observing the curious onlookers in the hall, Yiqing nodded. "Yes, what else could I be here for?" "Are you working here?" Scratching her head in embarrassment, Yiqing admitted. "This wilderness zone is under my family's management. I often come here to experience life." Yiqing was taken aback. It was evident that the wealthy only befriended the wealthy, as everyone around him seemed to belong to an affluent circle. Outside, a security guard peered in, and, upon witnessing the seemingly inconspicuous Yiqing engaging in lively conversation with the esteemed young lady, felt a wave of regret wash over him, nearly suffocating him with remorse for missing a golden opportunity for advancement. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Yiqing pulled Yiqing aside to a secluded corner. Initially concerned about the possibility of encountering ugly fish, as he could not afford to spend all his time searching, he realized that with Yiqing as his living map, finding any elusive elf would be a breeze. The sight of the young lady being forcibly dragged by someone was observed by patrolling security personnel, who collectively raised their batons, ready to intervene. "What is going on?" Yiqing craned her neck to take a look, waving her hand to signal the guards to stand down. From the office area emerged a mature woman in professional attire, adjusting her black-framed glasses. Intrigued by how this unassuming young man was managing to converse so intimately with her family as esteemed daughter, she scrutinized him closely, contemplating whether to report this situation to her superior, given that she had business interests at stake. Desiring to strike up a conversation, Yiqing rubbed his hands together and smiled. Do you happen to know if there are any ugly fish in the wilderness zone?" "Ugly fish?" Yiqing pondered for a moment. Initially reluctant to divulge such information to outsiders, she reconsidered, recalling how Yiqing had previously aided her. It would be ungrateful to refuse him, especially since her silence would keep others in the dark. After some thought, Yiqing nodded and replied, "Yes, there are. But why are you looking for them? Their evolution is notoriously challenging." That is fine, Yiqing responded, relieved. I'm merely interested in these creatures. Would you be so kind as to sketch me a map? Su Yiqing brushed her hair aside. Sure, just a moment. As she quickly sketched a route, Yiqing suddenly inquired, I often hear people mention that there are demigods here. Is that true? Yes, but they are all final evolution types, typically entrusted to us for safekeeping by prominent figures. However, don't get your hopes up. The notion of them leaving offspring in the wilderness zone is likely just a marketing gimmick, Su Yiqing explained. Yiqing nodded in understanding. Su Yiqing handed over the completed map. There you go. Best of luck. Thank you. Yiqing exchanged a farewell with Su Yiqing and proceeded to the other side to complete the necessary paperwork. As he walked away, Su Yiqing bit her lip and called out, Wait. Use my card. She pulled out a shiny silver card from her pocket to offer to him. No need. I have my own card. Yiqing replied without turning back, revealing a gleaming gold card. At that moment, his sole focus was on finding the ugly fish. A gold card? Su Yiqing was momentarily taken aback. Although the wilderness zone was managed by her family, she only possessed a silver card due to the many partners involved. She had not expected the seemingly ordinary Yiqing to possess a card symbolizing status and privilege. The secretary, equally astonished, patted her elevated chest, silently grateful that she had not acted rashly moments earlier. Indeed, one should not judge a book by its cover. She had surely misjudged him. With a newfound curiosity, she approached Yiqing to discern his background. With a polite smile, she addressed him. Esteemed gold card holder, greetings. My surname is Zhang. May I assist you with the paperwork? Yes, please, Yiqing responded, glancing at the line of people ahead, assuming this was merely a privilege associated with the gold card. Right this way. Secretary Zhang gestured for him to follow, casually inquiring, May I ask your surname? Just call me Yi, he replied. Mr. Yi, may I inquire about your profession? She continued, her persistent curiosity beginning to irk Yiqing. I'm just a student. Is it customary to conduct an investigation upon arrival? Oh, my apologies. I was merely curious. Given your youthful accomplishments, Secretary Zhang replied, leading Yiqing through a special passage, much to the envy of those in line. She retrieved a tray from another staff member, presenting it to Yiqing. Here are 4 premium Pokeballs, a positioning and alarm wristband, and a bottle of dispersal spray. In the wilderness zone, you may only use these 4 Pokeballs, and should you exhaust them, you will need to exit. If you encounter any danger, please press the alarm button, and our staff will arrive on the scene within 30 seconds. Yiqing nodded, donning the equipment and storing his empty balls with him. Secretary Zhang entered his student ID into the computer. All set, Mr. Yi. If everything is in order, please sign here. Yiqing quickly reviewed the agreement, which primarily consisted of disclaimers, and upon finding no issues, he signed his name without hesitation. After completing the formalities, Yiqing proceeded through the VIP passage, which led directly to the core area, accessible only to gold card holders. Accompanied by staff, he was ushered into a vehicle, rapidly traversing the underground tunnel. After about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at their destination. Chapter 52, A Glimmer of Cold Light. Followed by twin guns at the first opportunity, Yiqing released the little fire monkey. Although this place was not as perilous as the wilderness, the spirits still possessed a wild nature. Emerging from the underground passage, his gaze was immediately enveloped by verdant greenery. Towering, robust trees surrounded him, their vast umbrella-like canopies obscuring the sun, allowing only sparse rays of sunlight to filter through the leaves. Surrounding the trees were various vines and parasitic plants, while beneath them flourished ferns and shrubs, thriving in the dark, damp environment. Weaving an enormous net that blanketed the rocks and ground, adorable spirits frolicked through the forest, and in the air floated a myriad of shuttlecocks. In the distance, a sharp-toothed cage lay in wait, its large maw silently anticipating the arrival of unsuspecting prey. Whoa! The little fire monkey darted in front of Yiqing, thumping its chest to indicate that it would handle any safety concerns. All right, let us proceed. Yiqing tightened his backpack and ventured into the vibrant forest. Bang! After only a few steps, Yiqing felt a sudden pain in his calf. Looking down, he discovered that a sunseed had inadvertently collided with his leg. Whoa! The little fire monkey erupted in fury, swiftly scooping him up, its thoughts clear. How dare this little fellow disrespect him right after he had boasted? Let it go, Yiqing said. Observing the pitiful sunseed in the fire monkey's grasp, he dismissed it, as he himself was not seriously harmed. Whoosh! Hearing Yiqing's indifference, the fire monkey finally exhaled in relief, flinging the sunseed into a nearby thicket. Not in a hurry to continue, Yiqing surveyed his surroundings, meticulously assessing the terrain. Despite regular maintenance by staff, the path was uneven due to the relentless activities of various spirits like the mole and the 3-mole. He occasionally spotted small spirits such as green caterpillars and horned bugs swinging between the trees, utilizing their silk. The forest's oxygen density was high, and the humid, sultry air made Yi Qing feel somewhat uncomfortable. Gulping down a bottle of mineral water with the fire monkey, he stowed the empty bottle in his backpack and followed the route depicted in Yi Qing's sketch, venturing further into the forest. After a while, the fire monkey was not idle either, having toppled a few troublesome bud sprouts and small rattatas. Upon passing through a thicket, Yi Qing was astonished to find a gathering of iron shell pupae ahead. He swallowed hard and gestured for the fire monkey to refrain from any rash actions. Well, the fire monkey scratched its head, bewildered by Yi Qing's caution towards the seemingly immobile iron shell pupae. Yi Qing had his reservations, after all. The evolved form of the iron shell pupae was the Beedrill, a spirit known for its fierce territorial instincts. It was likely that a Beedrill was guarding the vicinity. Furthermore, Beedrills were not only social creatures, but also notoriously irritable. If their territory was breached, they would not hesitate to attack. The gathering of iron shell pupae was substantial, and Yi Qing took out the route map to compare. Perhaps due to time constraints, Yi Qing's sketch was rather hasty and surrounded by dense jungle. Any deviation from the path would make it difficult to retrace his steps. After careful deliberation, Yi Qing decided it was worth the risk. What if the Beedrill was not nearby? After a thorough observation confirming that no Beedrills were in sight, Yi Qing beckoned the fire monkey to cautiously traverse the area. His heart raced as they maneuvered around the iron shell pupae hanging from the trees. The atmosphere was exceedingly tense. And just as Yi Qing and the fire monkey were about to clear the area, a fist-sized stone suddenly shot from a nearby tree. With a resounding thud, it struck an iron shell pupae nearby. Yi Qing. Fire monkey. After a brief silence, a blinding white light erupted from the struck iron shell pupae, setting off a chain reaction as 5 or 6 nearby iron shell pupae also ignited with white light. Whoa, whoa. A bizarre cackle echoed from the side, and upon turning, Yi Qing discovered that a mischievous primape was the culprit. This monkey was perched on a branch, laughing uncontrollably. Run! Yi Qing cursed the primape's entire lineage in his mind, and, with the fire monkey, sprinted away in panic. The iron shell pupae evolved rapidly. In no time, 6 Beedrills, their crimson compound eyes glaring, brandished their stingers and surged after Yi Qing and the fire monkey at breakneck speed. Glancing back at the relentless pursuit of the 6 Beedrills, Yi Qing thought, if they are ganging up on me, I won't hold back. He quickly accessed their information. Spirit, Beedrill, level 10, potential. F, status, weakened gender, male type, bug poison ability, bug sense, the more severely injured. The higher the attack, held item, none inherited skills, none base skills, twin needle, fury attack skill transfer, none skill disc, none remarks. Beedrills typically live in groups. They are aggressive and possess a strong territorial instinct. Anyone who intrudes upon their territory will be beset upon by them. Weakened? Could this be due to forced evolution causing premature birth? Setting aside that concern, facing the relentless Beedrills, Yi Qing realized that fleeing indefinitely was not a solution. He turned to the fire monkey, who was cowering behind him, and commanded, Ember. Whoa. The fire monkey, receiving the order, pivoted to aim at the leading Beedrill and unleashed a barrage of ember-sized flames. The flames shot out rapidly, but the lead Beedrill was exceptionally alert, due to the distance. It evaded the flames with an agile maneuver. However, the unfortunate Beedrill behind it was not so lucky, succumbing to the explosions. This action infuriated the remaining Beedrills, their compound eyes glaring at the fire monkey and Yi Qing as they accelerated their pursuit. Though running on the ground, they could not match the speed of those flying above, and the distance between them quickly diminished, giving Yi Qing a sense of impending doom. The Beedrills were not particularly formidable individually. Each one could be easily dispatched by the fire monkey. However, the fear lay in their coordinated assault. Even if the fire monkey could withstand their attacks, Yi Qing himself lacked that resilience. One Beedrill could easily bring about his demise. What to do? Yi Qing gritted his teeth, fleeing while rapidly contemplating a solution. Should he call for assistance or employ a dispersal spray? If he called for help now, he would have no choice but to return another day. Casting a glance back at the 5 Beedrills, he noted their blood-red compound eyes. He had no doubt they were intent on delivering a fatal sting. Just as Yi Qing contemplated using the dispersal spray, his peripheral vision caught sight of a yellow figure. A Psyduck tilted its head, its claws cradling its head, staring vacantly at the chaotic chase. A golden opportunity. Upon spotting the Psyduck, Yi Qing's mind sparked with inspiration. Glancing at the positions of the fire monkey and the Beedrills, he pointed at the Psyduck and exclaimed, Jump up and use Ember on the Psyduck. Though the fire monkey did not understand the rationale behind this command, it promptly executed Yi Qing's directive. Bang, bang, bang. A series of embers erupted upon the Psyduck's head. The Psyduck was momentarily stunned, seemingly perplexed by the situation, before, 2 seconds later, its eyes widened in irritation, and it unleashed a water gun the size of an arm toward the fire monkey. Chapter 53, Bullying the Innocent as the water gun surged towards them. Without needing a command from Yiqing, the little fire monkey swiftly dodged to the side, evading the onslaught of water. The aimless water gun, however, continued its trajectory, drenching the pursuing Beedrill behind it. Buzz! The Beedrill, unexpectedly splashed with water, was infuriated. Buzzing furiously, it brandished its stingers and turned to charge at Psyduck. Psyduck? What is happening? Why are you coming for me? Quack! Moments later, the bewildered Psyduck seemed to grasp the situation, let out a terrified cry, and fled, clutching its head. Yet, it was evident that the Beedrill would not let it escape easily, brandishing its stingers in a relentless pursuit. Having successfully diverted the remaining 3 Beedrills, Yiqing decided it was time for the little fire monkey to teach them a lesson. Taking refuge behind a tree for safety, Yiqing smiled slowly and shouted at the 3 Beedrills, "You bullies, it's time to face the consequences. Little fire monkey, go get them." With renewed vigor from the dwindling enemy numbers, the little fire monkey let out a fierce roar and leaped into the air, transforming into a blazing whirlwind that charged directly into the abdomen of a Beedrill. Buzz! The Beedrill was sent flying like a kite with a cut string. The remaining 2 Beedrills exchanged glances. Despite their companion's defeat, they showed no signs of fear. They raised their stingers and swiftly closed in on the little fire monkey. Yiqing narrowed his eyes. Surprise attack. Flame punch. Wow. The little fire monkey absorbed the damage from one Beedrill, using the surprise attack to get in close to the other, and in the next moment, its fiery fist struck, sending it flying. Buzzing! The last Beedrill, determined to fight to the end, flapped its wings and charged at the little fire monkey with all its might. Yiqing stepped out from behind the tree and said, "Conserve your energy, use Shadow Clone to evade, and unleash a flurry of scratches." The little fire monkey took a deep breath, conjured 3 afterimages, and darted to the side of the Beedrill, extending its sharp claws in a chaotic flurry. With the Beedrills dispatched, Yiqing scooped up the panting little fire monkey and quickly departed. The earlier commotion might attract other Beedrills seeking reinforcements. Phew! Yiqing paused, glancing back with trepidation. Seeing no trace of the Beedrills, he sighed in relief. The author reminds you that the complete content is available in the group. Do not let yourself encounter that troublesome monkey again, or it will surely leave you in dire straits. Leaning against a tree with the little fire monkey, they took a moment to rest, replenishing food and water, then began to study the map. Although the earlier chaos had caused them to run, they had not strayed too far from their path. After a brief rest, once the little fire monkey had regained its strength, Yiqing set off again. Not long into their journey, a stone the size of a fist suddenly flew towards Yiqing from the side. Fortunately, the little fire monkey reacted swiftly, intercepting it with a punch. Otherwise, Yiqing would have faced severe injury. Who is it? Yiqing had his suspicions, and upon turning, he confirmed it was that troublesome monkey perched on a branch. Seeing the creature's smug demeanor, Yiqing seethed inwardly. Damn it. This wretched child only knows how to bully the innocent. Little fire monkey, teach him a lesson. Wow. Having rested, the little fire monkey was nearly fully recovered. Despite facing a slightly stronger foe, it stood tall, ready to protect Yiqing. Pokémon, Apom, level 19, potential, D, status, healthy gender, male type, normal ability, vital spirit held item, none inherited skills, sleep talk, arm thrust basic skills, scratch, yawn, feint attack, reversal, fury swipe skill transfer, none skill disc, none notes. Always in a state of agitation, it gets hungry quickly and enjoys playing tricks on others. Level 19. Yiqing clenched his fists in determination. This was the minimum threshold for graduates, trainers Pokémon, making it difficult for the unevolved little fire monkey to gain an advantage against such a formidable opponent. However, it seemed the monkey had set its sights on him. If he did not show it a lesson now, he could only imagine what awaited him later. Apom. The monkey dangled from the tree, eyeing the little fire monkey with disdain, then opened its mouth to unleash a barrage of pink bubbles. Yiqing frowned. Is that a yawn? Let's counter with spark. Following the command, the little fire monkey swiftly unleashed sparks that collided with the pink bubbles mid-air, successfully neutralizing the attack. Apom. The monkey scratched its head in frustration, glaring at the little fire monkey. In the next instant, it leaped into the air, its right arm glowing white, and came crashing down towards the little fire monkey. Yiqing quickly retreated a few steps to avoid collateral damage. Use Shadow Clone to dodge, Flame Punch. The little fire monkey swiftly conjured 3 afterimages to confuse the opponent. Just then, the arm thrust struck, shattering one of the afterimages. Before the monkey could celebrate, the remaining 2 afterimages simultaneously raised their fiery fists to strike. Apom. The monkey's eyes glimmered with disdain as it extended both arms, transforming into afterimages that darted towards the little fire monkey's fists. The little fire monkey, its expression defiant, unleashed its flaming arm, delivering a powerful blow. With a resounding thud, the flame punch struck the monkey's palm, muscles tensed as they faced each other. In the next moment, as the flame punch intensified, the flames surged, slipping past Apom's grasp and crashing violently against its chest. Despite the flame punch's power being diminished by the block, the impact still sent the monkey stumbling back several steps. Apom, glaring at its charred chest, the monkey roared in fury, its arms thrashing as it charged at the little fire monkey. Defend quickly, Yi-Ching commanded, but the little fire monkey, caught between exhaustion and renewed energy, was swiftly knocked aside. Seizing the opportunity, Apom propelled itself forward, chasing the little fire monkey closely. Dodge! Yi-Ching shouted as Apom launched another arm thrust. The little fire monkey's eyes widened in determination, keenly observing Apom's movements. As it landed, it pushed off the ground and performed several backflips to narrowly escape. Having missed twice, Apom became even more enraged. It glanced back at the weakened Yi-Ching, letting out a shriek before launching itself forward. Yi-Ching was startled. He hadn't expected the monkey to act so unscrupulously, ambushing him and now employing the tactic of capturing the leader first, before Yi-Ching could issue a command. The little fire monkey unleashed a fiery tongue, shooting sparks like bullets onto Apom's face. Apom staggered back several steps, momentarily interrupted in its attack. The searing sensation on its face drove it to a frenzy, and it leaped, using its arm thrust to send the little fire monkey flying. The little fire monkey's small frame arced through the air before crashing against a tree trunk with a thud. Chapter 54. The Light of Evolution. The hyperactive ape, unyielding in its demeanor, swung its long arms upon the branches, attempting to strike the little fire monkey across the face. As the imminent threat subsided, Yi-Ching calmly commanded, "Quickly, assume a defensive stance." Upon hearing this, the little fire monkey promptly rose, crossing its arms protectively over its head. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to those who have supported me. Shu Tian, the venerable Xuanwu who delights in cold noodles, a lone green lemon, Frandy Hamer Shan. A string of periods, the adorable raccoon, fans of sake, Yuing, Annie BB, JK Black and White enthusiasts, Red, lovers of biming, user 383, Mo Ran, Danny E. Those wishing for a peaceful life, Chao Shou who adores mung beans, user 881, Chi Mozg, the new members of the Zhatian Gang. The Black Dragon of the Zhatian Gang, Mu Chun Dong, Tian Shi. Are you still there? 1234, Ka, Xian, Feng Xianchun, Reya? The guest of the Green Lamp, Oil-Braised Crayfish, Yu Ing, Lu Pei, Boom, Alchemy, Brush, Shihan, The Silent Passage of Years, Love for the Foolish, White Bear, Ju Ming. Street Dance. As the music concludes and people disperse, cards awaiting the boss's reward, and all the brothers who have continuously supported me. The word limit has been reached, so I shall express my gratitude more fully next time. Lastly, I recommend a friend's book, Three Kingdoms, The 1,000-Mile Rescue of Chao Boss. For those who cherish the Three Kingdoms, do take a look. Chapter 55. The mischievous Ditto. Yi-Ching gazed at the Monferno, speaking to it with heartfelt emotion. Do you recall your time within the Pokémon egg? Upon hearing this, Monferno's eyes narrowed slightly, as memories of its despair while confined in the egg flooded back. It was a murky liquid, and with the shell cracking, it became tainted by the outside world, causing its vitality to wane, until one day it felt the warmth of being cradled in someone's arms. As Monferno reminisced, its once defiant gaze softened considerably. Yi-Ching observed this transformation keenly, realizing that he had played his emotional card effectively. After all, he was not like Ash, who had merely stumbled upon a Charizard. Have a bite, Yi-Ching said, timely presenting a basic fire-type energy cube to Monferno, although it was now capable of withstanding the energy from a medium cube. The current circumstances were limited, necessitating a trip to procure more later. Monferno accepted the energy cube and consumed it, its previously brash demeanor noticeably subdued. Yi-Ching exhaled in relief, contemplating the need to capture a few more Pokémon swiftly. The inherent nature of monkeys is such that without a proper reprimand, they are likely to misbehave again after evolving into Infernape. With Monferno by his side, Yi-Ching felt a surge of confidence, even lightening his pace as they journeyed onward. Along their path, Caterpie and Budu, mere minor characters, hastily scurried away upon catching sight of Monferno, save for two audacious Rattatas that dared to provoke. True to form, Monferno did not disappoint Yi-Ching, unleashing a flurry of punches that sent sparks flying from the Rattata's prominent teeth, which promptly fled with its tail between its legs. Navigating through a thicket, the sound of rushing water gradually reached their ears, and the surrounding air became increasingly humid. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed as dark clouds gathered overhead. obscuring the sunlight and creating a stifling atmosphere. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by the roll of thunder, and soon a gentle rainfall descended. The unpredictable weather had arrived abruptly. Yiqing, feeling the dampness of his clothes, quickened his pace alongside Monferno. Monferno, displeased, shook off the moisture, causing its tail flames to flare up. Pushing through a cluster of shrubs, a river, approximately 4 to 5 meters wide, appeared before them. The water flowed rapidly upstream, winding through the forest, while the banks were adorned with lush grass and wildflowers. Hidden within were numerous secluded pools and small waterfalls. The raindrops splashed upon the river's surface, creating ripples, and the rain increased the oxygen levels in the water, prompting Kingler and Goldeen to leap joyfully from the depths. On the grassy banks, Pokémon such as Oddish and Sunflora reveled in the rain, dancing merrily. Among these Pokémon, Yiqing even spotted Chikorita and Totodile, the members of the starter trio. A glance at their stats revealed they were not particularly impressive. He resolved to pursue a path of quality over quantity, recognizing that he lacked the time, energy, and resources to nurture too many Pokémon. Furthermore, each Pokémon was a living being, endowed with emotions. Having too many would inevitably lead to some feeling neglected. A trainer may have many Pokémon throughout their life, but in the eyes of each Pokémon, there is only one trainer. Noticing a shift in Yiqing's breathing, Monferno tilted its head, curious. "It's nothing," Yiqing replied, shaking his head. As a student, he could not engage in trading Pokémon. The sight of 2 walking coins not far ahead made his heart bleed. Though their qualities were not high, they could fetch a hefty sum in the market. Yiqing clutched his wounded spirit, reflecting on the fact that this was indeed a core area of the wild, teeming with starter Pokémon. These creatures were not skittish. They merely glanced at Yiqing and Monferno before continuing their playful antics. Observing the rain-soaked map, Yiqing noted that by following the river, one of the heart-shaped pools would lead him to the location of the Magikarp. He tucked the map away, deciding to search along the route before the rain intensified. As he walked, the sky darkened, and the rain fell more heavily, the continuous droplets merging into a curtain of water. Just as Yiqing contemplated halting his search, Monferno suddenly came to a standstill. "What's wrong?" Yiqing inquired, still trying to assess the situation. "Cha!" Monferno pointed ahead, signaling Yiqing to lower his voice. Yiqing shifted his position to peek ahead and was astonished to find a multitude of Pokémon gathering in the river, obscured by trees. Faced with this spectacle, Yiqing's curiosity piqued, and he exchanged a glance with Monferno before stealthily advancing. He concealed himself behind a large tree, while Monferno leapt gracefully to the treetops. Peering cautiously, Yiqing discerned a tense atmosphere enveloping the river. A host of water-type Pokémon had assembled, divided into 2 factions, led by Feraligatr and Gyarados, who were locked in a standoff. Yiqing wiped the rainwater from his face and checked the information on both leaders, feeling a sense of trepidation as he realized they were both formidable Pokémon at level 30. He instinctively retreated to a safer spot for a clearer view, noticing a Kingler facing away from him, seemingly pleading with Gyarados. Yiqing's expression turned contemplative. Is it being bullied? Upon hearing Kingler's entreaty, Gyarados erupted in fury, roaring at Feraligatr. Yiqing remained still, observing as Kingler suddenly submerged, only to reappear behind Feraligatr's entourage moments later. Monferno, perched in the tree, was equally puzzled, unable to comprehend Kingler's antics. Just as both trainer and Pokémon were bewildered, Kingler unexpectedly darted behind a Swampert, taking advantage of the blind spot to execute an unthinkable maneuver. To Yiqing's astonishment, Kingler's form began to melt away, transforming into a vibrant purple blob. Ditto. Yiqing rubbed his eyes in disbelief, realizing that it was not just any blob, but a Ditto. The Ditto wriggled a few times before morphing into a Croconaw. Having completed its transformation, Ditto pushed past Swampert, splashing water as it approached Feraligatr, pointing accusingly at Gyarados while animatedly gesticulating, as if denouncing Gyarados' misdeeds. Chapter 56. Ambush. Upon hearing the accusations from his kin, the powerful crocodile was filled with an intense fury. However, unlike the impulsive violent carp, he possessed a more discerning intellect. His claws stroked his chin, sensing that something was amiss. Why did this little saw crocodile have such tiny eyes? It seemed that none from his family bore such diminutive features. Thunder rumbled ominously in the distance, dark clouds hanging ever lower, intensifying the oppressive atmosphere. Roar! Before the powerful crocodile could fully contemplate the situation, the violent carp could no longer restrain itself. To his astonishment, the opposing side had taken the first step in casting blame. In a moment of unbearable provocation, the violent carp whipped up a torrent with its colossal tail, striking fiercely at the powerful crocodile with a thunderous force. War was imminent, and the powerful crocodile had no time for reflection. His fist, the size of a cauldron, rapidly became encased in glistening frost as he struck upward with all his might. Boom! The water tail collided with the frozen fist, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy. The river water, propelled by the tail, splashed across the vicinity only to be instantly encased in ice by the frosty punch. As the two titans clashed, their respective subordinates engaged in chaotic battle, sending sprays of water erupting across the river's surface, a cacophony of clashing energies filling the air. As the conflict escalated, stray attacks occasionally flew near Yiqing. Go! Spotting the little saw crocodile attempting to escape amidst the chaos, Yiqing signaled to the fiery monkey to intercept. Faced with the rare and elusive Ditto, he knew he could not let this splendid opportunity slip away. One must understand that Ditto possesses the ability to transform into any Pokémon, rendering its detection nearly impossible unless one can discern its pea-sized eyes. Yet in the wild, which Ditto would remain still for careful observation. Moreover, in a state of confidence and calm, Ditto's tiny eyes would remain concealed, with excitement coursing through him. Yiqing swiftly positioned himself and the fiery monkey to ambush the path of Ditto. Should it dare to pass this way, it would surely experience the might of the fiery monkey's iron fists. Meanwhile, the Ditto, transformed into a little saw crocodile, slipped onto the shore. Just as it turned to glance back at the fray, it was suddenly struck by a wave of water, flipping it onto the bank. Before it could cry out in pain, the little saw crocodile quickly transformed into an EV, darting into the underbrush like a flash of lightning. As the EV approached, Yiqing felt a shiver run down his spine. He couldn't help but imagine what the usually adorable EV would look like with those tiny, beady eyes. Shadow Clone. At Yiqing's command, the fiery monkey sprang from the foliage, rapidly creating 4 afterimages that surrounded the faux EV. Confronted by the fierce visage of the fiery monkey, the fake EV halted, adopting a pitiful expression as it gazed at its adversary. If one overlooked its eyes, it could easily be mistaken for a bully tormenting a helpless girl. Use Sonic Punch. The fiery monkey grinned, and the 4 clones simultaneously launched their fists toward the EV's midsection. The EV let out a pained cry as it was sent flying, and as it landed, it enveloped itself in a shimmering light, attempting to escape with a burst of speed. Use Spark. Yiqing shouted. The fiery monkey inhaled deeply, puffing out its chest, and swiftly unleashed a barrage of spark-sized fireballs at the faux EV. Bang! 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 The series of explosions erupted, and despite the EV's frantic attempts to evade, it was struck by the sparks. Yiqing retrieved a Pokeball, exclaiming, "Give it one last Sonic Punch." With a fiery flare erupting from its tail, the fiery monkey propelled itself forward, launching its Sonic Punch towards the fake EV hiding beneath the roots of a tree. Bam! The faux EV widened its eyes in anger, unleashing a flurry of golden stars toward the fiery monkey. Unfazed by the rapid onslaught, the fiery monkey grinned defiantly, smashing through the stars and delivering a crushing blow to the faux EV. Crack! A bolt of lightning illuminated the surroundings, casting a brilliant light. The fake EV was once again sent flying, crashing into a puddle. The strain of its multiple transformations and the recent injury had taken a toll, leaving it struggling to rise from the murky water. Get the Pokeball. Yiqing aimed at the fallen EV, hurling a high-grade ball with a swift motion. The red light shot forth, only to be unexpectedly repelled. Thud! The high-grade ball fell to the ground, while Ditto remained sprawled in place. The fiery monkey, perplexed, scratched its head in confusion. Seizing the moment, Ditto took a brief respite and swiftly transformed into a Pidgey before soaring into the sky. Stop it! Although Yiqing had his suspicions, he was determined to try once more. After all, he could not allow this opportunity to escape. The fiery monkey had been waiting for this moment, and as the Pidgey appeared, it swiftly swatted it to the ground. Looking at the unconscious Pidgey, Yiqing produced another Pokeball and threw it once more. The red light flashed, but once again, it bounced off Ditto. This Pokémon has been captured by someone, Yiqing thought, a frown crossing his face. He recalled that Su Yiqing had mentioned some trainers would leave their Pokémon here, and he hadn't expected to encounter one so soon. Since it belonged to someone else, Yiqing had no choice but to relent, opting instead to assist Ditto in healing, having caused its injuries. With a good healing potion in hand, Ditto's condition quickly improved. It glared at Yiqing and the fiery monkey with apparent annoyance, as if voicing its discontent. Yiqing, feeling a bit awkward, ran his fingers through his damp hair and said, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had been captured." In truth, Yiqing reassured himself, this was perhaps for the best. The appearance of Ditto was rather unappealing, resembling a blob of flesh, and while it could transform successfully, it lacked the skill proficiency of a true Pokémon. Even if it could utilize the abilities, it would be rather ineffective. To express his apologies, Yiqing offered a normal-type energy cube to Ditto. Moo. Occupying the moral high ground, Ditto continued to fuss and complain for a while before finally swallowing the energy cube. Watching its adept motions, Yiqing mused that this creature must have indulged in such treats before. Moo. After consuming the energy cube, Ditto disdainfully shook its head, spitting it out. Its expression conveyed that the cube was of poor quality and utterly unpalatable. Huh. The fiery monkey glared, feeling affronted. How could this Ditto appear so haughty when it had just been fed something it usually craved? Boom. A sudden rumble of thunder jolted Yiqing back to reality. Observing the drenched state of himself and the fiery monkey, he hurriedly sought refuge beneath a large tree to escape the rain. Ditto remained, its tiny eyes spinning as if deep in thought. Chapter 57. Deception and Trickery. Disregarding the antics of the other shapeshifter, Yiqing swiftly set up a folding tent. After donning a fresh set of garments, he felt significantly more at ease. Observing Yiqing preparing to cleanse himself, the blazed monkey shook its head. Flames erupted around it, instantly drying its damp form. Impressive. Yiqing gave a thumbs up and offered some food for the creature to enjoy first. The blazed monkey seized 2 energy cubes, tossing them into its mouth with abandon. It pondered whether the shapeshifter outside truly understood the value of such delectable treats, given its apparent pickiness. Raindrops incessantly pattered against the tent, creating a cacophony, while the ground outside transformed into a watery realm, forcing the rainiverse spirits to take refuge. The shapeshifter lingered outside for a moment, astonished that these two had indeed left it out in the rain. Having never before endured such indignity, it felt a surge of anger. Yet, recognizing its inability to confront them, it sheepishly nudged its way into the tent, vowing to seek revenge later. Despite its unappealing demeanor, Yiqing felt a twinge of guilt for having previously assaulted the creature, so he unzipped the tent to allow it to escape the downpour. The shapeshifter slithered in, its expression suggesting a determination to persistently cling to Yiqing. Ignoring the creature, Yiqing retrieved his phone to investigate the shapeshifter's details in the real world. The Academy textbooks provided only basic information. Comprehensive insights could be found in specialized library tomes or online. The shapeshifter can alter its cellular structure to mimic any observed entity, even acquiring their abilities. However, while it can easily transform into the likeness of another, it cannot utilize skills learned through technical discs, as these require physical interaction with the original to fully replicate their abilities. Moreover, the duration of its transformations is contingent upon its strength and aptitude. A more capable shapeshifter retains the genetic sequence of its target for a longer period. Although it can imitate semi-divine and legendary creatures, maintaining such forms is fleeting, particularly when it comes to their formidable techniques. Yiqing recalled a scene from the animated series, where a shapeshifter successfully transformed without needing to see the photo of its target. Thus, it was likely that a high-caliber shapeshifter might not require visual confirmation for each transformation. After gleaning this information, Yiqing stowed his phone, contemplating how to have this creature accompany him temporarily, even if just as a protector. The shapeshifter watched the blazed monkey devour its food with envy, its small eyes darting toward Yiqing, contemplating how to acquire more energy cubes. Despite their inferior taste, they were still preferable to nothing, especially since its trainer had yet to return. Here, this is for you. Recognizing the shapeshifter's intent, Yiqing produced a standard energy cube he had prepared earlier and offered it to the creature. The shapeshifter, drawn by the enticing aroma of the cube, hesitated, wary of Yiqing's potential ulterior motives. After much internal conflict, it could not resist any longer. Watching the blazed monkey relish another energy cube, the shapeshifter finally snatched the offering and began to munch on it while maintaining a safe distance from Yiqing, fearing any treachery. Remembering he had yet to review the shapeshifter's information, Yiqing hastily checked it. Species, shapeshifter, level 17. Potential, D status. Healthy gender, none type. Normal ability. Transform held item, none inherited skills, none basic skills. Transform skill transfer, none technical discs, none remarks. Due to its remarkable ability to transform into anything, it can quickly befriend anyone. D-grade potential. Examining the shapeshifter's profile, Yiqing bit into his bread. While its potential was not particularly high, considering its rarity as a shapeshifter, it was still valuable. It likely belonged to a wealthy trainer who had abandoned it for some unknown reason. Despite its average potential, it could serve as a useful tool, transforming into a Pidgeot for travel, a Snorlax for rest, or a Gardevoir for companionship. Observing the shapeshifter consume its food with indifference, the blazed monkey resolved to engage it further when Yiqing was not present to foster a better rapport. Crunching a nut, the blazed monkey reclined, propping itself up on its elbow, leisurely enjoying its snacks. Yiqing attempted to playfully interact with the shapeshifter, recognizing that establishing a friendly rapport could be beneficial for future cooperation. Noticing the blazed monkey's unusual gaze, the shapeshifter softened its demeanor towards Yiqing, After some playful banter, Yi Qing decided to test whether the shapeshifter could indeed transform without needing to see the target again. Shapeshifter, transform into an EV for me, he requested with a playful grin. The shapeshifter swallowed the last bite of its energy cube, raising its small hand amidst a dazzling display of colors. And an EV materialized before them. Indeed, it was possible. However, the little creature seemed somewhat anxious. Yi Qing stroked his chin, admiring the transformed shapeshifter. Remarkable. I never anticipated you possessed such skill. Isn't that right? Blaze Monkey? The Blaze Monkey, albeit reluctantly, nodded in agreement, its curiosity piqued by this extraordinary creature. The shapeshifter beamed with delight, receiving acknowledgement and praise eased its tension, resulting in a more favorable attitude towards Yi Qing. Well done. Now, transform into a Pidgey for me. Yi Qing encouraged, eager to see more of its abilities. Chapter 58. Undercurrents. The ever-changing creature responded with excitement, its body illuminated by a kaleidoscope of colors once more. However, to the surprise of Yi Qing and the fiery monkey, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The brilliant light surrounding the creature quickly dissipated, and it did not transform into the desired Bobo. Yi Qing scratched his head in confusion, pondering, how peculiar. Didn't it just transform? Seeing the disappointment etched on the faces of the fiery monkey and Yi Qing, the creature began to panic. After all, it could not afford to lose face. Yi Qing gently patted its soft, bouncy body and inquired, could there be a time limitation? The fiery monkey nodded in agreement, recalling its previous battle with the creature when it had transformed into a BB bird. In a flurry of gestures, the creature hastily affirmed this possibility. Outside the tent, a walking grass Pokémon ambled by, prompting Yi Qing to reassure the creature, I know you possess great abilities. Let us take our time. Transform into that walking grass first, and I will keep track of the time. With a glance at the walking grass outside, the creature swiftly morphed into its likeness. The fiery monkey, gazing down at the lifelike replica of the walking grass, was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time it witnessed the creature cloning a new Pokémon, and out of curiosity, it reached out to tug at its head. When Yi Qing mentioned examining its attributes, the creature's anxiety grew. However, under the vibrant glow, it impressively transformed into a sesame-eyed EV. Realizing that his earlier words had made it nervous, Yi Qing offered some comforting reassurances before proceeding to check its characteristics. Indeed, it displayed the ability of danger prediction, demonstrating commendable prowess. Yi Qing affectionately ruffled Eevee's fur and presented it with a normal-type energy cube. Eevee nudged Yi Qing's hand with its head and quickly consumed the energy cube. Before bedtime, Yi Qing reminded Eevee, remember to call the fiery monkey to take over your night watch in the latter half of the night. Eevee nodded, indicating its understanding. In the outskirts of Shanghai City, Yi Menghan bid farewell to her friends with a smile, walking home alone. As she observed the playful Pokémon frolicking in the streets, she felt a pang of envy. She wondered how her brother was faring. With a sigh, she contemplated reaching for her phone to call Yi Qing but hesitated, fearing she might disturb him. Never mind. I shall head home first, she resolved, composing herself and humming a tune as she walked. Unbeknownst to her, two individuals stealthily trailed behind. A robust young man with a rugged demeanor muttered softly, Zhang Xiao. Isn't what we're doing rather inappropriate? Zhang Xiao furrowed his brow in annoyance. What is inappropriate? Are you feeling all right, Lao Xiong? Noticing Zhang Xiao's irritation, Lao Xiong stammered. Well, I never strike women. Zhang Xiao snapped. Stop being so stubborn. I know you don't harm women. Just help me capture her. Oblivious to the unfolding situation behind her, Yi Menghan gracefully entered her residential complex. Zhang Xiao and Lao Xiong had already positioned themselves, aware of the outdated security measures in the old complex, which left many blind spots, making it an opportune moment for their scheme. Let us go. Zhang Xiao urged as Yi Menghan turned into a narrow alley, prompting them to hasten their pace. Lao Xiong retrieved a length of rope from his pocket, ready to proceed, when he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder from behind. Who? Both Lao Xiong and Zhang Xiao whipped around, only to find a man clad in black standing before them. Are you looking for trouble? Zhang Xiao assumed the man intended to play the hero and charged forward, preparing to strike. Take a look at this, the man said expressionlessly, producing a black badge with his left hand. An officer from the Alliance? Zhang Xiao's heart sank, a foreboding sense creeping in. Chapter 59. Midnight Assault. Although the old bear had not traversed as many places as Zhang Xiaoqiang, he was certainly aware of the Alliance's reputation. Zhang Xiaoqiang immediately donned a congenial smile and ingratiatingly inquired, What brings you here, officer? We are but law-abiding citizens. The man let out a cold snort. Nothing in particular. I simply invite you both for tea. Initially, he thought that his presence was unnecessary, but it became apparent that there were indeed reckless individuals seeking trouble with Yi Qing. In the wild hinterlands, Yi Qing was unaware of how long he had been asleep when he suddenly felt someone nudging him. Upon opening his eyes, He saw the blazing monkey intently observing the outside of the tent, while the shape-shifting creature had reverted to its original form. What is it? Yiqing instantly became alert. Noticing the expressions on their faces indicated they had encountered a troublesome situation. The blazing monkey gestured outside, prompting Yiqing to investigate. Peering through the window, he found the surroundings shrouded in darkness. The rain had long ceased, and in the nearby thicket, a dozen pairs of eerie green eyes were fixated on their location. This is bad. Yiqing turned back to glance at the remnants of food within the tent, deducing that the aroma must have attracted these creatures. Given their numbers, they were likely a pack of wild sprites, though he could not discern their type. Inaction was not in Yiqing's nature. He instructed the shapeshifter to swiftly transform into an EV, although Yiqing had contemplated having the shapeshifter evolve into a quasi-divine being. The first evolution and second evolution of such beings were not particularly formidable. Additionally, the shapeshifter was merely at level 17, while a second evolution of a quasi-divine being required around level 30. Thus, even if it transformed into their likeness, it would not be able to demonstrate its full power, as its skill proficiency was at 0. It was wiser for it to assume the form of a sprite it was already familiar with. The sprites lurking in the shadows seemed to sense the commotion within the tent. They ceased their wait and emerged from the thicket surrounding the tent. Sprite, EV, level 17, potential, D status, healthy gender, none type, normal ability, danger sense held item, none inherited skills, curse basic skills, sand attack, quick attack, bite. Swift skill transfer, none skill discs, none remarks, EV transformed from the shapeshifter. Let us go out. Having understood EV skills, Yiqing bent down and exited the tent, prepared to ascertain the nature of the entities outside. The blazing monkey and the shapeshifter flanked him, vigilantly observing the encroaching wild sprites. Before him stood a group of rattatas, led by a single one, their numbers totaling 7 or 8. Yiqing furrowed his brow, realizing that rattatas were indeed ubiquitous. He had not expected to encounter them even in the wild hinterlands. Sprite, rattata, level 23, potential, F status, healthy, hungry, gender, male type, normal ability, gets held item, none inherited skills, scratch basic skills, tackle, quick attack, focus energy, bite. Hyperfong skill transfer, none skill discs, none remarks. Rattata's sturdy teeth can pierce steel and rock, excelling in skills such as bite and hyperfong. Its webbed feet assist in swimming. This rattata was not particularly strong, and Yiqing noted that the other slightly more robust rattatas appeared to be around level 10. Seizing the initiative, the blazing monkey unleashed a flame wheel. Hacha! The blazing monkey roared, enveloped in a fierce blaze, curling into a ball and transforming into a flaming wheel that left a charred mark on the ground as it barreled towards the rattatas. Squeak! The rattata commanded its subordinates to attack Yiqing while it itself became a streak of lightning, charging towards the flame wheel. Use quick attack. The shapeshifter, familiar with this skill, executed it with commendable speed and power, unleashing a flurry of golden stars that pummeled the group of rattatas. Despite the shapeshifter standing protectively before him, the overwhelming number of rattatas posed a challenge, as some would inevitably slip past to lunge at Yiqing. Seeing their glistening fangs, Yiqing hastily sprayed himself with a dispersing mist. Upon inhaling the pungent gas, the rattatas halted, their beady eyes glaring fiercely at Yiqing, restlessly circling around him. Dodge it, quick attack. The shapeshifter, heeding the command, sidestepped a rattata's surprise attack and struck back with a quick attack, sending the creature flying. Due to the shapeshifter's lack of battle experience and slightly inferior strength, Yiqing focused on directing its combat. Meanwhile, the blazing monkey, even without constant guidance, had acquired significant experience and quickly gained the upper hand. As the dispersing mist began to dissipate, Yiqing had to vigorously wave the tent to deter any rattatas from ambushing him. The shapeshifter valiantly defended Yiqing's side, though the nimble rattatas presented a considerable challenge. Hacha! The blazing monkey utilized its shadow clone to evade a rattata's hyperfong, delivering a powerful sonic punch to its skull. Having struck successfully, the blazing monkey did not pause. It propelled itself after the rattata, delivering another fiery punch that crashed into its chin. With a splash, the rattata tumbled to the ground, its eyes rolling back in a daze. With the rattata dispatched, the blazing monkey had no time to rest. It executed a flame wheel, launching itself to collide with a leaping rattata. Following that, it unleashed sonic punches in rapid succession, partnering with the shapeshifter to take down the remaining rattatas. With the last rattata defeated, the shapeshifter collapsed, feeling slightly oxygen-deprived after the intense battle. Keep watch around us. Yiqing instructed the blazing monkey to stay vigilant while he hastily gathered their belongings, preparing to depart. The commotion they had caused might have already attracted other sprites. Hacha! The blazing monkey took a few deep breaths, scanning the surroundings meticulously for any signs of danger. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a Meowth stealthily approached from a tree, having been concealed for some time. Although the scattered Rattatas were tempting, it refrained from acting prematurely, waiting for the opportune moment to annihilate these interlopers that had disrupted its meal. Just as Yuqing bent down to pack his belongings, the Meowth sprang into action, its sharp claws extending like daggers from its paws. It leaped from the tree, swiftly pouncing towards Yuqing below. Hacha! The blazing monkey, ever alert to its surroundings, noticed the Meowth's attempted ambush and quickly unleashed a barrage of sparks. Bang! 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 The sparks erupted against the Meowth's body, the tremendous force altering its trajectory mid-leap. Meow! The Meowth, enduring the pain, adjusted its posture in midair and landed gracefully on the ground, fixating its gaze on the blazing monkey with an agitated cry. Chapter 60. Searching for the ugly fish at this moment, Yuqing had also come to his senses, and in a state of shock, quickly concealed himself behind the Monferno and the Ditto. Meow! Without waiting for Yuqing's cue, Ditto transformed into the form of the cat boss, demonstrating a level of proficiency that suggested this was not the first time it had assumed this guise. However, compared to the true specimen, it was significantly lacking in both size and presence. Pokémon, cat boss, 33, potential, D, status, healthy gender, female type, normal ability, soft held item, none inherited skills, Fury Swipes, Iron Tail basic skills, Scratch, Bite, Pound. Fury Swipes, Screech, Swift skill tutor, none TM, none remarks. The cat boss particularly enjoys nocturnal activities and prides itself on preying upon Pokémon such as Rattata and Raticate. Additionally, its temperament is exceedingly fierce. Any direct eye contact will provoke a ferocious attack. Faced with the cunning and treacherous cat boss, Yuqing's pupils constricted. The prowess of this Pokémon far surpassed that of Monferno and Ditto, making it exceedingly difficult for the two of them to handle alone. A moment's negligence could spell disaster. As Yuqing locked eyes with the cat boss, he simultaneously placed a hand on the alarm device, preventing Monferno and Ditto from taking any rash actions. While Monferno remained undaunted in the face of the menacing cat boss, Ditto, having transformed into the cat boss's likeness, exhibited signs of trepidation. This particular cat boss was a familiar adversary in the wild, renowned for its formidable strength in the vicinity. The cat boss observed Yuqing's movements intently, and it was precisely because she noticed the alarm device in Yuqing's hand that she refrained from attacking immediately. Having spent some time in this area, she was well acquainted with its rules. Humans often attempted to trespass, and attacking one without an alarm would not only go unpunished, but could also earn her accolades from the park. However, should she attack a human with an alarm device, she would soon face severe repercussions, possibly even with her life at stake. Noticing that the cat boss had no intention of launching an attack, Yuqing cautiously stepped back a few paces, only to find that the cat boss remained still and unresponsive. Let's go. Yuqing discerned her meaning and allowed the small Rattata scattered on the ground to remain for her benefit. After retreating a considerable distance, Yuqing quickly departed with his two Pokémon. As they followed the river, the sky began to lighten, and the faint morning light cast a gentle glow. Dewdrops glistened on the surrounding leaves, and the air was filled with the fragrance of fresh grass. A few combis busied themselves in the flower patches, their industriousness a stark contrast to the earlier atmosphere of peril. Monferno forged ahead, deliberately honing his tail's strength by sweeping aside the obstructing vines with his elongated appendage. After a while, Yuqing took a seat on a stone to rest, observing Monferno's movements with contemplation. He then turned to Ditto, still transformed into the cat boss, and inquired, "You can use Iron Tail now, can't you? Why not teach Monferno?" Meow. Ditto shook its head vigorously, showing no regard for their previous camaraderie in battle. Hacha. Observing Ditto's demeanor, Monferno scoffed, confident that he could learn Iron Tail through his own means, even without anyone's instruction. Yuqing signaled for Monferno to refrain from speaking, fully aware of the skill's difficulty. No matter how gifted one was, mastering Iron Tail in a short time was a formidable challenge. The essence of the skill and its execution required a level of tail hardness that could not be achieved overnight. With Ditto's first-hand demonstration and explanation, however, Monferno could significantly reduce the time it would take to learn Iron Tail. Not one to miss such an opportunity. Yuqing promptly produced his last normal-type energy cube as bait. Enticing, if you can help Monferno grasp the essentials of Iron Tail, this energy cube will be yours. Ditto blinked its eyes, torn between pride and the irresistible aroma of the energy cube that wafted enticingly toward its nose. Meow. Faced with the capitalist's persuasion, Ditto reluctantly agreed to assist. Turning to Monferno, it called out, indicating that it would demonstrate once for him to observe, and the extent of his understanding would depend on his own capabilities. Monferno crossed his arms, thinking to himself that with his innate talent, he would surely astonish Ditto. Meow. Ditto approached a rock about a meter high, first flicking its tail before letting out a peculiar cry and swiftly striking the rock with its tail. Although Monferno was proud, he was not foolish. His eyes widened as he observed every movement of the cat boss. Ditto's tail gleamed with a metallic sheen and struck the rock with a resounding thud. Crack! As the iron tail swept across, numerous fine cracks appeared in the rock, followed by a sizable chunk breaking off. Meow. After completing the demonstration, Ditto cast a triumphant glance at Monferno. Hearing the commotion, nearby wild Pokémon gathered around, hiding in the corners to watch the spectacle. Yiching sipped from his mineral water and called out to Ditto, "Don't just gloat, share your insights." Ditto shot Yiching an exasperated look, thinking to itself that if it weren't for the energy cube, it certainly would not heed his commands. Nevertheless, for the sake of the energy cube, Ditto meticulously explained the technique to Monferno. An hour passed swiftly, with Monferno practicing and attempting to use Iron Tail, but predictably, he faced repeated failures. Yiching remained patient. After all, this was a high-damage, powerful skill. The Iron Tail TM was not akin to Shadow Clone. It could fetch a price of several thousand Poc dollars and was frequently out of stock. Given these considerations, it was evident that the difficulty of mastering this skill was substantial. If Monferno could learn Iron Tail so swiftly, it would indeed be extraordinary, as his tail strength was currently insufficient. Such physical enhancement could not be compensated for by mere talent. It required gradual training and perseverance to attain. After allowing Monferno to practice for a while longer, Yiching glanced at the sky and decided it was time to embark on the search for the ugly fish. Observing the leisurely Ditto, he mused that it had likely been residing here for quite some time and might possess valuable information. Dittos. Do you happen to know where I can find the ugly fish? Meow? Ditto initially paused, then rapidly nodded, as if recalling something. However, it was somewhat perplexed as to why Yiching was seeking the ugly fish, a creature so unattractive and clumsy that it seemed implausible that any trainer would desire it. Yiching's face lit up with joy at Ditto's response. Wonderful. Can you lead me there? Meow? Ditto displayed a sly grin, taking a few steps forward before glancing back to beckon Yiching to follow. Hacha. Monferno continued to strike the ground with his tail. Having already grasped the essentials of Iron Tail, his current priority was to enhance his tail's strength. Chapter 61. The whims of the chameleon Pokémon do not rush. Yiching gently patted his shoulder, genuinely concerned that if he continued practicing so fervently, he might inadvertently injure himself. The fiery monkey shook his head, assuring Yiching that he was perfectly fine. After all, a true primate must be resilient in every situation. With this conviction, the fiery monkey grew even more determined, leaving shallow imprints on the ground with each lash of his tail. In the river, numerous water-type Pokémon frolicked about, while two yellow Psyducks lounged on the surface, basking in the warm sunlight. As they strolled downstream along the riverbank, chameleon Pokémon suddenly halted after a brief while. Is this the place? Yiching inquired, gazing at the still, murky water ahead. It was a sizable pool, a tributary of the main river, its surface clouded and overgrown with tall aquatic plants. Under the scorching sun, a faint, unpleasant odor wafted through the air. The chameleon Pokémon paused, feigning disdain and expressing reluctance to approach the foul-smelling pool. The fiery monkey, meanwhile, swatted a row of water plants with his tail, standing by and awaiting Yiching's command. He wasn't particularly anxious about how to lure out the Magikarp. After all, Yiching would undoubtedly refrain from sending him into the water. Holding his breath slightly, Yiching crouched by the pool and stirred the discolored water with a twig. Meow? The chameleon Pokémon retreated a few steps, puzzled as to how Yiching seemed unfazed by the stench. Yiching wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Since entering July, each day had grown increasingly warmer. The surrounding grasslands were eerily quiet, with few Pokémon daring to approach, deterred by the rancid pool. Pondering over the murky water, Yiching retrieved a water-type energy cube from his backpack, crushing it with his fingers and sprinkling the fragments into the pool. Fiery monkey, chameleon. Guard the entrance of the pool for me. The fiery monkey gestured to the chameleon Pokémon, indicating it should keep watch, while he positioned himself closely to protect Yiching. Meow. Observing Yiching and the fiery monkey stepping into his trap, the chameleon Pokémon chuckled inwardly, though it maintained an outwardly obedient demeanor, promptly rushing to guard the entrance of the pool. Seeing the fierce demeanor of the cat-like creature, several Pokémon, drawn by the aroma of the energy cubes, hesitated and retreated. Yiching remained fixated on the water's surface, and after several minutes of silence, the fiery monkey scratched his head, wondering if this method was truly reliable. It felt like a jest, indeed. Unperturbed, Yiching adopted a different approach, placing a leaf in the water and topping it with the crushed energy cube fragments, continuing to wait. His intention behind the earlier sprinkling was merely to entice the Magikarp lurking within, hoping they would be drawn to the sweetness of the energy cubes. As time ticked by, about 10 minutes later, bubbles finally began to rise from the still pool. 7 or 8 Magikarp surfaced, their vacant, lifeless eyes staring blankly at Yi Qing and the fiery monkey. As they emerged, the stench intensified, even causing the fiery monkey to struggle against the urge to cover his nose. The Magikarp, accustomed to disdain since their birth, were unsurprised by the fiery monkey's reaction. Though still somewhat affected, they were no longer as sensitive as they had been in their youth. After observing for a while, the Magikarp cautiously swam towards the leaf, nibbling at it in small bites, having taken note that Yi Qing and the fiery monkey remained still. Yi Qing silently assessed their qualifications and found them all to be of ED grade, with not a single C grade among them. This discovery brought a wave of disappointment. He had hoped to find a more satisfactory Magikarp in the heart of the wild area. Meow. The chameleon Pokémon, ever vigilant for Yi Qing's movements, realized it was time for its own performance. It flicked its tail and pointed meaningfully at the water below. Yi Qing's heart swelled with a glimmer of hope. Are you suggesting there are more Magikarp yet to surface? The chameleon Pokémon nodded proudly. Confident in its reputation as a prominent creature of the wild, well-versed in every nook and cranny of the area. At that moment, the Magikarp in the pool had finished consuming the fragments of the energy cube and swam back to the depths. Yi Qing chose not to intervene, rubbing his hands together as he sweet-talked the chameleon Pokémon. How about you dive in and coax them out for me? Meow. Although this aligned with the chameleon's own desires, it feigned great reluctance, emphatically shaking its head in refusal to enter the foul waters unless. The chameleon Pokémon became increasingly theatrical, fully immersing itself in the act, declaring that even if it were struck down by the fiery monkey or exhausted by teaching Iron Tail, it would never enter that putrid pool. Yi Qing extended a finger, 1 energy cube. Meow. The chameleon Pokémon promptly shook its head, sensing that this was not Yi Qing's final offer. 3 cubes. Yi Qing raised his voice, increasing the stakes. Meow. The chameleon Pokémon scoffed, unimpressed, recognizing that the basic energy cube held little value. Surmising that Yi Qing was still holding back, naturally, Yi Qing could not allow it to demand exorbitant fees. Rolling up his sleeves, he protested, 1 medium energy cube. If that doesn't work, then so be it. I refuse to believe I cannot coax it out. A medium energy cube? The chameleon Pokémon was momentarily taken aback. It knew that medium energy cubes were on an entirely different level than the basic ones, their flavor vastly superior. The last time it had savored a medium energy cube was quite some months ago. As it pondered this, the chameleon Pokémon found its mouth watering, drooling uncontrollably, the drool forming strands that dripped to the ground. The fiery monkey shielded his eyes, unwilling to witness such a revolting sight. Observing the chameleon's state, Yi Qing realized he had struck a chord. This tactic might not have worked as effectively on the fiery monkey, who had never tasted a medium energy cube. But for the chameleon Pokémon, which clearly hailed from a wealthy lineage, it was an irresistible temptation. So, will you assist me? If not, I shall find my own way, Yi Qing pretended to threaten. Meow. The chameleon Pokémon dropped the pretense, thinking that even without the threat, it was determined to dive in. Such a plan, achieving its own goals while also benefiting from the situation, was a stroke of genius only a creature as clever as the chameleon Pokémon could execute. With delight, the chameleon Pokémon transformed into a Magikarp and splashed into the foul pool. As for why it chose to become a Magikarp, Yi Qing and the fiery monkey stood by the shore, waiting patiently. Perhaps having lingered too long, they could no longer detect the odor emanating from the pool. As time passed, just when Yi Qing and the fiery monkey exchanged uneasy glances, the tranquil waters of the pool finally began to stir. Chapter 62. The Sovereign Sprite, a red Magikarp, belly facing up, was the first to surface, leading Yi Qing to believe it had met its demise. Just as he thought it was done for, the Ditto swiftly flipped over, resembling a salted fish as it jumped ashore, gasping for air. The Monferno, clutching a twig, approached and patted the barely conscious Ditto, seemingly inquiring about the situation. At that moment, a multitude of bubbles erupted from the pond, followed by the simultaneous emergence of over a dozen ugly fish. Even someone as worldly as Yi Qing felt a shiver run down his spine as he locked eyes with the 20 or so lifeless fish. But this was merely the beginning. The next instant, a whirlpool formed in the pond, and a massive ugly fish, about a meter long, revealed its presence. A sovereign. Normally, an ugly fish measures only 30 to 40 centimeters in length, but this gigantic specimen was undoubtedly a sovereign sprite. Swallowing hard, Yi Qing quickly checked the information on this ugly fish. Sovereign sprite. Ugly fish, level 20, potential, a status, healthy gender, female type, water ability, Adaptability held item. None inherited skills. Saltwater, Iron Tail, Dragon Breath, Mist. Hypnosis basic skills. Leap, Tackle skill teaching. Icy Wind, Water Pulse skill disc. None remarks. The ugly fish can thrive in both oceans and rivers, often dwelling in areas rich in aquatic vegetation. So many skills. Is this really an ugly fish? Yi Qing nearly fainted on the spot. Typically, ugly fish, much like Magikarp, can only learn the leap skill, with only a handful of particularly gifted individuals able to master tackle. While the skill pool of the ugly fish is slightly better than that of Magikarp, the majority cannot grasp them. Yet, what was the situation with this particular ugly fish? How could it acquire so many skills in such a harsh environment? Could it be either a sprite captured by a trainer or one with extraordinary innate talent? Upon seeing its A-grade potential, Yi Qing finally understood why it had the opportunity to learn so many skills. However, there was still a lingering doubt. While such a prodigious talent might provide the chance to grasp these skills, without sufficient energy and nutrition to support it, even the most gifted individual would struggle to succeed. It was akin to a frail person who could never achieve greatness in sports, no matter how much talent they possessed. As the sovereign ugly fish emerged, Ditto finally sported a smug grin. It transformed back into its EV form and warmly greeted the ugly fish, then looked up at Yi Qing, conveying that this sovereign ugly fish was its friend, and anyone who dared to bully it would be in for a rough time. Upon witnessing this, Yi Qing understood he had fallen victim to Ditto's scheme, but he also comprehended why this ugly fish could learn so many skills. If it had a close relationship with Ditto, it was indeed possible for it to have consumed some high-level energy cubes. As for Ditto's trickery, Yi Qing didn't mind. He was grateful for such a splendid ugly fish. Monferno swiftly positioned itself in front of Yi Qing. Aware that this ugly fish was the sprite his master wished to capture, it beckoned to the sovereign ugly fish with a finger and spat out the twig it had been chewing. Yi Qing took a few steps back to make room, knowing that whatever Ditto and the ugly fish had discussed underwater was unlikely to be pleasant. Now, his only concern was how Ditto had sullied its reputation in front of the ugly fish. He hoped that even if they managed to capture it, they would still earn its respect. The sovereign ugly fish stared blankly at Monferno, its stout, short tail gently swaying in the water. The other ugly fish, sensing that their leader was about to unleash her wrath, exchanged glances and promptly swam away. Yi Qing refrained from making any hasty moves. This ugly fish was undoubtedly a formidable opponent for Monferno. Splendid. Ditto, now transformed back into EV, felt a surge of pride as it urged the ugly fish to teach this unfortunate monkey a lesson. It had not forgotten how it had been innocently bullied by Monferno, and the mere thought of it made Ditto feel as aggrieved as a mistreated spouse. The more it pondered, the more frustrated Ditto became, its eyes glistening with tears as it recalled how it had been unjustly attacked. The ugly fish understood, having endured much mistreatment and disdain, always being driven away no matter where it went, forced to hide in this foul pond. Naturally, it could not stand idly by while Ditto, its only friend, was bullied. Opening its mouth, a torrent of white water surged towards Monferno. Don't hold back, Yi Qing cautioned Monferno, aware that water-type moves counter fire-type ones. And with the ugly fish fighting in its natural habitat, they had no advantage. Monferno acknowledged, swiftly dodging the salt water. The ugly fish, seeing its first attack fail, shot out a stream of green dragon breath. Use spark. Monferno inhaled deeply, unleashing a barrage of sparks that collided with the dragon breath, resulting in a tremendous explosion in midair, sending nearby aquatic plants bending low. Despite the dragon breath being more powerful than spark, it was not the ugly fish's natural move. And given its lack of combat experience, its mastery of these skills was not particularly high. On the other hand, Monferno had perfected spark through rigorous training, having nearly blistered its mouth while practicing countermoves, showcasing its exceptional proficiency. Moreover, Monferno had already completed its first evolution, significantly enhancing its physical attributes, including attack and defense, making it far superior to the ugly fish. Ditto, watching the battle unfold, felt increasingly anxious, sensing that perhaps the ugly fish was not a match for Monferno after all. The ugly fish vigorously swished its tail, conjuring a water ball the size of a soccer ball, which swiftly shot towards Monferno on the shore. Without waiting for Yi Qing's command, Monferno suddenly flashed a charming smile, predicting the trajectory of the water pulse, intending to counter it with Sonic Punch. Shadow Clone. Yi Qing suddenly shouted. His earlier silence had been intentional. He aimed to train Monferno's independent combat abilities and timing. Normally, Sonic Punch could indeed disrupt the ugly fish's water pulse, but Monferno overlooked one crucial detail: the adaptability ability. With the boost from adaptability, the power of water pulse doubled, far beyond what Sonic Punch could contend with. Hearing Yi Qing's command, Monferno hesitated. believing that this ugly fish was weaker than itself and questioning why it should evade the water pulse. Oh no. Upon realizing this, Yuqing furrowed his brow, surprised that Monferno dared to question his orders. Chapter 63. The Iron Fist of the Straight Man. The insubordination of the blazing monkey was no trivial matter. In a life-or-death situation, such a grievous misjudgment could potentially lead to utter annihilation. Indeed, as Yuqing had anticipated, the collision between the rushing water wave and the sonic punch resulted in a tremendous explosion, sending the blazing monkey hurtling through the air, its right arm trembling violently. Prostrate on the ground, the blazing monkey was filled with astonishment, unable to fathom how it had erred so gravely. The ensuing guilt compelled it to bury its face in the earth, too ashamed to look up. Bui observed the Cho-Cho fish gaining the upper hand and let out a triumphant cry, thinking that the unfortunate monkey had finally received its due reprimand. Yuqing did not chastise it. This was neither the time nor the place for blame. He issued a direct command: stand up and use spark. The blazing monkey felt a warm surge of relief. It had expected a harsh reprimand from Yuqing, yet was pleasantly surprised to find no such reproach. In the distance, a king carp splashed energetically against the surface of the river, momentarily glancing at the battle before sinking back into the depths, resigned to its fate. With a determined leap, the blazing monkey sprang up, unleashing another burst of spark. The Cho-Cho fish, unwilling to yield, retaliated with another water wave. The clash of water wave and spark diminished their speed, yet the water wave continued to advance, relentlessly pushing forward. With fiery determination in its eyes, the blazing monkey unleashed all its might, increasing its output. Nevertheless, the disparity in power rendered spark insufficient to halt the water wave. Observing this scene, Yuqing felt a pang of greed. He mused that adaptability was indeed a splendid characteristic, if only the Cho-Cho fish could retain such a trait after evolving. Shaking off distractions, he offered a reminder: there is no need to clash head-on. Exploit the advantage of spark to alter the trajectory of the water wave. Upon hearing these words, the blazing monkey experienced a moment of clarity. It adjusted the angle of its spark, directing it to strike the side of the water wave. As the water wave drew nearer, the blazing monkey's fur was ruffled by the force of the oncoming energy, resembling the tumultuous power of ocean waves. Summoning its utmost strength, the blazing monkey altered the water wave's course just as it was a mere meter away, causing it to graze past its ear and soar away. Indeed, it can be done. The blazing monkey's eyes sparkled with newfound admiration for Yuqing. The Cho-Cho fish, sensing the imminent threat, opened its mouth to unleash a saline attack once more. Yuqing promptly commanded, execute a surprise attack, and bring it up. Instantly grasping Yuqing's intent, the blazing monkey leaped into the air, positioning itself above the Cho-Cho fish and delivering a resounding slap to its face, interrupting its saltwater technique. With a firm grip on the Cho-Cho fish's dorsal fin, it summoned its strength, twisting its muscular frame in a challenging aerial maneuver, propelling her towards the shore with great force. The Cho-Cho fish, launched by this tremendous force, panicked, thrashing in a futile struggle. Without any leverage in midair, it crashed painfully onto the hard ground. The sting of humiliation from the slap burned fiercely on its face. It was said that one should never strike the face, especially in such a pitiful state. Having accomplished this, the blazing monkey seized the opportunity to leap onto the back of an unsuspecting Cho-Cho fish, performing a somersault to land on the shore. On the bank, the leader of the Cho-Cho fish seethed with rage, the burning sensation on its face fueling its indignation. It thrust its tail against the ground, launching itself with astonishing vigor towards the blazing monkey. Yuqing shouted, "Do not let it return to the water. Quickly defend and block." As the Cho-Cho fish barreled towards them like a stone mill, the blazing monkey braced itself, inhaling deeply, spreading its legs and crossing its arms defensively across its chest. Bang! The impact sent a tremor through the blazing monkey's arms, the colossal force forcing it to stagger backward, leaving deep furrows in the soil as it struggled to maintain its footing at the edge of the pond. The Cho-Cho fish sprang up once more, employing its signature technique for another assault. Flame wheel. With a fierce roar, the blazing monkey ignited its fiery tail, transforming into a blazing wheel of flames, hurtling towards the Cho-Cho fish. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the two Pokémon were once again separated by the recoil, the blazing monkey regaining its footing, while the Cho-Cho fish was sent flying once more. Seizing the opportunity, Yuqing cried out, "Unleash a barrage of sonic punches to finish her off." The blazing monkey propelled itself forward, chasing after the tumbling Cho-Cho fish, unleashing a relentless series of sonic punches, targeting its face with swift precision. After a vigorous assault, the Cho-Cho fish's visage quickly swelled, its face adorned with not only the mark of the slap, but also several bruises from the punches. "Do not strike the face." Yuqing shielded his eyes, unable to bear the sight, while the Cho-Cho fish, overwhelmed with rage, succumbed to unconsciousness. Bui, alarmed, rushed forward to intervene, nudging the blazing monkey aside with its head. Observing the fallen Cho-Cho fish, Yi Qing, with a heavy heart, released a Pokeball, to no one's surprise. It was captured effortlessly, displaying no resistance whatsoever. The blazing monkey crossed its arms, unfazed, reflecting on how it had performed similarly before. Yi Qing had even cautioned it to ensure a finishing blow, not allowing the enemy a chance for retaliation, lest it face dire consequences. Growing increasingly self-satisfied, the blazing monkey thought that Yi Qing would surely commend it this time, and even if not, it could at least make amends for its prior disobedience. As Yi Qing retrieved the Pokeball, he shook his head in exasperation, contemplating the blazing monkey's future regrets. With the capture of the Cho-Cho fish leader, the remaining Cho-Cho fish scattered in disarray, vanishing from the surface of the water. Recognizing that their protector had been subdued, the shape-shifting Pokémon was struck with fear. Realizing that it would soon face dire consequences, it attempted to slip away unnoticed while Yi Qing and the blazing monkey were preoccupied. Stop! Just as the shapeshifter attempted to leap into the river, Yi Qing's voice rang out, halting it in its tracks, while the blazing monkey swiftly positioned itself in front. Wearing a mischievous grin, knowing escape was futile, the shapeshifter sagged in defeat, lowering its head. Yi Qing approached with a smile. Do not be afraid. I do not wish to trouble you, merely to inquire about a few matters. Curious, the shapeshifter transformed back into its original form, gazing up at Yi Qing with wide eyes, exuding an eagerness to share. Yi Qing crouched down and asked, Has this Cho-Cho fish consumed any energy cubes? The shapeshifter nodded vigorously. This was not a matter of privacy, and there was no need for concealment. As Yi Qing had surmised, although this dominant Cho-Cho fish possessed remarkable potential, it lacked the necessary nutrition to master such an array of skills. Yi Qing nodded thoughtfully and continued to inquire, Now, let me ask you, are there any demigods present in this area? Chapter 64. The proud and humiliated Magikarp. Hey there, what are you talking about? The mischievous Ditto inquired. Seemingly confused, Yi Qing, concerned that it might not understand the concept of quasi-legendary, took the time to explain each Pokémon, including Dragonair, Sharpedo, and Rayquaza, in detail. Noticing Ditto's hesitation, the fiery monkey flexed its fists and glared at it. Ditto's small eyes darted around, nodding rapidly before shaking its head and gesturing towards itself. Yi Qing grasped its meaning. It was saying there were indeed such Pokémon, but they had all been captured, leaving none wild. Ditto nodded enthusiastically, acknowledging Yi Qing's comprehension. However, it was a bit of a disappointment that there weren't many opportunities in reality to find such Pokémon. Nonetheless, Yi Qing wasn't overly disheartened. Given his current lack of strength and the presence of numerous nefarious organizations and Pokémon hunters outside, even if he were to acquire a quasi-legendary Pokémon, he wouldn't dare reveal it. Otherwise, not only would he risk losing the Pokémon, but he could also endanger his own life. Glancing at the time, Yi Qing noted it was already 3 in the afternoon. Out of the 4 Pokeballs from the wild area, only 1 remained in use. Additionally, after the rain yesterday, he felt rather unwell. Lacking the robust constitution of a super rookie or the Rocket Trio, he decided it wise to return home and rest for the day, especially with school looming the day after tomorrow. I shall take my leave, Ditto. Yi Qing bid farewell. Although their time together had been brief, he had developed some affection for the little creature. Ditto. Upon hearing this, Ditto became exceedingly excited, momentarily forgetting about the intermediate energy cube, and waved its tiny hands in farewell to Yi Qing. With a smile, Yi Qing inquired, If I come back next time, how will I find you? Ditto, taken aback by the prospect of being sought after, tried to concoct a plan to avoid any future encounters, thinking of severing ties completely. Do you not want the intermediate energy cube? Yi Qing, having anticipated this, added with a slight smile. Ditto. The creature nearly drooled at the thought, surprised by Yi Qing's generosity, willing to provide the energy cube even after being tricked. Realizing that its trainer had not visited in a long while, Ditto knew it might have to wait a while longer for another chance to receive such a gift. With renewed resolve, Ditto pointed to a large rock 100 meters away, excitedly conveying to Yi Qing that it would check there daily for its trainer's return and play in the vicinity when idle. If one wished to find it, that would be the place to go. Yi Qing understood the general sentiment, feeling a pang of empathy. It seemed that Ditto's trainer had not visited in quite a while. Perhaps there were too many Pokémon to care for, or maybe it had simply forgotten Ditto's existence. Shaking his head, Yi Qing dismissed the thought, reasoning that there must be some reason for the delay. After all, Ditto was relatively rare, and despite its less-than-stellar qualifications, it still held promise and could be nurtured into a formidable companion. Ditto waved goodbye to Yi Qing, carefully sidestepping the fiery monkey before transforming into a small crocodile and swiftly jumping into the river. With a sigh, Yi Qing pressed the alert button on his wristband, Shortly thereafter, a Pidgeot appeared overhead. By the time Yiqing emerged, Su Yiqing was no longer in the hall. Oh no, I forgot to ask for her contact information. Yiqing lamented, tapping his forehead in regret. After exchanging items with the staff of the wild area, Yiqing exited. It was still before 4 o'clock, and the sun hung high in the sky. He took a taxi home. Now, the fiery monkey had grown considerably, and there were occasions when it was inappropriate to release it. I'm back, Yiqing announced as he opened the security door. Greeted by the familiar sights and smells of home, his mother and sister were busy in the kitchen preparing vegetables. Welcome home, son. Wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon, his mother smiled. Brother, can you let the little monkey out to play with me? Yu Minghan pleaded, wiping her hands and rushing to Yiqing's side. Yiqing ruffled her hair, correcting her. It's not a little monkey anymore. With that, he released the fiery monkey from its pokeball. Huh. The fiery monkey greeted both the little girl and their mother in turn. Brother's little monkey evolved so quickly. Yu Minghan's cheeks flushed in surprise. Yiqing, still preoccupied with thoughts of Magikarp, patted the fiery monkey's shoulder. All right, you go play with Minghan for a bit. I have some things to attend to. Okay. Yu Minghan tugged the fiery monkey towards her room, neglecting the vegetables in the kitchen. Yiqing's mother shook her head helplessly and continued to watch television while preparing food. Entering the bathroom, Yiqing noted that their old apartment still retained the design of a bathtub, which was just the right size for the Magikarp. After filling the tub with water, Yiqing pressed the button on Magikarp's Pokeball. A flash of white light illuminated the space as the over a meter-long Magikarp splashed into the water. Its dazed eyes fixed on Yiqing. Strangely, Yiqing felt an emotion emanating from those eyes, not anger or joy, but rather a sense of grievance and humiliation. He understood her feelings well. Though outsiders often disliked or even loathed them, she remained indifferent, proud in her identity as the Queen of Magikarp. So what if others do not favor us? Let them be. This was also the reason Magikarp trained so diligently. Through her efforts, no Pokémon dared to bully her. A proud and noble Magikarp? Yiqing pondered, stroking his chin. The more such a disposition persisted, the greater the likelihood of evolving into a Milotic. Noticing Yiqing's unwavering gaze, Magikarp slowly retreated, feeling awkward and attempting to conceal her unattractive form beneath the water. She was acutely aware of her appearance, but could not fathom why Yiqing continued to stare at her despite her looks. The more she thought about it, the angrier and more aggrieved she felt, to the point where tears welled in the corners of her eyes. Yiqing, lost in thought, continued to reflect. A Milotic, evolved from beautiful scales, surely could not be imperfect. He could not allow that. He had to cultivate a perfect Milotic, for to do otherwise would be to squander the potential of this exceptional Magikarp. Although beauty points did not exist in reality, and there was no research indicating that Milotic required extreme beauty to evolve, there were indeed energy cubes that could aid Pokémon in maintaining their skin and appearance. The principle involved adding beauty-enhancing elements to the existing energy cubes, thereby providing Pokémon with both nourishment and cosmetic benefits. However, this approach undoubtedly increased the consumption of raw materials, often requiring more resources for a single cube than would typically be used for 3. Chapter 65, The Ingenious PS Technique. Additional update. When the energy cubes were first developed, they caused quite a stir, with the academic community decrying them as a waste of resources. After all, the existing technology for energy cubes was already quite sophisticated, capable of enhancing the potential of various Pokémon according to their attributes, providing nutrition to improve their physical qualities, and even creating specialized energy cubes for certain Pokémon. However, some individuals, particularly the affluent, were not satisfied. They were willing to invest substantial sums of money into research to ensure that their Pokémon had more lustrous fur and perfect appearances. Cultivating berry trees was no easy feat, and their survival rate was low, yet they squandered vast amounts of raw materials for the sake of their vanity. Nonetheless, as the saying goes, existence justifies itself. Where there is market demand, there will be those eager to fulfill it. With this thought in mind, Yiqing took out his phone to contact Wang Yao. Among his acquaintances, there were 3 individuals who had access to such advanced items: his aunt, his homeroom teacher, and Wang Yao, whose mother was also involved in this realm. While his aunt was a relative, they were not particularly close, only exchanging pleasantries during holidays. As for his homeroom teacher, he understood that obtaining anything from her would require a greater effort on his part. What is up? Wang Yao seemed to have his phone constantly at hand, always able to respond immediately. No wonder he could change girlfriends weekly. It appeared there was some rationale behind it. Yiqing, I want a water-type energy cube with beauty-enhancing properties. Wang Yao, somewhat confused, replied, Really, Yeezy? Are you also getting into things only rich women would buy? Yiqing responded directly, Just don't worry about that. Can you help me acquire it? Price is not an issue. After sending the message, Yi Qing waited a while for Wang Yao's reply. No problem, I'll bring it to you on Monday. With Wang Yao's assurance, Yi Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him. He glanced at the ugly fish in the bathtub, keeping its distance, and felt a twinge of sympathy. After all, one's appearance is innate and unchangeable. Who among today as populace isn't a member of the Beauty Association? Often, a person's first impression is based on their appearance, as that is what one notices at first glance before delving deeper into their inner self. If he hadn't known about the ugly fish's beauty and power after its evolution, would he have gone out of his way to capture it? Yi Qing did not consider himself a noble individual. Everyone harbors their own selfish desires. He took out a water-type energy cube, releasing a sweet fragrance that only Pokémon could perceive, instantly captivating the ugly fish in the corner. However, it resisted its inner longing, steadfastly locking its gaze on Yi Qing. It would not be deceived. It firmly believed that Yi Qing must have ulterior motives, having encountered too many humans who, upon seeing its appearance, displayed nothing but disdain and disgust. Yi Qing felt somewhat helpless. It seemed that the Pokeball was not a panacea. Nurturing a bond with Pokémon required the trainer's involvement, while the hypnotic and brainwashing effects within the Pokeball could only serve as an auxiliary function, preventing newly captured Pokémon from endangering their trainers upon release. Witnessing the ugly fish's intense wariness, Yi Qing had no choice but to present his ultimate trump card, a photograph of Milotic. Though Milotic was undeniably beautiful, Yi Qing felt that those who evolved solely through beautiful scales were ultimately lacking. Both skin luster and contours were far from perfect, and even their gaze lacked confidence. This was because those who evolved through their beautiful scales often harbored insecurities, having never fully accepted their appearance, especially during their time as ugly fish, when they were both self-conscious and withdrawn. Upon seeing Yi Qing approach with his phone, the ugly fish panicked, splashing water with its tail. The force of its tail was considerable, sending droplets flying everywhere, even soaking Yi Qing's clothes. Hearing the commotion from the bathroom, Yi's mother shouted, "What are you doing in there, son?" Unable to contain himself, Yi Qing lowered his voice and thrust his phone in front of the ugly fish. "Look, what do you think this is?" The ugly fish, initially indifferent, froze upon seeing the photo on Yi Qing's phone. Such a beautiful Pokémon. Who is she? If only I could possess even a fraction of her beauty. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qing wiped the water from his face and said, "This is what you will evolve into. This isn't even her most beautiful form. I am confident I can help you become even more beautiful and captivating." Listening to Yi Qing's words, the ugly fish remained skeptical, continuing to splash the water with its tail. Just tricks to deceive a child, it thought, having never seen an evolved counterpart in its species, nor encountering a Milotic in the wild. It found Yi Qing's words hard to believe. "Enough," Yi Qing exclaimed, suspecting that this ugly fish had likely lived its entire life in the wild and had never seen its evolved form. Although this tactic seemed ineffective, Yi Qing did not lose heart and decided to unleash his ultimate move, the PS technique, one of the 4 great sorceries. You've never seen a Milotic? You refuse to acknowledge that it is your evolved form? No matter. I can provide you with beauty filters, skin smoothing, facial reshaping, and blemish removal. With this comprehensive suite of services, I am certain you will gain confidence in your future. With determination, Yi Qing instructed the ugly fish to stay still and took a close-up photo with the camera. He then began his operation. The ugly fish, confused and anxious, was unsure of Yi Qing's intentions. Yi Qing first smoothed out the blemishes on the ugly fish, then slimmed down its body and face, followed by a complete beauty filter service. By the end, even Yi Qing could barely recognize this as the ugly fish. Observing the still baffled ugly fish, Yi Qing presented the phone back to her. "How do you like it? This is the direction you should aspire to, as long as you follow my guidance. I guarantee this will be your minimum achievement." Gazing at the image of herself on the phone, the ugly fish was utterly entranced. Though she was indeed unattractive, she was not lacking in intelligence. Despite the photo having altered her appearance beyond recognition, she could still discern a hint of her own likeness. In her heart, the ugly fish began to trust Yi Qing, as this felt far more convincing than the nebulous Milotic. Yi Qing then brought the energy cube to her mouth. "Here, consume this to replenish your strength." This time, the ugly fish did not refuse. In truth, she was quite hungry. She opened her mouth and inhaled, swallowing the energy cube whole. Glub. The ugly fish released a stream of bubbles in the water, savoring the flavor of the energy cube, a sensation she hadn't experienced in quite some time, the last being when a ditto had fed her. Chapter 66. A return to familiar grounds. Yi Qing let out a sigh of relief. This was merely the first step in helping the ugly fish regain her confidence. With Wang Yao's energy cubes in place, she believed that, given time, the fish would eventually become completely self-assured. Stowing the ugly fish back into her Pokeball, Ching resolved to cultivate her in secrecy, intending to keep her existence hidden from others. After a hurried shower, she skipped dinner and collapsed onto her bed, succumbing to sleep. As the morning sun bathed the earth in light, the neighborhood was alive with the chirping of various birds perched on branches. Whether amidst flames, water, grass, or forests, whether in the soil, clouds, or the folds of the girl's pleated skirt. Suddenly, a ringing phone disrupted Ching's dreams, startling her awake. Who could it be? Just as she was about to reach a pivotal moment with Shinado, this interruption rudely awakened her. Blinking in confusion, she expressed her annoyance. Upon answering, Wang Yao's boisterous voice boomed through the receiver. Still not awake? Yi? What do you think of my proposal? Shall we venture into that abandoned building? Absolutely not. Ching shot back, her morning irritability flaring, cutting him off before he could finish. But there are girls. Beauties. Wang Yao, fearing rejection, quickly unleashed his trump card. No. Ching retorted before hanging up, attempting to slip back into her dream. What a joke. Was there anyone in the world more beautiful than Shinado? Wang Yao, feeling the awkwardness of the abrupt disconnection, lowered his phone, puzzled by his friend's disinterest in women. Ching didn't rise until well past noon. Heading to the kitchen for a meal. Her mother and sister were absent, leaving only the Inferno Monkey, lounging on the sofa, indulging in nuts. Taking advantage of the rare opportunity to relax at home, Ching nudged the Inferno Monkey for some space, settling in to watch a few documentaries on ergonomics for some unwinding. After a quiet dinner at home, just as she was preparing to take the Inferno Monkey downstairs for some exercise, Ching received another call from Wang Yao. Come on, Ching, let us go explore. Wang Yao implored, desperation creeping into his voice. Although Ching had resolved to venture into the abandoned building, she had no intention of joining Wang Yao. Firstly, her strength was insufficient to protect others, and secondly, if she told Wang Yao she wouldn't go, he would likely lose his nerve as well. After much insistence from Ching, Wang Yao finally relented. Ching waited quietly at home until after 10 that night, before stealthily dressing and heading out towards the abandoned building. Her aim was simple, to encounter suitable ghost-type Pokémon. If none appeared, it would serve as a training exercise for the Inferno Monkey and the Ugly Fish. Despite the late hour of 10, summer nights kept food stalls bustling, while some night owls chatted on the streets. Ching released the Inferno Monkey and made her way directly to the abandoned building. Turning a corner, she was greeted by the sight of police tape barring the main entrance, with a patrol car station nearby. Ching was not surprised. News of the situation had circulated online, and the Security Bureau had already dealt with the most dangerous Pokémon inside, leaving lesser ones unexamined due to manpower shortages. Furthermore, this site was an excellent training ground for trainers, and many stealthily ventured within for adventure, a scenario the authorities encouraged, as stronger trainers signified a safer city. The construction site was vast, with dozens of buildings, and locating all the ghost-type Pokémon within was no small feat, requiring considerable manpower and resources. Years prior, the site had boasted extensive promotion, but after the developer's abrupt exit, it had been left as an incomplete eyesore. Having grown up nearby, Ching knew of discreet paths that would allow her to slip into the abandoned site unnoticed. With a yawn, the Inferno Monkey followed Ching, bewildered at the thought of yet another escapade so soon after returning from the wilderness. Climbing over a wall into the construction site, Ching brushed off the dust and surveyed her surroundings. The site lacked any lighting, but the flame on the Inferno Monkey's tail illuminated the area. However, this also posed a drawback that would likely attract the attention of any lurking spirits, negating the need for an active search. At the edge of Jynx Forest, 2 men and a woman rested beneath a tree. A man with several scars on his face inquired, "Nightingale, what have you discovered?" The woman, referred to as Nightingale, possessed an alluring figure, her deep cleavage captivating. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "I had the hound sniff around. I've sent you the target's home address. Additionally, the target has a significant feud with a wealthy heir named Zhang Xiaoqiang in this city." The scarred man tapped his forehead and coldly instructed, "Excellent. After midnight tonight, Pighead, you will deal with the target. Nightingale and I will provide backup." Pighead, a frail man with a wiry frame, nodded clumsily. The scarred man warned him, "If you get caught, remember to deflect any inquiries onto Zhang Xiaoqiang." Pighead nodded eagerly before turning to leave. Once he was out of earshot, Nightingale questioned, "Captain, why don't we accompany Pighead? That would increase our chances of success." The scarred man shook his head. "No, we don't know enough about the target's situation yet, nor can we secure support from the organization. A collective action poses a risk. If anything goes awry, we could all be compromised." Nightingale nodded in understanding, but remained silent. Though she approached each mission with a resolve to face death, no one wished for their demise if survival was an option. The scarred man offered no further explanation. His years of assassination experience had honed a keen intuition, stirring a sense of unease within him, prompting the decision to send the reckless pig head-ahead as a scout. A large-mouthed sparrow circled above the construction site before soaring away into the distance. Under the moonlight, shadows danced across the site, revealing nothing upon closer inspection. A gentle breeze rustled the air, carrying faint whispers and cries nearby. The Inferno monkey clenched its fists, recalling this place, the site of its previous fright. Chapter 67. The situation is serious, thanks to the explosive sword gifted by Brother Yu of the Blast Gang. However, unlike the last time when I was caught off guard, I have since evolved, both in strength and courage, and I am no longer the same. Raising my gaze to the darkened building, I decided against ascending its heights. Instead, I resolved to hone my skills outside. The interior was a tangled maze, and with ghost-type Pokémon known for their cunning, I could easily fall victim to an illusion and plummet to my demise. As I walked alongside my fiery companion, several Rattatas scurried past, one casting a disdainful glance in my direction, as if it found my presence bothersome. I chose not to engage with them and led my fiery monkey to an open area strewn with cement pipes, gazing at the shadowy construction site. A chill crept over me and my companion. It felt as if an icy breath lingered at my back. Before long, I felt a sudden drop in temperature, accompanied by an eerie sound that seemed to penetrate my mind. Preparing for battle, I instinctively moved beside my fiery monkey. With wide eyes, my companion remained alert, scanning the surroundings. Hee. Out of thin air, a bloodied head with disheveled hair appeared 10 meters away, its cavernous eyes fixated on us. Spark. Drawing a deep breath, my fiery monkey unleashed a barrage of sparks toward the apparition. The head dissipated like mist, revealing a balloon-sized Ghastly in its stead. Pokémon. Ghastly, level 18. Potential. E status. Healthy gender. None type. Ghost poison ability. Levitate. Floats above the ground. Immune to ground type moves. Held item. None inherited skills. Lick. Scare basic skills. Hypnosis. Lick. Curse. Nightshade skill transfer. None skill CD. None remark. Ghastly enjoys pranks and often scares humans for amusement. It excels at stealthily approaching unsuspecting prey, using its skin to induce hypnosis or poison them. Ghastly. I pondered silently, wary of hidden foes lurking in the shadows. Opting not to attack immediately, Ghastly fixated its gaze on us, suddenly unleashing a crimson tongue, while its eyes dropped like a hanged man's scare. Noticing my companion's hesitance, I summoned my ugly fish to protect myself. Though frightened, my fiery monkey stood resolutely before me. I shut tight. Ever since being persuaded, my ugly fish had followed me faithfully, dreaming of the day she would be beautiful. If anyone dared harm me, she would mercilessly obliterate them. Calling for help, the appearance of my ugly fish did not deter Ghastly. This was its territory, and even if it granted its opponent some courage, it would not dare to attack. A single scream would summon reinforcements. Seizing the moment while my fiery monkey hesitated, Ghastly shot 2 beams of darkness from its eyes toward my companion. Dodged to the side, though my fiery monkey was too frightened to use its skills. Evading such swift-ranged attacks was still feasible. Responding to my command, it quickly sidestepped, albeit with trembling legs. A sharp pain struck my companion's left side, and upon opening its eyes, it realized it had not entirely evaded Ghastly's dark gaze due to its earlier hesitance. Elated by its success, Ghastly decided to scare us again. I had a countermeasure ready. Do not fear, use Flame Wheel. My fiery monkey curled into a fiery orb and soared into the air. Ghastly was taken aback. The surrounding area was filled with gas, and if my companion's flames ignited it, it would be disastrous. Blood streamed from Ghastly's eyes as it muttered incantations. A colossal shadow of Ghastly loomed before my fiery monkey, its mouth agape, ready to devour the flame wheel. Nightshade, Watching the shadow consume the flame wheel, I quickly retreated with my ugly fish. Boom. The flame wheel erupted within the shadow, and my fiery monkey, with sharp instincts, utilized the explosion's momentum to adjust its trajectory towards the airborne Ghastly. Scare. As my fiery monkey approached, Ghastly grinned wickedly, its crimson tongue darting toward my companion. Fire punch. I was unsure whether to scold Ghastly for its foolishness in attempting physical contact with my fiery monkey. My ugly fish, however, remained vigilant, aware of her companion's strength. This Ghastly was merely a stepping stone. My fiery monkey grinned, and as Ghastly's tongue wrapped around it, a fierce flame ignited in its right arm. With a powerful grip, it ensnared Ghastly's tongue, twisting and wrapping it around its blazing limb. The searing pain of its charred tongue elicited a wretched scream from Ghastly, and before it could react, a burst of sparks detonated its gas, sending it flying. Level 17. Noticing my fiery monkey's newfound strength, I recalled the now immobile ugly fish and swiftly repositioned with my companion. As for Ghastly, I had no intention of capturing it. While its potential was lacking, its foolishness was beyond comprehension. Shortly thereafter, A horde of ghastly gathered at the side of our battle, their scarlet eyes locking onto one another as they cackled ominously. How delightful! More playmates have arrived. Hee hee hee. Boom. As my fiery monkey and I stealthily advanced, a sudden explosion echoed from afar. We peered curiously, witnessing flames erupting from a distant battle. Bip. The explosion attracted a security officer riding a Fiero. But after circling a few times, it departed, seemingly unconcerned, indicating that no major incident had occurred. Otherwise, intervention would have been necessary. It appeared the league maintained a watchful, yet lenient stance towards trainers slipping in unnoticed. After all, this served to both train the trainers and cleanse the area of ghost-type Pokémon, a double-edged benefit. However, entrusting one's life entirely to the league could prove disastrous. Life and death can hinge on mere moments, and they would not monitor your every move around the clock. Huh. My fiery monkey tugged at my clothing, pointing toward a building. Following its gaze, I spotted a familiar pink jacket. Bright pink. Wasn't that Wang Yao's? A sense of foreboding washed over me. I had accompanied him to purchase that very jacket, making it unforgettable. Oh no, he must have sneaked away. I pulled out my phone to call Wang Yao. But after a prolonged ring, I was met with a cold, disembodied voice. Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off. Chapter 68. Rescue Yu Qing exchanged a glance with the fire monkey and swiftly dashed towards the building. This was not an impulsive act on Yu Qing's part. He was fully confident in his ability to rescue others. Without such assurance, he would neither attempt a rescue nor risk his own safety. Should he encounter insurmountable danger, he would summon his brother, Mutuo. Although it would be a squandered opportunity to call upon Mutuo, Yu Qing deemed it worthwhile. Wang Yao was not only his close friend, but had also assisted him on numerous occasions. If he did not attempt to save him, Wang Yao would undoubtedly perish here. The building had only completed its structural framework. Aside from the staircase, it was devoid of any furnishings. The interior was shrouded in darkness, with eerie creaks resonating from the shadowy corners. Dust blanketed the ground, revealing various footprints, while the flickering flames on the fire monkey's tail elongated Yu Qing's shadow. Be cautious. The unsettling atmosphere sent shivers down Yu Qing's spine. Were it not for the unfortunate possibility of Wang Yao being here, he would never have entered this foreboding place. The environment was labyrinthine, and should an accident occur, one could not expect outsiders to discover it. Yu Qing and the fire monkey anxiously circled the first floor, but found no trace of Wang Yao. Treading lightly, they ascended to the second floor. As soon as they set foot on the second level, the fire monkey detected a familiar scent. While its sense of smell could not rival that of a dog, it was far superior to that of a human. In a certain corner of the floor above, it had caught the scent of Wang Yao. Indeed, during the last incident, when Wang Yao had reported Yu Qing to their teacher, the fire monkey had made a note of his scent. Let us go. For safety's sake, Yu Qing released Cho-Cho fish, ensuring there would be some assistance in case of danger. Observing the dust-covered Cho-Cho fish, who could barely move, Yu Qing bent down to lift her up. Fortunately, although she was not small in size, she weighed only around 30 pounds, likely similar to that of a kingler, with most of her body being comprised of bones. Thus, leading the way was the fire monkey, with Yu Qing following closely behind, while carrying Cho-Cho fish. They made their way to the third floor, where the fire monkey finally halted, gazing into the depths of the darkened building. However, nothing was visible in the pitch blackness, leaving them unaware of lurking dangers. The surrounding darkness churned like ink, and only Yu Qing's small flame illuminated their path. As Yu Qing contemplated their next move, he suddenly felt an itch on his wrist, and the spoon mark grew warm. In the next instant, a pink glow erupted, dispelling the surrounding darkness, accompanied by a piercing scream from behind Yu Qing. Startled, Yu Qing turned to see a terrified Ghastly retreating a short distance away. Its gaze fixated on the mark on his wrist, fear etched across its features. Was the power left by Mutuo sensing danger lurking nearby? Yu Qing furrowed his brow, realizing that the mark had reacted to the presence of ghostly energy. If a muscular brute had been behind him instead, it might have pummeled him into oblivion without any reaction from the mark. After all, this was a mark left by Mutuo, though it lacked lethality. Its aura was enough to instill dread in the Ghastly. As the pink glow began to fade, Yu Qing knew he could not afford to delay. He cradled Cho-Cho fish and urged the fire monkey to lead him swiftly to Wang Yao's location. The darkness was dispelled by the pink light. Yet the multitude of ghostly figures surrounding them made Yu Qing feel as though he had entered a den of spirits. A group of crimson eyes gathered beyond the pink glow, but they dared not advance. As time passed, the glow dimmed further, and Yu Qing could not suppress a shiver, feeling as though he were being bombarded by the chill of multiple air conditioners. In the desolate building, a woman's mournful cries echoed, accompanied by incessant whispers that wormed into his ears. Ha! The fire monkey could no longer withstand the eerie ambience. Its flames surged, illuminating the surroundings. Against the wall ahead, Wang Yao stood transfixed alongside a woman, surrounded by 3 or 4 ghastly and a few Duskull. The ghostly spirits lurking nearby revealed themselves, their scarlet eyes fixated on Yi Qing. Run! Yi Qing wasted no time in retracting Cho-Cho Fish, bending down to lift the woman, while the fire monkey, due to its height, could only hoist Wang Yao's upper body onto its shoulder, dragging him down the stairs at a hurried pace. The ghostly spirits, though wary of approaching Yi Qing, transformed into various terrifying visages, trying to rattle his nerves. Faster! Yi Qing clutched the woman's legs, her upper body draped over his back, as he sprinted down the stairs, taking 2 steps at a time. The fire monkey was even more exaggerated. Grasping Wang Yu by the collar with one hand, its 3 limbs propelling it forward, heedless of Wang Yu's lower body dragging along the ground. Fortunately, the woman was not heavy, otherwise, Yi Qing would have had to drag her in the same manner as the fire monkey. Yi Qing's heart raced, the sound of his footsteps reverberating throughout the building. He silently calculated the rate at which the glow was diminishing. At this rate, it would last long enough for him to escape. Just as they reached the first floor, the moonlight within reach, an icy chill engulfed him, and in the next instant, the pink glow extinguished. It was over. A throng of ghostly spirits lunged at him, and Yi Qing felt a cold wave wash over him, as if something had settled on his shoulder. My life is forfeit. Brother! Yi Qing's mind went blank after his cry. Boom! At that moment, a tremendous force radiated from Yi Qing's body, sending shockwaves outward. The ghostly spirits that had lunged at him were instantly swept away, some even dissipating into the abyss of darkness. Seeking death. The emptiness of the building echoed with this phrase, and then Yi Qing, the fire monkey, and the others vanished from the spot. In the city of Shanghai, within a monitoring room of the security bureau, a dozen individuals were fixated on computer screens, engrossed in their tasks when a harsh alarm suddenly blared and red lights flickered rapidly. A woman in an alliance uniform glanced at the computer screen and immediately rose to report to her superior. Report. A strong energy fluctuation was detected near the outskirts 30 seconds ago. The energy intensity has reached the level of divine beasts. Lock onto the precise location. A commanding voice resonated, and the staff members immediately sprang into action. Chapter 69. The unveiling of malice. Shortly thereafter, the woman reported again, Deputy Director. The target's energy has vanished. The Deputy Director, hands clasped behind his back and brow furrowed, muttered to himself, how could it suddenly disappear? Could it be a mythical beast capable of teleportation? Yet, among the known mythical creatures, none are said to possess such an ability. At that moment, another voice interjected, Director, wasn't there a psychic mythical beast developed by your organization? Upon hearing this, the Deputy Director's face turned ashen, and he exclaimed, this is bad. Assemble the team and follow me immediately. Yi Qing felt a fleeting sensation, and the next moment found himself on the rooftop of an office building, gazing down upon the illuminated city, realizing he was no longer amidst the dilapidated buildings. Big brother. Without needing to look back, Yi Qing knew this was the doing of Mutuo. He gently set the woman down, who immediately expressed her excitement. Mutuo nodded, its eyes shimmering as it infused energy into Yi Qing's mark once more. Feeling the subtle pressure emanating from Mutuo, Yi Qing could distinctly sense its enhanced power. Mutuo glanced at Yi Qing and remarked, your physique is too frail. Thus, this mark cannot retain much energy and serves only as a coordinate. Embarrassed, Yi Qing scratched his head, realizing the mark had merely emitted Mutuo's aura to frighten them, without inflicting any tangible harm. Accidentally noticing wounds on Mutuo, he hurriedly asked, are you injured? Mutuo ignored Yi Qing's concern and continued, I must inform you that 3 agents from your organization are pursuing you. It is fortunate that you are still alive. This is my oversight. Do not worry, I will handle it. With that, Mutuo's form gradually dissipated, as if it had pressing matters yet to attend to. Feeling a wave of unease, Yi Qing reflected on his prior arrangements. Otherwise, he might have been entirely unprepared for such a situation. Moments later, Wang Yu and the woman regained consciousness. Observing their pale faces, Yi Qing surmised they were on the brink of a serious illness. My dear father. Upon seeing Yi Qing, Wang Yao, more emotional than if he had seen his own father, clung to Yi Qing's leg, weeping profusely. Witnessing Wang Yao's tearful state made Yi Qing shudder. All right. You're not dead yet. I told you not to act recklessly, but you wouldn't listen. Hearing Wang Yao's cries seemed to trigger a recollection of something dreadful in the woman, who suddenly burst into tears, aware that their emotions needed an outlet. Yi Qing instructed the fire monkey to stand guard and began to comfort them. It took a while, but gradually a hint of color returned to their faces, though the memories of their ordeal still left them trembling. Concerned for their well-being, Yi Qing eventually set down his phone and announced, all right, I've called for an ambulance. You both should get checked out at the hospital. Wang Yao took a deep breath, having calmed down somewhat, realizing that without a bit of courage, he would not dare venture out for a gaming session with a girl. Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, CC. Thank you for today, Wang Yu said. Unaware of the lengths Yu Qing had gone to rescue him, he could only guess how challenging it had been, possibly at a great cost. Hello. I'm Chen CC. Thank you for saving us, she said, still trembling but at least able to speak. Yu Qing nodded, dismissing her gratitude, as he had only acted out of consideration for Wang Yao. Moreover, he found her somewhat unreliable, while Wang Yao may have been reckless. She should have dissuaded him from venturing into such danger, yet chose to accompany him instead. Had Yi Qing not intervened, or if the fire monkey had overlooked that jacket, the consequences for them would have been dire. Sitting on the ground, Chen CC cautiously tucked her hair behind her ear and asked, by the way, Wang Yao mentioned you were interested in water-based energy cubes with cosmetic benefits? Indeed, Yi Qing replied, somewhat surprised that Wang Yao had divulged such information. Wang Yao quickly clarified. Don't misunderstand, Qing Zi. CC's family specializes in that business. Yi Qing teased, oh, so you're dating her out of obligation for my sake? At this, Wang Yao panicked, waving his hands in denial. What nonsense. We genuinely love each other. Chen CC smiled but remained silent, contemplating before suggesting, Yi Qing. To express my gratitude for saving our lives, I can provide you with some of those energy cubes free of charge. Yi Qing was taken aback by this unexpected generosity, and his impression of her improved significantly. Before long, a massive Altaria descended onto the rooftop, and 2 medical personnel promptly disembarked to inquire about the situation. As they were escorted away, Yu Qing stood at the edge of the rooftop, gazing into the distance. The fire monkey stood beside him, perplexed as to what was so captivating. Mutuo's words had heightened Yi Qing's wariness. He wondered how matters were unfolding on the Alliance's end. He took out his phone and sent a message to his homeroom teacher, Zhao Xinran, requesting the contact information for Professor Qian. Just after sending it, he was pleasantly surprised to receive a prompt reply. 1883888XXX805891212. The above is the phone number, and below is the class group, which he suggested he join when he had the time. He casually added the class group, noticing only a few members present, with several others joining in. Likely the reason Zhao Xinran had responded so swiftly. Dialing the number, Professor Qian's voice soon came through the receiver. May I ask who is calling? The sound of clattering suggested he was at work, so to avoid wasting his time, Yi Qing directly inquired, Hello, Professor Qian. I'm Yi Qing. I wanted to ask. Before he could finish, Professor Qian interjected, Rest assured, the security measures for your family have already been arranged. Additionally, if possible, I would appreciate it if you could visit the capital. I would like to discuss the issue of the 3 dragons further. Yi Qing did not decline. These individuals possessed extraordinary capabilities, making them invaluable for expanding his network. All right, I will come when I have the time. Goodbye. After hanging up, reassured by the professor's confirmation, he felt no further need for concern. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearing midnight, and the cool night breeze wafted through the air. By this hour, the streets were considerably less crowded. Few remained outside to enjoy the night air. Accompanied by the fire monkey, Yi Qing walked home along the dimly lit path. Deep within the Jynx forest, Scarface leaned against a tree, playing with a small knife, while Nightingale touched up her makeup with a compact mirror. A sudden tremor caused his hand to slip, and the knife's blade swiftly cut through his finger. Chapter 70. A life hanging by a thread. As he watched the crimson blood flow, the scar-faced man suddenly declared, No, we must alter our plans. We need to act separately. Huh? Why? Nightingale inquired, puzzled. The scar-faced man sheathed his dagger, calmly analyzing the situation. If that fool pighead fails, the enemy will undoubtedly trace us here. Therefore, we must split up and only communicate using our signal when there is a significant discovery. Nightingale shot him an incredulous glance. It's merely an assassination of an ordinary person. Surely, even Pighead won't mess that up? The scar-faced man, hearing her words, felt a mix of exasperation and disappointment. An ordinary person? Can an ordinary person aid Chow Meng in escaping? Can an ordinary organization assign us 3 to this task? Seeing her captain's frustration, Nightingale stuck out her tongue and quickly released a natural bird. The scar-faced man fixed his gaze on Nightingale and cautioned, Remember, don't contact me unless it's crucial. Understood. The natural bird's eyes gleamed with a pink light, and in an instant, it whisked Nightingale away. Foolish, big-chested imbeciles. Don't blame me for treating you both as mere pawns, he muttered to himself after Nightingale departed. The scar-faced man's expression darkened. He shook his head, pondering why the organization had assigned him these 2 as partners, who were nothing but deadweight. He had survived numerous perilous missions through caution and prudence. Having these 2 test the waters ahead of him should provide clarity on the target's capabilities. However, one thought lingered unspoken in his mind. Since Yu Qing was able to assist Qiao Ming in fleeing, he could hardly believe that there was no exchange between them. In his view, during a critical moment, Qiao Ming would undoubtedly rescue the target, but that would be the extent of it. After all, as a supreme divine beast, it would not act as a caretaker simply because one had facilitated its escape. Waiting for the two of them to scout ahead, the target's demise would soon follow. With that thought, the scar-faced man snorted coldly, leaping into the river and vanishing without a trace. Huh. The fiery monkey yawned widely, staring blankly at Yu Qing, who had been chatting with Wang Yao for a while before pulling out his phone to shop online, purchasing various skincare products like e.l.f. moisturizing masks and lotions, planning to give the ugly fish some care starting tomorrow. He remained busy on the bed until late into the night, and only when fatigue overwhelmed him did he reluctantly set aside his phone and succumb to sleep. As the night deepened, a dark cloud obscured the cool moonlight. On the rooftop of Yi Qing's home, the air shimmered as Qiao Ming's figure appeared, its wounds having healed completely. With eyes closed, Qiao Ming sat cross-legged in the void, gradually extending its psychic energy outward. After extracting the assassination plans of 3 assassins from Yin Lang's memories, Qiao Ming resolved to wait here and eliminate them. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the assassin known as Pighead twisted and turned, evading the few surveillance cameras, stealthily making his way to the base of Yi Qing's building. Once he ensured he wasn't detected, he beckoned with a finger. Not far behind him, a gung gui gradually revealed itself, its crimson gaze fixed on Pighead, awaiting instructions. Qiao Ming furrowed its brow but made no move. Pighead pointed toward Yu Qing's window, and Gung Gui immediately understood. Its bulky form soaring into the air and swiftly heading for the 3rd floor. Gung Gui floated outside the window, glancing at Yu Qing and the fiery monkey, who were sound asleep, and a sinister smile crept across its face. Noticing Gung Gui approaching the target, Pighead let out a sigh of relief, thinking this task was too simple. In his carelessness, he failed to follow his usual protocol and had not even released a guardian Pokémon. Just as Gung Gui was about to pass through the window, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Suddenly, 3 transforming dragons, which had previously been invisible, materialized beside Yu Qing's window. In the next moment, their tongues shot out like springs, swiftly ensnaring Gung Gui, preventing its entry. Electricity surged from the tongues of the transforming dragons, rapidly spreading to Gung Gui's body, rendering it utterly powerless to resist. Gung Gui. OMP. I haven't even started, and I'm already dead. Youngsters, you lack honor. At that moment, the fiery monkey, sensing an energy disturbance, jolted awake. Witnessing the scene outside the window, what is happening? Yi Qing, feeling the fiery monkey nudging him, opened his eyes in confusion. However, the next instant, he too beheld the sight outside. The crimson eyes of Gung Gui fixated on him, yet it was incapacitated by the 3 transforming dragons. This shocking scene jolted Yi Qing into clarity, sending a chill down his spine. He thought to himself how fortunate he was to have prepared in advance. Otherwise, he would have been dead beyond recovery. Simultaneously, a strong sense of crisis surged within him. Yi Qing resolved that his 3rd Pokémon must be either a psychic or ghost type. Otherwise, relying solely on the fiery monkey could lead to his untimely demise. Below, Pighead, who was observing the scene, was taken aback, his back drenched in cold sweat. Don't move. A cold snort came from behind him, and the next moment, he felt a chilling claw lock around his neck. Take him away. Just as Pighead heard this command, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted entirely. Qiao Ming did not intervene. Instead, it read Pighead's memories with its psychic power. Upon acquiring clues about the other 2, it felt more assured. While Yi Qing and the fiery monkey stood in stunned silence, Qiao Ming suddenly appeared in Yi Qing's room. Be brother. Yi Qing stammered, his tongue tripping over words. Qiao Ming had appeared so stealthily, leaving him utterly unprepared. Qiao Ming glanced at the fiery monkey, and in the next moment, a flash of red light engulfed it, instantly recalling the fiery monkey into its Pokeball. Come with me. Qiao Ming offered no explanation and began to teleport with a bewildered Yu Qing in tow. I'm still in my pajamas, Yu Qing exclaimed, but before he could finish, the familiar sensation of teleportation enveloped him, smooth as ever. Qiao Ming brought Yi Qing to the location where the 3 members of the art organization had first gathered, but it was already deserted, leaving only a smoldering campfire. Has a Pokémon ever used teleportation? Qiao Ming sensed carefully before teleporting again. Is there no end to this? Yi Qing felt slightly nauseous. The consecutive teleportations were taking a toll on his body. This time, they materialized in an abandoned factory, and before Yi Qing could regain his composure, a startled cry rang out. Qiao Ming, Nightingale, who had intended to rest, sprang up from her chair in a panic, urging her natural bird to teleport immediately. Chapter 71. Are you indifferent to women? Ignorance. The eyes of the psychic shimmered, causing the natural bird under its gaze to faint instantly. Yi Qing rubbed his forehead. suppressing the nauseating sensation before raising his gaze. Before him sat a striking woman, her wine-red hair cascading down. The collar of her leather jacket revealing her fair and ample skin, complemented by black stockings. Yet her expression was one of desolation, lifeless as she slumped in her chair. Nightingale? What about the other one? The psychic inquired calmly. Nightingale's eyes were vacant. The moment the psychic appeared, she had abandoned any hope. Is that so? It seemed like a question, yet the psychic had no intention of allowing her to respond, directly accessing Nightingale's memories. With a flick of a hand, a rope was retrieved from the debris and tightly bound around her. The psychic coolly stated, "Kill her. I will deal with the last one." Bound to the chair, Nightingale lowered her head, silent. After the psychic finished speaking, they vanished with Nightingale's spirit and Pokeball, deeming that if Yi Qing could not handle such a trivial matter, he was unworthy of their camaraderie. Noticing the psychic had departed, Yi Qing swallowed hard. Although he was aware that the art organization had sent assassins to kill him, he was not yet prepared to take a life. After all, he was still a student. Taking a deep breath, he approached her and asked, "Are you here to kill me?" With the psychic gone, a surge of survival instinct welled up within Nightingale. Dealing with a mere child seemed effortless to her. She straightened her posture, batting her large eyes flirtatiously. "You wouldn't believe me if I said no, but if you let me go, I am willing to do anything for you." As she spoke, she brushed her smooth leg against Yi Qing's thigh, feeling the unusual sensation on his leg. Yi Qing found himself parched. Nightingale, sensing his reaction, grew even more confident and continued to tease him. Due to the hasty nature of his previous departure, Yi Qing was clad in sleeping shorts, and the delicate touch of her skin gliding against his made it difficult for him to maintain control. Biting his tongue, he silently acknowledged that this woman was indeed troublesome, capable of ensnaring him with mere words. Observing Nightingale's continued provocations, Yi Qing resolutely shook his head and released his Monferno. Monferno scratched its head, still unclear about why Yi Qing had summoned it. "Are we watching a show? Are you indifferent to women?" Nightingale, taken aback by Yi Qing's composure, was bewildered. By all rights, her figure and beauty should have captivated this young lad. "No," Yi Qing reiterated, forcing himself to divert his gaze from Nightingale's ample bosom. "What is that?" Nightingale intensified her efforts, licking her lips seductively. "I have no interest in humans," Yi Qing sighed, deciding to send Monferno to escort her. "You." Upon hearing Yi Qing's statement, Nightingale gazed at him in disbelief, as if encountering a monster. Monferno, showing no mercy, seized the opportunity and delivered a thunderous punch to her forehead. Bang! Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed as Nightingale's forehead caved in, turning away from the lifeless Nightingale. Yi Qing suppressed his revulsion. Well done. The psychic, who had not left, revealed itself upon witnessing Yi Qing's act of killing Nightingale, marking it as a test of his character. "Big brother!" Yi Qing exclaimed with excitement, thinking he had performed admirably. The psychic raised an eyebrow. "You have no interest in humans?" With a wave of its left hand, Nightingale's body disintegrated into dust, vanishing into the ether. This. Yi Qing was momentarily at a loss for words, while Monferno looked at him as if he were a creature from another world. "All right, I have matters to attend to. I shall return you home." The psychic did not wait for his response, whisking Yi Qing and Monferno away while it pursued the last individual. As his surroundings shifted, Yi Qing found himself in the familiar confines of his bedroom, scratching his head. What did Big Brother mean by that? Did he think I was a pervert? Lying in bed, he found it impossible to sleep, replaying the scene of Monferno's fatal strike on Nightingale. In a corner of Golden Stream Forest, the psychic extended its mental reach, enveloping the entire forest in its surveillance, noting every blade of grass and tree. "Found you." The psychic smiled slightly, and in the next moment, it held a bewildered head in its hand. Outside the Public Security Bureau of Shanghai City, Zhang Xiaoqiang stretched his arms towards the moonlight, feeling as if he had been reborn after these past few days. "You little rascal, don't bring me trouble again." Vice Principal Zhang had been waiting outside, and upon seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang, he slapped the top of his head. Zhang Xiaoqiang recoiled, unwillingly muttering, "Wasn't it your misleading information? How was I to know the Alliance valued Yi Qing so highly?" Upon hearing this, Vice Principal Zhang's anger flared. "Did I instruct you to provoke him? Look at the mess you've made these past 2 years. I've had to clean up after you." Although Zhang Xiaoqiang internally dismissed this, he merely pouted and refrained from further argument, genuinely fearing that his father might lose his temper and send him back in. Sunlight streamed into the bedroom as outside. The sparrows and fiery finches began their morning quarrels, whether in the fire, water, grass, forest, soil, clouds, or the pleated skirt of that girl. The alarm clock rang precisely. And after a sleepless night, Yi Qing awoke with dark circles under his eyes. Initially, he thought killing was inconsequential, but once the chaos subsided, He realized it was not so simple. I was merely acting in self-defense. If it happens again, I will continue to kill. Yiqing murmured to himself in the mirror, his gaze growing resolute. In class, Yiqing found it hard to concentrate, yet being surrounded by people calmed his mind considerably, allowing him to take the opportunity to lie on his desk and doze off. As the sounds of snoring filled the classroom, the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Wang Yo covertly gave Yiqing a thumbs up, thinking this guy was impressive. Not only was he sleeping in the homeroom teacher's class, but he was also snoring loudly. Yiqing, the class flower, Huo Mingyao, called softly, but Yiqing was deep in slumber, unresponsive. Other students turned to watch, stifling their laughter in anticipation of the unfolding drama. Zhao Xinran slammed her hand on the desk, unable to contain herself any longer, pointing at the snoring Yiqing. She exclaimed, "Yiqing, wake up. How do you answer this question?" "Huh." The loud shout jolted Yiqing awake, and in a dazed state, he stood up to respond. What are the evolved forms of Chikorita, and how does one evolve them? Chapter 72. The direction of the third fairy gazing at the problem on the blackboard. Yiqing, still groggy, replied, "There are two evolutionary forms, namely the naturally evolved Shinado and the Aluriado, which evolves using an awakening stone." Zhao Xinran, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smirk, her ruler tapping rhythmically against her palm as she thought. So, this kid has things he doesn't know, too. However, before she could revel in her amusement, Yiqing continued, "By the way, only male Carulean can evolve into Aluriado, and apart from their reproductive organs, there is no apparent difference between male and female Carulean." After finishing, Yiqing let out a massive yawn and promptly resumed his slumber. The classroom erupted with commotion after Yiqing's response. "What do you mean no apparent difference? Does that imply one cannot distinguish between male and female? This boy is driving me insane." Watching Yiqing sleep soundly, Zhao Xinran felt her teeth grind in irritation, her stiletto heels rhythmically tapping against the floor. Wang Yo, upon hearing Yiqing's statement, seemed momentarily stunned, as if he had recalled something unpleasant. The pin he had been chewing fell to the ground. Yiqing didn't awaken until noon, feeling as if he had returned to life. In the cafeteria, Wang Yao presented a palm-sized glass box to Yiqing, saying, "Here. The energy cubes you requested." Yiqing set down his chopsticks and remarked, "Impressive, brother, you're quite fast. By the way, are you feeling all right?" Wang Yu replied with a smug grin, "Come on, what could possibly be wrong with my body? Don't forget, my mother is a doctor, she's quite the professional." Yiqing nodded, aware that the medical technology here was far superior to his previous life. Unless one faced immediate death, a Pokémon could typically be revived. And Wang Yao's minor injuries were hardly a concern. Pocketing the box, he inquired, "By the way, how much for this box?" Wang Yao waved his hands dismissively. "What are you talking about? This is a gift from my girlfriend. If you need anything in the future, just ask. It's all free." Understanding this was Chun Cc's way of repaying his life-saving assistance, Yiqing accepted graciously. "In that case, please extend my thanks to her." Wang Yao, taking a bite of meat, added, "By the way, I passed by Zhang Xiaoqiang's class this morning. He seemed rather down. Not sure what's wrong with him." Yiqing shrugged. What else could be the issue? It's probably because he overexerted himself last night. After lunch, the afternoon was dedicated to training Pokémon. Yiqing instructed his Monferno to practice Iron Tail while he browsed skill discs on his phone. Monferno's Spark was already quite proficient, and it was time to consider learning Flamethrower. However, Monferno could not master this skill on its own. He would need to purchase a skill disc online. The prices were as follows: Flamethrower, 50,000, Hyper Beam, 100,000, out of stock. Hydro Pump, 50,000, Solar Beam, 50,000, Rock Slide, 30,000. Protect, out of stock. Staring at these exorbitant prices, Yiqing felt a pang in his heart. These were not basic skills like Shadow Clone, and the costs were equally staggering. Skill discs were classified by levels, typically determined by the strength of the Pokémon recording the skill and the number of times it could be learned. Most items sold in the Pokémon store were one-time use, suitable for high-aptitude Pokémon that could learn the skill immediately. For those with lower aptitudes, more advanced skill discs were necessary, recorded by stronger Pokémon with more detailed explanations, though these were also quite costly. Though Monferno's aptitude did not necessitate such specialized training, Yiqing's bank balance was below 100,000, making even the basic version unaffordable. With a heavy heart, he closed his phone. He still needed funds for energy cubes and daily expenses, so he couldn't afford such extravagance at the moment. However, the school's competitive tournament was soon approaching, and with substantial prize money at stake, he hoped to earn some rewards. Setting aside these thoughts, Yiqing focused on training Monferno. Days swiftly passed, and at last, Monferno's tail strength met the requirements. Finding a secluded spot, Yi Qing commanded a rock. Use Iron Tail. With a swift motion, Monferno, whose tail had been honed through rigorous training, struck the watermelon-sized rock with tremendous force. The hardened tail sliced through the air and crashed against the rock with a resounding boom. The immense power fractured the rock, sending shards flying in all directions. Marvelous. Yi Qing clenched his fist, elated that Iron Tail had finally been mastered after nearly a week of training. Though its power surpassed that of his previous Pokémons, it was evident there was still room for improvement. Moreover, he could not use his earlier Pokémon's Iron Tail power as a reference. After all, while it had transformed into a powerful form, it had not undergone specialized training. Thus its Iron Tail could not achieve full potential. Monferno, equally exhilarated, wiped the sweat from its brow, panting heavily. Pokémon, Monferno, level 18. Potential, B status, healthy gender, male type, firefighting ability, blaze held item, non-inherited skills, flame punch, encore, drain punch. Quick guard basic skills, scratch, fury swipes, spark, flame will skill transfer, Iron Tail skill disc. Shadow clone satisfied after reviewing Monferno's information, Yi Qing nodded approvingly. Not only had they mastered Iron Tail, but Monferno's strength had also risen to level 18. After a brief consolidation of skills, Yi Qing checked the time and led Monferno back to the gathering. That evening, Yi Qing sat in his dormitory, engrossed in a book, contemplating the direction of his next Pokémon. Certain ghost-type Pokémon were certainly off the table, such as the Candlelight Spirit, which, even if captured, would drain the trainer's life force and soul, or the Dream Demon and Soul Eye. The Floatzel, which lures children into another world. And encountering Mini-Q would lead to excruciating pain. These terrifying Pokémon were certainly not options for Yi Qing. After all, there were already many tragic examples in reality, and while solutions existed, he was not yet capable of such feats. Thus, did this mean the only choices among ghost types were Jengars and Mimikyus? Jengar was indeed a solid option, evolving into the powerful Mega Jengar, which could stealthily accompany him as an excellent guardian, not to mention its striking Mega evolution. As for psychic types, Alakazam, Slowking, Solgaleo, Shinado. The ones that couldn't teleport, like Slowking and Solgaleo, were immediately dismissed. Teleportation was a crucial escape skill, and with limited resources, he could only focus on cultivating the most essential Pokémon for now, leaving the others for later consideration. Gratitude to Mo Foling, who loves the embroidery bird. A string of punctuation. I'm tipsy. Yu Jiang, Falling Void. Achun, who loves novels. This. SCP-109. Lemon's number 1 hater. Gu Gong. User 970. SCP-109. Lemon's number 1 hater. Su Jiming. NN. Fierce Life. Zhuga. Long Tsong. Peng Yuyan. Kunshin Shanghai. FAMO. Kobe Bryant. User 264. The one who turns on the air conditioning. Annie BBW. Heart Scar. Zhao Mian. North Falling Stars. Phantom Song. User 198. Saber. Swecky. Night Maple. Black Mountain Old Demon. Bamboo Arts. Young Master. Shao Chi. Explosive Heaven Gang's Two-Dimensional Horse. Galaxy Tianping. Lie Do. I Love Beauties, Handsome Guys. User 8647. Bianxi. Gifts of Rewards. Thanks to the boss who follows the updates every day. Chapter 73. The Trials of the Isolated Island Observing Shinado and Hoodie. Yi Qing felt a surge of clarity within himself. Indeed, he yearned for Shinado, and thus he decisively crossed out the names of other psychic Pokémon from his list. However, Larvitar was an exceedingly rare creature. Though it may not possess the fame and might of a demigod, it was certainly not far behind. It was said that Larvitar seldom appeared before humans, only manifesting in the presence of those with an exceptionally optimistic disposition or in heartwarming situations. Haunter and Larvitar. Yi Qing tore the paper into shreds. Despite his fondness for these two Pokémon, the whims of fate were unpredictable. He could not afford to wait indefinitely for their arrival. The next morning, Zhao Xinran hurriedly entered with a textbook in hand. Classmates, I have an extraordinary announcement. Upon hearing Zhao Xinran's voice, the classroom instantly fell silent and attentive. Zhao Xinran cleared her throat and continued. The schedule for the competition has finally been confirmed. Next Tuesday, our school will host an internal Pokémon battle tournament. The aim is to assess everyone's abilities, and there will be an array of splendid prizes. Wang Yao raised his hand and inquired, "What kind of rewards are we looking at, teacher?" Zhao Xinran smiled gently and elaborated. The first prize is a cash reward of 300,000, along with a skill disc for Protect. The second prize offers 150,000, inclusive of a skill disc for Flamethrower. The third prize provides 100,000 and a skill disc for Rock Slide. For the 4th to 10th places, there is a reward of 50. 000 and a box of intermediate energy cubes. After announcing the rewards, Zhao Xinran decided to give the students a moment to digest the information. After taking a sip of water, she added, additionally, the top 100 students in the entire year will be eligible to participate in the Isolated Island Trials next month, where each participant may capture one Pokémon. Once Zhao Xinran finished, the classroom erupted in excitement, with even Wang Yu exuberantly gesticulating. Initially, they thought the preceding prizes were already quite generous, but this new opportunity was an unexpected boon. They understood that the isolated island was a true wilderness, incomparable to the forests surrounding the city. Moreover, the school would ensure security during this event, a privilege that could only be enjoyed during their student years. Zhao Xinran, beaming from the podium, waited for the commotion to subside before announcing, everyone, please settle down. Next Monday, 2 exchange students from Japan will join our class for 3 months. I kindly ask you all to extend your hospitality to them. Wang Yu exchanged glances with Yu Qing and sarcastically asked, Teacher, is the exchange student coming to our class a stunning beauty? Laughter erupted throughout the classroom in response to Wang Yao's teasing question. Zhao Xinran shot him a disapproving glance. You worry too much. You'll find out soon enough. Now, let us commence with the lesson. In the classroom of Class 3, Zhang Shaoqiang's strategist sat beside him. Looking distressed. Zhang, given the current circumstances, I advise you to refrain from further antagonizing Yi Qing. Otherwise, I fear the consequences could be dire. Zhang Shaoqiang sighed. Fully aware of the validity of this advice, yet unable to quell the fiery resentment simmering within him. Bang! The more he pondered, the angrier he became, slamming his palm on the desk, capturing the attention of the entire class. Yet, they dared not voice their objections, mindful of his background. Zhang Shaoqiang, quiet down. Can't you see we are in class? The teacher, reluctant to intervene, felt compelled to say something. Zhang Shaoqiang's anger flared at this remark. And just as he was about to retort, a knock sounded at the classroom door. Is Zhang Shaoqiang present? As the door swung open, 3 officers in law enforcement attire entered. The entire class turned to Zhang Shaoqiang, who appeared utterly bewildered. You are suspected of involvement in a heinous case of orchestrating Pokémon murder. Please accompany us for questioning. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shaoqiang was instantly taken aback. Officers were not like security personnel. They handled severe criminal matters. While he might have been able to rely on his father's influence with the local law enforcement, this was an entirely different matter. If these officers were involved, neither his father nor Principal Jiang could save him. Panic enveloped Zhang Shaoqiang. His mind blank as he stood up without realizing it. The classmates witnessed this scene and silently cheered. Zhang Shaoqiang had long been a tyrant, and his comeuppance had finally arrived. Zhang Shaoqiang pleaded in a quivering voice, Officers, I am innocent. I was just released. Just released? How fortuitous. The assassin you hired was apprehended just last night. Zhang Shaoqiang was at a loss for words. How did this even connect? He felt wronged. Realizing that explanations would be futile, he stammered, Please call my father. In an interrogation room, Zhang Shaoqiang, disheveled and slumped in a metal chair, faced 3 officers who took turns questioning him. He had lost track of how many rounds of interrogation it had been, and he lamented, Officers, I truly did nothing wrong. I am a good person. One of the men, infuriated, pointed at Zhang Shaoqiang and scolded, Zhang Shaoqiang, do not attempt to feign innocence. I must inform you that your accomplice has already confessed to instructing Jengar to commit murder. You certainly have some audacity. Commanding Jengar to kill? Who? To kill Yi Qing? Zhang Shaoqiang felt tears welling up. His mind was in disarray, utterly confused by their accusations. He had no accomplices. Wasn't Lao Xiong just released? Besides, he didn't even own a Jengar. The officer bellowed, Zhang Shaoqiang, do you understand who you have offended? Zhang Shaoqiang was entirely bewildered, pondering who he could have possibly wronged. I have only offended Yi Qing recently. Who else could it be? You cannot falsely accuse an innocent person. Many witnessed Zhang Shaoqiang's apprehension, recalling the numerous misdeeds he had committed over the years, which had earned him the wrath of many. Honest individuals had often fallen victim to his bullying. This news quickly spread throughout the school, even reaching the lower grades, who applauded in delight. The entire school buzzed with conversations about the incident. Zhao Xinran was conducting a class meeting when she heard the news. Suspecting that Yu Qing had orchestrated this trap for Zhang Shaoqiang, Wang Yu cast a glance at Yu Qing, hoping to glean some insider information. Yu Qing shrugged his shoulders, expressing genuine ignorance about the situation, speculating that perhaps this individual's numerous wrongdoings had finally caught up with him. Walking home alongside Wang Yao, Yi Qing gazed at the setting sun, his mind swirling with various thoughts. The matters concerning the organization should be coming to an end, judging by the demeanor of Mutuo. Those who were aware of my existence had likely been dealt with. Wang Yao, filled with excitement, asked Jynx, do you think the exchange student assigned to our class will be male or female? I hope it's a girl from Japan. That would be quite delightful. Chapter 74. Sister or brother? Yi Qing cast a sidelong glance at him, saying, "Don't you already have a girlfriend? It shouldn't matter if she's a woman." Upon hearing this, Wang Yo immediately grew anxious. "What do you mean by that? My girlfriend is with me because of you." Yi Qing, with his hands clasped behind his head, analyzed. All right. The initial Sun Xiaowei was because I broke up with her, and now Chen Cici is involved because of me as well. Wang Yao, could it be that you have feelings for me? Wang Yo, annoyed, playfully punched Yi Qing. "Stop joking. How blind must I be to have feelings for you?" Yi Qing chuckled but refrained from responding, pondering that with the energy cube provided by Wang Yao, the ugly fish was one step closer to evolution. Wang Yu casually took out his phone to reply to several messages and set a few alarms for different times. Once he finished, he turned to Yi Qing and inquired, "By the way, Qingzi, you mentioned that the moment those two exchange students arrived, Principal Jiang decided to hold a competition. Do you think there is something fishy about it?" After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qing cautiously speculated the principal might want to assert dominance. After all, our school is quite reputable nationally. Wang Yao nodded, not pressing further, and quickly found a vehicle to return home. Upon entering, he called out, "Mom, hurry and bring Shinado back." Wang Yao's mother, putting down the remote control, replied with dissatisfaction, "What do you need Shinado for again? Always rushing about. What kind of behavior is that?" Nonetheless, she called for Shinado, who was playing outside. Bang! Wang Yao closed the door and gazed at the elegant and poised Shinado before him. Remembering the question Yi Qing had posed earlier that morning, he urgently asked, "Are you a sister or a brother?" Shinado, sitting gracefully on Wang Yao's bed with her legs crossed, offered him a meaningful glance. Thud! In that moment, Wang Yao's legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, his mind blank. "I'm back." Yi Qing opened the door to find his mother alone at home. He approached the refrigerator, pulling out a bottle of soda and gulping it down. "Is my sister not back yet? What about my dad? Has he been away for so long?" Ye's mother, seated on the sofa and engrossed in a crucial part of her show, turned her head slightly to dismissively reply, "Minghan isn't coming back this week. Your dad will be gone for at least a month. They say there's a project in the south." All right. Yi Qing had merely asked out of curiosity, informing his mother that he would take a shower. He locked the bathroom door and filled the bathtub with water. Observing his reflection in the mirror, Yi Qing realized that money was becoming increasingly scarce. Thus, he was determined to secure first place in the upcoming competition. While there were indeed ways to earn money, though he couldn't sell Pokémon. Utilizing his unique abilities to assist others in selecting eggs for a commission could yield substantial profits. In light of this, he had deliberately swapped classes with his sister to challenge him. As soon as he spoke, all eyes in the class turned to Yi Qing. "Are you kidding me?" Wang Yao thumped his chest in frustration, realizing that his selfish desires had caused him to miss an opportunity with the beautiful girl. Chapter 75. The opening ceremony. Yi Qing smiled and nodded in agreement. Although he found the audacity of someone issuing a challenge in such an inappropriate context quite irksome, he understood the necessity of maintaining the decorum befitting a nation. The other students paid little heed. They were well aware of Yi Qing's prowess and assumed that this individual merely sought attention. Zhao Xinran took the initiative to applaud and welcome everyone, saying, "All right. Fuji Miyake is not yet familiar with our school. Please assist him as needed." Fuji Miyake flashed a slight smile and stepped directly in front of Yi Qing. Looking down at him as he reiterated, "Yi Qing-kun, I've heard you are the strongest of this grade. I am eager to test your mettle." Upon hearing this blatant provocation, the classroom erupted in excitement. They speculated that Fuji Miyake was either exceedingly arrogant or genuinely possessed the strength to back his words. For while one mention could be dismissed as jest, repeating such statements was a different matter entirely. Yi Qing furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat annoyed, and replied in a somewhat brusque tone, "You may challenge me, but what shall be the stakes?" Fuji Miyake leaned closer to Yi Qing, his voice low and confident. "Anything you wish. I assure you, I shall not lose, and you will inevitably bow to me." Yi Qing chose not to dwell on his arrogance, instead smirking, "Very well. Should you lose, you will switch classes with your sister. That shouldn't be too difficult for someone like you, a gilded exchange student. How dare you?" Fuji Miyake's anger flared at the suggestion regarding his sister, and he clenched his fists, ready to explode. Wang Yao, sensing an opportunity, smirked and taunted, "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Suppressing his fury, Fuji Miyake replied, "No matter. The competition is tomorrow. We shall meet in the arena." Yi Qing nodded. "I shall be ready whenever you are." Zhao Xinran did not intervene in the exchange, believing it to be beneficial. Competition would spur progress. Wang Yao, shaking his head in disdain, thought it unwise for Yi Qing to so brazenly provoke his opponent. Such trivial matters should be left to him. Once Fuji Miyake settled into his seat, The girl beside Yi Qing, Huomingyao, spoke quietly. I know a bit about Fujimiyaki. He has previously been an exchange student in another city but came here because he found no worthy opponents there. Yi Qing chuckled. So, this person is formidable? Huomingyao nodded. Indeed, quite strong. Zhao Xinran clapped to silence the murmurs and reiterated the details of the competition set for the following day. After school, Yi Qing returned directly to his dormitory to conserve his energy. The environment control simulation room had been divided into two sections, the fiery domain of the fire monkey and the river region of the Cho-Cho fish, which remained isolated from one another. As the Cho-Cho fish could not be revealed, Yi Qing crouched before the fire monkey and inquired, Do you feel confident for tomorrow? With a fierce cry, the fire monkey tightened its fists, and flames erupted from its tail, soaring to the ceiling. Excellent. Yi Qing produced a newly purchased intermediate energy cube and offered it to him. Lying on his bed, Yi Qing initially intended to search for battle videos of his opponent online, but after a fruitless search, he realized the confidentiality measures were impressively effective. The next morning, the campus was alive with the sound of cannon fire, and dozens of hot air balloons floated in the sky, adorned with banners stretching several meters long. The playground was bustling with students, all abuzz with excitement. The younger students were particularly thrilled, as they were granted special permission to visit the back mountain teaching area for the competition. As Yi Qing exited the dormitory building, the cacophony of voices enveloped him, with students everywhere eager to witness the event. The competition was set to take place in the stadium, and Yi Qing walked there alongside Wang Yao, sucking on a lollipop. Wang Yao asked, So, Qingzi, do you feel confident about winning? Uncertain of the two exchange students' abilities, Yi Qing refrained from boasting. If all goes well, I believe I will be fine. Upon entering the stadium, they found the stands already packed with spectators. Virtually the entire school had suspended classes for the day to attend the event. The sweltering heat made Yi Qing break a light sweat simply from standing there. The school had invested considerable effort into this competition, even setting up 10 holographic projections to showcase the highlights of the matches to the audience. The 300 participants, including Yi Qing, waited in the preparation area, having just drawn their competition numbers on their phones. The stadium had been divided into 10 battle zones, each surrounded by specialized glass barriers capable of absorbing various types of energy. Looking up, Yi Qing noticed Zhang Xiaoqiang had been released and was now surrounded by a group of followers, gathered around a girl in a white dress, petite and charming, another exchange student. No doubt. Yi Qing Kuan, my sister is quite lovely, isn't she? Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted. Ah, it's you. Indeed, she is quite attractive. Yi Qing replied with a polite smile. Fujimiyaki's eyes gleamed with arrogance. My sister is not only beautiful, but also quite powerful. I hope, for your sake, that she does not defeat you. His blatant conceit repulsed Yi Qing, who shot him an exasperated glance. Perhaps you should worry more about yourself. It would be quite embarrassing if you failed to reach the top 8. Seeing Fujimiyaki approach, Wang Yao abandoned the girl beside him and rushed to bolster Yi Qing's morale. Suddenly, fireworks erupted, and cannon fire resonated as dozens of enormous pokeballs exploded above the stadium, releasing a multitude of Dowda pigeons that circled around the venue. Welcome, students, to the first Pokémon Academy tournament organized by Shanghai City. I am your host for today's event. As the voice echoed, a figure clad in a black suit and sunglasses appeared, riding a majestic warrior eagle above the crowd. Today, the finest students of our school have gathered here. Let us give them a warm round of applause. All 10 holographic projections lit up, showcasing Yi Qing and the other contestants. The audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers that reverberated through the air. Wang Yao, overwhelmed by the spectacle, felt his legs weaken. Yi Qing nudged him. Look at you. Such a coward. If you can't handle this little scene, how will you compete in national or even international competitions? Wang Yao gulped, attempting to feign bravado. What nonsense. I am not afraid. I merely felt a bit lightheaded from the heat. He clutched his head, pretending to be on the verge of collapse. Fujimiyaki stood aside, hands behind his back, waiting for the competition to commence. For him, this was merely a formality. His ambition was to carry the spirit of the great river nation all the way to the capital's Pokémon Academy. Chapter 76. Promotion. A resounding roar of a dragon echoed from the horizon as the majestic and formidable figure of the violent salamander soared above the venue. The 10 holographic projections promptly shifted, showcasing the amiable visage of Principal Jiang before the audience. With a warm smile, Principal Jiang greeted everyone. Hello, everyone. I eagerly anticipate your matches. Without further ado, let us commence. At this moment, all the school officials were assembled, including a vice mayor who had personally come to observe. As Principal Jiang descended from the violent salamander, he engaged in enthusiastic conversation with the vice mayor. The host announced, All right, let the competition begin. Students, please proceed to your designated battle areas as indicated on the projections. Yi Qing glanced up and realized he was among the first batch of contestants. Assigned to battle area number 10. Wang Yao, noticing the absence of his number, sat idly beside him, munching on snacks. When Yi Qing released his fire monkey, it immediately drew numerous gazes. It was astonishing that, in just over a month since acquiring their Pokémon, Yi Qing's had already evolved. The most unfortunate was Yi Qing's opponent, who turned pale upon seeing the fire monkey. He glanced at his own petite and adorable walking grass, then at the fierce-looking fire monkey, and promptly sought the referee to declare his surrender. As the battles commenced, the Pokémon of the participants were displayed on the projector. The majority of them remained in their initial forms, with only a select few having completed their first evolution. These individuals were typically the school's stars. And having witnessed Yi Qing's prowess, the crowd was not overly shocked by the display. When it was once again Yi Qing's turn, he steeled his resolve and walked towards the battle area. At that moment, Wang Yao returned from a fierce battle. Although his Trico was on the verge of evolution, it still fell short, leaving him frustrated. Before he could catch his breath, he looked up to find Yi Qing had already returned to him. Startled, he checked the time. Hadn't even 5 minutes passed? How had Yi Qing returned so quickly? Yi Qing shrugged. The opponent surrendered as soon as I arrived. Wang Yao felt a surge of envy, wishing he could rub Yi Qing's face into the ground in a fit of jealousy. After several elimination rounds, Yi Qing's opponents were mere minor characters, easily dispatched by his fire monkey skills. Fuji Miyuki also advanced through the ranks, taunting his opponents after each victory. Pathetic. This garbage school is simply wasting my time. Naturally, the students from Class 1 were infuriated by such mockery. Yet the disparity in strength left them with little hope of victory. Finally, the top 8. Yi Qing returned to his seat, surrounded by a throng of admirers. After numerous elimination matches, he had skillfully concealed the true strength of his fire monkey, having never utilized Iron Tail or Counter Shield. Only Fuji Miyuki and Yi Qing remained from their class, as even Huo Mingyao had been eliminated by Fuji Miyuki's sister in the top 16. Zhao Xinran personally came to rally the students, encouraging Yi Qing to perform at his best without undue pressure. Yi Qing glanced at the somewhat disappointed Wang Yao and reassured him. Achieving the top 32 is commendable. It surpasses many others. Wang Yu sighed, true. At least I've secured a spot for the training on the deserted island. Yi Qing felt a stir of excitement at the prospect. An uninhabited island teeming with Pokémon awaited capture. Such an unpredictable opportunity was undeniably enticing. Currently, the battle areas in the venue were being adjusted. The matches for the top 8 would take place across 4 distinct terrains: grass, rock, water, and ice. With a resounding crash, the glass of the gymnasium retracted into the ground, and the original floor split apart, revealing a massive battlefield made of rock that slowly rose from below. The host announced loudly once the battle area was fully enclosed, "Now, let us invite contestant Yi Qing and exchange student Minako Morikawa to the stage." Wang Yao clenched his fists. Go for it. Hit hard. Yi Qing nodded at his homeroom teacher before stepping onto the stage. Having garnered significant popularity from his prior matches, the crowd erupted in cheers upon his arrival. By the time Yi Qing reached the stage, Minako Morikawa had already taken her position. With a slight bow, she said, "Yi Qing-kun, I look forward to your guidance." Yi Qing replied with a smile, "You are indeed more likable than your brother." At the judges' table, Principal Jiang introduced Yi Qing to the vice mayor. "This is our school's ace. I plan to guide him towards becoming a professional trainer. He will undoubtedly carve out a place for himself in the world." The vice mayor, a middle-aged man exuding authority, sat with an air of superiority that made those around him feel immense pressure, even causing them to hesitate before taking a sip of water. "Impressive, a promising youth," he remarked, though in his view, Yi Qing, while talented, was still rather conventional and not particularly worthy of his special attention. The referee raised a flag. "Please release your Pokémon. Go, Fire Monkey. Let's do this, Thunder Pokémon." Hacha. As Fire Monkey emerged, it ignited with fervor, flames dancing wildly from its tail. The Thunder Pokémon crouched, baring its teeth at the Fire Monkey, with electric currents crackling amidst its numerous spiky yellow hairs. This Pokémon, a variant of Eevee's evolution, was adorned with sharp, needle-like fur that amplified the electricity generated by its cells. Pokémon, Thunder Pokémon, level 17, potential, C status, healthy gender, female type, electric ability, static, when hit by electric type attacks. It does not take damage but instead recovers health. Held item, none inherited skills, Fury Swipes, Endure, Detect basic skills, Tackle, Sand Attack, Quick Attack, Bite, Swift, Thunder Shock. Thunder Fong skill transfer, none skill disc, Thunderbolt remarks, an evolution of Eevee. Its spiky fur can become as sharp as needles and enhances the electricity produced by its own cells. Thunderbolt. Yi Qing's heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, he had his trump card. Otherwise, he might have fallen victim to a surprise attack. He had not encountered this Pokémon in previous rounds. And since she had not used Thunderbolt before, he was unaware of this hidden ace. While he too had his own secrets, he felt it was not the right moment to reveal them. However, he had previously utilized skills like Surprise Attack at the start of the school year, and he doubted she had not done her research on him, so she was likely well prepared. Moreover, the Thunder Pokémon was renowned for its speed. If it unleashed Thunderbolt the moment Fire Monkey closed in, it could spell disaster. Chapter 77. The frustration of Zhang Xiaoqiang. The competition commenced. Yi Qing exclaimed, "Utilize Spark." The Fire Monkey inhaled deeply, unleashing a torrent of sparks that roared forth like a machine gun. "We shall employ high-speed stars." The Thunder Spirit flicked its head, and a multitude of golden stars rapidly collided with the sparks in midair. Minako Morikawa was somewhat taken aback. She had previously scrutinized all of Yi Qing's battle videos and meticulously summarized the skills employed by the Fire Monkey. According to Yi Qing's past combat tendencies, he would typically use a surprise clap attack while the opponent was engaged in their own assault. To her astonishment, the adversary had altered his battle strategy. Bang, bang, bang. The sparks and high-speed stars clashed incessantly, sending plumes of smoke scattering through the arena. Although the power of high-speed stars was superior, the sparks were a skill that the Fire Monkey had mastered from a young age, now perfected to an art. Minako Morikawa furrowed her brow. The full-throttle Fire Monkey was proving to be quite a challenge. It seemed she would have to reveal Volt Tackle. This Yi Qing was indeed formidable. Resolving to change her combat approach, Minako commanded, "Dash with Electric Flash." The Thunder Spirit darted forward, transforming into a bolt of lightning, zigzagging swiftly toward the Fire Monkey. Such a cautious individual. Was she concerned that if the distance were too great, Volt Tackle might miss, or that a clap attack might intercept her move before yielding any significant effect? Thus, she would likely attempt to bait out the clap attack first before determining the outcome with Volt Tackle. Given the current situation, it was clear that even if the Fire Monkey were not directly incapacitated by a Volt Tackle, it would be severely weakened and unable to mount a comeback. Yi Qing recognized that he must reveal some of his strategies, or else securing victory in this battle would be exceedingly difficult. The Fire Monkey quickly prepared its defenses. At the command, the Fire Monkey's eyes sparkled with determination, crossing its arms over its chest. A faint smile graced the Thunder Spirit's lips as it altered its trajectory just before reaching the Fire Monkey, leaping into the air. What? The audience gasped in surprise. They had anticipated the Thunder Spirit would launch a direct attack on the Fire Monkey, but it appeared that it was merely closing the distance using Electric Flash. Minako Morikawa smiled slightly. Thunderfang. With the rapid defense now rendered ineffective, her next objective was to provoke the Fire Monkey into using its clap attack. Once the Fire Monkey exhausted this skill, it would merely become a moving target before the Volt Tackle-wielding Thunder Spirit. With a rush, the Thunder Spirit descended from the air, its mouth aglow with electricity, as two jagged bolts of lightning closed in on the Fire Monkey. As the Thunder Spirit approached, both Yi Qing and the Fire Monkey shared a knowing smile of triumph. Minako Morikawa felt a jolt of realization. She had fallen into the opponent's trap. Bang! At that moment, under the scrutiny of the entire audience, the long tail of the Fire Monkey rapidly hardened, and with a swift twist of its waist, it executed a powerful whip-like strike against the Thunder Spirit's waist. The Thunder Spirit's eyes bulged. Its petite form was nearly cleaved in two by the blow. Sonic Fist. Yi Qing wasted no time, leaping after the Thunder Spirit as it flew back, fist howling through the air, striking relentlessly at the Thunder Spirit's head. The leaders at the judges' table wore grim expressions. Although this individual was undeniably powerful, such arrogance was unwarranted. To claim their students were lacking was tantamount to declaring the inadequacy of their own teaching. Accelerate, chicken. Yi Qing muttered to himself, observing the robust chicken on the battlefield. What a fighter. This is infuriating. Wang Yao seethed at Fujimitoshi's words, failing to grasp what Yi Qing had just said. Chapter 78. The Finals. A special update for my dear brother Meow who loves fragrant incense. There was nothing much to say. Yi Qing's mind was clouded with frustration. He refrained from offering an explanation, knowing well that someone so overtaken by hormones would hardly comprehend it. At that moment, Huo Mingyao interjected, Yi Qing, you must be cautious. This acceleration-imbued, robust chicken is quite formidable. I inquired with friends from other schools, and he managed to defeat 3 institutions within a month using this Pokémon. Yi Qing nodded, acknowledging her insight. Huo Mingyao had previously been eliminated in the top 16 by Fuji Miyake, and her assessment of his Pokémon was undoubtedly informed. As the final match concluded, the list of the top 4 was announced. Yi Qing, Zhang Xiaoqiang, Fuji Miyake, and a newcomer named Bandao Rong. This individual was a recent transfer, recruited by Principal Jiang, and had showcased extraordinary prowess with his DIBS. The morning swiftly passed, and after a brief intermission, the battle lineup for the semifinals was unveiled on the grand screen. Yi Qing was set to face Zhang Xiaoqiang, while Fuji Miyake would contend with Bandao Rong. Wang Yo fanned himself with a hand fan, excitement radiating from him as he remarked, "Qingzi, your luck is truly remarkable. It seems you're destined for the finals." Yu Qing shot him a glance, retorting, "Even if I hadn't faced him, I would still reach the finals." Wang Yo nearly spat out his drink, exclaiming, "Look at you, getting all cocky." Zhao Xinran, standing at the front of the class, couldn't help but advise, "Yi Qing, it's better to exercise caution." Yu Qing assured her, "Don't worry, teacher." He understood that Zhao Xinran was referring to Fuji Miyake, yet he was determined to bring him down today. With a crack, the arena opened, revealing a lush, grassy battlefield that slowly rose. The host proclaimed, "The grass arena. Now, let us welcome Yi Qing and Zhang Xiaoqiang to the stage." Yi Qing released his Monferno, awaiting Zhang Xiaoqiang's move. Seeing the evolved Monferno, Zhang Xiaoqiang gritted his teeth and reluctantly sent out his Charmeleon. Well, faced with the imposing Monferno, the still unevolved Charmeleon took a few hesitant steps back. Yi Qing chuckled, "Hasn't your Charmeleon evolved yet?" Zhang Xiaoqiang, feeling deeply humiliated, pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Qing, exclaiming, "Isn't it because of you? I've been stuck dealing with the police every day. When would I have time to train my Pokémon?" Yi Qing burst into laughter. "Why don't you tell everyone why you were taken in for tea?" Realizing his slip, Zhang Xiaoqiang huffed in silence. The match commenced. The referee, indifferent to their quarrels, raised his flag and shouted. Zhang Xiaoqiang, acutely aware of his impending defeat, declared, "We will unleash Dragon Rage." Yu Qing smiled faintly, a surprise attack with Iron Tail. Monferno suddenly appeared at Charmeleon's side, swiftly interrupting its Dragon Rage with a powerful slap, followed by a tail whip that sent it soaring. Wow! Charmeleon was sent tumbling, rolling across the ground. Yi Qing commanded, "Pursue it, Iron Tail, to finish." "I concede." Zhang Xiaoqiang, not foolish, recognized the vast difference in their strengths and hastily surrendered, content with securing fourth place. With Zhang Xiaoqiang out of the way, Yi Qing effortlessly secured his place in the finals, and shortly thereafter, Fuji Miyake triumphed over Bandao Rong to join him in the final showdown. Despite his defeat, Bandao Rong's DIBS displayed fierce tenacity throughout the match, determined to extract a piece of flesh from the robust chicken even at the cost of its own injuries. Fuji Miyake handed his Pokémon to the medical staff and exchanged a charged gaze with Yu Qing, sparks igniting in their silent confrontation. Bandao Rong, the trainer of DIBS, merely smiled and nonchalantly exited the battle area. Wang Yu frowned. DIBS is not a commonly used Pokémon. Yu Qing concurred, recognizing that such a Pokémon was notoriously difficult to train and exhibited high aggression, making it ill-suited as a starter Pokémon. When Mengyao interjected, "What issues could there be with someone personally recruited by the principal?" Wang Yao shook his head, still puzzled. "Don't forget, my father is the captain of the security team. Given the ferocity of that Pokémon, it likely had a history of aggression." The match was temporarily paused until Fuji Miyake's Pokémon had fully recovered, at which point the referee announced the commencement of the finals. With a crack, the previously used grass arena was retracted, and a battlefield composed of ice and rock gradually emerged from below. The host enthusiastically declared, "This is the final match of the tournament. The champion will emerge from this battle, so let us cheer for them." At the referee's signal, Yi Qing and Fuji Miyake simultaneously released their Pokémon. Pokémon, Robust Chicken, Level 18, Potential, B, Status, Healthy Gender, Male Type, Firefighting Ability, Acceleration, increases speed as the battle progresses, Held Item, None Inherited Skills, Rending Claw. Quick Move, Takedown Basic Skills, Scratch, Ember, Sand Attack, Peck, Flame Burst. Double Kick Skill Transfer, Fire Punch Skill Disc, Flamethrower Notes. The robust chicken can execute 10 consecutive kicks within a second, using a sharp cry to intimidate its opponents. Its legs possess immense destructive power. This robust chicken boasted muscular legs, its body adorned with orange and red plumage, its sharp claws gleaming like blades. Fire-type attacks inflict only half the damage, yet it was surprising to encounter an acceleration chicken. Undeniably, Fuji Miyake's Pokémon was impressive, comparable to Monferno in terms of both potential and training, and combined with the acceleration ability, Yi Qing realized that victory would not come easily. However, upon seeing the flamethrower skill, Yi Qing felt perplexed. The synergy between the acceleration ability and any melee skill was not straightforward. He couldn't fathom why Fuji Miyake had chosen to teach the robust chicken flamethrower. Was it merely for show? Fuji Miyake confidently declared, "Your journey as a trainer ends here. I shall become the demon in your heart." Yi Qing scoffed, "Your sister is quite attractive." Bakayuru. Miyake couldn't contain himself and blurted out a curse. The audience, having missed Yiqing's earlier quiet remark, clearly heard Miyake's outburst. Some of the more robust individuals in the crowd began to crack their knuckles, contemplating how they would deal with this little brat once the match concluded. Realizing his verbal faux pas, Miyake composed himself, disregarding the external noise, muttering to himself, "Will any skill be interrupted? Then we shall charge straight in." Jimu. The robust chicken sprang into action, its powerful legs propelling it forward, claws gripping the icy surface as it hastened towards Monferno. Chapter 79. A formidable opponent. Did you think to approach me in this manner to evade my palm strike ambush? Yiqing rubbed his wrist and commanded, "Shadow clone." The fiery monkey's eyes locked onto the approaching mighty rooster, and in the next moment, 5 clones swiftly materialized, surrounding the mighty rooster. As the fiery monkey executed the shadow clone technique, Miyake immediately instructed, "Use flame vortex." The mighty rooster opened its mouth, and a swirling vortex of flames rapidly formed, expanding outward from its very being. Yiqing raised an eyebrow, jumped to evade. The fiery monkey propelled itself into the air with a powerful leap, effortlessly avoiding the flame vortex. Flame jet. Now airborne, the fiery monkey lacked a solid point of leverage. So Miyake was unconcerned about the skill being interrupted by a surprise palm strike. The mighty rooster took a deep breath, unleashing a torrent of fiery tongues that surged toward the fiery monkey, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air. How spectacular! The audience's eyes sparkled with excitement. Who would have thought that this seemingly unremarkable match would showcase such a breathtaking display of flame jets? As the crowd continued their playful exchanges, the visual impact of the flame jet, a powerful fire-type move, was truly staggering. Yiqing clenched his fist and shouted, "Showy yet ineffective, cleave through him." Hacha. The fiery monkey's long tail hardened, and it began to roll in midair, the iron tail transforming into a shadowy arc, slicing through the sea of fire toward the mighty rooster below. However, during this process, the fiery monkey inevitably sustained some damage. Miyake quickly commanded, "Rending claw." Palm strike. The 2 Pokémon moved simultaneously. The fiery monkey darted to the side of the mighty rooster, delivering a direct slap to its face. Under normal circumstances, this would have landed successfully, but the mighty rooster, aided by its acceleration trait, narrowly dodged the blow, yet the skill was still interrupted. Double kick. Sonic punch. The mighty rooster leaped, its powerful legs propelling it toward the fiery monkey. The fiery monkey was equally unyielding, its fists slicing through the air as they collided with the mighty rooster's feet. Bang! Bang! The dull thuds echoed, as the saying goes, an arm cannot outmatch a thigh. Although the fiery monkey's sonic punch was incredibly swift, it was steadily pushed back against the mighty rooster's overwhelming leg strength. Hacha! The flames on the fiery monkey's tail surged high, its body radiating an astonishing fighting spirit. Miyake's gaze turned cold. This ends now. Let us see what you have left to turn the tide. High-speed movement. Ignoring Miyake's taunts, Yiqing focused and commanded, "Flame wheel." With its claw-like talons, the mighty rooster glided effortlessly across the icy surface. However, the fiery monkey, with feet akin to those of a human, struggled to maintain traction and could only rely on the flame wheel to pursue. Evade. As time passed, the mighty rooster's speed reached its peak, effortlessly sidestepping the attack of the flame wheel. Double kick. The mighty rooster charged forward as if walking on solid ground, propelling itself with a powerful leap, sending ice shards flying, and unexpectedly began to chase after the fiery monkey. Bang! The mighty rooster shattered the flame wheel, which lacked sufficient momentum, and forcefully struck the fiery monkey's lower back. Hacha! The fiery monkey reacted swiftly, and after being hit, turned around, unleashing a sonic punch that detonated against the mighty rooster's other foot. Capture him! Yiqing's eyes narrowed. He awaited this moment. The fiery monkey transformed its fist into an open palm, executing a monkey steals peach maneuver to seize the mighty rooster's ankle. However, Miyake, seeing the mighty rooster captured, did not panic but instead sneered, "Ridiculous, unleash the maximum power of the flame jet." Yiqing's expression hardened. Toss him into the air and activate counter shield. The fiery monkey exerted force, using inertia to hurl the mighty rooster over 10 meters into the sky. What is happening? The combatants' actions became incomprehensible to outsiders, leaving them bewildered as to what these two were truly up to. The mighty rooster let out a triumphant cry, adjusting its body midair to unleash a torrent of scorching flames. The surging fire tongues spanned over 3 meters in width, cascading downward like a celestial river toward the fiery monkey. The fiery monkey's eyes ignited with fierce flames, its body swiftly spinning close to the ground, as an unending stream of sparks transformed into a fiery whip, thrashing wildly. The pillars of the flame jet were relentlessly repelled by layer upon layer of counter shield, making it impossible for them to advance. What skill is this? Not only was Fuji Miyuki astonished, but even the leaders at the podium were taken aback. They had never witnessed such a skill. It must be a self-created technique. Principal Jiang recalled all known skills, realizing none were similar. What a promising talent. The vice mayor nodded, finally recognizing the brilliance within Yi Qing. Principal Jiang continued to analyze. The flames are too dispersed, lacking cohesion. It seems the mighty rooster's proficiency with this move is insufficient. Otherwise, it would have broken through the barrier. As the mighty rooster descended, Yi Qing clenched his fists and shouted, "Iron Tail." Fuji Miyuki bellowed, "Do not give up. Use Rending Claw?" Zhao Xinran, eyes wide with shock, murmured to herself, "A self-created skill? This Yi Qing is becoming increasingly enigmatic." "Go, Yi Qing." Wang Yo gripped his snack bag tightly, cheering loudly for Yi Qing. As the mighty rooster fell from the sky, it suddenly unleashed its razor-sharp claws with the force of its descent. The claws sliced through the air, producing a hissing sound. The fiery monkey, eyes wide with determination, was unwilling to yield, just as it prepared to clash head-on. A memory of its previous encounter with the water wave technique from the ugly fish surfaced. The fiery monkey's eyes glimmered with contemplation. It stepped back slightly, evading a direct confrontation with the mighty rooster. With its hardened tail tensed, it took advantage of the mighty rooster's inability to shift its position and struck from the side. The sudden turn of events caught the mighty rooster off guard, forcing it to adjust the direction of its rending claw attack to defend against the incoming iron tail. Yi Qing felt a sense of satisfaction as he observed this moment. It appeared the fiery monkey had indeed progressed, no longer fighting recklessly like a wild Pokémon. Indeed, the mighty rooster lived up to its name. Throughout this battle, it had surpassed the fiery monkey in speed by a significant margin. Even in this urgent moment, it managed to intercept the iron tail just before it struck its body. Zila. The clash between Rending Claw and Iron Tail produced a shower of sparks from the immense force. Chapter 80. The championship after a brief stalemate. The powerful chicken, bereft of any leverage, was sent soaring through the air. However, due to the resistance of its torn claws, it sustained minimal injuries. Yi Qing, recognizing the exceptional opportunity, seized the moment. He charged forward, unleashing a sonic punch. Fuji Miyuki, his brow furrowed in concern, shouted anxiously, "Dodge." In the heat of the moment, Yi Qing disregarded decorum and retorted, "Dodge? You think you're the protagonist? Strike him down." The fiery monkey propelled itself with a powerful kick, leaping to pursue the retreating powerful chicken. With both feet, it landed a forceful blow to the chicken's abdomen, using it as a sled gliding across the icy surface while its fists hammered relentlessly against the chicken's legs. The powerful chicken cried out in agony, but for the moment, it was unable to break free from the fiery monkey's grasp. With a resounding thud, it crashed into a block of ice, barely catching its breath before it noticed the fiery monkey's tail swinging back toward it. Fuji Miyuki shouted, "Use the double kick." Following the command, the powerful chicken struggled to open its eyes and kicked upward with all its might. As the fiery monkey hovered just above, those two kicks landed squarely on its abdomen. Fortunately, the powerful chicken's legs were already severely weakened. While the fiery monkey was sent tumbling several meters away, the damage it sustained was far less than before. The powerful chicken, with its stamina nearly depleted, felt intense pain in its legs, almost rendering it unable to stand. "Get up," shouted both Yi Qing and Fuji Miyuki in unison, as they could clearly see their Pokémon were nearing their limits. The fiery monkey and the powerful chicken, summoning their last reserves of energy, staggered to their feet and charged at one another with all their remaining strength. The speed was astonishing. Despite its injuries, the powerful chicken's acceleration abilities had not yet diminished. It transformed into a blur, rapidly closing in on the fiery monkey. Fuji Miyuki, aware of the powerful chicken's deteriorating condition, shouted, "Now, use the rending claw." The powerful chicken halted beside the fiery monkey and, raising its sharp claws, aimed for the back of its head. Quick defense. Yi Qing had been saving this skill for just such a moment. The fiery monkey swiftly crossed its arms, forming an invisible shield to protect itself. The impact of the rending claw was effectively neutralized. The powerful chicken staggered back, overwhelmed by pain, as its already battered leg flared up with agony from the recent assaults. How could this be? Fuji Miyuki murmured, as if foreseeing the powerful chicken's inevitable defeat. The fiery monkey's eyes ignited with fierce flames, enveloping the powerful chicken in a blaze, before it raised its fiery fist and struck down upon the chicken's head with a resounding crash. After enduring that blow, the powerful chicken's eyes rolled back, and it collapsed to the ground. However, in the next moment, the fiery monkey weakened and fell as well. Yi Qing realized it had exhausted itself. After deploying so many skills, even the strongest body could not withstand such strain. Furthermore, witnessing the powerful chicken fall had drained the fiery monkey of its mental fortitude. The referee declared, "The powerful chicken has lost its fighting capability. The fiery monkey is victorious." The host excitedly announced, "The fiery monkey wins." The champion of this campus tournament is contestant Yi Qing. Impressive. Wang Yao cheered, turning his gaze toward Fuji Miyuki's sister, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. After the match concluded, Principal Jiang took the stage to deliver a speech, announcing the official end of the campus Pokémon tournament, with prizes to be distributed to individuals later. Yi Qing paid little attention to his ramblings, promptly bringing the fiery monkey to the infirmary, closely followed by Fuji Miyuki. After handing the fiery monkey to the doctor, Yi Qing waited outside the infirmary. Fuji Miyuki approached him, saying, "You were merely fortunate to gain a slight edge this time. I hope to face you in a true battle in the wild next time." Yi Qing thought the man was delusional. "I'm too busy chasing girls to engage in battles." Fuji Miyuki appeared surprised, contemplating for a moment before replying, "Oh? Is it because there is no wager? 50,000. If I lose, I will give you 50,000. 50,000. Yi Qing's demeanor shifted instantly. He became enthusiastic toward Fuji Miyuki, recognizing him as a potential source of wealth. "All right, I accept. However, I'll decide when we will compete." Fuji Miyuki was taken aback by Yi Qing's swift agreement and nodded, saying, "All right." With that, he turned and left, seemingly unconcerned about the powerful chicken still in the infirmary. Meanwhile, after his speech, Principal Jiang approached Yi Qing along with Vice Mayor Wang. The principal smiled and introduced, "Yi Qing, let me introduce you to Vice Mayor Wang, who is also the Vice President of the Shanghai City Pokémon Association." Vice Mayor Wang, with his slick-back hair and vibrant complexion, appeared to be around 30 years old, sporting glasses. In the presence of such an esteemed figure, Yi Qing politely greeted, "Hello, Vice Mayor Wang." Vice Mayor Wang smiled warmly, "Hello, Yi Qing. I watched your match, and I am quite impressed with your original skill." "Thank you," Yi Qing replied courteously. After exchanging a few pleasantries devoid of substance, Vice Mayor Wang departed with Principal Jiang. For someone of his status, Yi Qing's performance, while not extraordinary, was commendable. Although uncertain about future developments, establishing a good rapport with such a prodigy in their youth was undoubtedly advantageous. After a brief wait, Yi Qing finally departed with the treated fiery monkey. The audience in the venue had dwindled, as teachers had escorted their respective classes away. Wang Yao, upon seeing Yi Qing emerge, excitedly threw an arm around his shoulder, exclaiming, 300,000. "You've secured the skill disc. Brother, you've struck it rich." Yi Qing rolled his eyes. "Keep it low-key. Is 300,000 even that much?" Wang Yao nearly retched at Yi Qing's smug demeanor. The following morning, the prizes were delivered to Yi Qing, with several classmates who were streamers eager to collaborate with him on a live broadcast. Zhao Xinran stood at the podium, smiling as she announced, "Our class performed exceptionally well this time, not only securing the top 2 spots, but also having a significant number of students in the top 100. As you may have heard, next month our academy will host a wilderness survival training camp with the aim of laying a solid foundation for you before you become trainers. After all, when you venture into the wild alone, no one will be there to protect you. For those outside the top 100, do not be disheartened. Strive to enhance your skills for the next tournament." Chapter 81. Special Training Before the Trials. Listening to Zhao Xinran's words, those who secured a position in the class were filled with unbridled joy. The thought of survival on a deserted island, amidst the woods, was undeniably exhilarating. However, those beyond the 100th rank revealed expressions of disappointment, realizing they would not partake in this experience. Yet, Yi Qing found himself in agreement with the school's decision. The unpredictability of the wilderness was fraught with dangers. Even a moment's carelessness could lead to peril, and the teachers might not always be available to provide assistance. Thus, for the sake of their safety, it was indeed wiser for those lacking adequate strength to remain at school. Zhao Xinran continued, "Now, I will distribute the agreement for this trial. If there are no issues, please have your guardians sign it." Upon receiving the document, Yi Qing glanced over it. The core of the agreement stated that participation was voluntary and that one should act within their means. In the event of irresistible danger, the school bore no responsibility for the consequences. At the bottom was an insurance link, urging everyone to purchase personal accident insurance, just in case misfortune struck. In this world, Pokémon trainers held a position of great significance, active in every corner of society. Lacking the extraordinary physique of true prodigies, trainers faced a high mortality and disability rate. This was not an animated realm. Each year, millions fell victim to Pokémon attacks, with countless others left incapacitated. Nonetheless, the status and rewards of trainers were remarkably high. Once one attained the level of a professional trainer, financial struggles became a thing of the past. Upon returning home, Yi Qing handed the agreement to his mother. "Have you made up your mind?" His mother, having traversed a similar path in her youth, understood the weight of such trials. Yi Qing nodded resolutely. I have decided. If I lack the courage for this, how can I call myself a trainer? His mother nodded with a sense of pride. Very well, then I shall sign. Noticing the slight tremor in her hands, Yi Qing recognized her underlying anxiety. However, there was no alternative. Every trainer must endure this rite of passage. Furthermore, with the school overseeing safety measures, the risks were significantly mitigated. Later, when venturing into the wild alone, such protections would not be available. At that time, it would truly be a matter of life and death, a reality where one must either confront their fears or succumb. Once the signed agreement was safely stored away, Yi Qing hurried into his sister's room. He glanced at her practice book and inquired, "Are you considering a career as a breeder?" Yu Minghan nodded. "Yes. While you become a trainer, I will be a breeder. That way, I can alleviate your worries." Yi Qing, touched by her sentiment, affectionately ruffled her hair and paused before gently asking, "Aren't you going to review the exam material?" Yu Minghan shook her head, pouting, "Those questions are too easy. I learned them all in the second year of middle school." Yi Qing felt a wave of embarrassment. It seemed she was poised to skip a grade. "Stop writing for now. Let me show you something exciting." With that, he took out his phone, revealing a balance exceeding 300,000. Yu Minghan gasped. Covering her mouth in astonishment, her wide eyes fixed on Yi Qing. He chuckled. "See? I told you to trust me. Just focus on your exams. I'll handle the tuition and everything else." He then recalled her interest in energy blocks, asking, "Would you like me to buy some tree fruits for deeper research?" Yu Minghan beamed, "Yes. Thank you, brother." After giving her a gentle pat on the head, Yi Qing returned to his room and placed an order online for a batch of tree fruits and a flamethrower skill CD. These tree fruits were not inexpensive. Even a small purchase cost him several hundred yuan, and the flamethrower was even pricier, totaling around 50 to 60,000. The following morning, after receiving the delivery, Yi Qing set out for the mall to procure additional supplies. Loaded with his purchases, he made his way to the Jynx forest for special training. "Oh, it's you again." At the foot of the mountain, the security guard recognized Yi Qing immediately. "What a coincidence, sir," Yi Qing replied, nodding. The guard had become a familiar face during his visits. "Coincidence? I'm the only one on duty here all year round," the guard retorted with a smirk. Yi Qing remained silent as he entered the Jynx forest through a familiar path, preparing for the upcoming wilderness trial. He retrieved the flamethrower skill CD and attached it to a Pokeball. Upon seeing the green light illuminate, he called out, "Come forth, Infernape." Hacha! Infernape sprang into action, leaping onto a tree, invigorated by the environment. "Have you mastered flamethrower?" Hacha! Infernape proudly placed its hands on its hips, signaling that this was a trivial matter. With a deep breath, it unleashed a torrent of flames skyward. Yi Qing applauded, very impressive. Infernape had already perfected Ember to an extraordinary level. Given the similarity in principles between Ember and Flamethrower, coupled with the skill CD's aid, failure would have been unfathomable. Leading Infernape to a nearby stream, Yi Qing released his Magikarp. The care it had received over the past few days bore fruit. The brown spots on its body had significantly faded, and its once dull scales now shimmered brilliantly. Initially aloof, Magikarp remained motionless like a glacier, but upon observing the wild Pokémon frolicking nearby without disdain, it felt a surge of unexpected joy. Having previously endured scorn wherever it went, it was a revelation to be accepted. This transformation gradually instilled confidence in it, and its previously vacant eyes glistened with unshed tears. Only those who have experienced such feelings can truly comprehend this emotion. Hacha! Newly proficient in Flamethrower, Infernape was eager to practice with Magikarp. However, Magikarp cast a disdainful glance at Infernape, initially disinterested, but with Yi Qing's encouragement, it unleashed a water pulse aimed at Infernape. Yi Qing paid no heed to their skirmish. He took out his camping gear, intending to enjoy a hot pot feast by the picturesque riverside. He hesitated over the remaining Protect skill CD in his possession. Protect was an exceptionally rare skill in reality. While available in the market, it was highly sought after, often selling out as soon as it arrived, with numerous pre-orders lined up at each store. Unlike Quick Guard, which had its limits, Protect could withstand nearly any conventional attack as long as one did not exceed the defensive threshold, making it an invaluable skill for survival. Chapter 82. Strength Enhancement. Observing the fierce battle between the two little creatures, Yi Qing found himself in a quandary. Should he bestow his favor upon the agile fire monkey or the clumsy fish? The evolution of the clumsy fish remained an enigma, and with an impending journey to the perilous wilderness, it seemed prudent to favor the more agile fire monkey for the time being. One could not deny the overwhelming prowess of the clumsy fish. Despite the fire monkey's mastery of both Flame Burst and Iron Tail, it only managed to maintain a slight advantage in the aquatic skirmish. Unless the battle were to be taken ashore, the fire monkey would struggle to claim victory against her. Yi Qing called a halt to the duel and recalled the fire monkey, taking note of the time as he affixed the skill guard to its Pokeball. A radiant glow enveloped the fire monkey as it successfully learned the new skill. This string of triumphs compelled Yi-Ching to marvel at the creature's exceptional aptitude. Other Pokémon would not easily acquire 2 skill discs in such a short span. The clumsy fish, however, remained indifferent, her sole focus on enhancing her beauty. With little concern for Yi-Ching's apparent favoritism, setting up a multifunctional folding table, Yi-Ching prepared a pot and began to add the ingredients. The rich aroma wafted through the air, soon attracting a gathering of wild Pokémon. Creatures such as the big-tail, long-tailed gripper, serpent pattern bear, thunder beast, Yubo, mosquito tadpole, and Psyduck eagerly surrounded him, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. A cursory glance revealed their lackluster qualities. As the saying goes, guests are welcomed. Yi-Ching stood and produced a box of energy cubes, enticing them with the promise of delicious food and savory energy cubes. He offered them a challenge. If they could withstand a minute against the fire monkey and the clumsy fish, they would be welcome to join his camping party. With an enthusiastic cry, the fire monkey emerged from its Pokeball, its spirit ignited by the prospect of battle, eager to practice its newly acquired skills. The clumsy fish swished her tail in the river, obediently following Yi-Ching's directives, yet maintaining her aloof demeanor, a habit ingrained over time. The surrounding Pokémon exchanged glances, each pondering their next move. Yi-Ching, unhurried, took an energy cube and delicately scraped a layer of powder from its surface. The sweet aroma danced on the breeze, captivating the wild Pokémon, who began to drool in delight. A long-tailed gripper, hanging from a tree, comically tumbled to the ground, unable to resist the temptation. Yi-Ching was quite pleased with the effect, ensuring that those who wished to partake in the feast had to challenge the fire monkey and the clumsy fish first. The thunder beast, without hesitation, stepped forward to challenge the fire monkey. With a triumphant cry, the fire monkey clenched its fists and launched an attack against the charging thunder beast. Meanwhile, the clumsy fish faced her own challengers as water-type Pokémon began to approach her, drawn by the fire monkey's engagement. Seated comfortably, Yi-Ching opened the pot lid, savoring the spices as he enjoyed his meal while observing the unfolding drama. A Psyduck stood nearby, cradling its head in confusion, alternating its gaze between the clumsy fish and the fire monkey, before finally settling its bewildered eyes on Yi-Ching. What was this silly duck up to? Yi-Ching felt a sense of foreboding, for the thoughts of this duck were often inscrutable. The Psyduck pondered for a moment, seemingly reaching a conclusion, and approached Yi-Ching, unashamedly extending its little paw toward the energy cubes. The Psyduck's thought process was indeed peculiar. Yi-Ching shot it a disapproving glance and gently tapped its webbed foot with his chopsticks. If you wish to eat, you must challenge them. The Psyduck stared blankly at Yi-Ching, neither retracting its paw nor moving from its spot, its gaze fixed intently on the food. Just then, the bruised long-tailed gripper completed its challenge against the fire monkey and bounced over excitedly. The long-tailed gripper pointed at its battered face, protesting against the Psyduck for attempting to partake without participating in the challenge. Yi-Ching, observing the Psyduck's unyielding demeanor, found himself at a loss, uncertain whether the creature was feigning ignorance. Nonetheless, as this was a rule Yi-Ching had established, he firmly declined, stating, "No challenge, no food." The Psyduck ignored him, continuing to gaze longingly at the delectable offerings. "Here you go." Yi-Ching took a bite of his hot pot, then crumbled an energy cube into it. The long-tailed gripper clapped its hands in excitement, feeling that the beating it had received was worth it. With more and more Pokémon successfully challenging the duo, Yi-Ching had nearly finished his meal. He noticed the growing throng of wild Pokémon, over a dozen, gathered around, and decided it was time for the fire monkey and the clumsy fish to take a break. The multitude of battles had significantly enhanced their combat awareness and experience, which was Yi-Ching's intent all along. The Psyduck glanced at them before returning to its previous position, cradling its head and fixating on the energy cubes once more, observing the merry assembly of wild Pokémon. The Psyduck cautiously placed its paw on the food. After a moment of waiting and seeing no one object, it finally displayed a smirk of triumph. The fire monkey, grabbing a morsel of food, pondered whether it had ever battled this Psyduck. Although Yi-Ching noticed the Psyduck sneaking a bite, he chose not to intervene, as it was of little consequence to him. The clumsy fish remained aloof, taking delicate bites, adhering to the unspoken rule of silence while eating. The trio lingered until Sunday afternoon, when Yi-Ching began to pack his belongings for the journey home. Over the past 2 days, the fire monkey and the clumsy fish had undergone a remarkable transformation, having battled various Pokémon through the lure of food. The fire monkey had not only reached level 19 but had also honed its skills in Flame Burst and Guard. Particularly noteworthy was the clumsy fish, who had finally attained level 21. It was anticipated that her evolution would yield a significant leap in power, potentially resulting in several level-ups. After all, Both the clumsy fish and the Magikarp were known for their transformative potential, with evolution promising a dramatic enhancement in strength. Throughout these days, Yi Qing had balanced training his two Pokémon at school while eagerly awaiting the upcoming wilderness trials. On the playground, Wang Yao commanded a sprightly forest lizard, adorned with long leaves on its wrists and head, shouting, "Energy Ball." The forest lizard cupped its hands together, conjuring a soccer ball-sized emerald energy sphere that kicked up dust as it rocketed toward the fire monkey. Yi Qing calmly instructed, "Guard," as the energy ball hurtled toward them. The fire monkey raised its hands, a confident smile gracing its face. Chapter 83. The journey begins. A vibrant green spherical barrier suddenly expanded, enclosing the flaming monkey securely within. Boom. The energy sphere exploded against the protective shield, sending shards of energy rippling outward. Huh. The flaming monkey grinned, feeling no harm from the energy sphere. Wang Yao, visibly displeased, exclaimed, "Yi Qing, this is unfair. How can I fight you like this?" The forest lizard, gasping for breath, realized it stood no chance against the flaming monkey that countered its every move. At that moment, a soft and melodious voice floated from behind. Wang Yao looked up and immediately wore a smitten expression, pointing excitedly at something behind Yi Qing. Turning around, Yi Qing was greeted by the sight of Fuji Miyuki's younger sister, whose name seemed to be something like Morikawa Minako. The girl had fair skin and long hair cascading over her shoulders, standing about 165 centimeters tall, dressed in a stylish JK uniform that made her particularly eye-catching. As Yi Qing opened his mouth to speak, Wang Yu dashed over at lightning speed, a pace that even the forest lizard found astonishing. Wang Yu draped an arm over Yi Qing's shoulder and asked with a gleam in his eye, "Beautiful lady, are you looking for my brother?" "Don't worry. Just ask away. I promise to share everything I know." Morikawa Minako smiled sweetly at the two and said, "My brother can be quite reckless. Please forgive him if he has offended you." Wang Yao hastily feigned nonchalance and replied, "Don't worry, sister. Your brother is your brother, and you are you. We won't treat you the same." This somewhat convoluted statement left Morikawa Minako struggling to understand, and she managed a strained smile to indicate her comprehension. "Thank you," she said, giving a slight bow. Seeing her demeanor, Wang Yao, filled with excitement, inquired, "No need for thanks. Would you like to team up? I've heard the island we're heading to for our training is quite perilous." Morikawa Minako shook her head. "Thank you, but I'll probably be going with my brother." As she walked away, Wang Yao raised his hand in disappointment. Yi Qing, exasperated, pushed him away. "Is it really that serious? You see a woman and can't move on?" Wang Yao shook his head disdainfully. "You wouldn't understand. It's the allure of exotic charm." Ugh. Yi Qing almost gagged at his friend's behavior. For days, everyone had eagerly anticipated the arrival of October 1st, when the school finally announced the commencement of the training on the deserted island. This year's training location was an uncharted island in the domestic inland sea, where the challenge was to survive alone for 7 days. It was said to be teeming with spirits and dense vegetation, a place of both opportunity and danger. Given the life-threatening nature of this training, the school had assembled an unprecedented protective entourage, led by Principal Jiang. The team consisted not only of 20 instructors but also 10 security personnel for direct escort. As the focus was on wilderness survival, each student was allowed to bring only spirit-related items and essential food and medicine. Everything else was prohibited. Yi Qing, now financially well-off, purchased 2 spirits, a month's supply of intermediate energy cubes, and additional supplies of basic energy cubes, and 6 high-grade balls to prepare for the next spirit. With no wild beasts to hunt for sustenance, he stocked up on chocolate and compressed biscuits, while the school assured that fresh water streams were available on the island. That morning, Yi Qing specifically bought a waterproof, oversized travel bag to pack everything. Under the blazing sun, Yi Qing and his group exuberantly boarded a bus heading to the pier in Shanghai City. Zhao Xinran stood at the front of the bus, explaining, "What I have here is a wristband similar to the ones used in the wilderness area, equipped with a positioning system and a dispersal spray. In case of danger, press the button, and help will be dispatched immediately." Yi Qing took the wristband, inspecting it and confirming that it was indeed the same model used in the wilderness area. Through the window, he could see the vast, azure ocean ahead, while numerous long-winged seagulls circled above, waiting for tourists to feed them. Luxurious yachts were docked at the shore, with elegantly dressed individuals coming and going. The 10 security personnel had already taken their positions, lined up neatly along the pier. As soon as Wang Yao jumped off the bus, he closed his eyes, embracing the sea with delight. The class beauty, Huo Mengyao, nudged him, "Let us move along. We have a whole week to enjoy the ocean." Wang Yao shook his head, lamenting, "Alas, I feel sorry for my girlfriend back home." The 100-strong group quickly lined up at the pier, awaiting the principal's address. Under the watchful eyes of all, Principal Jiang released a colossal salamander, its imposing figure instantly capturing the attention of everyone at the pier. What a magnificent salamander! Oh my, is that a divine creature? The strength of the faculty at No. 1 high school was indeed formidable. It seemed essential to strive to send one's child there. Gasps of awe echoed throughout the pier, followed by the blinding flashes of cameras. Inwardly praising his own maneuver, Principal Jiang thought this was yet another opportunity to promote the school without cost. Clearing his throat, he called down to Zhao Xinran, "Teacher Zhao, the floor is yours." Nodding, Zhao Xinran, amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, tossed out an incredibly heavy ball. With a long, resonant cry, a king whale bird, measuring several dozen meters and weighing over 100 tons, emerged from the sea beside the pier. Its hefty body stirred the waters, creating waves that crashed against the pier. The king whale bird. Yiqing and the others widened their eyes in disbelief, realizing their homeroom teacher possessed such a rare spirit. Spirit, king whale bird, level 37, potential, sea status, healthy gender, male attribute, water ability, water veil held item, moist rock inherited skills, water ring, body slam. Mountain crush basic skills, water leap, water gun, roll out, aqua jet, wave pulse, salt water, mist, heavy slam, roar, spray skill teaching, hyper voice, icy wind skill discs protect. Ice beam, blizzard, destruction ray, surf note. It leaps from the water in pursuit of prey, creating colossal waves, a truly breathtaking sight when in groups. Gazing at the impressive skill set of the king whale bird, Yiqing exclaimed, "This is the legendary wealth of a training master." The thought of having to save for ages just to buy a fire jet skill disc made him realize how one could be so fortunate. Let us go. Facing the astonished gazes of everyone, Zhao Xinran, being a woman, proudly lifted her delicate chin. The other teachers, having retracted their envious stares, summoned their flying spirits to escort the king whale bird. Here is the update. Chapter 84. Young man, have you heard of the footsteps of evolution? In this world, the wilderness is fraught with peril. Certain fiercely aggressive wild spirits will not hesitate to seize their unsuspecting prey. More than 100 individuals, led by Yiqing, ascended the specially constructed platform at the dock and gradually made their way onto the back of the roaring whale king, caressing its smooth, supple skin. Marveling at the considerable wealth of Teacher Zhao, the roaring whale king let out a resounding cry, propelling itself swiftly into the depths of the ocean with a powerful sweep of its massive tail. Thanks to Zhao Xinran's influence, the prime spots on the whale were occupied by the first-class students. Wang Yu stood at the head of the roaring whale king, striking a pose. Yiqing remarked earnestly. Indeed, contemplating the illustrious background of Yiqing's mother, he found the information credible. Wang Yao, feeling invigorated, declared, "All right, once this training concludes, I shall purchase a king carp to experiment with, if successful. Yezi, I shall acknowledge you as my brother." Yiqing continued to encourage him. Why buy one? Simply catch one on the island. Upon hearing this, Wang Yao pondered for a moment and nodded firmly. You are right. Without the courage to burn one's boats, how can one accomplish this evolution? Yiqing had merely spoken casually, but to his surprise, Wang Yao took it to heart. You need not be so resolute. This training is a rare opportunity. It would be wise to capture some rare spirits. You can always buy a king carp later. Wang Yao raised his eyebrows, shaking his head with determination. No, my mind is made up. There is no need for further persuasion. Yiqing was taken aback, puzzled by Wang Yao's sudden stubbornness. However, seeing his demeanor, he decided to acquiesce, thinking he could later assist him in selecting a fine egg. After approximately 3 hours, by noon, they finally spotted a verdant island where the sea met the sky. Principal Jiang, holding a megaphone aloft, announced, "We will airdrop everyone across the island. During the training, no teaming is permitted. You must complete the wilderness challenge independently." As Principal Jiang concluded his speech, Zhao Xinran released a Qishi bird, calling out to Yiqing, "Get on." At that moment, other teachers and security personnel also took their students soaring toward the island. From above, Yiqing surveyed the landscape of the island, which appeared as an irregular diamond shape. Only the northern coastline boasted an expansive sandy beach, while the remainder was lined with steep cliffs. The waters thrashing below surged violently, waves crashing against the cliffs with a roaring sound. The island's terrain was flat on 3 sides, with only a steep peak adorning the southern side. Yiqing quickly captured several photographs on his phone, documenting the island's overall appearance. Noticing Yiqing's actions behind her, Zhao Xinran complimented, "You are quite astute." Seizing the moment, Yiqing conceived a clever notion. Truly, the honor lies in having such a beautiful and talented teacher as yourself. It is a privilege for us students. This compliment evidently pleased Zhao Xinran. As no woman ever dislikes being praised, Zhao Xinran deliberately selected a prime spot for Yiqing's descent, allowing the Qishi bird to land gracefully. All right, enough jesting. You may alight here. Very well. Yi Qing rejoiced inwardly, for Zhao Xinran's chosen landing site was none other than the island's solitary sandy beach, a veritable treasure. Chapter 85. Hasty Retreat. It is crucial to understand that the island's vegetation is dense. If one were to be dropped into the forest, they might immediately encounter a fearsome bear lurking in the underbrush, resulting in instant elimination without any training. In contrast, the beach offers a different scenario, flat and expansive, with no obstructions aside from the occasional palm tree. One merely needs to be cautious of any lurking crabs that might emerge from the sand. Thank you, teacher, Yi Qing exclaimed as she gracefully leaped from the back of the Qixi-Qingniu. Zhao Xinran replied with a soft grunt, before guiding the Qixi-Qingniu into flight. The blazing sun cast a brilliant glare upon the golden sands, while the waves crashed melodically, their rhythmic sound echoing. The beach was adorned with a kaleidoscope of shells, and the sensation of the fine, soft sand beneath her feet was utterly delightful. Suddenly, a large crab emerged from the sand, glaring at Yi Qing with its beady eyes before it swaggered towards the sea. What is this? A glare directed at me? How audacious! Yi Qing thought it necessary to teach the creature a lesson. Fire spark. The Minghua monkey unleashed a burst of sparks that exploded before the crab's feet, sending sand flying all around. The crab paused, its eyes nearly ablaze with fury, but upon seeing Yi Qing and the Minghua monkey, it wisely chose to retreat, deciding that discretion was the better part of valor. The crab scuttled quickly towards the water, but its anger bubbled within, and just as its legs submerged, it abruptly halted. With a snap of its claws, a torrent of bubbles surged towards the Minghua monkey. Ha-cha! The Minghua monkey swung its fist, obliterating the bubbles. But when it attempted to pursue, the crab had already vanished into the depths of the sea. That crab was quite amusing, Yi Qing chuckled, soothing the Minghua monkey. Let it be. Che, the Minghua monkey scoffed, releasing a puff of flame, deciding not to stoop to the crab's level. With the Minghua monkey on alert, Yi Qing retrieved her phone to search for the photos she had taken earlier. After a thorough comparison, she mused, according to the images, the river should be in this direction. Let us go, Minghua monkey. Once she established the direction, Yi Qing led the Minghua monkey into the forest. Due to the limited space in her backpack, the fresh water she carried was scant, thus finding a river to replenish their supplies became a priority in this desolate wilderness. The forest and the beach presented starkly different scenes. Dense foliage obscured the sunlight, and eerie sounds of beasts echoed from the shadowy underbrush. As they ventured deeper, a wave of humid air, fragrant with the scent of grass, engulfed them, and the sweltering heat became increasingly unbearable. Strange ancient trees towered above, their massive canopies blocking the sky, while thick vines, as sturdy as fingers, coiled around them, growing thicker and longer, strangling surrounding branches in a unique display of nature's ferocity. Aware of the lurking dangers, Yi Qing cautiously followed the Minghua monkey, who was leading the way. Boom! A distant explosion reverberated through the air, indicating that others had engaged with wild spirits. Relying on her fading memories, Yi Qing stealthily navigated towards the river, skillfully avoiding the vines to minimize noise. As she stepped on the thick layer of decaying leaves, she cleared a path through the obstructive vines. 10 security personnel and numerous teachers had been divided into 2 groups, with the first already airborne over the island, ready for immediate assistance. Ha-cha! The Minghua monkey reacted swiftly, darting to Yi Qing's side and striking a bush with a powerful slap. Who is there? Yi Qing exclaimed, instinctively distancing herself from the source of the disturbance. A ferocious roar echoed through the surroundings. Branches snapped, and the hidden spirits revealed themselves. The formidable bear rose to its full height, weighing between 500 to 600 pounds and towering over 2 meters, exuding an overwhelming presence with its gaping maw and sharp, white fangs. Circle bear? Spirit. Circle bear, level 30. Potential. D. Status. Lightly injured. Hungry. Gender. Male attribute. Normal ability. Swift feet. Increases speed under abnormal conditions. Held item. None inherited skills. Body slam basic skills. Throw. Grab. Lick. Scramble. Chop. Arm slam skill transfer. Flame punch. Garbage shot skill disc. None note. Capable of easily discerning any scent. Even food buried deep underground cannot escape its keen sense of smell. Level 30. This is essentially the level of a trainer's spirit, far beyond what the Minghua monkey can contend with. Run. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Qing took off. She rolled down a slope and executed a sideways somersault over a thicket, showcasing her adept skills, leaving the Minghua monkey astounded. The Minghua monkey followed closely, its long, powerful arms deftly weaving through the branches while periodically unleashing bursts of sparks to thwart the bear's pursuit. The circle bear, having gone several days without food, was relentless in its chase, undeterred by the sparks, charging through the woods like an armored tank. Bang! The circle bear's immense paw smashed a tree in its path, trampling through bushes with ease. As Yiqing sprinted ahead, she calculated the odds of her Cho-Cho fish and Minghua monkey against such a heavyweight spirit. It wasn't the fear of losing the fight, but rather the concern that the circle bear might charge directly at her, making it impossible for her two spirits to intercept its assault. As Yiqing's stamina rapidly dwindled, the ferocious circle bear let out another chilling roar, accelerating its speed. Spotting a towering tree ahead, broad enough for 3 or 4 people to embrace, Yiqing quickly grasped it and began to ascend with agile speed. Her training and basic skills, aside from swimming, had made tree climbing second nature to her. The Minghua monkey closely followed behind, turning to unleash flames that delayed the circle bear's advance below. Surrounding plants rapidly secreted their unique sap to extinguish the flames, and within moments, the fire ignited by the Minghua monkey had been quenched, reaching a height of over 5 meters. Yiqing perched herself between the branches and swiftly released the Cho-Cho fish from its pockball. At that moment, the circle bear roared beneath the tree, its massive paws relentlessly striking the roots. However, the tree stood resilient, unaffected by the bear's ferocious assault. Hold it off from climbing, Yiqing commanded. Minghua monkey, unleash flames. Cho-Cho fish, use dragon breath. Roar. The circle bear crouched low, its claws digging into the earth, a purple aura enveloping it as it forcefully hurled a barrage of dirt and debris towards Yiqing. Chapter 86, Fierce Battle Boom. 3 streams of energy converged in midair. The trash shot, a powerful poison-type move, showcased its might as it held its ground against the other 2 attacks, thanks to the formidable strength of the bear Pokémon. Quan Xiong. Yiqing, perched atop a tree, furrowed his brow slightly, pondering the impressive prowess displayed by a trainer's primary Pokémon. With a thunderous roar, Quan Xiong unleashed a burst of white light from its right arm, crashing down onto the tree trunk with a resounding thud. The massive tree swayed violently, and the already precariously positioned Cho-Cho nearly plummeted to the ground. The assault did not cease. The famished Quan Xiong relentlessly hammered the tree with its powerful arms. Flames erupted, waves of water surged. Yiqing steadied Cho-Cho with one hand while gripping the tree trunk with the other, resolved to endure this confrontation with Quan Xiong to the bitter end. After a brief stalemate, the bear, realizing its continued onslaught was futile, settled beneath the tree, its fierce gaze fixated on Yiqing. Contemplating the creature's intent, Yiqing mused whether it intended to outlast him. The fiery monkey, Minghua scratched its head, displaying signs of contemplation. This Quan Xiong was proving to be quite a formidable adversary. Yiqing fed both Minghua and Cho-Cho an energy cube. After a period of nurturing, the brown patterns on Cho-Cho had significantly faded, and he believed they would soon vanish entirely. As the sun gradually sank below the horizon, Quan Xiong continued to pace beneath the tree, intermittently striking the trunk with renewed vigor after resting. Fortunately, each time it struck, Minghua and Cho-Cho countered with ranged attacks, and the tree's remarkable resilience held firm against the relentless assault. Yiqing remained unhurried, with ample food supplies. He could withstand this standoff for a day or 2. In contrast to Yiqing's calm demeanor, Quan Xiong was growing increasingly agitated beneath the tree, having endured a long period of hunger compounded by recent injuries, heightening its need for sustenance. Yiqing munched on food and drank water while occasionally tossing broken branches down at the bear, each provocation inciting Quan Xiong's fury. Yet, it found itself powerless against Yiqing. Attempting to climb the tree met with resistance, and ramming the trunk would be thwarted as well. As night deepened, the forest erupted with battles, and the sounds of various beasts echoed through the trees. Principal Jiang and Zhao Xinran were patrolling the skies when they inadvertently spotted Yiqing cornered in the tree. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Xinran tentatively inquired, "Principal, should we assist Yiqing?" "No need," Principal Jiang replied, shaking his head slightly. "Since he has chosen not to withdraw, it indicates he possesses confidence in his abilities. Children must learn and grow. Flowers nurtured in a greenhouse cannot thrive in the wild." A majestic bird soared overhead, rustling the leaves with its swift passage. Yiqing reclined on the branch, murmuring to himself, "Has someone been eliminated?" Minghua fidgeted restlessly, unable to tolerate the standoff due to its impatient nature. Quan Xiong, equally famished, exhibited signs of anxiety, its vision blurring. Throughout the first half of the night, Quan Xiong launched 3 or 4 full-frontal assaults, but each was thwarted by the combined efforts of Minghua and Cho-Cho. As the latter part of the night approached, fatigue weighed heavily on Quan Xiong, compounded by its injuries, and drowsiness began to creep in. Yiqing's eyes sparkled with determination. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Each time Quan Xiong attempted to sleep, he would have Cho-Cho unleash a water pulse to rouse it. Roaring in frustration, Quan Xiong rose to its feet, pounding the ground with its massive paws, its ferocious gaze fixed on Yi Qing in the tree. Unperturbed, Yi Qing took a bite of bread while continuously monitoring the bear's status. Having been previously injured, and with time passing and its energy waning, Quan Xiong's condition would inevitably deteriorate further. Once its injuries worsened, Yi Qing was prepared to have his two Pokémon engage in a decisive confrontation. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed from the horizon, enveloping the forest in mist, with dew glistening on the leaves. Throughout the night, aside from a brief slumber for Yi Qing, his three Pokémon remained wide-eyed, enduring until daylight. While ordinary bears can survive for months without food, Quan Xiong, as a Pokémon, could not. The frequent use of its abilities drained its energy, leading to an insatiable hunger. By noon, Quan Xiong's injuries had finally worsened, leaving it with only two options: to attack recklessly or to flee in search of new prey. Menghua Ho stuffed its mouth with food, turning its back on Quan Xiong and playfully making a face. Enraged by the provocation, Quan Xiong, which had been contemplating retreat, abruptly changed its mind and charged at the tree with a mighty crash, digging its claws into the earth. Dragon Breath. Cho-Cho-Yu unleashed a torrent of azure breath, hoping to induce paralysis if it struck Quan Xiong. Menghua Ho did not remain idle, using flamethrower to seal off the bear's escape route. Quan Xiong, undeterred, unleashed its toxic attack, taking advantage of the smoke and debris obscuring vision to leap forcefully towards the tree. Sonic Punch. Icy Wind. Menghua Ho threw itself in front of Quan Xiong, launching a series of punches aimed at its face. Without hesitation, Quan Xiong charged through, allowing the Sonic Punch to strike its face, sending Menghua Ho flying as it roared and continued its advance towards Yi Qing. Cho-Cho-Yu exhaled a frigid gust, enveloping Quan Xiong in a layer of frost. However, this frost merely slowed the beast's momentum, inflicting minimal damage. With its jaws agape, Quan Xiong pressed on, its gaze locked on Yi Qing, who seemed closer than ever. Just one strike. One strike would reduce that detestable human to a pulp. Holding Cho-Cho-Yu close, Yi Qing awaited the perfect moment for a decisive showdown. As Quan Xiong closed in on Yi Qing, it lifted its robust arm to deliver a powerful blow. With a surprise slap, Menghua Ho darted to the side, interrupting the bear's attack. Yi Qing then lifted Cho-Cho-Yu, locking eyes with Quan Xiong. A peculiar energy radiated from Cho-Cho-Yu's gaze, swiftly cascading towards the bear. Yi Qing held his breath. The success rate of hypnosis was merely 60%. And without Cho-Cho-Yu possessing psychic abilities, the efficacy of the skill would be further diminished. Quan Xiong's eyes widened in fury. Indeed, the hypnosis failed to take effect. Yi Qing's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, but fortunately, he had a backup plan. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to a mere pancake. Gratitude to Bowsy for the explosive updates. User 413, Rainlawn who loves lamb fried rice. The newcomers from the Jatian gang. User 816, the Phantom Poison King of Apple City. User 965, User 133, Yao, the adorable raccoon. Cyrus, Ijuga Liang, Luo Shui's boat. Feng Yun, Huang, Jin Dao Wei. Pei Huan, Yin, those who never read replies. Ah this. Fierce Life, Ning Family Head. Annie BB, Smelly Little White. User 203, Phantom Song, Li Bai, Ancestral Deceit. Makabaka, Deluo Jean, Shaoqi, Night Rainbook Trouble, Old Tear Sister, Chi Mosey's Sacrifice, Thousand Transforming Beast, Only Love the Cute King, Fellow Immortals Please Stay. The number one hater of Lemon, Young Master, Life is Like a Dream, Silly Little Sue, Ka, User 471, Zhao Mian, I Am Drunk, Xuanwu Old Ancestor, Dragon Head Bird. Jingyu, Lu Ziyang, Li Bai. I Love Handsome Men and Women, Cloud Shadow, Jiangchen, Endless Abyss. Thank you all for your kind support. Chapter 87. To the riverbank, the fiery monkey once again positioned itself in front of Yi Qing, only to be sent flying in an instant by a resounding blow from the Circle Bear. Dragon Breath. With the brief distraction provided by the fiery monkey, the Dragon Breath of the ugly fish struck directly at the Circle Bear. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Qing leapt from a tree about 3 to 4 meters high, using the ugly fish as a cushion upon landing, rolling several times to dissipate the impact. Roar. The Circle Bear, perched on the tree, was engulfed in a flurry of electric currents, paralyzed and unable to do anything but watch as Yi Qing descended. Use Flame Jet, Saltwater. Noticing the Circle Bear incapacitated, Yi Qing decided to stand his ground beneath the tree and engage in a fierce confrontation. This land appeared to be the territory of the Circle Bear. Despite the prolonged battle, only some weak spirits had approached, with no powerful ones to divert attention. As the Circle Bear attempted to retaliate, the electric currents surged anew, interrupting its feeble attack. Painfully ensnared in flames and salt water, the Circle Bear ripped off a tree branch as thick as an arm and hurled it with great force towards Yi Qing. Seeing the branch hurtling through the air, Yi Qing shouted, "Block it!" Boom. The fiery monkey leapt in front of Yi Qing, just managing to conjure a green shield when the branch struck. Although the shield absorbed the damage, the immense inertia still knocked the fiery monkey back several steps, with its speed enhanced by the speedy trait. The circle bear leapt down from the tree, arms raised and shimmering with blinding white light. Salt water. Flame punch. The ugly fish unleashed a torrent of white water upon the circle bear, while the fiery monkey soared upwards, its fiery fist crashing down upon the circle bear's head. Critical hit. The flame punch enveloped the circle bear's head in searing flames. Bang! The fiery monkey was sent flying by a powerful counterattack. But the ugly fish sprang back up, its iron tail striking the circle bear's head once more. Roar! The circle bear howled, its body swaying before finally collapsing to the ground. Is everyone all right? Yi Qing retrieved a healing spray from his backpack, gently applying it to both the fiery monkey and ugly fish. Huh! The fiery monkey emitted a weak grunt, feeling as though its body might fall apart. Every blow from the circle bear was devastating, and ordinary spirits would likely not withstand even a few strikes. Just hold on a little longer. Yi Qing patted its head, realizing he could not return it to its Pokeball just yet, as the incapacitated ugly fish would be unable to ensure their safety. The forest in the early morning was vibrant, teeming with wild spirits. A green caterpillar dangled from a branch, its insect eyes observing Yi Qing with intriguing intent. Understanding its gaze, Yi Qing recognized it as a caterpillar aspiring to evolve into a Latios. Throughout his journey, Yi Qing sought to avoid conflicts with wild spirits while searching for a suitable companion. This island seemed devoid of terrifying locations. Thus, he hoped to find a psychic-type spirit, preferably a Ralts. As his thoughts wandered, Yi Qing swiftly curtailed them, for otherwise, a brand new tale of Ralts to shiny might soon emerge. The closer he approached the river, the lower the terrain became, and the weather grew increasingly unpredictable. Moments ago, the sky was clear, but now it was shrouded in thick clouds. Gazing at the white clouds above the island, Yi Qing deduced they were not cumulonimbus clouds, parting a tangle of vines. He pondered that if he failed to encounter a Ralts this time, he might have to return home to search for eggs, albeit the probability of finding one was low, as psychic-type eggs were scarce, and Ralts were particularly rare. Observing the darkening sky, Yi Qing resolved to prepare for the worst. Due to limited space in his backpack and the school's prohibition, none of them had brought tents. Thus, before the rain arrived, he needed to construct a temporary shelter. The air began to grow humid, a sign that he was nearing the river. The sound of flowing water gradually reached his ears. Yi Qing exchanged glances with the fiery monkey, quickly hurrying toward the sound. The flora became denser, trees thicker, and leaves broader as they approached the river. The ground was marked with numerous spirit tracks, serpentine trails, claw marks, and more. Suddenly, as Yi Qing focused on his path, the fiery monkey halted abruptly, darting to Yi Qing's side and delivering a powerful punch. Bang! A Rattata attempting to ambush was sent flying by the blow, startling Yi Qing, though he quickly regained his composure. This freshwater river was the lifeblood of the island's spirits. The closer one got, the stronger and more ferocious the spirits became, for only those capable could defend such a precious territory. The Rattata's sneak attack incensed the fiery monkey. Had it not reacted swiftly, Yi Qing could have been injured. An intolerable outcome. Let's go? Yi Qing urged as he noticed the fiery monkey ready to pursue. He quickly encouraged them to escape. The fiery monkey hesitated, its desire to chase clashing with its trust in Yi Qing's judgment. Sure enough, the Rattata that had been knocked away was furious, squeaking loudly in place. Soon, a cacophony of digging sounds erupted as numerous Rattatas and their young swarmed forth from the ground and bushes. The Rattatas exchanged glances, rallying the young ones to pursue Yi Qing and the fiery monkey, who had not yet escaped. The rustling noise behind them grew louder, and the fiery monkey glanced back, realizing it had disturbed a nest of Rattatas, now charging at them in droves. Yi Qing was not surprised. Rattatas were social creatures, known for their quick tempers and weaker abilities. Understanding the importance of unity, offend one, and they would all retaliate like a swarm of angry Spearows. Covering his head to shield against branches, Yi Qing focused solely on fleeing, aware of his own capabilities. Meanwhile, the fiery monkey had no such concerns. It swung its iron tail to send a Rattata flying, its fist a whirlwind of fury, knocking away any young Rattatas that dared approach. As long as they were not surrounded, these minor nuisances posed no threat to the fiery monkey. Thunder rumbled ominously above, and flashes of lightning cut through the sky. Yi Qing looked up to see the previously white clouds had turned black, indicating an impending downpour. Light rain was a rarity on the island. With each sound of his punches, sonic punch, flame punch, iron tail, the fiery monkey fought and fled, growing more exhilarated. gradually entering a transcendent state as dormant memories hidden in its genes began to awaken. Chapter 88. Enlightenment. The fiery monkey experienced a moment of enlightenment. Squinting its eyes slightly as it lifted its right foot and delivered a sudden kick to an approaching Rattata. With a resounding thud, the Rattata was sent tumbling to the ground, sustaining significant damage. Was that a knockdown? Although Yuqing had been fleeing desperately ahead, his peripheral vision remained keenly aware of the situation behind him, allowing him to notice this development immediately. To his astonishment, the fiery monkey had independently grasped this skill during battle. Impressive, my little monkey. Having learned the knockdown skill, the fiery monkey's momentum surged, its fists, tail, and feet transforming into sharp points of attack, relentlessly battering the Rattata horde. Yuqing intentionally ran toward denser vegetation, refraining from allowing the fiery monkey to use its fiery breath, treating these small Rattatas as mere stepping stones. After a while, as the casualties mounted, the Rattatas finally ceased their pursuit in disarray. With a triumphant cry, the fiery monkey emerged from its profound state, its astonishing aura erupting as flames danced upon its tail, nearly singeing Yuqing's eyebrows. Had it leveled up? Observing the fiery monkey reaching level 22, Yuqing was filled with exhilaration. Evidently, the preceding battle had yielded significant rewards. He halted, offering the fiery monkey an energy cube while resting his hands on his knees, panting heavily. Had it not been for the daily physical training at school, he would have surely been out of breath after such an exertion. The fiery monkey crunched the energy cube, took a moment to catch its breath, and clenched its fists, feeling its power intensify. As silence enveloped the area, the sound of water became more pronounced, the air around them growing increasingly humid and fresh, infused with a faint aroma of grass. With a playful tug on Yuqing's clothing, the fiery monkey pointed towards a location diagonally ahead. Upon closer inspection, Yuqing noticed that the tree the fiery monkey was indicating appeared unusual. As they approached, he discerned that it was a fruit tree adorned with clusters of bright red berries. Cranberry fruit. Yuqing instantly recognized them as the berries used to craft energy cubes. However, these wild fruits had always been coveted by wild spirits, and given the abundance of berries on the tree, it was likely that powerful spirits were lurking nearby, guarding them. The feasibility of confronting them aside, rain was imminent, and constructing a shelter was paramount. Risking it all for a few berries would be unwise. A cold would render him incapable of continuing this endeavor. The fiery monkey scratched its head, puzzled by Yuqing's reluctance to collect the fruit, but chose not to inquire further. Just then, the spoon mark left by Mutuo on Yuqing's wrist suddenly radiated warmth. Glancing at the shimmering mark, he wondered if there were psychic or ghostly energy fluctuations nearby. Otherwise, the mark would not have illuminated without reason. Surveying the surroundings, he found no anomalies in any direction, and contemplating the ground beneath him, he mused if it lay underground. Could it be the elusive ghastly, capable of phasing through walls and earth? After much contemplation, Yuqing made an inconspicuous mark on the ground, deciding to wander nearby with the fiery monkey, hoping to stumble upon something noteworthy. However, before they had traversed 100 meters, they encountered a river. A waterfall, about 4 to 5 meters high, cascaded down, creating a dense mist upon crashing into the river below. The surrounding flora thrived vibrantly, and various water-type spirits occasionally surfaced from the depths. Numerous spirits of different attributes lined the riverbanks, drinking water while cautiously observing Yuqing and the fiery monkey. One particularly fierce-looking Gyarados glared menacingly, arching its body to display its bizarre markings. With a playful snarl, the fiery monkey bared its teeth at them, asserting its formidable presence. Yuqing picked up a branch for self-defense, unwilling to provoke any conflict until he fully understood the dynamics by the riverbank. The banks were lined with lush green grass. Approximately 10 meters wide, the terrain on the waterfall's side was elevated, forming a small slope of about 3 meters. "This is it," Yuqing murmured, recalling his teacher's lesson that this was an excellent location for establishing a shelter. "Come, eat something and later assist me with some labor." The fiery monkey eagerly munched on the food, unfazed by the prospect of work. Seeing that Yuqing and the fiery monkey posed no threat, the spirits along the riverbank resumed their drinking and napping, with renewed vigor after its meal. The fiery monkey quickly excavated a hole about 1.5 meters high and nearly 2 meters deep. Observing the damp earth within the hole, Yuqing instructed the fiery monkey to use its fiery breath to dry it out. The fiery monkey gulped, contemplating the exhaustion it would endure to dry such a large space. Glancing at Yuqing's determined expression, it sighed and prepared to unleash its flames. Moments later, Yuqing bent down to enter the hole, surveying his surroundings and finding it satisfactory. The area had not been disturbed by wild spirits. Noticing the dry ground, he pressed down firmly, thinking that the remaining task was to create an insulating layer. For sleeping directly on the earth at night would lead to a significant loss of body heat. With a sigh, the fiery monkey realized it was about to embark on another laborious task, secretly wishing that Jynx would soon capture more spirits, thereby liberating it from a life of toil. After a moment of contemplation, Jynx instructed, "Gather some dry bark and branches for me." The fiery monkey nodded lethargically and turned back towards the forest to gather materials. Jynx stayed close to its side, aware that in the perilous wilderness, he could not stray far from the protection of his spirit. As for the ugly fish, Jynx harbored a bold hypothesis. If all went well, the fish's evolution would occur here. Once the bark and broad leaves were laid out, Jynx placed his backpack inside the shelter. He lit a small fire at the entrance, mindful of the impending rain, and instructed the fiery monkey to gather a pile of dry twigs for the shelter. The spirits by the riverbank watched intently as Jynx and the fiery monkey went about their tasks, their actions piquing the spirits' curiosity. A couple of gentle walking grass even assisted Jynx by offering him some bark with the leaves on their heads. Throughout this time, Jynx occasionally glanced at his wrist, but the spoon mark had not shown since the last incident. After rewarding his little helpers with some food, he invited them to rest by the entrance of his shelter. Calling the fiery monkey over, Jynx leaned in and whispered, "Soon, I will release the ugly fish. You are to praise its beauty. Anyone who dares to call it ugly, you must give them a proper thrashing." The fiery monkey, though somewhat perplexed by the directive, nodded in agreement, fully aware that it excelled in the art of combat. Chapter 89. Tension in the air after completing the task with the fiery monkey. Jynx stepped outside, took several energy cubes, crushed them, and scattered them on the ground, inviting the surrounding spirits to savor them. Numerous spirits gathered by the riverside. Aside from a few fierce ones, the rest were relatively gentle, drawn by the enticing aroma of the energy cubes, each of them eager to partake. Seizing the opportunity, Jynx remarked, "In a moment, I will release an ugly fish, and I hope everyone can say some flattering words about her. These treats are my gift to you." The multitude of spirits exchanged glances, all aware of the fish's appearance. No matter how one looked at it, it had no connection to beauty. Nevertheless, since the trainer had presented such delectable food, uttering insincere compliments was not a difficult task. With a collective nod from the spirits, Jynx felt satisfied and continued to crush more energy cubes to feed them. These wild spirits had never tasted such delicacies before. They were accustomed to mere fruits from trees, and now, in their eagerness to snatch the energy cubes, they nearly started a brawl. Even the Alufabei monster in the distance could not resist coming over to partake. As dark clouds loomed lower in the sky and the winds on the island began to intensify, Jynx sensed the timing was ripe. He retrieved a high-grade ball containing the ugly fish. After a period of nurturing, the fish's brownish markings had dulled significantly. It seemed that continuing to consume these energy cubes would yield no further benefits, so Jynx decided to take a chance today. Surrounded by a throng of spirits, each eagerly gazing at him, they anticipated helping him before requesting some delicious energy cubes in return. A flash of white light illuminated the scene as the ugly fish appeared in the river. Upon her emergence, she was startled, having never been encircled by so many spirits before. Meow meow. The spirits wasted no time showering the ugly fish with extravagant praise. However, as their compliments flowed, they began to notice something unusual. The fish appeared to be more attractive than others of her kind. Her scales glimmered, and the originally grotesque dark brown patches had faded to near invisibility. The fiery monkey surveyed the surrounding spirits with fiery eyes, ready to charge at anyone daring to utter a word of disapproval. Sibling spirits could say what they wished, but no outsider would be permitted to speak ill. This was the first time the ugly fish had received such compliments from so many spirits, and she could sense their sincerity. The astonishment on their faces was unmistakable. A thought blossomed in her mind. Perhaps she had indeed transformed into a more beautiful version of herself? As this notion took root, a surge of confidence welled within her. It dawned on her that she could truly become enchanting. Jynx, noticing the ugly fish's newfound happiness, saw her previously vacant gaze slowly fill with life. Yet, the anticipated evolution still eluded her. It seemed that, in reality, beautiful scales might be a necessary medium for transformation. Akin to how fairy-type Pokémon required both friendship and proficiency in fairy-type skills to evolve. As Jynx held the cherished beautiful scales, contemplating their release, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The river erupted with a thunderous roar, and suddenly, a massive, blue-scaled Gyarados, measuring 8 meters in length, erupted from the water. Its enormous body sent waves crashing in every direction, toppling all spirits, including the ugly fish. On the shore, many spirits were paralyzed with fear upon witnessing the Gyarados' emergence, scattering in panic and daring only to peek cautiously from the distant grass. Roar. The Gyarados bellowed, its cavernous maw wide open as it howled at the sky. Drawn by the enticing scent of the energy cubes, it had followed the aroma down the river, only to find that the delightful fragrance had vanished upon its arrival. This situation was intolerable for the Gyarados. It concluded that these spirits were responsible and decided to teach them a lesson. The more it pondered, the angrier it grew, unleashing a powerful water cannon from its mouth, battering the surroundings. The river churned violently, and in the chaos, Yiqing struggled to locate the ugly fish, ultimately commanding the fiery monkey to hold off the Gyarados. Spirit, Gyarados, level 32, potential, D, status, healthy, angry, gender, male type, water flying ability, intimidate, lowers opponent's attack, held item, damp rock inherited skills, iron head base skills, water gun, bite, twister, ice fong, water tail, hydro pump skill transfer, water pulse skill disc, none notes. Gyarados has an extremely violent temperament. Once enraged, it will obliterate anything in its path. It is said that its personality changes drastically due to the reorganization of brain cells during evolution. In stark contrast to the injured and famished bear Pokémon, this Gyarados was at its peak and possessed a type advantage over the fiery monkey. This meant that the skills known by the fiery monkey would only inflict half the damage, making it a perilous encounter. However, until he could locate the ugly fish, Yiqing had no choice but to send the fiery monkey to buy time. Taking shelter nearby, Yiqing commanded, block its attacks, use flamethrower. Initially intimidated by the Gyarados' intimidate ability, the fiery monkey was relieved that it wasn't immediately attacked. Following Yiqing's orders, the fiery monkey took a deep breath and unleashed a torrent of flames. Seeing someone dare to challenge it, the Gyarados swiftly redirected its fury and fired another water cannon. Boom! The water cannon, launched from the Gyarados, was overwhelmingly powerful, obliterating the flamethrower and crashing into the fiery monkey. The fiery monkey was sent spiraling away, the water-type attack nearly costing it its life. Nevertheless, it quickly regained its footing and charged back into battle, seeing that its attack had failed to overwhelm the opponent. The Gyarados began to gather another water cannon. Yiqing would not allow this. He quickly commanded, use quick attack, then Iron Tail. The fiery monkey leaped nimbly to the side of the Gyarados, delivering a punch that disrupted the water cannon and then slammed its powerful tail against the Gyarados' face. Roar! The Gyarados, not accustomed to such indignities, opened its massive jaws to bite at the fiery monkey. Yiqing shouted urgently, defend quickly. The fiery monkey let out a fierce cry, bracing itself against the Gyarados' formidable jaws, struggling against its immense biting force. Frustrated by its inability to bite down on this resilient creature, the Gyarados shook its head violently, expelling the fiery monkey from its mouth before swiftly unleashing a water pulse attack. Use Iron Tail to block. Yiqing thought frantically as he directed the fiery monkey, all the while searching the river's surface for any sign of the ugly fish. Bang! The fiery monkey's tail struck a watermelon-sized water ball, causing its volatile energy to explode, sending the fiery monkey hurtling backward to crash onto the shore, sliding across the ground. Yiqing gritted his teeth, and at that moment, the ugly fish's silhouette finally appeared before the waterfall. Chapter 90. The Most Beautiful Fairy, thanks to Bowsy for the divine certification. The ferocious Gyarados was oblivious to Yiqing's thoughts. After repelling the Monferno, it unleashed another water gun, intent on eradicating this bothersome human as well. Hacha! Monferno opened its eyes and struggled to rise. Using its shadow clone to swiftly shield Yiqing, it employed Protect. Yiqing retrieved a primary water-type energy cube and hurled it towards the distance. At that very moment, the water gun struck Monferno's Protect shield, the immense force propelling Monferno into the air, along with Yiqing, who was also knocked away. The onslaught from Gyarados did not cease. Another wave of water surged forth, crashing into Monferno's chest with a thunderous roar. Having completed this, Gyarados glanced at the energy cube Yiqing had thrown and decisively abandoned its pursuit, turning its attention towards the energy cube instead. Chinchou emerged from the river, witnessing the scene where Yiqing and Monferno were struck. Seeing the one it cared for most in pain, an overwhelming fury erupted from within Chinchou. Although it knew it was no match for Gyarados and understood that its actions were akin to a moth to a flame, it still launched an assault against Gyarados. Chinchou! Yiqing, lying on the ground, spat out the mud from his mouth and, suppressing the heaviness in his chest, struggled to throw the beautiful scales towards Chinchou. At that moment, Gyarados was busy consuming the energy cube and, upon glancing at the fluttering beautiful scales, paid them no heed, as they held no allure for it. The beautiful scales twirled in the air, reflecting a spectrum of colors in the light. Upon seeing the beautiful scales, Chinchou suddenly felt an instinctual longing, as if it were a memory etched in its very genes. With a powerful slap of its tail against the river's surface, it summoned all its strength and executed its most proficient move, Aqua Jet. Evolve. Yi Qing pounded his fist on the ground, shouting with all his might. Hacha! Monferno, grievously injured, also let out a roar. However, in the next moment, Monferno realized something. Evolve? The aloof Chinchou that hadn't evolved was already so formidable. What would an evolved one be like? Wouldn't that signify a drop in Monferno's status? Monferno's heart ached, contemplating the prospect of being overshadowed by a lady of grandeur. That sensation was 1,000 times more severe than its physical wounds. Monferno shed tears, repeatedly pounding its fist against the ground. Very well, let us witness this together. Hearing Monferno's thuds, Yi Qing mistakenly thought it was excitement. Chinchou, leaping into the air, seized the beautiful scales in its mouth, and a dazzling white light radiated from its body. Enveloped in the light of evolution, Chinchou transformed, its body elongating, first sprouting 2 pink fin-like appendages resembling hair, followed by a tail that fanned out like a peacock's plume. 3 meters, 6 meters, 8 meters, 9 meters. Yi Qing estimated, and indeed, as the sovereign. Chinchou was extraordinary, even evolved, it was more elongated than ordinary Milotic. As the white light dissipated, the previously ugly Chinchou vanished, replaced by a breathtaking fairy. A creamy white. Alluring physique, ruby-like eyes, long pink fins cascading like tresses on either side of its head, and a tail adorned with blue and pink scales, fanning out in the light. Shimmering with captivating brilliance. Milotic. Hacha, the one on the ground, along with Monferno, was utterly mesmerized. While Yi Qing remained composed, Monferno's eyes nearly bulged out. Was this truly the once hideous and filthy Chinchou? It was now a mesmerizing masterpiece. Recalling its past actions towards her, Monferno slammed its face into the ground in despair. Milotic. Milotic's ethereal, resonant voice echoed along the riverbank, a gentle mist swirling about her form, allowing her to float gracefully in midair. Yi Qing had long known this about Milotic, having observed it in anime during his previous life. Milotic swayed her tail, fixing her enchanting gaze upon Gardevoir. Her beautiful eyes radiating a deadly intent. Sovereign Pokémon. Milotic, level 26. Potential. S status. Healthy gender. Female type. Water ability. Marvel scale. May cause opponents who come into contact to be entranced. Held item. None inherited moves. Water pulse. Iron tail. Dragon breath. Mist. Hypnosis base moves. Splash. Tackle. Bind. Water gun. Water sport. Twister. Refresh. Sing. Water gun move tutor. Icy wind. Water pulse TM. None remarks. Milotic is exceedingly rare in the wild, typically residing at the bottom of lakes, and can also be found in the ocean. Luxurious and powerful. The successfully evolved Milotic not only comprehended numerous skills, but astonishingly broke through 5 levels in succession. Indeed, evolution can transform a Pokémon's potential. The evolution of a Pokémon inherently possesses boundless possibilities, akin to refining one's essence, and optimizing innate talent is entirely reasonable. However, altering one's potential through evolution is indeed challenging, hinging on the trainer's development and training of the Pokémon's potential. The better the foundation laid, the greater the likelihood of enhanced potential. Roar. Gardevoir bellowed repeatedly, daring Milotic to stare at it. What does beauty matter if it cannot be consumed? Milotic unleashed icy wind. Milotic. Milotic softly chanted, swinging her long tail to unleash a biting cold wind interspersed with ice crystals and snowflakes. Wherever the icy wind passed, the river froze, and trees withered. Gardevoir, submerged in the water, opened its mouth to retaliate, but its body was instantly encased in ice, becoming a frozen statue. Yi Qing clenched his fists. This was Milotic's debut battle, and it absolutely must not end in defeat. Iron Tail shattered the ice, followed by Dragon Breath. Milotic's massive tail arced through the air, accompanied by a rushing wind, striking Gardevoir squarely on the forehead with a resounding thud. The ice shattered, and the frostbitten Gardevoir broke free, opening its enormous mouth. Its glimmering fangs poised to bite down on Milotic's tail. However, before it could land a bite, the Azure Dragon Breath struck again upon its head. Roar. Gardevoir was toppled into the water, stirring up a massive wave over 3 meters high, with numerous golden electric snakes crackling across its body. Excellent. Yi Qing raised his arm in triumph, only daring to rise and cheer for her once Milotic gained the upper hand. The situation was now clear. At this point, the paralyzed Gardevoir was nothing more than a lamb waiting to be slaughtered before Milotic. Despite Gardevoir's ferocious and impulsive nature, its mind remained intact. Realizing there was no chance of victory, it swiftly dove into the water to escape. Chapter 91. Milotic for wild Pokémon like them. The absence of healing sprays and Pokeballs to facilitate rapid recovery from injuries would undoubtedly have a significant impact. Thus, Gardevoir, without uttering a single threat, fled in haste. Where are you going? Yi Qing exclaimed, panic rising within him. You still have my damp rock. How could he allow such a valuable item to slip away? Me. Milotic narrowed her eyes, unleashing a powerful water gun. Gyarados, in sheer panic, had no choice but to frantically shake off the damp rock from its tail, hoping to buy some time for its escape. Me. Milotic gracefully swayed midair, catching the damp rock in her tail. The victory in this battle filled her with an exquisite sense of joy. As some Pokémon emerged after Gyarados' retreat, they marveled at Milotic's unmatched beauty, which surpassed any wild Milotic they had previously encountered. Numerous male Pokémon gathered around her, drooling in admiration. In a moment of realization, Monferno glanced at Yiqing and understood why one should never act foolishly. Regrets were inevitable. With a sigh, Monferno pondered that his impression in Milotic's eyes might be rather poor. Slap. A long-nosed leaf delivered a sharp smack to a shroomish beneath Milotic, as if to declare that such a beautiful Pokémon could only be admired in solitude, and no other Pokémon should dare to disrespect her. Shroomish, unable to tolerate this affront, immediately raised a fist and retaliated against Long-Nosed Leaf. Other Pokémon soon joined the fray, eager to showcase their prowess in front of Milotic. Milotic gently unfurled her form, relishing the praise surrounding her. This was a luxury she had never dared to dream of, and now she found herself able to enchant the hearts of many. Yiqing watched in astonishment, never having witnessed such jealousy and rivalry among Pokémon before. Like a queen, Milotic gracefully displayed herself in midair, neither discouraging nor encouraging the antics of the Pokémon below. Me. After a brief moment of play, Milotic floated towards Yiqing and Monferno. Just then, her massive fan-like tail swept through the air, rushing towards Monferno with a whistling sound. Monferno, aware of his inferiority, remembered his previous misdeeds and chose not to resist. The sweeping tail halted just in front of him, and Milotic slightly raised her head, squinting her eyes before retracting her tail. Aha! Monferno scratched his head. Grinning foolishly at Milotic, it seemed she had forgiven him for his earlier rudeness. Yiqing understood this was merely a display of a girl's little temperament. After all, Monferno had bullied Phoeba before, targeting her specifically during battles. Naturally, now that Phoeba had evolved, she sought to reclaim her dignity. Yiqing reached out to stroke her smooth skin, asking, "How does it feel after your evolution?" Me. Milotic gently descended, nuzzling her forehead against Yiqing's palm. She had witnessed her master and Monferno desperately trying to thwart Gyarados for her sake. Boom. Thunder rumbled ominously as torrential rain began to pour from the heavens. Yiqing quickly led Monferno into a cave, while Milotic remained outside. The rain felt soothing against Milotic's body as she tilted her head back, inhaling deeply, reveling in the refreshing downpour. Some Pokémon hastily fled into the forest, disliking the prospect of becoming drenched. Only a few gentle Pokémon, like Mewtwo and Bounsweet, who had previously assisted Yiqing, were invited into the cave to escape the rain. Yiqing offered some energy cubes to Milotic and Monferno, then turned to Milotic and inquired, "What happened in the river? Why did you take so long to return?" Me. Milotic seemed to recall something, using her tail to draw chaotic patterns on the grass. Observing the disarray of markings, Yiqing speculated, "Are you saying you encountered a deep hole beneath the river, accidentally fell in, and exerted great effort to swim back out?" Milotic nodded, then shook her head, continuing to draw. Suddenly, Yiqing remembered his earlier suspicion of the presence of ghost-type or psychic-type Pokémon underground, and connected it to Milotic's mention of a hole. Perhaps this hole led to the spot he had previously marked. Monferno squatted on the ground, propping his chin with his hands as he contemplated the drawings. Yiqing, regaining focus, cautiously inquired, "Are you saying the hole is beneath the waterfall?" Milotic sighed in relief, nodding gently, thinking to herself how foolish these two were to take so long to understand her drawings. With clarity of thought, Yiqing reached a conclusion. This was no ordinary hole. It must conceal something extraordinary. Even if it wasn't a Pokémon, it could be a rare item, as it had certainly resonated with the mark he had made. Taking advantage of the heavy rain, when aggressive Pokémon would typically refrain from hunting, Yiqing decided to send Milotic to investigate. Milotic, please check if that hole leads underground and whether there's air inside. Me. Milotic readily agreed, her spirits high after her evolution. With a splash, she plunged beneath the waterfall, her massive form vanishing into the river in an instant. The weather at sea is notoriously unpredictable. After a brief downpour, the skies cleared. As the sun set, Yiqing hastily consumed a light meal, his gaze never straying from the river's surface. The gentle Pokémon had departed, and the nighttime forest would not remain peaceful. The areas near the river would inevitably face danger. Splosh! Ripples danced on the river's surface as Milotic emerged, soaring gracefully before Yiqing. Upon seeing Milotic's return, Yiqing exchanged relieved glances with Monferno, their anxious hearts finally settling. Yiqing tenderly touched her skin, urgently asking, "How did it go?" Are you all right? Milotic shook her head, then shot a glare at Monferno, who wished to touch her as well. Haha. Caught in his embarrassment, Monferno scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Yi Qing, astonished by the scene Milotic had drawn, exclaimed, "So the hole indeed connects to another space?" Me. Milotic nodded, explaining that she had spent so much time ensuring the path within was clear. Yi Qing felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. But one question lingered. Without a breathing apparatus, how would he manage to hold his breath if the tunnel was too long? After pondering, he cautiously asked, "How long is the tunnel?" Milotic tilted her head thoughtfully, then drew several representations of herself on the ground. Yi Qing's brow furrowed. If she had drawn 10 or more representations of herself, that would mean the tunnel was nearly 100 meters long, which corresponded with the distance to the marked location he'd noted before. As Friday dawned, he planned to add another update for the dumplings, wishing everyone a happy 520. And sending along a beautiful picture. Chapter 92, The Wolf Pack According to the Swimming Speed of Meanness. A distance of 100 meters could be traversed in just a few breaths, even amidst a complex environment that would not consume too much time. If necessary, retreating would still be feasible. With this thought, Yi Qing felt a surge of happiness as he declared, "Very well, let us descend tomorrow morning to explore." The wind howled fiercely that night, and the bonfire at the cave entrance blazed brightly, casting flickering shadows through the forest, occasionally pierced by the anguished cries of various spirits and the shouts of humans. As Yi Qing gazed into the crackling flames, he wondered how Wang Yao was faring. However, with the forest's favored creature, the forest lizard, by his side, he felt assured of their safety. Chewing on the unpalatable compressed biscuits, Yi Qing found himself nostalgically yearning for the delicious meals prepared by his mother. As night deepened, the Monferno leaned against the cave's edge, quietly guarding Yi Qing with a twig clutched in its mouth. Meanness swam gracefully in the river, her body shimmering with moonlight, and to prevent her from being noticed, Yi Qing had her shroud herself in a veil of mist. After more than 10 minutes, Yi Qing finally managed to swallow the last of the unpleasant biscuits. Had he not been so famished, he would never have resorted to such distasteful food. The moon hung high in the sky, and the stars adorned the night with their brilliance, a sight that was rare in his previously polluted world. To ensure he would have ample energy for tomorrow's adventure, Yi Qing instructed his two spirits to take turns keeping watch while he prepared to sleep. Having been stirred by the circle bear for more than a day, Yi Qing fell asleep almost immediately upon lying down, his weary body soon producing soft snores. After an indeterminate amount of time, Monferno's ears perked up suddenly. A series of rustling sounds, like footsteps on leaves, broke the stillness, jolting Monferno awake. It nudged the sleeping Yi Qing before tossing a pebble into the river. With bleary eyes, Yi Qing opened them, but a sudden chill ran down his spine. His drowsiness evaporated in an instant. Before him, the riverbank glowed with the reflection of numerous crimson eyes. He realized they were surrounded by a pack of gray wolves. These formidable canines were entirely gray, with tails tucked between their legs, ears erect, and long fangs protruding from their mouths. Among them, one wolf stood out, significantly larger and more imposing than the others. Well trained. The pack, led by their alpha, tightly encircled Yi Qing and Monferno. After a moment of panic, Yi Qing regained his composure. He was no longer the same as before. With Meanness at his side, he was confident that, if not defeating them, at least he could ensure his own safety. Just then, Meanness was startled awake by the stone Monferno had thrown earlier. Alarmed for Yi Qing's safety, she swiftly flicked her tail and leaped from the river. "Mina!" she exclaimed, her irritation evident at being disturbed from her slumber by the wolves. "Hacha!" Monferno let out a mighty roar, flames erupting from his tail, soaring over a meter high, casting him in a demonic light. Alpha Spirit, Great Wolfhound, Level 19. Potential, D status, Healthy, Hungry. Gender, Male type, Dark ability, Overconfidence, if it defeats an opponent. Its confidence increases, boosting its attack. Held item, non-inherited skills, Thunderfang base skills, Tackle, Sand Attack, Bite, Odor Sleuth, Roar, Fire Fang. Crunch skill teaching, Iron Tail skill disc, none remarks. Great Wolfhounds are united and loyal, often forming packs with strict hierarchies, cooperating to hunt. The sight of the information eased Yi Qing's heart. These Great Wolfhounds were no higher than level 19 and posed no threat to Meanness or Monferno, leaving him with little reason to fear. Had his Wishawashi not evolved, they might have had a chance, but now, it was simply bad luck for them. Recognizing this as an excellent opportunity to train Monferno in group combat, Yi Qing called out, "Meanness, come protect me." Monferno, charge into battle. Hacha. Perhaps emboldened by the presence of the formidable Meanness, Monferno exhibited a newfound bravado, striding confidently toward the Great Wolfhounds without a care. The Alpha remained still, calculating the strength of its adversaries. It had seen Venus before and believed her strength to be only marginally superior, with the wolves' teamwork and strategic prowess. They might stand a chance. As for the monkey, it posed little threat in the face of such a coordinated pack. After a thorough analysis, the alpha concluded that this battle was winnable. A howl erupted from the alpha, signaling 6 of the great wolfhounds to charge at Monferno, while the others positioned themselves strategically, awaiting the perfect moment to strike. Monferno boldly stepped into the circle of wolves, raising his fists and spitting out the twig he had been chewing. This action seemed to serve as the battle's clarion call, as 4 wolves lunged at him from different directions, their fangs glimmering with electric and icy light. Monferno's fist struck with the force of twin dragons emerging from the sea, his sonic punches smashing into the heads of 2 wolves, while his tail, now gleaming with a metallic sheen, swept the remaining 2 away with a swift motion. Hacha! Monferno disdainfully shook his head, giving the alpha a rude gesture. At that moment, a wolf behind Monferno seized its chance, launching itself at him with all its might. Monferno, as if sensing the attack, swiftly sidestepped, extending his right foot to lightly nudge the wolf's front leg. With a dull thud, the wolf yelped in pain, tumbling to the ground, its face scraping against the earth, fangs striking against the stones and creating sparks. Another wolf leapt from Monferno's blind spot, aiming to pounce. Monferno dodged to the side, delivering a sonic punch to the wolf's face while simultaneously grasping the scruff of its neck and slamming it into the ground with a resounding crash. Yiqing and Venus watched the battle unfold quietly, ready to provide assistance if needed. The alpha, baring its teeth in hesitation, finally decided to lead the pack in retreat. Hacha! Monferno felt somewhat unsatisfied. These great wolfhounds were perfect sparring partners, and it was disappointing that they had chosen to flee mid-fight. Not entirely foolish. Yiqing yawned widely, instructing his 2 spirits to continue their watch while he lay down to resume his sleep. The following morning, Yiqing awoke to find it was already 10 o'clock. Rubbing his sore back, he lamented the discomfort of sleeping on the hard ground, wondering how the female classmates managed to endure the night. Chapter 93. The underground cavern on the opposite side of the island. Wang Yao sat by the river with a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, while beside him, the forest lizard dangled its tail in the water, attempting to catch fish. Wang Yao patted the forest lizard on the shoulder, expressing his dissatisfaction. Hey buddy, what's taking so long? Not a single sprite has been caught yet. The forest lizard shot him an exasperated glance, thinking to itself, I'm not a fishing rod, and I don't have bait on my tail. If we caught a sprite like this, it would be a miracle. Wang Yao glanced up at the blazing sun, realizing that this situation was untenable. Just then, a king carp, observing 2 green leaves beneath the water, sank into contemplation, wondering if it was being underestimated. Did they truly believe that a mere leaf could ensnare it? The king carp's indignation grew, and it swiftly surfaced, staring at Wang Yu and the forest lizard with wide eyes. With a sudden leap, it splashed water all over them. Wang Yu, drenched, exclaimed, Goodness, take it down. The forest lizard's leaf-like appendage elongated into a green blade, and with a powerful leap, it lunged at the king carp. Wang Yu expected the king carp to evade, but to his astonishment, it remained rooted, allowing the forest lizard to strike it ashore. Wang Yao's mind was filled with questions, pondering if the creature was purposely allowing itself to be captured, perhaps seeking a free meal ticket. Meanwhile, Yiqing, having completed his preparations, crouched by the river with 2 sprites, contemplating the hazy figures beneath the water. Let us see what's down there, he decided. Mina, the majestic Milotic, dove into the water first, her sizable form creating waves that sent playful sprites scattering. On shore, her admirers cheered for her, their longing evident as they wished they could join her in the water. Yiqing called back his Monferno into its pokeball for now, stripped down to his underpants, and plunged into the river. Mina swam towards him, allowing Yiqing to hold onto her. He took a deep breath and nodded at her. With a flick of her tail, Mina swiftly descended to the mouth of a waterfall. Despite the sun above, the river was icy cold. Yiqing struggled to open his eyes, the blurry surroundings just barely discernible. The cavern entrance lay in a corner of the riverbed, approximately 2 meters in diameter. Observing the surrounding marks, it became evident that this opening was not formed naturally, but seemed to have been forcefully collapsed by some heavy object. Mina, agile in the water, darted into the cave. Is that a sword mark? Yiqing noted the uneven walls of the cavern, etched with traces of sharp weapons. What kind of sprite could produce such powerful strikes? Was it a honage, a paper sword, a far-fetched, or perhaps an aegislash? The tunnel extended for about 100 meters, and Mina, seemingly familiar with the route, adjusted her position and propelled upwards. She and Yiqing broke through the water's surface, causing ripples across the previously calm lake. Yiqing was instantly mesmerized by the abundance of blue bioluminescent fish, feeling as though he had entered a sea of stars. These must be bioluminescent fish, he realized, astonished by their sheer number. The dimness of the cavern made it difficult to see anything beyond the immediate surroundings, but he surmised they were in an underground cavern. Yet, the glow was insufficient to illuminate farther reaches. Come out, Monferno. As soon as Monferno emerged, he leaped onto Mina's back, his fiery tail illuminating the area. With the flickering flames, Yiqing finally discerned his surroundings. Monferno, relishing the moment, intensified the flames on his tail, casting light further into the cavern. Mina turned back, cautioning Monferno not to move recklessly. This underground cavern, formed over countless years, revealed no other sprites apart from the bioluminescent fish. However, the absence of visible sprites did not imply their non-existence. Concerned about potential wild sprites, Yiqing instructed Monferno to emit sparks around them. Following the orders, Monferno unleashed bursts of flame, illuminating the cavern's expanse. Yiqing directed Mina to swim slowly towards the shore. The cavern was vast, with a dark opening ahead, unknown in its destination. As Mina glided through the water, the bioluminescent fish hastily parted ways, not daring to show discontent. Yiqing found this unremarkable. The bioluminescent fish were weak and would inevitably fall prey to stronger opponents. As they navigated through, the entrance was rather small, approximately 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, prompting Yiqing to recall Mina into her Pokeball. Mina hesitated, concerned about the darkness concealing potential dangers. She worried that Monferno alone might not suffice. What nonsense! Is that a doubt in my capability? Monferno puffed his chest out, standing protectively in front of Mina, assuring her that he would handle everything without issue. Seeing Monferno's unwavering confidence and recognizing that the entrance would not accommodate her, Mina reluctantly consented to return to her Pokeball. Monferno, invigorated, urged Yiqing to follow closely behind as he strode confidently into the cave. Take it slow, Yiqing cautioned. Monferno nodded. Fully aware that the safety of his trainer rested upon him, caution was paramount. Not long after entering, Monferno suddenly noticed numerous red dots on the cavern ceiling, which bizarrely resembled blinking eyes. Unleash flames. At Yiqing's command, Monferno sprang into action, unleashing a torrent of searing fire. As the flames illuminated the darkness, Yiqing and Monferno finally recognized the true nature of the red dots, clusters of Zubat and Golbat hanging upside down. The surging flames engulfed them, swiftly consuming the bats. Utilizing the terrain to his advantage, Monferno blocked off their escape routes with flames, and in the ensuing chaos, most of the Zubat and Golbat were captured in the onslaught, with only a few Golbat managing to escape, singed and fleeing. Continue forward. Yiqing dismissed the Zubat as inconsequential, choosing instead to examine the cavern walls illuminated by Monferno's fiery tail. These are claw marks, these are sword marks, and here appear to be fist imprints. Yiqing's heart raced as he continued onward, each step revealing more signs of battle. As if two sprites had fought their way from the island into the depths and stumbled upon this cavern, where they continued their conflict. After roughly a minute of walking, they reached the cavern's end. The sight before Yiqing and Monferno left them both momentarily stunned. Chapter 94. The fairy egg before him lay in an elliptical cavern, its walls astonishingly smooth, suggesting neither human craftsmanship nor natural formation, but rather the result of some formidable skill. Destructive death ray? Yiqing murmured, contemplating that only such a powerful move could leave behind such ominous traces. What could this be? After a moment of astonishment, Yiqing's attention was drawn to a rock the size of a watermelon nestled in the corner. It bore resemblance to a watermelon, albeit covered in dust. Exercising caution, he first released his Milotic before carefully crouching to observe. His primary concern was the possibility of this entity being a rock-type Pokémon, akin to a Crustle, which could potentially pose a threat. Milotic, he instructed. The elegant creature swayed its fin-like appendages, attempting to use its tail to draw the object closer. Stop. In a moment of bravado, Monferno intervened, feeling compelled to take the lead as a man. He crouched low and approached the peculiar stone, gingerly tapping it with his fingertip. Clink, clink. No response. Monferno deduced it was likely just an ordinary rock. With a swift kick, he struck the stone, feeling deceived for having approached it with such trepidation. A tinge of embarrassment washing over him, Yiqing did not intervene, as he too suspected it was merely a common rock, the peculiar location being the only reason for his initial hesitation. Crack. As Monferno completed his kick, the stone suddenly fissured, revealing a glimpse of blue patterns within. Treasure. Yiqing's eyes widened in excitement. It was well known that rocks concealed no blue hues. Only treasures could explain such a phenomenon. Given its shape and size, could it possibly be a Pokémon egg? With curiosity piqued, Yiqing hastened forward and, under the astonished gazes of Monferno and Milotic, pried away the outer layer of rock. However, upon first contact, Yi Qing sensed something amiss. The exterior, appearing rocky, was in fact composed of mud. It seemed that prolonged exposure had allowed dust and soil to fall from the cavern ceiling, mingling with the humid air to form this rock-like layer. As the mud continued to crumble away, a predominantly white egg adorned with blue and orange patterns gradually emerged. Yet, just as it was revealed to the light, a sudden shockwave of pink psychic energy surged outward. Boom. At that very moment, the spoon mark on Yi Qing's hand erupted with energy, intertwining with his consciousness and transporting him to an unfamiliar realm. In stark contrast, Monferno and Milotic outside did not share Yi Qing's fortune, both being hurled against the cavern walls by the force of the shockwave. Milotic. Upon regaining her footing, Milotic immediately turned her gaze to her master, breathing a sigh of relief upon seeing him unharmed. Monferno? Sensing something was amiss, Monferno dashed to Yi Qing's side, poking him repeatedly. Yet Yi Qing appeared unresponsive, resembling an inanimate object despite Monferno's frantic attempts to rouse him. Milotic, having floated closer, quickly deduced that Yi Qing was trapped in some form of illusion due to her hypnotic abilities. In this moment, Yi Qing felt ensnared within a vision, devoid of danger yet continuously replaying a haunting scene. The pale moonlight was obscured by dark clouds, towering trees loomed everywhere, and a Galade clutched an egg with white and green markings, fleeing rapidly. In the distance, a fallen Gardevoir lay motionless, while a Zoroark pursued closely behind. Moreover, high above, a Salamence soared, hot on their trail. The Galade, battered and weary, clearly teetered on the brink of collapse. Yi Qing pondered if it could not best Zoroark. Why not simply teleport away? As he mulled over this, the Salamence flapped its massive wings, accelerating in pursuit. Soon, a woman donned in sunglasses appeared atop its back, accompanied by a Gardevoir whose eyes glowed with pink light. Was the nearby space influenced by Gardevoir's powers? Realization dawned upon Yi Qing. This woman was a quintessential Pokémon hunter, notorious for maliciously capturing and selling wild Pokémon or stealing them from other trainers. It appeared that the Galade and its offspring had become her target. Yet, possessing a Zoroark, a Salamence, and a Gardevoir marked this hunter as exceptional. Among the elite of her kind. Destructive Death Ray. The woman, displaying impatience, commanded the Salamence. Roar. Salamence unfurled its expansive wings, tilting its head back as it unleashed a blinding radiance. The Galade, aware that its life hung in the balance, summoned all its strength to unleash a nearly solid psychic blade towards Gardevoir. Zoroark, grinning maliciously, seized the opportunity to plunge its claw into Galade's abdomen. Ugh! Gardevoir cried out in pain, its psychic abilities disrupted, allowing Galade a fleeting moment to activate its teleportation. The space warped, and both Galade and Zoroark vanished in an instant. Damn it! The woman clenched her teeth, ordering Gardevoir to rapidly search the surroundings with its psychic powers. The ensuing scenes unfolded as Yi Qing had surmised. Galade and Zoroark battled their way to the riverbed, ultimately culminating in this very cavern. Boom! A searing destructive death ray hurtled towards Galade, who, in its final moments, turned its back to absorb the blow. Galade, glancing at the egg cradled within its grasp, felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance as it lay weakened on the ground. Acutely aware that it could no longer protect it, Zoroark advanced slowly, realizing that Galade had lost its value to its master. The true treasure lay within the egg it held. Galade gently caressed the eggshell, imprinting it with a mark using its last ounce of strength. As Zoroark raised its claw, dark energy threads twisted and writhed around it. Just as it was about to claim Galade's life, it suddenly saw Galade turning its head slowly. Buzz! The entire cavern trembled slightly. Stones and dust floated upward, unaffected by gravity. Galade ignited its soul, its eyes blazing with brilliant pink light. In the next instant, to Zoroark's astonishment, Galade and its precious burden vanished once more into thin air. Chapter 95. The spirit in the egg. He chose not to flee with the child but, with his last breath, sought vengeance for his deceased wife. In the cavern that followed, only this solitary spirit egg remained, enduring the darkness alone. Vengeance. A pair of eyes glimmering with a pink hue reappeared before Yi Qing, the air reverberating with the echo of these two words. Vengeance. Yi Qing clutched his head in anguish, feeling boundless fury and pain emanating from those eyes. I promise you, I will help you avenge. I will take your child to fulfill your revenge. Yi Qing shouted, aware that this was the lingering obsession of Iruliado. Were it not for the protection of Mutwo's mark, he would have likely succumbed to the overwhelming force within this realm of consciousness. Moments later, Yi Qing's vision blurred, revealing a monkey face that nearly caused his heart to leap from his chest. Hacha. Noticing the spark return to Yi Qing's gaze, the Infernape joyfully embraced him. Minoru. Beside them, the Milotic sighed in relief, leaning forward to scrutinize the spirit egg. Hoo-hoo. Yi Qing gasped for air. The intensity of that thought had been suffocating. akin to a mountain pressing down upon him. Hatcha. Infernape patted Yi Qing's back, puzzled by his state. You will soon have a new companion. Yi Qing wiped the sweat from his brow, bent down to lift the spirit egg, and spoke with a hint of excitement. Min. Hatcha. Upon hearing this, both Milotic and Infernape erupted in laughter, though the reason for their amusement was lost on Yi Qing. After recalling Infernape, Yi Qing cradled the spirit egg and, alongside Milotic, retraced his steps. Sitting by the riverbank, he dipped his legs into the cool water, gazing at the spirit egg from various angles. Milotic enveloped the area with mist, her elegant form gliding through the water, followed closely by a swarm of enamored admirers. Infernape lounged on the grass, reclining with legs crossed, head resting on its arms, leisurely chewing on a blade of grass and basking in the warm sunlight. Could it be a female Ralts egg? Yi Qing hesitated to scan the egg's information with his golden finger, fearing it might turn out to be a male Ralts, which would undoubtedly shatter his hopes. This egg had likely languished underground for an extended period, its surface dull and lifeless. Prolonged exposure to a damp, chilly environment, coupled with a lack of nourishment and sunlight, rendered it somewhat ashen, devoid of any feedback when he pressed his palm against it. Could it possibly be a dead egg? Yi Qing pondered, considering the grim possibility. Although Iruleado had left a mark on the egg, it did not guarantee its vitality. Prolonged exposure to harsh conditions significantly increased the likelihood of the egg's demise. Infernape, glancing at the anxious Yi Qing, mused about his master's peculiar behavior. After all, it was merely a spirit egg. Was it necessary to be this tense? Did he expect a wife to emerge from it? Minoru. Having grown weary of play, Milotic in the river shot a stream of water at Infernape, drenching him completely. Hatcha. As Infernape stood up, ready to express his indignation, he noticed Milotic splashing the water with her tail, seemingly challenging him to a duel. The surrounding spirits began to cheer, taunting Infernape with playful banter. Hatcha. This was intolerable. Infernape averted his gaze, knowing that retribution was imminent. Had he known that the ugly fish would evolve into something so beautiful and powerful, he would never have taken such foolish actions. Fortunately, Milotic was not so petty. Her antics were merely a whimsical recollection of past encounters. Yi Qing, still cradling the spirit egg, tapped it curiously before ultimately succumbing to his curiosity and checking its information. Please be female. He silently chanted this plea 800 times before cautiously inspecting the details. Spirit, Ralts, shiny, potential, a status, near-death gender, female type, psychic fairy ability, trace held item, none inherited skills, skill swap, synchronize, misty terrain, try again. Bind base skills, none skill transfer, none skill disc, none remarks, long-term exposure to cold, damp conditions has severely endangered its life. Immediate action is required to prevent total loss of vitality. A female. Yi Qing leaped up in exhilaration. What did a female Ralts signify? It was an irresistible allure for countless male companions. Moreover, this was a shiny Ralts. Imagining her future mega evolution in a black evening gown filled him with awe and delight. Infernape and Milotic exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend Yi Qing's sudden exuberance. However, before he could revel in his joy for long, the subsequent details dampened his spirits. Near death? Yi Qing furrowed his brow, contemplating the immediate cessation of his trials. After all, the life of Ralts far outweighed any trial he faced. Clutching the spirit egg tightly, an extraordinary scene unfolded as the spoon mark on his wrist made contact with the egg. The spoon mark emitted a radiant glow, which began to flow into the spirit egg. Had it absorbed Mutuo's energy? Why had the mark left by Iruleado not been absorbed previously? Yi Qing was taken aback, completely unprepared for this turn of events. As the mark radiated its brilliance, the surrounding spirits felt an overwhelming pressure, causing some of the weaker ones to avert their gazes. Perhaps the energy was too potent, for the egg absorbed only a small portion before ceasing. As the egg received this energy, its surface regained some luster, no longer appearing cold and misty. Yi Qing checked the egg's information once more, and indeed, its status had changed from near death. It seemed the power of the divine beast was truly remarkable. He had long underestimated it, not to mention the ordinary divine beasts, which among them was not extraordinary. Having held divine roles and mastered the laws of nature for eons? Gently caressing the spirit egg, Yi Qing decided to keep it in a sunlit spot. Suddenly an idea struck him, and he turned to Milotic. Could you inquire if any of these spirits possess skills akin to aromatherapy or heal pulse? We can offer them a reward. Milotic nodded gently, squinting her eyes as she began to softly ask her surrounding followers. Ugh! The spirits around her immediately responded, and one love disc eagerly stepped forward to recommend itself. Milotic lowered her head, affectionately rubbing her cheek against it as a token of gratitude. Chapter 96. The Heist. For the Bon, extra update, Her intimate actions left the surrounding fairies envious, wishing fervently to transform into a healing wave to tend to the fairy egg. However, they did not lose hope. In pursuit of Venus's affection, each one boldly ventured to seek out other fairies skilled in healing techniques. After spending a considerable amount of time in this area, who wouldn't be familiar with a few healers? Yiqing was delighted by this sight. He placed the fairy egg in the grass and began grinding energy blocks, mixing them into the food to reward everyone later. The sun hung high in the sky, casting radiant beams upon the river's surface, and a gentle breeze swept through the forest, revealing the silhouettes of wild fairies everywhere. The fairy egg rested peacefully in the grass, basking in the sun's warm embrace. Love Heartfish and Cotton Puff took turns applying their healing skills, while the other fairies enjoyed delicious food mixed with energy blocks. After Love Heartfish and Cotton Puff completed their nurturing of the fairy egg, they happily feasted on the food Yiqing had specially prepared for them. Observing the two fairies relishing their meal, Yiqing took out a piece of compressed biscuit, biting into it with determination. The flavor was hard to describe. At that moment, a duck with a leek, over a meter long and as thick as 2 fingers, swaggered towards the riverbank. The duck sniffed the fragrant air, its eyes sparkling with excitement. At the same time, Yiqing's gaze was drawn to the fresh leek resting on the duck's shoulder, his eyes gleaming with desire. In the next instant, the eyes of both human and beast locked onto each other slowly. Yiqing, the bearer of deliciousness. Duck with a leek, the creator of delicacies. In an extraordinary display of mutual understanding, both conveyed their desires through their gazes. Quack! The duck with the leek altered its course, carrying the leek towards Yiqing. Yiqing also produced the last 2 energy blocks of the general type. The other fairies, intrigued by this scene, curiously watched Yiqing and the duck. Yiqing rubbed his hands together. Would you share some of your leek with me? Quack! The duck hesitated. This was not just any leek, but its weapon. However, enticed by the aroma of the energy blocks, it willingly handed over its leek. Yiqing accepted the leek with a smile. Don't worry, just a little will suffice. The duck eagerly swallowed 1 energy block, stealing glances at its precious leek. Nearby, the fiery monkey understood the situation and swiftly chopped the leek in half with its claw. Quack! The duck nearly burst with anger. Didn't they agree on just a little leek? Seeing its prize leek reduced by half, it was furious. Was this truly just a little bit? Quack! The duck brandished the remaining half of the leek, pointing accusingly at the fiery monkey, ready to erupt. Yiqing, with a broad smile, picked up the other half, playfully chastising the fiery monkey while concealing his hands behind his back. Haha! The fiery monkey hurriedly bowed its head in apology to the furious duck, while discreetly accepting a fire-type energy block with its hidden hand. After venting its frustration, the duck, resigned to its fate with the half-leek, reminded itself that it still had a spare at home. Losing half was not such a dire loss. Yiqing took a whiff of the leek, noting its robust and authentic aroma. Yet, he couldn't subsist solely on leek. He needed to find other sustenance. Let me ponder which fairies come with food. Yiqing rubbed his forehead. The tropical dragon had fruits on its neck, and the milk tank provided milk. He had previously spotted berry trees, but humans couldn't consume too many of those fruits at once, lest they suffer digestive distress. Quite the dilemma. The milk tank was surely absent from this island, but perhaps he could locate the tropical dragon. As for the berry trees, he recalled that the kettle fairy could hide fruits in its shell and ferment them into juice, akin to the legendary monkey wine. However, such fairies were elusive. Yiqing's gaze sharpened with determination. He thought to himself that he would no longer endure the taste of compressed biscuits. Summoning all the fairies around him, Yiqing estimated that there were about a dozen wild fairies active on land. Although he was unaware of the whereabouts of the tropical dragon and berry trees, they certainly knew. With a well-calculated plan, Yiqing rose and declared seriously, Ahem, I must inform everyone that my energy blocks are running low. If this continues, you may not have any food tomorrow. The fairies, upon hearing this, grew anxious. They hadn't had enough yet. How could there be none left? Mina smiled slightly, aware that her master was up to something mischievous. The duck with a leek also joined in, having noticed that Yiqing still possessed 1 energy block. It was determined to get its hands on it to alleviate its grievances over the lost leek. With all the fairies' attention focused on him, Yiqing produced an energy block and continued, However, I know how to use berry fruit to create dishes similar to energy blocks. Now, who can provide me with clues? Shall be rewarded with energy blocks. The fairies immediately began chattering excitedly, eagerly recalling information to ensure they could continue enjoying delicious food. Yiqing waited a moment before saying, Tropical Dragon, Kettle Fairy, I need the locations of these 2 fairies, and additionally, where the berry trees are. Upon hearing Yiqing's words, most fairies scratched their heads in confusion, but a few began to ponder deeply. Quack! The duck with a leek raised its wing and called out, while it didn't know where the Kettle Fairy was. It certainly knew where the tropical dragon could be found. Alongside the duck, several other fairies raised their hands, indicating they had information to share as well. Yiqing couldn't comprehend their chatter, but that mattered not. These were the very things he needed, and he could lead them on a search later. Without delay, Yiqing, weary of the taste of compressed biscuits, waved his hand, cradling the fairy egg, and set off with the fairies towards the location of the berry trees. Fearing encounters with teachers and fellow students along the way, Yiqing decided to temporarily store Minas away. With over a dozen fairies by his side, no foolish fairy would dare to provoke him. Outside the island, the King of Whales had already returned dozens of students, as the training period had lasted 2 days. Due to a lack of healing supplies and food, more and more students were sounding the alarm and opting to withdraw. Boom! The fiery monkey led the way, surrounded by a dozen fairies, creating a magnificent procession, kicking up dust as they moved. An Arbok, having its tail stepped on, was about to retaliate against the oblivious fairy but suddenly halted, fear evident in its gaze as it watched the group depart. On the forest's edge, Sichuan Minako was desperately fleeing, closely pursued by a domineering Onyx. Chapter 97. Women only affect the speed of my robbery. The colossal body of the Onyx rampaged through the terrain, leaving devastation in its wake. Cheer up, Thunder Spirit! Minako Morikawa, cradling the injured Thunder Spirit in her arms, fled swiftly. Just moments ago, she had successfully defeated a fire mouse, but her joy was short-lived as the Onyx, awakened inadvertently by her, relentlessly pursued her. Currently, the Thunder Spirit was wounded, and the healing potion in the Ultra Ball had already been utilized. If she weren't intent on returning to capture the fire mouse, she might have activated the alarm and fled long ago. Minako felt a surge of anxiety. What should she do? Oh, that's right. Onyx is afraid of water. All I need to do is run towards the river. Fortunately, the dense trees and overgrown weeds severely hampered the Onyx's speed. Or else she would have been caught by now. A rumbling noise echoed ahead, and as Minako glanced up, she saw a cloud of dust, indicating that a powerful Pokémon was passing through. Her eyes brightened, and she turned to look back at the Onyx still in hot pursuit, deciding to lure it away. Bang, bang, bang. What is that noise? Not far away, Qingyi frowned, turning to see a cluster of large trees swaying violently, leaves flying. As if a massive Pokémon was charging toward him, running towards death. Qingyi scoffed at the Pokémon surrounding him. Normally, he would have fled at the sight. But now, with the likes of Sandshrew, Oddish, Farfetch'd, Shroomish, Electrike, and others by his side, he felt emboldened. The assembled Pokémon eagerly agreed, thumping their chests to assert their confidence in protecting him, assuring him that all he needed to do was speak kindly of them to Minako later. Qingyi smiled and nodded, assuring them he would take care of everything, despite not understanding their chatter. Their desires were simple, food and Minako. Minako performed a graceful somersault over a patch of bushes, her supple body tracing an elegant arc in midair, inadvertently exposing her fair belly. Looks like a person. Ha-cha. The Monferno clambered up a nearby tree, confidently informing Qingyi that it was indeed a human, a woman, Minako Morikawa. As she drew closer, Qingyi recognized her as the exchange student, Qingyi-kun. Due to the dense foliage, he was the tallest among the Pokémon, making it easy for Minako to spot him. However, before she could express her joy, a sudden thought struck her. Run, Qingyi-kun, Minako shouted, pointing at the Onyx rampaging behind her. Qingyi stood firm, smiling silently as the Pokémon formed a line around him. Come here without worry. He beckoned her over, completely unfazed by the bulldozer-like Onyx. With her teeth clenched, Minako dashed toward him, surmising that Qingyi's boldness indicated he had something up his sleeve. Why are there so many Pokémon? As she approached, she realized there were at least a dozen various Pokémon standing behind Qingyi. He swiftly pulled Minako behind him, letting out a war cry at the looming Onyx. Fire at him. Ha-cha. Monferno was the first to respond, roaring and unleashing a torrent of flame. The other Pokémon followed suit, unleashing their signature moves, from Leaf Blade to Water Gun, hurling their ranged attacks without restraint. Even the Longtail monster attempted to charge in for a melee, but fortunately, Monferno's quick reflexes prevented it from making a reckless move, or it might never see Minako again. Roar. The Onyx was caught off guard, but thankfully managed to block some attacks with its iron tail. Surrounded by thick vegetation, the Pokémon's accuracy was compromised. Otherwise, it would have faced dire consequences today. With no hesitation, the Onyx burrowed a large hole and fled, unable to withstand the onslaught from so many Pokémon. Watching the Onyx retreat, Qingyi clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Well done. I'll treat you all to a feast later." Woo, woo. The Pokémon waved their hands, downplaying the encounter. They were exhilarated. Typically, they would avoid an Onyx at all costs, but this time, they had driven it away. Minako bowed gently before Qingyi, saying, "Thank you for today, Qingyi-kun." Qingyi smiled, replying, No need for thanks. It's only natural for classmates to help each other. I won't keep you any longer. Without lingering, Jynx turned, cradling the Pokémon egg as he marched on with the Pokémon in tow. Determined not to let this encounter slow his progress, Minako watched him depart, murmuring to herself, such kind-hearted people are hard to come by. Jynx laughed heartily as he spotted a berry tree in the distance. Berry tree, here we come. Hacha! Monferno strode confidently at the forefront, bolstered by the presence of its companions. Jynx remained cautious. Such vital berry trees were unlikely to be unclaimed by Pokémon, which explained why he and Monferno had previously refrained from foraging. Suddenly, a massive, snake-like creature, as thick as a leg and several meters long, slithered down from the berry tree, its black body adorned with two long purple fangs protruding menacingly. As it appeared, rustling sounds emanated from the surrounding underbrush, revealing several Ekans and Arbok. These serpents clearly regarded the massive snake as their leader, coiling silently behind it, their cold, slit-like pupils fixated on Jynx and his band of Pokémon. Pokémon, Spoon Snake, level 24, potential, D status, healthy gender, female type, poison ability, shed skin held item, none inherited skills, Iron Tail basic skills, bind, bite, lick, poison tail, faint, sludge bomb, toxic funk skill transfer, bind skill disc, none notes. Spoon snakes sharpen their tails on hard rocks and prefer to hide in dense foliage, waiting to ambush prey with their venomous fangs. Chapter 98. The cranberry tree. Yetching refrained from acting hastily, stroking his chin and pondering. This situation is rather tricky. The duckweed duck and other sprites were trembling under the gaze of the serpents. Had it not been for Yetching and the fire monkey's presence, they might have fled in terror. Hacha! The fire monkey nodded in agreement, then turned to indicate Yetching's Pokeball, suggesting whether to release the Milotic. Yetching shook his head in refusal and addressed the spoon snake, stating, I will let the fire monkey face you in a one-on-one battle. If I lose, I shall never disturb you again. However, if I emerge victorious, I demand 5 cranberries. The spoon snake flicked its tongue, first surveying the multitude of sprites behind Yetching, then, after a moment of contemplation, nodded in acceptance. Witnessing this, the other sprites sighed in relief, particularly the duckweed duck, who felt as though its spirit had returned. Hacha! The fire monkey flexed its shoulders, having gained valuable experience from recent battles and eager for a worthy opponent to test its skills. Hiss! The spoon snake advanced, coiling its body and raising its head high, assuming a battle stance. Sparks flew. Being of the poison type, the spoon snake would have the effectiveness of the fire monkey's fighting type moves, and with feints capable of breaching quick defenses, Yetching decided to alter his strategy. The fire monkey inhaled deeply, having mastered the move Flamethrower, gaining profound insight into the spark technique. A barrage of sparks erupted forth like a Gatling gun, bursting forth in rapid succession. The spoon snake was no novice. Having long occupied the fruit tree, it possessed extensive combat experience, evidenced by the scars adorning its body. Its tail, glimmering with toxic energy, shot forth like a spear, cleaving through the sparks as it advanced towards the fire monkey. The duckweed duck, witnessing this tale, recalled something ominous, clutching a broken green onion in one hand while trembling beside the straw mushroom. Although the other sprites felt a tinge of fear, the thought of Milotic's appearance filled them with boundless strength. As the toxic tail approached, Yetching shouted, Fire punch! The fire monkey sidestepped the poisonous appendage, raising its fiery fist, which struck the base of the spoon snake's tail with a resounding thud. Hiss! The spoon snake roared in anger, propelling its body skyward, its 2 fangs glimmering with purple venom, transforming into a flash of poison darting towards the fire monkey. Venomous fangs, you say? Yetching's thoughts raced as he commanded, clapping ambush. The fire monkey launched itself skyward, delivering a powerful uppercut to the spoon snake's chin. Dazed, the spoon snake momentarily lost focus, but with its battle-hardened experience, it endured the pain and extended its forked tongue towards the fire monkey. Shadow clone. The fire monkey swiftly created 5 or 6 afterimages, surrounding the spoon snake and effortlessly evading the tongue attack. Yetching pointed at the spoon snake's vulnerable spot, exclaiming, Iron Tail. The fire monkey's true form emerged from behind the spoon snake, its tail, as hard as iron, swung towards its target. Sizzle! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the iron tail struck, creating sparks. The spoon snake, a seasoned warrior, quickly deduced that its opponent would target its weak point, promptly redirecting its tail to shield itself. The straw mushroom and the mosquito king, watching intently, recognized that every move from the fire monkey and spoon snake was worthy of emulation for their combative spirits. In contrast to the spectators, the fire monkey was filled with fervor, thrilled to face such an evenly matched adversary. Yetching frowned slightly. The fire monkey's tail, in terms of strength and thickness, could not compare to that of the spoon snake. This equal contest was merely a result of the spoon snake's hasty defense should another strike occur. The fire monkey might not withstand it. Seeing the fire monkey persist with its iron tail against the spoon snake, Yicheng hastily instructed, use flame wheel instead. The fire monkey hesitated but decisively abandoned the iron tail, curling into a blazing wheel and roaring forth. The spoon snake twisted its body, its long and thick tail swirling around, slamming down upon the flame wheel with a resounding crash. Boom! Fire erupted as the fire monkey was propelled away like a rubber ball by the spoon snake's iron tail. Yet, this was precisely Yicheng's intent, otherwise. In close combat with half fighting type moves, the fire monkey could not hope to contend with the spoon snake. The fire monkey grasped a branch, swinging with force, unleashing a torrent of flames the size of a barrel. The spoon snake's eyes widened in fear for the first time, hastily spewing forth a deluge of purple venom. The searing heat of the flamethrower evaporated the venom almost instantly, enveloping the spoon snake within the flames. The fire scorched its body, causing it to writhe in agony. Witnessing this, the nearby Arbok and Weezing could no longer contain themselves, moving to rescue their leader. Yicheng waved his hand, and the surrounding sprites stepped forward, their eyes wide. Though somewhat intimidated, they could not falter in spirit, as dozens of eyes fixated on the serpents. The spoon snake emitted a pained hiss, using its tail to propel itself off the ground, launching its body like a spring towards the fire monkey perched on the branch. Defend. The spoon snake's speed was astounding, leaving the fire monkey with no chance to evade. In a flash, the fire monkey saw the spoon snake, fangs bared, before it. Fortunately, it executed its defensive move swiftly, resulting in a crunch as the venomous fangs sank into the green shield. Losing its leverage, the spoon snake fell from the air, and before it could reach the ground, the fire monkey unleashed another flamethrower towards it. Hiss! The spoon snake, in excruciating pain, weakly raised its tail in surrender. Seeing this, Yicheng smiled. Go and collect 5 cranberries. The fire monkey, panting, leaped onto the fruit tree, quickly gathering the fruits under the concerned gazes of the spoon snake and Weezing. In truth, the spoon snake could have continued fighting, but as a wild sprite, it would typically avoid severe injury unless absolutely necessary, for being wounded left it vulnerable to enemy attacks. Yicheng produced 2 poison-type energy cubes, having encountered few sprites of this type, leading to an abundance of these energy cubes. Subsequently, he tossed the cubes towards the spoon snake. Healing sprays could not be used indiscriminately, but he was not stingy with energy cubes, especially since the spoon snake willingly accepted its defeat. As he saw the fire monkey returning joyfully, Yicheng waved his hand, signaling, let's move to the next location. At that moment, a teacher happened to pass overhead, witnessing the scene and rendered speechless in astonishment. While others came here for wilderness survival, this individual had become the king of the mountain. Chapter 99. The mountain bandit Yicheng. Thus, Yicheng relentlessly pillaged, amassing no fewer than 20 or 30 various fruits along the way. Observing the bustling pixies carrying their spoils, Yicheng stroked his chin, contemplating his provisions. Leek duck. Quack. Hearing his name, Leek duck eagerly raised his leek. Yicheng, with a smile, inquired, where's the tropical dragon? Quack, quack, quack. Completely convinced of Yicheng, Leek duck promptly pointed towards the distance, waving his leek to signal everyone to follow. This time, led by Leek duck, the group of pixies surged toward the next location like a band of ruffians. Yicheng's party made quite a spectacle, and any wild pixies in their path quickly dispersed, none daring to impede their advance. In a secluded corner of the forest, a massive tropical dragon leisurely stretched its neck, indulging in the foliage. Its 4 enormous, leaf-like wings drooped to the ground, and beneath its neck hung a bountiful cluster of succulent bananas. As clouds of dust billowed from afar, the tropical dragon, having swallowed a leaf, cast a puzzled glance in that direction. Why are all these pixies gathering around me? I have merely consumed a few leaves. Yicheng, eyeing the ripe bananas dangling from its neck, politely proposed, I would like to trade for those bananas with some other items. What do you think? Quack. Leek duck gestured to the tropical dragon, indicating that resistance would be futile, as it was a clear example of what happened to those who opposed them. Bananas? The tropical dragon hesitated. After all, it had painstakingly cultivated these fruits, yielding them only twice a year, and it rarely indulged in them itself. How could it possibly share with others? The tropical dragon resolutely shook its head, unlike the spineless leek duck, vowing not to yield even if it faced death. Yicheng remained unperturbed. The fruit hanging from the tropical dragon's neck was a product of its own labor, rich in nutrients far surpassing ordinary fruits. I will exchange 2 tree fruits for your bananas. The mention of tree fruits piqued the tropical dragon's interest. These were indeed valuable items, capable of healing wounds and restoring energy to unlock potential. However, having grown up in solitude, It had seldom tasted such fruits, as it could never compete against united foes. At that moment, the mushroom pixie produced 2 tree fruits, enticing the tropical dragon further. Hacha! The fiery monkey tossed a berry into the air, inhaling deeply with an expression of pure ecstasy. Unable to resist, the tropical dragon swallowed hard, stretching its long neck to catch a whiff. What do you say? 2 tree fruits for your bananas is a fair deal. Quack! The tropical dragon nodded vigorously, drool escaping from its mouth. Yiqing smiled, signaling the fiery monkey to proceed with the transaction. The process was seamless. 2 berries exchanged for a generous cluster of bananas from the tropical dragon's neck. Upon counting, there were at least 20 or 30 bananas. Yet, after receiving the 2 tree fruits, the tropical dragon was still unsatisfied, knowing that Yiqing's party possessed numerous tree fruits. After entrusting the bananas to the mountain rat, Yiqing glanced at the sky, contemplating a return. Quack! Just as they were about to depart, the tropical dragon suddenly roared. Yiqing quickly shielded the bananas and asked, "What's wrong?" "No backing out now." Quack! The tropical dragon lowered itself, exposing its broad back to Yiqing. Yiqing tentatively asked, "Are you offering to carry me back?" Quack! The tropical dragon nodded, its mind racing with calculations. It decided that as long as Yiqing's tree fruits remained untouched, it would not leave, reasoning that with so many pixies, its presence wouldn't be missed. Assessing the tropical dragon's qualifications, Yiqing felt a twinge of regret. It did not meet the criteria for joining his team. However, he saw no harm in forging a friendship. Yiqing was the first to climb onto the tropical dragon's spacious back, and the other pixies exchanged glances before. Under the guidance of the fiery monkey, those holding tree fruits climbed aboard first, while the rest would run back on their own. Yiqing acknowledged the fiery monkey's leadership, patting the tropical dragon's neck to signal her to take flight. With a powerful flap of its 4 broad wings, the tropical dragon soared into the sky, the rush of wind roaring around them, lifting them higher and higher. Yiqing reveled in the exhilarating sensation of flight, thrilled that this was his first experience controlling a flying creature. The other pixies were equally intrigued. Had it not been for Yiqing, they would have never experienced the joy of flying in their lifetimes. The headmaster, patrolling the skies, caught sight of a figure atop the tropical dragon and, upon closer inspection, was shocked to realize, is that not Yiqing? Has he tamed the tropical dragon? But wait, why are there so many pixies on its back? With the tropical dragon as their steed, the journey was swift, and in mere moments, they were soaring above the river. Upon returning to the camp, Yiqing first munched on a banana, then began preparing dishes with the tree fruits. Although not a culinary expert, he had learned the basics of tree fruit preparation, ensuring that while the taste may not be exquisite, it would not poison the pixies. Releasing the Manaphy to play, the appearance of the beautiful creature instantly attracted the attention of the mushroom pixie and others, who eagerly recounted their recent heroic deeds. The newly arrived tropical dragon was instantly captivated by Manaphy's beauty, contemplating the perfect match between their sizes. Meanwhile, the fiery monkey, curious about the pile of yellow bananas on the ground, felt an instinctual urge to taste one. Acha? The fiery monkey scratched its head, pondering how it had never eaten this before, yet felt such odd cravings. As it tried to peel back a banana, it couldn't help but swallow hard, devouring half of it in one bite. With its mouth stuffed, the fiery monkey rolled its eyes back in bliss, exclaiming, "This is absolutely delicious." Yiqing, engrossed in his culinary endeavors, did not notice the fiery monkey's antics until he turned around to find that several bananas had mysteriously vanished. Startled, Yiqing quickly hid the remaining bananas and warned the fiery monkey not to steal, assuring it that once they returned, he would purchase as many bananas as it desired. The fiery monkey licked its fingers, savoring the banana's flavor. Although it longed for more, seeing Yiqing's expression, it decided to hold back, recognizing the distinction between a feast and indulgence. In these past few days, Yiqing lived quite luxuriously. Whenever he ran out of tree fruits, he would trade with other pixies, and when his food supply dwindled, he had the tropical dragon and leek duck lead him in cunning schemes. Consequently, the number of pixies in the camp grew significantly, and he nearly found himself as the mountain bandit king. Chapter 100. The invasion of wild spirits. In stark contrast to Yiqing, the other students found themselves in dire straits. As time passed, the scarcity of food and medicine became increasingly apparent, compounded by the relentless ambushes of wild spirits. Sleep became elusive, and one by one, students were systematically eliminated. Tents were pitched upon the back of the howling whale king, providing temporary refuge for those who had been ousted. Principal Jiang stood atop the majestic creature, surveying the throng behind him, and inquired, "Today marks the 5th day, does it not? How many students have yet to return?" Zhao Xinran counted carefully and reported, "Only 2 remain, namely Yiqing and Fujimiyaki." Principal Jiang chuckled, "Oh?" These two little rascals seem quite resilient. The director of education, overhearing this, felt compelled to interject. While it might be acceptable to say that Fuji Miyaki was enduring, how could one claim the same for Yi Qing? It was likely that, in due course, the spirits on this island would be flocking to him. Wang Yao, seated beside Morikawa Minako, playfully flicked his bangs and said, "So, how about this weekend? Shall I take you to experience the joys of womanhood?" The joys of womanhood? Morikawa Minako furrowed her brow. Her still-developing grasp of Chinese left her unable to comprehend the deeper implications of his words. Zhang Xiaoqiang lay in his tent, whistling cheerfully. His endeavors had yielded commendable results. His Charmander had successfully evolved, and he had also captured a promising Mareep. Yet, he was vexed that his perennial rival, Yi Qing, had yet to return. Was this not a sign that the gap between them was widening? As Wang Yao prepared to elaborate further, Morikawa Minako suddenly stood, gazing into the distance. "Brother!" she exclaimed. Waving excitedly from the Howling Whale King's back, Zhao Xinran asked, "Now that only Yi Qing remains on the island, should we terminate the exercise?" Principal Jiang shook his head resolutely. "No, perhaps he is on the verge of surpassing his limits. We agreed on 7 days, and 7 days it shall be." The director of education, unable to restrain himself, whispered, "Principal, I know Yi Qing's location. I suggest you personally check on him before making a decision." Principal Zhang's interest was piqued. "Oh, why is that?" At a loss for words, the director hesitated. How could he articulate that Yi Qing was not merely undergoing training, but rather indulging in leisure? Observing the director's hesitation, Principal Jiang instructed the others to remain on guard while he mounted his salamence and soared into the sky. Curious about Yi Qing, Zhao Xinran asked, "What is happening with him?" The director sighed and recounted everything he had previously witnessed to Zhao Xinran. After listening, she was momentarily stunned before exclaiming, "This is truly extraordinary." It did not take long for Principal Jiang to locate Yi Qing. A thick mist enveloped the river, concealing something within. On the riverbank, Yi Qing reclined comfortably in a wooden chair, resembling a mountain king, while his Monferno and Ducklet flanked him like loyal guardians, instructing numerous spirits to perform various tasks. 2 Beauty were diligently massaging his calves. "Yi Qing," Principal Jiang called as he descended with Salamence, grinning at the sunbathing youth. As Salamence flapped its wings, a gust of wind swept through, rustling the flowers and trees along the riverbank. "Principal." Yi Qing swiftly sat up, awkwardly meeting Principal Jiang's gaze. With a bemused grin, Principal Jiang remarked, "I heard you were living quite well. Initially, I doubted it, but I see now I underestimated you." "Not at all," Yi Qing replied sheepishly as he recalled his Monferno and the misty Pokémon, Milotic, into their respective Pokeballs and rushed towards Salamence, cradling an egg. Principal Jiang glanced at the dissipating mist over the river, his mind racing with speculation about the spirits concealed within. After all, he had entrusted Yi Qing with the beautiful scales. If the lad were not foolish, he would undoubtedly capture a Magikarp. The pattern on that egg. Principal Jiang stroked his chin, sensing it resembled a particular spirit, albeit the color was different. An assembly of spirits approached the riverbank. Having just realized their revered goddess had vanished, and they hurried over to inquire with Yi Qing. However, upon beholding the imposing Salamence, they quickly retreated, their legs trembling. "By the way, Principal, what brings you here? The exercise has not concluded, has it?" Yi Qing inquired. Principal Jiang, with a hint of resignation, replied, "From what I can see, you need not continue this exercise. Is there anything you wish to retrieve? Just come with me." Yi Qing shook his head, suddenly recalling something. He turned to find his gathered entourage had vanished without a trace under Salamence's imposing presence. Salamence blinked its large eyes and flipped its claws, indicating it had nothing to do with it. Climbing onto Salamence's back, Yi Qing sighed, "Ungrateful wretches, they are indeed driven by superficial desires." Principal Jiang chuckled softly, "Haha. Let us be on our way." It is worth noting that the most comprehensive information can be found at Chuanxiao. Shua Wan. Salamence flapped its wings, soaring into the sky amidst a powerful gust of wind. Spirit, Salamence, level 57, potential, S status, healthy gender, male type, dragon flying ability, intimidate held items, dragon gem. Dragon Fong inherited skills, dragon rage, hurricane, dragon dance, fire Fong, water gun basic skills, rage, ember, dragon claw, bite, headbutt, dragon breath, dragon pulse, zen headbutt, flamethrower, crunch. Takedown, Draco meteor, fly, thunder Fong skill inheritance, heat wave, waterfall skill TMs, earthquake, rock slide, steel wing, substitute note. Having finally acquired the long-awaited wings, Salamence often soars through the skies in a joyful display of exuberance. Goodness, the wealth required for this. Yi Qing thought to himself, astonished at the fortune needed to amass such a collection. Moreover, he bore 2 held items. Let me see where they are hidden. as he rummaged about on Salaman's back. Sensing something unusual, Principal Jiang turned and asked, Yi Qing, what are you doing? Snapping back to reality, Yi Qing replied, nothing much. This is my first time riding a dragon, so I'm a bit excited. Principal Jiang shook his head in exasperation. All right, we have arrived. Qingzi. Upon seeing Yi Qing return, Wang Yao rushed forward, eager to embrace him. Ugh! Yi Qing nearly succumbed to the overwhelming odor emanating from Wang Yao and swiftly evaded his bear hug. Over 100 pairs of eyes on the back of the Howling Whale King turned toward Yi Qing. The teacher's earlier discussion had spread, and it was apparent that while others fought for survival on the deserted island, Yi Qing was enjoying a vacation. However, everyone had grown accustomed to Yi Qing's extraordinary feats. Even if he claimed to capture a legendary beast, it would no longer raise eyebrows. Fuji Miyake approached, stating, Yi Qing-kun, you are quite formidable. Does our agreement still stand? Yi Qing smiled, of course. Why refuse free gifts? Excellent. Fuji Miyake huffed, choosing silence thereafter. He believed his own accomplishments in this exercise would rival Yi Qing's, if not surpass them. The Howling Whale King spouted a towering jet of water, and with a resonant, sonorous whale call, they set off. Just as they had covered half the distance, Principal Jiang's satellite phone rang unexpectedly. He answered, Hello? It's me. What? An invasion of wild spirits. His expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, Zhao Xinran and the rest of you stay aboard the Howling Whale King. The others, follow me back to the city for rescue. Chapter 101. A stolen crystal with a thunderous roar, the mighty salamence flapped its expansive wings and swiftly ascended from the back of the Howling Whale King. Simultaneously, the security personnel received directives from above and hurriedly summoned their flying Pokémon, such as the majestic Talonflame, racing towards Shanghai City. Gazing at the spiraling Pokémon in the sky, Yi Qing and his companions were enveloped in confusion, unsure of the unfolding situation. Witnessing the teachers mobilizing in such a frenzy only heightened their anxiety. Wang Yao, ever unperturbed by chaos, swiftly approached Zhao Xinran and inquired, Teacher, what transpired? Why is everyone leaving? Zhao Xinran's expression fluctuated several times, yet she refrained from answering Wang Yao's question. Instead, she clapped her hands to gather everyone's attention, exclaiming, Shanghai City is currently under siege by wild Pokémon, and the situation is far from optimistic. What? The students were taken aback, never expecting their outing for experience to coincide with such a calamity at home. Forward, Howling Whale King. Zhao Xinran understood the urgency of the matter. 2 legendary Pokémon were engaged in a fierce battle above Shanghai City, while a multitude of wild Pokémon followed in their wake, invading the urban landscape. The scale of this incursion was unprecedented, and the city's defensive forces were insufficient. Some households lacked even a single trainer, placing them in grave danger against the onslaught of wild Pokémon. Yi Qing furrowed his brow. It was a Friday, and if all went as expected, his younger sister and mother were at home. Most critically, their household had no Pokémon for protection. Compounding his distress, his phone had long since run out of battery, rendering him unable to reach out to his family. He glanced at the busy Zhao Xinran, wishing to borrow her Qishi bird to return home. Yet knowing that many others shared his urgency, he anticipated his request would be denied. Milotic, Yi Qing murmured, clutching the Pokeball. It seemed he had no choice but to rely on her. Although Milotic's swimming speed paled in comparison to that of flying-type Pokémon, it was undoubtedly several times swifter than the Howling Whale King. Wang Yao, concerned, patted his shoulder. Qingzi, are you all right? He was well aware of his friend's home situation, and it was easy to imagine the turmoil Yi Qing felt without a Pokémon for protection. Yi Qing's mind was a whirlwind, his thoughts buzzing as he tightened his grip on the Pokeball. After a moment of contemplation, he looked up at Wang Yao and said, I need you to do me a favor. All right, what do you need? Wang Yao responded without hesitation, his resolve firm. Yi Qing pointed in another direction. Go over there and divert everyone's attention for just a few seconds. Okay. Though Wang Yao was perplexed by Yi Qing's sudden request, he nodded quickly in agreement. With time of the essence, he felt flustered and could not think of a better plan. Just then, he spotted Morikawa Minako in a short skirt not far off. An idea struck him. Wang Yao raced over, took a deep breath, and, in full view of the crowd, lifted Minako's skirt. Pervert. The damp sea breeze swept under her skirt, and Morikawa Minako's face flushed crimson as she slapped Wang Yao. Although her leggings ensured no wardrobe malfunction, being teased by a boy was intolerable. As expected, the crowd atop the Howling Whale King was drawn to the commotion. Even several teachers turned to look. Baka, Fuji Miyake, nearby, exploded with rage, rolling up her sleeves in readiness to confront Wang Yao. Yi Qing silently mourned for his friend for a brief moment, using the distraction to leap into the sea. With a splash, the white foam erupted as Yi Qing quickly released Milotic upon hitting the water. Home, he commanded. Milotic. With a swift dive, Milotic propelled Yi Qing forward, her tail propelling them nearly 100 meters in an instant. Once distanced from the howling whale king, Milotic surged upward, maintaining a depth of about 10 centimeters beneath the surface. From above, one could clearly see the cream-colored Milotic, resembling a mermaid, gliding swiftly through the cerulean waters. Yi Qing exhaled, surfacing for air before diving back down, knowing that this would maximize Milotic's speed. Milotic cut through the waves, transforming what would usually be a several-hour journey into merely an hour to reach the coastal waters. As he gazed at the distant shoreline, Yi Qing commanded Milotic to halt. What he beheld left him speechless. The sky above Shanghai City was divided in half, one side cloaked in ominous clouds, crackling with lightning and torrential rain, while the other basked in the blazing sun, with fiery clouds billowing amidst the vivid blue. On the ground and in the air, fierce battles erupted, as countless wild Pokémon engaged in a vicious conflict. Human trainers fought valiantly, but the local trainers alone were utterly incapable of repelling the onslaught of these wild creatures. A yellow Dragonite erupted in the air, radiating bolts of lightning that scorched the earth within a wide radius, clearing all Pokémon in its vicinity. Moltres and Zapdos clashed amidst the clouds, thunderous roars reverberating as their powers collided. Yi Qing seethed with anger, pointing at the sky. "You feathered wretches. Just wait until I have the time to throw a Pokeball at you." Milotic sensed Yi Qing's fury, consuming an energy cube to recharge briefly before continuing towards the docks. Finding a spot with fewer Pokémon, Yi Qing ascended to the dock, his tattered attire and damp hair rendering him akin to a vagabond. Yet, anyone witnessing the Milotic behind him would not dare underestimate him. All around were battling Pokémon, and not a single human could be seen on the dock. The city was under lockdown. Weaker trainers remained confined to residential areas, while the more powerful ones held positions at the city's periphery, fending off formidable Pokémon. Observing the wild Pokémon, most of which were of lower levels, Yi Qing decided to take the path of least resistance and carve a bloody path forward. Use Hydro Pump here. Milotic. Milotic opened her mouth, and water elements coalesced violently, unleashing a massive sky-blue Hydro Pump that surged forth. Boom. The powerful blast dispersed the wild Pokémon in its path, creating a clear opening in an instant. Go. Yi Qing released his Infernape, instructing them to flank him as they rushed towards home. On the street, a large Spearow fell with a crash, only to be trampled by a colossal Talonflame that descended from the sky, viciously pecking at its head. Street lamps and trash bins were overtaken by a swarm of Rattata, while a private car was sent flying by a single punch from a powerful Pokémon, crashing toward a construction worker carrying 2 concrete pillars. Thank you. User 817. Giant Feng, TND. User 665. I am intoxicated. User 411. Yu Shan Mai, Asha. Adding a touch of Niao to your life. Jin Mu Yin. Tang Su Hui. Please call me Handsome Pie. The final show, SCP-999. Pan Luo C. Shou Yin Hui Wei. Liang Ying. Rebellion Against Fate. One Click Open Heaven. Xiao Biao. What, dear. Blockman. Stinky Xiaobai. Zhao Chong. Your disc, whose youth is not confused. Another. Fierce Life. Soul Scoundrel. Old Baby. Nan. Yin Yao Jing. FAMO. LVMO Chun. Jiao Chan. Deep Sage. Dark Knight Emperor. Zhuge Liang the Great. Homebody. Illusory Song. Poetic and Wine-Loving Youth. Users 471, 964, 101, 352. Feng Yun Huang. Shadow Ghost. Old Wine. Just the Right Measure. Xiao Ruan. Where is the Golden Cudgel? Best Goddess. Mischievous Youth. Xiao Sun. And Xianjun Days. A Lifetime of Only Hui Xian. Yuzu. Ice Clan. Zhuge. Chapter 102. Entering the city despite the ferocity of the battle. The majority of the wild Pokémon engaged only in skirmishes upon the streets, rarely venturing into the buildings. At this moment, a number of fierce wild creatures took notice of Yi Qing, converging upon him with intent. Hatcha, the fiery monkey unleashed a torrent of scorching flames, effectively impeding their advance. Bang! With a powerful punch, the fiery monkey sent flying a trainer whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to a beggar, accompanied by a beautiful Milotic. A crowd of onlookers was captivated by the Milotic soaring through the air, speculating about its origin. However, due to the mist obscuring their view, they could hardly discern the trainer riding atop, only catching a glimpse of a monkey with a tail ablaze. Meanwhile, the Milotic released a jet of water, effortlessly shattering 2 approaching Zubats, before swiftly maneuvering its tail to glide towards home. The community was in disarray, with many buildings in ruin. The insulation on numerous walls had been shattered by the rampaging Pokémon, while others battled incessantly atop rooftops. Observing the bloodstains below, Yi Qing fervently prayed for the safety of his family. Bang! Help me! A trainer in the distance, caught off guard, was ambushed by a nimble Leaport. Collapsing to the ground, Fortunately, a nearby Pokémon reacted in time. Otherwise, the trainer's life would have been forfeit. We're almost there. The Milotic sensed its master's urgency and hastened through the air with all its might. Just as Yi-Ching was preoccupied with his journey, a piercing screech echoed from above. Quack! A Spearow descended from the sky, its sharp claws glinting ominously, darting towards the vulnerable spot on Milotic with alarming speed. Pokémon. Spearow, level 21. Potential, D status, injured, furious. Gender, male type, normal ability, keen eye, fortunately, with keen eye. Accuracy remains unaffected. Held item, none inherited skills, quick attack, steel wing basic skills, peck, fury attack, aerial ace, mimic, bite. Agility skill transfer, none skill discs, none remarks. Spearow is known for its volatile temperament and harbors a deep-seated rivalry with the family of Scyther. Yi-Ching's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, a level 21 novice dares to act so brazenly. Do you truly think I am some harmless creature? Chapter 103. Setback. Thanks to DIO from heaven for the divine certification. Pointing at the swooping Spearow, he commanded, Icy wind, clap surprise. Hacha. The Infernape leapt 3 to 4 meters high on the back of the Milotic, interrupting Spearow's quick attack with a powerful slap, swiftly flipping onto its back. Milotic raised its head, summoning a chilling wind laced with ice crystals and snowflakes to sweep towards Spearow. Spearow, momentarily dazed by the blow from Infernape, found itself covered in a layer of frost before it could react. Hacha. Infernape glared fiercely at the top of Spearow's head, raising its flaming fist and bringing it crashing down with a resounding thud. Spearow stumbled. Just as it attempted to retaliate, it was struck by Milotic's water pulse. Infernape rained down blows upon Spearow's back, feathers swirling in the air, until Milotic's water cannon sent the bird crashing to the ground. Hacha. Infernape leaped onto Milotic's back, emanating an overwhelming aura. Had it broken through? Excellent. Let us press the advantage and return. With a stern expression, Yi-Ching commanded Milotic to press forward. At last, upon seeing the familiar apartment building, Yi-Ching's heart raced. Was the glass shattered? Gazing at the broken kitchen window, a surge of anger welled within him. Bang! Mino. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a block of concrete struck Milotic, sending it tumbling to the cement ground below with a mournful cry. Damn it! Thanks to Infernape's protective presence, Yi-Ching remained unscathed. But the inability to enter his home ignited a furious blaze within him. Mino. Milotic writhed in pain. That blow had considerable force. Thankfully, her defenses were robust, or she might have been severely injured. Grimer? Yi-Ching rose from the ground, his gaze fixated on the Grimer lurking by the flower bed, its demeanor menacing. Pokémon. Grimer, level 35, potential, D status, healthy gender, none type, poison ability, poison touch held item, none inherited skills, lick, shadow punch basic skills, pound, sludge, harden, mud slap. Mud bomb, throw, sludge bomb skill transfer, thunder punch skill disc, none remarks. Commonly found in filthy places like sewers and garbage dumps. Lying on the ground, it is often overlooked. Stepping on it can provoke a fierce attack. Yi-Ching wished to avoid entanglement and commanded, Infernape, return home first. Milotic, water cannon. A massive black fist materialized before Grimer, shattering the water cannon with a thunderous crash, before it spat a large clump of sludge towards Infernape. Hacha. Infernape leaped to the second floor, but had to defend against the incoming sludge bomb. Bang. Although the defense blocked the sludge bomb, the explosive aftermath sent Infernape crashing to the ground. Yi-Ching furrowed his brow, harboring resentment towards this formidable Grimer. Grimer had claimed this area as its territory and unleashed a ruthless attack upon the sudden arrival of Yi-Ching. Bang. Just then, Milotic's long tail whipped out swiftly, clashing with a sneaky Toxicroak. However, the Toxicroak's explosive punch was too powerful, deflecting Milotic's tail, and it lunged at Yi-Ching with claws shimmering with toxic energy. Clap surprise. Yi-Ching felt a pang of urgency and quickly instructed Infernape to intercept. Infernape broke the Toxicroak's cross chop, but the next instant, a barrage of bullet punch sent Infernape flying. Watching his Pokémon falter one after another, Yi-Ching felt a chill run down his spine, realizing for the first time how close he was to death. With a determined push, Infernape executed a rapid defense, blocking Toxicroak's path, though it was not its match. It stood firm before Yi-Ching. Toxicroak swung a fist, and with a resounding bang, Infernape was sent flying again, debris scattering as it crashed heavily to the ground. Divine Bird. Just as Yi-Ching began to despair, a loud shout echoed from the sky. A colossal blue energy bird streaked across the heavens, crashing into Toxicroak with unmatched force. Brother, are you all right? A man clad in security attire rode a fiery steed from afar, asking Yi-Ching after repelling Toxicroak. I'm fine, thank you. Yi-Ching quickly expressed his gratitude, his mind preoccupied with his family, urging Milotic to fly him home swiftly. The man observed Milotic and shook his head, remarking, Milotic? Such Pokémon are rare indeed. Grimer, hidden by the flower bed. Since the arrival of an intimidating figure and immediately sought to escape. The man smirked, Grimer? You'll be joining me from now on. With a crash, Infernape barreled through the already shattered window, rushing into the living room. Yi-Ching jumped inside, recalling Milotic to her Pokeball for healing. Mom, sister. Upon entering, Yi-Ching shouted, searching for his family. Son? A startled voice emerged from the closed bathroom, while a middle-aged man appeared at the entrance. Who are you? Yi-Ching asked, puzzled, refraining from opening the bathroom door. The man replied in a deep voice, by the order of Professor Feng Qian, I'm here to protect your family. At those words, Yi-Ching smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about the hidden guardians protecting his family in his moment of panic. Son, why are you back? Yi-Ching's mother rushed out from the bathroom. A mother's intuition recognized her son immediately, despite his disheveled appearance. Infernape dashed to Yi-Ching's mother, gesturing animatedly and pointing to its injuries. Yi-Ching's mother scooped up Infernape, soothing, good child, you've been hurt so badly. You must have suffered so much on the way. Seeing his mother safe eased Yi-Ching's worry, and he inquired, what's the situation outside? The man took a drag from his cigarette, gazing out at the sky. Reinforcements from other cities have arrived. The days of these legendary beasts are numbered. Yi-Ching sighed in relief, that's good. Brother, please assist the others. I can handle things here. The man extinguished his cigarette and nodded, understood. Generally, wild Pokémon seldom enter buildings. As long as you stay inside, you should be fine. Yi-Ching instructed his mother and Infernape to remain indoors, placing his backpack containing the Ralt's egg on the sofa, then went to the balcony to release Milotic. Milotic shimmered with a pristine white light, her injuries healing significantly under self-recovery, floating in midair alongside Yi-Ching as they observed the battle among the clouds.